The scene of devastation, bodies strewn on the ground. After turning 34 this year, there are times when I think. A man lying on a pile of corpses, his tired face and long locks of hair raised his face to look at the sky, just like hell. The bright moonlight in the sky was in complete contrast to the tragic scene below. The man looked at the moonlight and sighed, since when did things go so wrong? The man's sword seemed to be immersed in chains. If only I had learned swordsmanship a little sooner. A slender girl was also bound by a man's remorse. Then, I could have prevented my sister from being sent to the Empire. The lonely man sat down on the pile of corpses piled high next to him. If that happened, then would a monster like me exist right now? A casual question that made the man sigh in surprise, so tired. The shadowy image of a woman appeared in my mind. If that really happened, then would I be able to meet my master? The man remembered his master with all gratitude, the master who turned me from someone who could do nothing, into someone who had learned many things. The steadfast, strong and caring eyes of his master warmed his heart. The moments I spent with my master were the most beautiful moments of my life. My master was my savior, even more than that. The man closed his eyes and sighed. If I knew I would regret it like this, I should have treated my master better. He stabbed the sword firmly into the ground and let out a breath. Corpses were scattered around. The bright moon gradually turned blood red, a bit like his tragic life. From behind, a pair of thin legs holding a long sword walked up behind him. He felt the murderous aura and immediately turned to look. A young man, holding a sword, timidly and somewhat determinedly walked forward. Behind him were a number of soldiers gathered. The sword in the young man's hand kept shaking. He couldn't help but laugh mockingly in his heart. How pitiful, could he really hold the sword while shaking like that? But, I don't want to fight with children, and this is what you repay me. The young man pointed his sword at the man with a trembling voice. You killed my father. He raised his head to see the young man's face clearly. He gave a helpless smile. He actually didn't even remember who the young man's father was. Really? Oh, so regretful. The boy's eyes became more frightened because of his answer. You monster, you are a monster. He looked at the young man. A feeling of confusion arose in his heart. At first I didn't know what he was going to call me, but I didn't expect it to be a monster. I had heard this word countless times before, so I didn't know what he was going to call me. Nothing is strange anymore. He held his bleeding hand into a fist. The pain seemed to make him more comfortable. He felt tingling all over his body. The pain was gradually increasing. It seems like you want to feel the pain of the people you killed. I feel the deep pain that penetrates my gut. My head feels like it's on fire. It keeps sending me signals to stop and end everything. The young man stood in front of him, his green eyes shining with determination. A little more. He seemed to beg himself, wait a little longer. He lowered his voice and asked, monster. He also did not resist that familiar name. He looked at the young man holding a sword in his hand. I am the monster who killed all the best masters. I alone destroyed the great empire of the empire, took control of Tulkun, and killed the entire royal family, completely eliminating their bloodline. He raised his face to look. Do you know how many bastards I have killed with my own hands? That young man was sweating profusely. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, the power seeping through every vein. I have killed more than tens of thousands of people. You call me a monster? Hey kid, isn't it obvious? Looking at the young man's pale, bloodless face, he couldn't help but laugh and look away. His timid actions made the man remember his useless appearance before. Looking at him trembling while holding such an expensive sword, he reminded me of him, that little monster. He tilted his head. Kid, what's your name? The young man timidly spoke up, Jock. That name made him stunned. Jack touched his tentacles. He turned his face to look at the young man and smiled bitterly. What a cruel fate. My name is also Jack. That bitter smile hanging on his face really doesn't match. I killed your father, to be honest. His next words made that guy Jock dumbfounded. I've killed too many people. I don't even remember anyone named Sotua. Jock's eyes widened. His eyes shrank in shock. Then tears of the young man Jock began to flow from the corner of his eyes, tears rolling down his somewhat dark cheeks. Even though he was not a good father, he was still the father we needed. He seemed to come to his senses. His mouth wanted to say something but then he swallowed it all back. The father he needed was a bit jealous. He waved his hand silently at Jack. I won't apologize for killing him, instead I will give you a chance. Jack looked at him in surprise. What? His lifeless eyes stared at Jack. That one. An opportunity that makes even the listener jump back in surprise. Stab me with the sword you're holding. Jack was sweating with that strange request. His sweat was flowing more and more, But then he regained his courage and looked at him with steady eyes. He saw Jack hesitate and spoke up, "Isn't this the perfect opportunity?" Blood from the wound was bleeding non-stop, and he sat down a little tired. He used cunning eyes to look at Jack, an opportunity for him to avenge his father, and be honored as a hero for killing a monster. Looking at the footsteps approaching gingerly, he thought to himself, "Honestly, if I concentrate, I will be able to get out of here alive. My leg is broken, it will recover, my organs are all destroyed, I just need to restore them, but I don't want to." It can be said that now you have completely given up, you don't regret anything about your strength or your future life anymore, you are constantly manipulating Jack, there is not much time left, isn't this your chance to become a hero? Jack stepped closer in front of him, brandished his sword to finish him off, he also took the opportunity to close his eyes and wait for liberation from the enemy. But there was no sword slash, Jack's hands trembled and stopped in the air. The sword quickly pointed helplessly at the ground. Jack also knelt down on the ground, kneeling in front of him. The feeling of brokenness spread throughout Jack's body, the sobs could be heard clearly, the following soldiers saw this and were a little scared and suddenly backed away. Jack's tears couldn't stop falling. Jack's action startled him but also put him under control, the result was extremely simple, that kid couldn't kill me. Even though he couldn't seize the opportunity, he felt quite satisfied with Jack, but, well done. He smiled and stretched out his hand, "Good job." He rubbed Jack's head to comfort Jack. The current scene is like a senior teaching his students, a very harmonious scene, in contrast to this broken scene. To be honest, can you live in peace, after killing me or not? When you become a hero, it is clear that the rest of your life will be full of tiring days, with many titles assigned to you. He smiled and gave advice to Jack, "Don't live with regrets like me, you're not like me, aren't you still young?" Jack's eyes shone with a ray of hope, and the tears that had been held back for so long flowed out after his sincere advice. Looking at Jack's tears, he began to waver, my determination was weakening. He also did not force Jack to kill him, he stopped rubbing his head and advised him to go tell others that the demon was dead and the war was over. Jack sobbed, why did he have this power, why did he live like that? The hand holding the sword suddenly stopped. He let go of the sword and answered Jack casually, "Who knows? This is not a joke, you yourself cannot understand why I live like that." His eyes were closed, his hand slowly let go of the blood-stained sword, his body tilted and was about to fall. And then whatever happened would happen, he didn't use healing magic but just stood still and waited for death to come to him. This was the end. Blood flowed from the ventricles, he was conscious enough to feel death slowly approaching, we could feel it, the senses on each finger were gradually disappearing like deflated balloons. Each sign of death makes people shudder, but to him it is like salvation from the gods, and my eyes are blurring, even though I don't want to, my eyes are slowly closing. Jack sat next to his body as if in silence, the people around him also came closer, gradually, I forgot to breathe, all the sounds around me stopped. Jack's tears streamed down his white face, at the last moment, a thought suddenly flashed to me, that if everything could start again. His body grew cold, the lamp in the wind finally extinguished, could I change this tragic outcome, that's what I thought. The sharp black thorns seemed to cut into every piece of his memory. The man's body seemed to sink into a sea of memories, feeling like he was dreaming. His childhood image appeared, those bright sparkling eyes truly made others unable to believe that this was a monster in the future. The image of his noble father also appeared, the father with doubts as to whether he was really his biological son, and the mother of whom he had only seen pictures, who died at the same time we were born. The beautiful and graceful older sister who also loves you very much, the older sister whose beauty is famous throughout the continent, even the second Englishman who always bullies me, I miss everything. The image of a man, standing on a battlefield filled with smoke, fire and blood, the terrible death could be felt from afar. After giving up the name Jakva, I became a swordsman and traveled, throughout the continent, the events that had happened continuously flashed through my mind. The sunlight shines on the colorful glass windows, and the room is filled with sunlight, to the point where we don't know whether this is real or a dream. A pair of small feet, wearing small leather shoes standing in front of the mirror, am I dead, am I really dead? Perhaps the last moments of life suddenly flashed, right. The white, tender skin appearing in the mirror makes the person in front of the mirror surprised and crazy. Outside the mansion, rays of sunlight shine through the clear blue sky and the trees are lush. In sharp contrast to the devastation and ruins in your memories, the Second Continental War was sparked by us. The war broke out, The swords could not help but be stained with blood. I was the victor, the cruel ruler, and a monster among other monsters. His lonely figure sitting on a mountain of corpses appeared in his mind. Perhaps it was also something he always remembered clearly. I saw myself frantically taking revenge, destroying the entire Toucan Empire and invade the western continent, and kill all those who bear Toucan's name. Those crazy, bloodthirsty and soulless eyes truly terrify people. I have won and always hold victory. I am very happy to have achieved all my wishes. And then he fell. His bloodthirsty eyes were now filled with sadness. His eyes slowly closed. He had lived and died as a monster, so I was ready to accept the coming death. Surrounded by human bones scattered everywhere from previous wars, because I had no reason to live anymore, and at that time my heart stopped beating. It seemed like it was over, but no, under the gentle sunlight, his eyes opened again. But, what the hell was the situation? He stood in front of the mirror and continuously pinched his face as if to confirm, not knowing what was happening. Due to dark magic or witchcraft, have I really returned to the past? He pinched his face until it was red and swollen, those bright, sparkling eyes reflected in the mirror. How could that be possible? Outside the mansion, the sunlight still shined in contrast to his heart filled with confusion. He began to remember, the Marquis Valen family was a prosperous family in the kingdom of Tetla, and this was a family of loyal people who always served the king. I was the third child in the family. This family is also the smallest. His status is truly noble, the youngest member of a family with the title of Marquis in the kingdom. With such an identity, his task is also very big. If he were not greedy to win the position of heir, with the position he has, he would be able to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Usually that is the case. However, in his family, this concept could not be applied, but the Marquis Valen's family was an exception. He lowered his eyes and looked below. This was the rose garden. Her small, white hands touched the blood-red roses. At a holiday pavilion in the middle of a garden full of green trees, he entered this strange yet familiar place, the rose garden, which could be considered an outhouse located in the corner of the mansion. Around the flower garden there are many soldiers guarding it. Although it looks beautiful from the outside, it is just an illusion. This place is known as a place of exile. He stood inside the resort, looked outside and looked up at the clear blue sky, whose sole purpose was to isolate his youngest son from the outside world. He sat down to enjoy the warm sunlight that he hadn't felt in a long time, not allowing vassals or anyone to help him. This was where he was locked up, the rose garden. Suddenly a call from behind startled him. "Young master, I have prepared a drink for you." He turned around to look at the owner of the voice. He looked over and immediately recognized a man with long hair, wearing an elegant suit and black gloves, also holding a glass of red water that stood out, especially with a loving look in his eyes. "Sincerely, the only person who took care of me was the butler, who also took on the role of servant." The person walking there was Ron. He turned around and smiled to say hello. The Ron I know is not cunning at all, so. This way of greeting is a bit strange. You reached out to take the glass of water. You didn't put poison in it, right? Ron heard that and immediately waved his hand with an embarrassed expression, making people laugh. "No, what should I do?" Seeing that, he smacked his lips and smiled at Ron. "Just kidding, I'm always grateful to you." Ron was a little embarrassed and laughed out loud. "Why?" He didn't answer, but just looked at Ron's back as he slowly left. While sipping the glass of water in my hand, I thought thoughtfully that there were a total of 11 people in this rose garden, including me. The first person on the list is Ron. One of them is Ron, the person who just gave me this glass of tomato juice. He glanced around the rose garden again, and the remaining 10 people, who were guards, always kept an eye on him wherever he was. He pondered silently. Besides Ron, I don't need to pay attention to other people, he mumbled dejectedly in his mouth. But what should he do now? He leaned back and looked up at the clear blue sky, in his hands, still fondling the glass of dark red tomato juice. "Actually, when I thought I was dead, I completely gave up, but I didn't expect that now I would be able to return to the past, so I couldn't adapt. I'm very happy because I know that now is not a dream, but it seems like I don't know if I will regress. I knew this only about an hour ago." On a tree branch a fat bird chirped loudly. He stared at his white hands. Of course he had no intention of doing anything. He pursed his lips tightly, a bit of bitterness rising in his heart. He is currently 14 years old, even though he is already 14 years old. Looking at that white hand made him feel sorry for himself, but his hand didn't have any calluses, not even a heart or something like that. He looked at his hand, smiled reluctantly. Compared to other noble families, he really wasn't qualified. From behind, a foot quietly stepped forward. That mysterious person was standing behind him and intended to attack, however he was still immersed in his own thoughts, but of course the reason for this was, he currently had no mana. A blow made him stagger until he turned pale, his face became panicked. He turned pale in disbelief. What was the situation? That mysterious man still shows no signs of stopping. He rubbed his head and blamed himself. I was so careless, it really hurt, it's been a long time since I've been hit on the head like that. The glass of tomato juice shattered along with the other person's voice. They say you don't even mention a dog while eating, right? That familiar, hideous voice made him momentarily freeze, his eyes flashing with hatred. The man with a slightly disgusting face stood in front of him and shouted loudly, "You careless, stupid-minded bastard, your brother is here and you didn't say hello." He turned black and looked towards him. Looking at his grim face, you knew what kind of bad guy he was, making him nauseous. "Fake and Valentin, he is my brother 3 years older than me and the second child of the Valentin family." He clenched his teeth, trembling with anger. The reason he couldn't practice mana, no, the reason why he couldn't practice mana. He was angry and didn't say a word but just slowly stood up, all because this bastard threatened and abused him. Jack stood up and stared at the arrogant fake Han and Len in front of him. He frowned, very angry, his indignant eyes looked at him like he was looking at a mortal enemy. His hideous face was still imprinted in his mind, even though several centuries had passed, his mind was still rippling. A scornful voice rang in his head, "You lowly creature." The guy poured a cup of hot tea directly on his head with threats that if he wanted, I could kill you at any time. Threats and contempt continued to attack the spirit of young Jack. "Unlike your older sister, you have no benefits, don't try to learn anything, whether it's real swords or magic, so, don't learn anything. He constantly threatens you, because he is afraid that one day Jack will be strong and overthrow him, so despicable. If you learn them, I will consider you as having betrayed me, and kill you." That disdainful look is still imprinted in Jack's mind, whether in his previous life or this life. As long as you possess the blood of the Marquis family, or at least still live in this house, you can only eat and wear clothes, the things we give. Looking disheveled and trembling with every word, Jack couldn't help but feel pitiful, live like a dead mouse. That fakin' guy laughed out loud with delight when he saw him like that. If he did that, who would know? He proudly picked up the cup of tea and indifferently took a sip. "I, who will later become a Marquis, can consider you my younger brother." The memories that appeared also brought back the feeling of that time. When I was a child, I was very scared. The gossip of the surrounding servants seemed to ring in my ears. Because of this shy personality, I was called the family's disgrace. He completely became a laughingstock in everyone's eyes, including the servants. Of course, this was only talked about inside the mansion. If it was spread outside, I would probably be even more miserable. The small, immature Jack was constantly subjected to both physical and mental attacks, making Jack emotionless. How sad for the third child of a Marquis family. Even the servants in the house laughed at me when they gathered together. The gentle breeze blew through the rose garden, making the leaves gently move. Right at this vacation pavilion in the rose garden, he once again faced the face that caused so much misfortune to him in his previous life. He was treated like that by everyone, and the person who caused this was the second child of the family and Earl of Mantit. The events of the past made him sigh as he looked at Phelan standing in front of him. Everything was like that, but looking at the way he behaved was ridiculous, because the eldest son of the family, we are not boys. The lovely silhouette of my older sister appeared, with long flowing black hair. She was the only person I could trust, and the only person who cared about me. With a stunningly beautiful rosy face, sparkling eyes that seemed to contain the entire starry sky, the eldest sister was 1 year older than Phelan, and could not become the family's successor just because she was a girl. That graceful but lonely back makes people feel sympathy. She is the eldest child of the Marquis family with radiant beauty who cannot become the heir. The expensive accessories worn on her body also become chains that constrain the life of this miserable sister. She will have to marry into a family that her father likes, and live a secret life because she was tricked into a small mansion, continuing to give birth to descendants. The more he thought about this, the darker his face became. That was her current situation. Looking at the mastermind's face made him unable to help but want to tear off every piece of flesh on his body and throw it to the dogs to eat, and the guy standing in front of him now was the guy who wanted to take advantage of her the most. He clenched his hands into fists, preventing himself from losing the last bit of reason. Whenever the royal family was around, this damn bastard always stayed away from the incompetent son that was him. and also his sister, me too. His eyes became more and more ferocious. This guy deserved to be finished right here. That Milken still followed his old ways and said with a cocky face and contemptuously, "Look at your eyes." He rushed forward, his hands curled into fists, wanting to teach this younger brother, "How dare you glare at me with those eyes?" However, there was no way he could fight a monster like him. He only saw him quickly reach out and lovingly grab Phelan's wrist, making him unable to get away. He turned pale as he looked at his arm being held tightly by Jack, unable to pull away. The surrounding soldiers were also startled when they saw this scene. Faken looked at his steady eyes and said each word, "You just." It's true that his confused, angry, and slightly scared face truly makes others feel satisfied. "Hold my hand, you're just a lowly person, inferior to an insect." But it's a pity, the old Jack in his mind is dead, the now Jack is a monster who has killed countless people. He grabbed his shoulder and whipped him hard, making him turn around, on the air. And then he gently landed with the crunching sound of bones and joints along with Phelan's painful intermittent screams. His pale face looked up at Jack. "What do you think you are doing?" He smiled happily and looked a bit perverted at him. "Oh God, should I reach out to help him up?" His anger began to erupt, his hand was about to pull out the sword hanging at his waist, his mouth kept cursing, "You, a lowly creature who doesn't know your place." He frowned at him and guessed that it seemed to have gathered mana. The soldiers outside wanted to intervene, but looking at this situation, they didn't want to interfere. Didn't something just happen? Just leave them alone, don't do anything, watch out for your second young master, that's it. Jack also predicted that the soldiers would let this go. I guessed right, they didn't even bother to stop, that's right. Looking at his brother holding a sword ready to rush forward, the indifference of the soldiers made him laugh. It was a ridiculous situation. However, at this moment Ron stood in front of him, wanting to stop them both. "Second young master, no." Ron shouted in a pleading voice, "Please calm down, you cannot use mana in a situation like this." Seeing someone stop him made him even angrier. He punched Ron hard in the face, causing Ron to fall back in shock. Ron's body fell heavily, falling along with Jack's heart. He wondered, "Am I worried?" "No, I'm not worried at all." He continuously hypnotized himself. After all, Ron was a person with many secrets. Milken directly pointed at Jack's face and scolded, "You arrogant bastard, I will kill you and that arrogant servant at the same time." The words he said were just like flies and mosquitoes to Jack, so talkative. He twirled his ears as he walked over, his face full of provocation. "Were you planning on fighting?" He trembled angrily, pulled the sword out of its sheath. What do you say?" Jack just now admired that sword. "I thought that sword was just for show, but I was wrong." The memories of his past life had a great influence on his body's reaction. His legs suddenly trembled, even though he had not trained or had mana in his body. He didn't stand still and watch him rush to attack him. He also stepped forward, using his fist to confront the sharp sword, but he wasn't confident. His face was filled with pride and confidence. This match seemed to have a predetermined outcome right from the start, that he would lose. Milken fiercely slashed a sword at him. He completely knew his weakness. To be precise, his power lay in the third magic circle. All he could do, even using mana and swinging that expensive sword, was a kid is just a kid. Jack flexibly dodged all the clumsy attacks that Phelan made. With clumsy swordsmanship like that, he wouldn't have planned to stab anyone. He looked over at Ron and silently said that he didn't know if it was for Milken or for the person in front of him. What a joke. He approached Milken under his eyes of extreme fear. "Should I throw him away?" "No." Jack scorned and sarcastically said, "Someone like him needs to learn a lesson to increase his intelligence." He quickly grabbed his wrist, completely blocking his movements. He still didn't realize the problem and was still talking. "Dirty bastard." Jack didn't care about those nonsense. He belonging to the third magic circle. Basically, when a person uses the mana utilization method, it will fill the whole body with mana. Ron couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at his master's unusually strong and somewhat strange temperament. He was sure there would be something in his head too. Jack smiled wickedly, reached out and grabbed Faken's head, and that was it. Quickly, both Phelan's face and hands were overpowered by Jack and completely in a passive position. That guy was definitely very scared now. He opened his mouth to speak but couldn't speak because of shock. His eyes were now more cruel than ever. He rushed forward unable to hide his excitement. "At least I have to pay back 1/100th of the times he humiliated me, isn't that fair?" Milken could not avoid Jack's attack and enjoyed it all. The direct blow to the head made him dizzy and fell to his knees. His mouth kept cursing, "You." But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed from shock. Jack put his hand in his pocket and kicked him in frustration, wanting to check the condition of this new toy. He wasn't dead yet. He let out a bored breath and turned around to look back. Now. Ron sat on the ground, looking at Jack's actions and was stunned. The hand that was wiping the blood also stopped. The surrounding soldiers could not help but feel nervous and worried. A soldier wanted to draw his sword and attack Jack to protect the other fake Ken. But nothing could escape Jack's eyes. He raised his hand to signal to stop. His eyes full of murderous intent appeared along with the threat, "Stand still, if you don't want to become like that." The surrounding soldiers heard that and also put down their weapons. That deadly ore really shouldn't be touched. After arranging the soldiers, he turned to look at his beloved brother. "Good, then." He bent down and grabbed his hair. The Jack pulled his body onto the wooden floor. It wasn't easy for his skinny body to drag a man who was so full and fat. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Lose some weight, he's dead heavy." He pulled his hair in pain and cried out softly while unconscious, so pitiful, yet so happy. He dragged him to the fountain in front of him and wanted to wash his face. "This disheveled face needs to be treated gently. This is very suitable. It's hot today, good boy, shouldn't yours cool your head?" He couldn't resist now, so Jack accepted it as agreement and then directly pushed his head into the fountain. Bubbles rose to the surface of the water. He was awake and breathing underwater. He started to climb up to find some air to breathe. Jack didn't let go. He must have been so surprised that he didn't even use his mana, which he was very proud of. He struggled and scratched Jack's hand, wanting him to let go. Thinking about it, a lot of things had happened because of this son of a bitch. Each event flashed through his memory. Not long after she was married to the Empire. The image of the cold father dying suddenly on his beloved desk. "He assassinated our brother, the Marquis, with poison." After that, he became a Marquis, and did all kinds of things cruel, just like that he was protected by the Empire. The Marquis's family under the rule of a cruel man also predetermined the outcome. The result was very clear. The Marquis's family of Valan, unable to complete any work, disappeared without a trace. Jack remembers these things, although he doesn't pay much attention to them, but also has some regrets. "I have no ties to things like revenge for my father or family. What I resent is..." He gritted his teeth, regret and anger mixed together again. He had wasted the opportunity given by her sacrifice. He scolded harshly, "Pajamas, no, you idiots." The image of my dear sister slowly appeared. She was a smart woman. His sister is like a monument in his heart. She is also very delicate. His sister's radiant smile seemed to warm the cold heart of the bloodthirsty monster that was him. He wondered, what did she feel when she came to the Empire? I cannot understand that feeling. A wedding filled with fresh flowers like in fairy tales. She, who came to the Empire just for the glory of her family. The nobles below were all smiling and blessing, probably fully aware of their situation, as the man led her away. The older sister put on a beautiful wedding dress, a pure white wedding dress that contrasted with her jet black hair. The man who would later be her husband spoke up, "What's wrong, Elizabeth?" The cold voice rang out, not like he was asking but more like disdain, "Are you afraid?" The reputation of that guy has also been rumored throughout the Empire for a long time. He is the fourth prince, the one rumored to have done all kinds of disgusting things. He curled his lips into a perverted smile. No one would come to see him. "Where are you? You're not even my official wife." Hearing what he said, Elizabeth collapsed. Her panicked eyes gradually became lifeless. She silently lowered her head, kept nodding, and smiled. The hellish wedding ceremony under the guise of happiness began just like that, because she loved her family very much. Elizabeth resigned herself to her fate and bowed her head to listen to what the fourth prince said. "Yes, I understand. She endured all the abuse. If this bastard and my father found out, she would eventually. What do we do?" He exhaled and wanted to erase the thoughts in his head. "Forget it. You could die of anger if you keep thinking about it." Suddenly, Phelan suddenly weakly spoke. His tone was intermittent and unclear. "Forgive, forgive." Tears and snot were streaming down his face. It was truly pathetic. He turned his head and begged, "Please forgive me." Phelan's face now cannot move Jack, because he has seen even more terrible expressions than that. "I am quite familiar with this face." Phelan is constantly begging, "Please." Before, when he was on the battlefield, he had seen that pitiful face no less than 1,000 times. All in all, these people have only one purpose for that face, which is the face of those who have been swallowed by the fear of death. Jack yanked his hair back. You sat down next to him. The threatening words made him tremble. Think carefully about what you have done from now on. But he leaned close to his ear and said something that made his face turn pale. His spine went cold. Oh, I'm sorry. You probably don't even remember, so what should I do to make you remember? He was so scared that tears could flow, but his mouth was locked. It seems that if you experienced it firsthand, you would be able to understand the value of family, right? Jack raised his hand, wanting to give him another punch, right? Milken was now very panicked. He closed his eyes tightly, shouted to admit his mistake and asked for his life. I was wrong, stop, please. But then a loud call pulled him back from his hysterical state. He stopped and turned his head to look. Stop. That person was Ron. Ron was worried about Jack and immediately intervened. Young master, you can't, please stop. Jack looked up at Ron uncomfortably, his hand still not letting go of Fei Can's hair. He used force to smash his head down onto the edge of the fountain. When he was done, he coldly let go of his hand, causing him to lose his center of gravity and collapse. Then he turned to look at the guard next to him, calling him over. It's you. Hearing that, the guard trembled and stammered an answer, yes. Jack stepped on Fei Can's body like a hideous insect. He coldly ordered the soldier to throw this away. He didn't care about that weak, useless body. Maybe he just didn't want to dirty the living environment. He wasn't dead yet, so take him with him and get the hell out. After saying that, he turned around and left. At this moment, the soldier hurriedly ran over and worriedly asked Fei Lan, "Oh no, second young master, are you okay?" Jack walked past Ron, lightly touched his shoulder, then went straight inside. Ron looked from his master to Fei Lan with a worried expression. The cans were carried by the soldiers on their shoulders and brought to the main house of the mansion. Jack didn't pay any attention and went straight, and just as he predicted, rumors about him began to spread far and wide. Rumors about my actions immediately spread throughout the family, and it was clear that the tribe has completely turned upside down. When Fei Can came back with half his life left, everyone was really surprised. They quickly gave him first aid, and Fei Can believed it was him. His mother saw her son like that and immediately panicked. Her face turned black and she worried about her son, who was also angry. Jacques Va's half-brother believed that he was also the future heir of the Marquis Modest family, the mother's very wealthy family. His mother fainted due to extreme anger and shock. Ma'am. The servants ran around, rushing to treat Fei Lan's injuries. They saw Fei Lan, a person who, if he didn't have any problems, would obviously become the next Marquis. Each blood-stained towel was thrown away one by one. The medicine bottles were quickly used up to keep him alive, lying on the hospital bed with his head torn open and covered in blood, gradually developing a fear of water. Naturally the entire Marquis's house would be affected by that. After hearing the report from Ron, he was not worried at all. Everything was within his calculations. He put his feet up on the table and leisurely sipped a cup of tea. Pick up a fork to enjoy the attractive strawberry cake placed on the table. Jack leisurely skewered a succulent strawberry and put it in his mouth. Although he was leisurely, Ron couldn't help but worry about him, because what happened last time could make him lose sleep due to worry. Countless rumors began to appear. The servants inside the mansion began to spread word to each other. Milken was once a talented talent who was expected to take charge of the Marquis family. He successfully reached the third round at the age of 17. So what? How could the youngest brother defeat him? The rumors became more and more widespread, spreading everywhere. He didn't even learn magic or any other martial arts. Is there any secret behind the strength of this Marquis's youngest son? So why did he decide to reveal his power at this time? Looking at Fei Lan dying on his hospital bed and being tormented by nightmares makes people worried. Fei Lan will turn 18 years old next year. He plans to give himself a title after the ceremony, coming-of-age ceremony. The servants were talking more and more enthusiastically, but could it be that the youngest son of the Marquis was also in that position? A slender figure standing behind the servants gently approached. That was Elizabeth, Jack's respected sister. She came forward with a bright face and asked the servants, "Please tell me the content of this conversation." From childhood to adulthood, the rumors after this incident became more and more widespread. The level also became larger and larger. The rumors gradually began to be exaggerated. The people living in the Marquis's house began to wonder. A man wearing a red coat stood in a study full of books, behind two subordinates respectfully reporting the situation. "He is the current head of the Marquis's family," he turned around and said to his subordinates, "calling my third son here. I don't know how the Marquis will react to this. Under the familiar colorful glass window, Rays of sunlight are shining through the glass panels into Jack's room. He was still happily enjoying the food that Ron had cooked. Today's food was also very delicious. Ron closed his eyes and bowed his head to thank Jack for his compliment. "Thank you for your compliment, young master." From outside, a maid appeared at the door. "Butler Ron." Ron went to the maids. The maid leaned in and said to Ron, it seemed like something serious. Ron couldn't help but be startled when he heard it. "What?" After the maids left, Ron returned to report to Jock, the young master. Ron turned pale and said, "Mr. Marquis, I called you to the main house." Jack was not worried at all but simply asked, "Right now?" Receiving confirmation from Ron, he stood up with his hands on the table. He quickly put on his coat and walked out the door. Ron quickly followed behind and called him back. "Please wait, I will go with you." Jack showed a slightly uncomfortable expression and refused to follow Ron. "It's okay, I'm not a child." Saying this sentence made Ron unable to digest it for a while. But then he didn't disobey Jack's orders. He stood at the door to see him off. "I understand, please be careful." Inside the main house of the mansion, the maids were busy walking back and forth. Jack walked through the crowd to his respected father. His appearance was unprecedented, especially after the recent incident. The eyes of scrutiny seemed to be firmly fixed on him. Looking at this scene made him involuntarily sigh. It had been a long time. He quickly walked forward. The servants were clearly of low status but did not show any respect towards him, not even saying hello. He was ignored like this. Jack had a headache as he walked to the door. "Anyway, I didn't care how other people looked at me." He reached out to open the office door and went in. "I hope this will end as quickly as possible." But then his actions were stopped. The two guards guarding the door used their weapons to block the door to prevent Jack from entering. Jack looked at those stiff soldiers and exclaimed, "They treated him like air." He touched his chin and thought, "Nonsense, Knight." He didn't do anything, just stood in front of the door and contemplated. He walked over and lightly kicked the leg of a knight guarding the door. He kept asking that knight, "Can't you see me? Can't you speak?" The people around saw him and saw him as a joke. Looking at the knight's cold, threatening eyes made him laugh. If it were him in his previous life, he would have left after seeing that expression, but now it's different. He kept the smile on his lips, the smile that sent chills down people's spines. "Hey, don't make that face again, or I'll break your body in two." Hearing that, the knight suddenly froze, couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What?" Jack gently kicked his leg hard. One kick caused the knight to kneel on the ground and hug his leg. "I won't say it twice, the Marquis called me." He loudly questioned those stupid knights, "Why didn't you let me in?" The other knight quickly stood up and stammered in response, "I can't tell you." His eyes flashed with anger. His tone was still calm as he asked, "Okay, what do you mean I have to wait here? You're bored thinking about these lame games, you don't deserve to be here, or standing here repenting until I let you in, stuff like this. These guys haven't changed at all, no need thinking too much." He turned around and left. Seeing that, the knight quickly asked, "Young master, where are you going?" Jack did not hesitate to say, "Where else could we go?" Hearing that, the knight still couldn't digest it. "Why?" Jack also spoke frankly, telling the Marquis to come find me if he had anything to say. Why did he call me here for these stupid nonsense? Hearing that, the two knights also gasped in surprise. Had he really gone crazy? One of the homeowner's subordinates went in to report, the young owner had left. The hand that was writing did not stop but simply asked, "Why should I leave?" The other subordinate looked apologetic and said, "Yes, I'm truly sorry, but it's the truth." After hearing the announcement, he was not angry at all but simply said, "I know." He put down his pen and stood up. He stood up with his cane and said to his subordinates, "My youngest son has changed quite a lot." The color of the sky turned blood red, a very sad color. Since returning from the main house, Jack has not made any other move, just taking a chair to sit leisurely, drinking water and admiring the scenery. Everything is about to happen. Your respected father's arrival has been planned in advance. He will come to see you soon. Suddenly he stopped drinking water. It seemed his calculation was correct. The strong afternoon wind blew away the dying rose petals. The footsteps outside became more and more frantic, seeming to mobilize a lot of people to follow. Jack bit his lip lightly, suppressing the feeling of hatred in his heart, when he mentioned the devil. The old homeowner came with a group of entourage and servants, including the mother of that useless fake hen. His wrinkled face made him unable to help but exclaim, his face still smelled stubborn. He smirked, A mocking laugh in his heart began to evaluate him. I couldn't help but laugh, because he hadn't changed at all. He walked up to him, the grimace still on his face. Jack did not stand up to do anything, he just leisurely held a glass of water and sat rocking on the chair. The unpleasant memories of him and you came flooding back. I always treated my father as if he didn't exist. He tried to kill me when he ran away from home in a previous life. A child's ultimate contempt for his father, he is the type of person who would sell his child for power. Jack is also not very interested in this person, he is always greedy for power that is beyond his reach, and lacks the ability to realize his ambitions. And that honorable father who is not worth mentioning is also the one standing in front of him, that is Marquis Valentin. I can't call someone like that father. He sat across the chair, as if it was nothing. Hello cliché, welcome. He did not show any goodwill but only questioned you, why did you do that? Jack also unceremoniously asked directly, what to do? When that stupid Millen's mother heard that, she screamed, how dare you insult him? The scene was chaotic, there was no noble courtesy in this situation, there was a dog, barking. Jack still acted like nothing happened, he sat swaying in his chair. You've come a long way, why don't we go inside? He conveniently threw the ceramic plate aside, or maybe he was going to talk here. His actions and words made Fei Lan's mother angry, and the servants who followed also turned pale and scared. The plate gently landed, a shattering sound rang out as if to alert everyone, and also started the fight between him and his father. Anger and distrust began to erupt, his eyes seemed to want to swallow him whole. He waved his hand to control the flow of mana towards him. The flow of mana surrounded Jack, he did not react, because he knew the reason why he did so, he was checking to see if he had a heart of mana. He chuckled contemptuously, I don't have a mana heart right now, he raised his eyebrows, you don't. He once again commented on you, it seems like you have martial arts talent. Jack still calmly took a sip of the fresh juice, you won't believe I've regressed, he answered him lightly, just because. Before he could speak, Fei Lan's mother barked loudly like a rabbit bitch, you insolent bastard, the child of an ordinary commoner. However, without letting him take action, that respected father promptly stopped that crazy dog, he observed him and said, I thought you were useless, but it seems you have some use. Hearing this sentence come out of his mouth made Jack angry. He gently put down the glass of juice and slowly stood up, am I not a moth, when I'm useless? Hearing that, he immediately became delusional, do you want to be recognized as my son? Jack doesn't fit either, he immediately replied without any respect and shut down his thoughts, after so much time and recognition, I'm not interested in it at all. When the subordinates who followed heard that, they were surprised and couldn't stop talking. He didn't say anything, just looked at you quietly. After a while he turned around and left, not knowing what was in his heart, very good, I heard you. You were a little disappointed with his actions. Maybe you wanted him to jump up in anger like that bitch, would he just go home calmly like that, then why did he come? But at the last minute, he still wanted to tease the bitch to bark a few more times to cheer her up, he called after her, oh, that's right, Mom. She turned around and what caught her eye was Jack's radiant smile, he sarcastically said, I wonder if it's because your second child turned out like this, that your wrinkles are 10 times darker, you should pay more attention to your appearance. If she doesn't say anything then that's it. Whatever she says is fatal, she gets mad but can't do anything, she can only hold the fan tightly in her hand, grit her teeth and say a familiar sentence, you insolent bastard. He smiled a little cheerfully when he saw her like that, seeing her face like this was so fun, she was truly a crazy woman. You don't pay any more attention to her attitude, then, please excuse me. You bow to her, a formality used at this time as an insult to her, good evening, send my regards to her second child, are you in your heart? I can't help but admire this situation, what a harmonious family. Night falls in the rose garden. Ron is reading the letter that has just been sent, to Jack and Len, the third young master, the one who caused the chaos, I punish you with 20 days of solitary confinement. Ron was a little annoyed and confused and questioned Jack, that letter said, what the hell happened just in the time it took me to go to the main building? Jack also shouted angrily under Ron's questioning, it's normal, that day, you're doing too much, you're too loud. Shut up. He frowned and sat attentively in front of the easel, you always turned a blind eye every time that guy hit me, but I was in solitary confinement. He thought for a moment about his upcoming punishment, but he didn't know what solitary confinement meant anymore. My hands quickly traced each line on the white page, haven't I been banished to this rose garden, put in solitary confinement? It's hard for you to understand the actions of your respected father. He just wants to force you to stay at home." Ron can't help but lament. His academy vacation is less than a month away, but he's in solitary confinement. Hearing Ron's words, he suddenly remembered that the hand that was quickly drawing on the paper also stopped. He turned to look at Ron with a surprised expression. "Academy, honestly, I completely forgot." He now remembered what time this was, and especially that he was still in school. "I was 14, in other words I was studying at the Kingdom Academy." It's easy to understand about going to school. The nobles of the Tetla Kingdom all have to go to the academy. As long as they are healthy enough, no one can escape compulsory education. The duration of the academy is also clearly regulated. The study period is usually 4 years. Admission is allowed from the 14th year, so I am currently studying in the first year. And the important thing is that the admission time is almost here. It is now the summer vacation after the first semester. He was still optimistic and exclaimed, "Oh, am I a student?" But another thought flashed in his mind. My master is very close to the academy. Even if I ignore other things, my master is the only thing I cannot ignore. He frowned thinking about recent events. He didn't have time to argue with the Marquis. He looked at his finished painting and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. "I thought I should go to the academy." Thinking back about his respected father's plan made him suddenly laugh. The vacation only had 27 days left, and 20 days of solitary confinement. It took about 6 days to get to the academy. He was chasing him to the academy right after the isolation, detention. Even in the past, I couldn't understand. You smiled helplessly. How could I endure these things? Ron, who had been sitting on one side waiting all this time, suddenly spoke up. "Are you done yet?" He left the easel and asked Ron, "Where was that solitary confinement room?" Hearing that question, Ron hesitated and looked at Jock with concern. He also lost patience and asked, "Have you swallowed your tongue? Where is it?" Ron hesitated for a moment and then said meaningfully, "Young master, there is only one place called solitary confinement in this house." Ron bent down and handed the letter to Jock, "The residence for criminals and criminals in the territory." Hearing this, he suddenly turned pale. "No. You never thought you would end up in that hideous place, prison." He just wanted to ask Ron again to be sure, but it seemed that even if he confirmed it 100 times, he would still have the same result. Ron bowed his head and affirmed, "Yes." The surrounding air seemed to be pressed by an invisible pressure, making Ron feel a little breathless. Jack's heart was now full of storms. Thousands of curses rang out from his mind. Damn, just wait. It was a memorable evening during the days of his regression. This summer vacation is not simply a time to rest. In fact, for the children of noble families, the vacation at the academy is not a time to rest but a time to learn new things. Maybe I saw that when I looked at Milkan, the guy with his head broken. Balls were frequent during this vacation. During his vacation, before his head was broken, he attended social balls almost every day, and met with vassals, while also doing get acquainted with other nobles. In a damp prison, where only screams and the jingling of chains could be heard. The white bare feet were such a contrast to these rigid chains that smelled of blood, but I didn't have such opportunities, even though I wasn't interested in the position of Marquis from the beginning. It was just as what everyone in the territory told me. He changed out of his luxurious clothes and put on a prison outfit to suit the situation here, that I did not deserve to be anywhere in this territory. Thinking about this made him feel uncomfortable. Those damn bastards. "You took the initiative to go to the prison gate full of guards." "I volunteered to go to the prison before the knights got to me." Her white hands without any scratches were wearing thick iron handcuffs. Ron cried and said goodbye to his young master. That face touched his heart a bit. Ron's crying face when he looked at me. Ron's tears fell down his somewhat thin face. The young master was so sad that he couldn't speak. Ron is like a sad puppy when he has to leave his owner. "Please take care." He also blushed and embarrassed because of Ron's action. "Let's go, I'm embarrassed." Now he was leisurely sitting with his arms crossed and leaning against the wall. This scene was also a bit comfortable. The inside of the cell was also fully furnished. I wonder if he cared about me at all, because there was a bed and a sink, and I also got 3 meals a day. Regular dishes are brought every day. However, Jack was not happy about this. He turned pale looking at the food on the ground. There were flies flying around, but the problem was, looking at the moldy blanket spread on the bed soaked in blood, it must have been 500 years since it was washed. Food with creepy colors and full of flies, food that even farmers don't want to touch. He sat on the bed with his arms crossed and sighed. In solitary confinement, I spent the whole day thinking, but this was a bit too much. He systematized his understanding of prisons like this: the nobles who owned the territory could punish the people in that territory, with the rules of the territory that they had created in addition to the rules of the kingdom. The same cells were also locked. In other words, a vassal had the same power as a king within his own domain. Your situation is a bit special, and you can understand, even though he locked himself in prison as if he had abandoned me, I should still be his son. He shook his head in frustration. It was not like he incited the violence, but he chose to imprison his own son. He thought again to find the reason. The image of the useless Milken quickly appeared in his mind, wondering how he would cover up the accident for his beloved younger son. How would he understand? Report that I used poison or prohibited items? No, that's a bit light. Looking through the cell window, the night was slowly falling. He would probably create a situation like this. Jack's imagination began to run wild. Jack Va believed in the family's disgrace for learning dark magic, because of his own greed. And then while he was studying, Millington discovered him. Faken spoke up to dissuade him. The second son, Faken, who found out about it, tried to convince his younger brother, but Jack Va believed instead of listening to his brother. In his imagination, Jack continuously attacked Milken with dark magic. Don't give me orders, I used virtual magic to attack you. Millington was unable to resist the dark magic and fell down, despite suffering a wound on his head. In the story he came up with, Faken was like a gentle saint. Faken walked away and patted little Jack's head, who was bursting into tears. It's okay, he still forgives his younger brother after all the hardships. What happened? He breathed a sigh of relief and felt heartbroken for the story he had come up with. Such a heartbreaking situation must have been staged in the minds of the Marquis and his wife. Thinking about this tragic story spoken from the mouths of his respected father and that crazy woman made him suddenly cover his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. Just thinking about them made me feel nauseous. Thinking too much made his headache worse. He gave up and lay down on the bed enjoying himself. Let's wait a day or two before leaving this place. I can't waste my precious vacation in such a disgusting prison. He leaned over and looked thoughtfully at the narrow wall opposite. I don't love this territory, even though I want to leave as soon as possible. There are still 3 things that make me think. His eyes gradually closed. My sister, Ron and Master, and besides all that, I'm an extremely weak person right now. Thinking about this, he immediately calmed down and counted his stats. 168 centimeters tall and 55 kilograms in weight. I don't have any muscles. For me this world obeys only one thing. His own law is very clear. The law of the strong survives. Only the strong survive, and the weak cannot even fertilize. Survive because I am strong and achieve all things. I have no intention of carrying out a massacre like I did in my previous life. He clenched his teeth, feeling ashamed of himself. There are still things I need to do to take revenge on more people than I thought. Your mood right now is like a sponge in a basin of water, so heavy. Right now I need 2 things, time and strength. Dusk has begun to fall on the academy, where he can achieve what he wants. The academy will solve both of these things. Your current ambition is really huge compared to other kids your age. I can take advantage of the time to discover my talent and increase my strength, and naturally I will have power again, that I had in my previous life. He raised his hand and stared at it as if looking into his future. To have enough strength, then I could protect my master, my sister and Ron. He clenched his fists. His determination would not be easily broken. He already had someone to protect in this life. Jack sat up and leaned against the wall full of shackles behind him. Then he gently snapped his fingers. A strong stream of mana began to run through his body. Even though I didn't like it, I should take what I needed. The gentle blue light radiating from his mana made people feel powerful but also very comfortable. A person's mana was divided into 10 levels. Regulations on mana levels are also clearly disseminated. Level 1 to level 3 mana masters are rookies. Level 4 to level 6 mana masters are experts. Level 7 to level 9 mana masters are allowed, called a high-level mana master. And finally, the strongest and rarest level is level 10, and people at level 10 are called masters. They are also called superhumans. Jack cherished a strong ray of mana inside his chest. I just needed a place away from prying eyes, that would be perfect. He turned from disappointment to admiration for his previous body. I only needed 2 hours to create a mana ring. It's really good to be young. He looked at the flow of mana moving in his hand and thought, I wondered if it was because in the past I started training mana when I was 17 years old. He tossed a small ball into the air with happy eyes as if he was playing. Suddenly remembering something, he immediately stopped his actions. Jack quickly waved his hand to disperse the mana ball floating in midair. I still couldn't let others discover this. Suddenly he heard the sound of a woman's shoes approaching his cell. He immediately made a guess. What was that sound? Did the Marquis come here to scold me? He didn't want to get into trouble, so he curled up in the blanket and pretended to be asleep. If so, his steps would be too light. In the dark hallway, there was only flickering light from torches mounted on the wall. The other pair of shoes gently stopped in front of Jack's cell door. A soft sound that seemed to melt his cold heart rang out, making him stunned. "Jack." Jack immediately jumped up like a spring. That familiar voice, the voice he longed for day and night, the voice he wanted to protect, that voice was his long, shiny hair fluttering outside the iron bars. Jack seemed like he was dreaming, someone I could only see in dreams, and someone I could only meet in old memories. The tear-stained face of the sister he wanted to protect appeared outside the bars. Elizabeth believed. Jack quickly ran over, knelt down on the ground following Elizabeth. She sobbed and touched her baby brother's small face. "Jack, you're not hurt anywhere, right?" A simple, gentle sentence made him completely remove his strong appearance from before. Tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes, not knowing if he was crying for this situation or crying for the loss. "Regretting my past life, you, my beautiful and kind sister." Outside the cell window, bright moonlight began to shine inside the cell. Elizabeth's voice rang out, her voice worriedly asking about Jack. "Jack, you're not in pain anymore, right?" He was stunned when he heard his name being called so gently. Jack, who knows how long. Then I heard this name again. His eyes looked at his sister full of love and longing. "Sister." Tears suddenly flowed from his eyes. He grabbed the soft hand caressing his face. "Yes, I'm not in pain anymore, I'm completely fine." Elizabeth worriedly asked Jack, "Why did you do that?" "Black magic, I said I would teach you magic whenever you want." With his hands clasped together, he softly said, "I'm sorry." Elizabeth was heartbroken and blamed him. "You should try to wait at the academy a little longer. Why did you come back home like that?" Seeing that he didn't answer but just remained dumbfounded, Elizabeth immediately called his name. "Jack, Jack." With tears in her eyes, she looked at Jack with a sulky expression. "Are you listening to me, or are you still in pain somewhere?" Jack didn't want his sister to worry, so he smiled. No, he was just so happy. He raised his hand to wipe the tears from his face. It was difficult to understand his answer. He was now almost certain that the beloved sister who had a miserable fate that he could not protect in his previous life, right now, right here, had appeared in front of him, an older sister. "I'm still alive, I still love you, I'm glad everything is true." Elizabeth didn't understand what Jack said and immediately worried that something was wrong with her sister. "Jack, are you sure you're okay?" Jack didn't answer my question but directly made a suggestion. "Sister, can we run away?" Elizabeth froze when she heard your proposal. Jack also clearly stated his plan. "The two of us could go live in the nomadic forest, and build a farm there." Elizabeth's face darkened. It seemed like she was afraid of something terrible. Elizabeth signaled Jack to stop. "Jack." She pursed her lips, but didn't have the courage to say the words she wanted to say. Jack still tried to convince his sister, "I know how my brother and stepmother treat me. Leave everything behind and start a more peaceful life somewhere. I can still find a place for her, who treats you well too." He looked at Elizabeth's gradually pale face and carefully asked, "Is it okay? Find someone good and start building a farm. Is that okay?" "It would definitely be great." Hesitating for a moment, he continued, "Instead of personally enduring all the Marquis's demands, she should." Before he could finish his sentence, Elizabeth loudly interrupted him. "Jack." The loud shout made him speechless. His raised arm also stopped in the air. Elizabeth, after the Marquis's unreasonable demands, still insisted on protecting him. "Don't say that. He is our father, no matter what, he is still our father." Elizabeth's words cut into Jack's heart. He held his other arm tightly. "No matter what the world said, he still loved our mother, and gave us a chance to escape life, so please stop saying things like that." Elizabeth, as if begging to tell him, "I know my father doesn't value you. I will try to change his mind about you, no matter what I have to do, that's why." She gently advised him, wanting him to endure a little longer. "You just need to endure a little more. Will you believe me?" This face, this voice, even these words remind Jack many things in the past. "I feel like I've heard this in a previous life." He reached out his arm to his sister's slender hands. "I have truly returned to the past. I am very happy." He burst out laughing. Perhaps this was his privileged sincere smile for his sister. "I was happy to be able to see her again after a long time." Elizabeth saw him like that and regained her spirit and smiled brightly. Her smiling face was like sunshine. That girl, she is truly a child. He slowly stood up and backed away from the door. Next, he stood up and said to his sister standing outside the door, "I'm sorry, can you take a few steps back?" She confusedly raised her head to look at Jack. Huh? She stepped back and wondered, what's going on? Jack began to release mana. A pale blue mana appeared. That's right, it was perfect. He waved his hand, sending a tiny ball of mana towards the door. A bright light flashed, making Eliza a bit surprised. He used law magic directly on the prison door. The lock, due to the strong influence of the mana, was immediately broken into many pieces. Elizabeth saw such a scene and immediately panicked. "Jack, I'm doing it." Jack slowly opened the cell door and went to Elizabeth. She was still very confused. "Did you just make a magic circle just now?" She kept wondering and asking him, how could he open that prison door? Jack didn't answer at all. He just slowly walked forward, reaching out and hugging his sister tightly in his arms, much to Elizabeth's surprise. His tears that had been accumulating for so long now had the opportunity to flow out again, apologizing to her. Elizabeth looked at her little brother in bewilderment. "I'm really sorry." Jack's unusual actions made her worried. She pushed Jack away, grabbed his arm and eagerly asked, "Jack, are you okay? You didn't eat anything strange, did you?" She was so worried that tears threatened to flow out again. "You're really okay, right?" Looking at his sister's urgent appearance, he was stunned. But then his eyes softened, because he knew this sister cared very much for him. Jack buried his head in Eliza's shoulder and whispered, "Yes." This time Elizabeth didn't push him away anymore. Jack also cherished this moment extremely much. Elizabeth wrapped her arms around him. Jack affirmed to his sister as well as to himself, "From now on everything will be very different, everything will gradually change." The more he spoke, the more pain he felt in his heart. Tears soaked Elizabeth's shirt. "You don't have to sacrifice yourself anymore, I will do it for you so you can do everything you want." Elizabeth heard what he said and felt a bit bitter in her heart. She silently prayed for her little brother. The two sisters kept hugging each other. Perhaps this was the only way for them to warm each other's lives. Right at this moment, Jack was secretly determined about his future direction, his eyes filled with determination and indignation. "At the gate of that dark prison, when it opens there will be a new future for you. From this moment, I learned the truth from the interrogation. The fourth prince was the one who took away my sister, in a previous life." In the prison, hundreds of torture tools are hung on the walls and ceiling. A trembling person tied up on a torture table. That's true. The footsteps slowly approached. The leather shoes made a very clear sound as they moved. The person walking over was holding a hot iron bar in his hand. The person was fixed on the table with his loose hair constantly trembling. "Even worse than what I thought, it turned me into a monster." The other person quickly confessed everything the other man asked. That person was Jack in his previous life, and after he heard that guy's testimony, he was surprised. His eyes were clearly stunned. What? Information about her sister's life appeared clearly in the other guy's story. The worst future, no one in the world knew except her. You angrily shouted at that guy, "That bastard of yours." He saw your gloomy face and immediately trembled in fear. He said each word harshly. "How dare you do that to her? It's unforgivable." He lifted that hot iron bar and walked towards that guy. The sizzling sound of meat being grilled, along with the other guy's pitiful screams, made the atmosphere in the prison even more horrifying. "I will never forgive, for the Toucan royal family, my siblings, always very close to each other." The morning sunlight filtering through the leaves. 10 years after I left home at the age of 17, many things in this world have changed. Dangerous battlefields, smoke, dust, blood and human corpses appeared everywhere. The morning sunlight seemed to no longer appear. The Tetla kingdom had disappeared, and the Valen family was also believed to be extinct. Destroy. The disappearance of some kingdoms also led to the map being redrawn. Toucan became the most powerful empire and dominated the entire western continent. The lavish palace remained there for a while, of course, and the Valen family is believed to have survived for a short while after that. A girl is leisurely sipping fragrant tea in a luxurious palace filled with servants. That girl was Elizabeth. She turned pale when she heard the news from her subordinates. "What are you saying? My family is in prison." The cup of tea in his hand also fell straight to the ground. Right after that, Elizabeth humbly knelt in front of her so-called husband to beg, "I beg you, please, please spare my family, my sister, who is the wife of 4 people, Prince Toucan at that time, begged him with all his might. She begged him to spare his family. That Ka pleaded before all the officials and the emperor there. My sister was not even an official wife. The fourth prince of the Toucan kingdom was arrogant and disgusted, pushing Elizabeth to the ground. Don't bother me with such troubles. She was like an abandoned pet at that time, disheveled and pathetic. The fourth prince clearly ignored her pleas, but my sister did not give up. In the following days, Elizabeth continuously knelt in front of the palace to pray for his family without regard for sun or rain. Please grant them mercy, I will do everything that this body can do. Her sad tears mixed with the raindrops streaming down her face. My sister knelt down and begged them in the rain for 3 days and 3 nights. And then on a beautiful sunny day, the king and the 4 princes of the Toucan kingdom went out to meet Elizabeth. And then they agreed to listen to her request, and after seeing her extraordinary efforts, the emperor and the 4th prince finally agreed to listen to her request, and at the end he still smiled, full of goodwill. From this also led to the tragedy behind. That was the first story I heard, and it was also the most touching story to spread across the continent, but starting from there was a bad future, the worst that only I know. At the magnificent palace of the Toucan kingdom. The room is illuminated by sparkling lights. Elizabeth hugged the 4th prince's arm and softly thanked him, thanking him for his tolerance. As the representative of the family, I don't know how to express my gratitude. But immediately she was forcefully pressed against the wall by him. She was afraid that her face would no longer bleed. The 4th prince looked coldly at Elizabeth. It seems like you misunderstood something. Don't cause trouble for me. He spoke out to threaten her, completely disregarding her. I can easily destroy things like your family whenever I want. Now is just not the right time. Hey, Zabet looked at him in surprise. What, prince, you're talking? The 4 emperors didn't want to listen anymore and interrupted. As long as you listen to my orders. He laughed sarcastically. Remember, just this once. From that moment on, Elizabeth was truly like a puppet being controlled to entertain Toucan's royal family. My sister became the plaything of the 4th prince, as well as the triad bastard, the prince and the emperor. In other words, the crown prince at that time treated my sister like a servant. The other nobles also did not take her in their eyes. The female nobles also took the opportunity to insult her. In that situation, there was no way that the legal wives who were always jealous of my sister would stand still. Elizabeth's later life is almost predetermined. What happens next is too easy to predict. Even a toy will one day be thrown away. The 4 emperor abandoned my sister as soon as he got tired of playing with it. And then Elizabeth's hellish days continued in another scene, and my sister was banished to the palace by his legal wives. The sound of rapid panting echoed along with profuse sweat. Jack stood in front of the place that used to be called the Valen family's mansion, but now only ruins remained. That was the time when the Marquis Valen family was believed to have been destroyed. This also made him unbelievable. After hearing about it, I became a monster. And then there was the massacre of the entire royal family of the Toucan Empire by a monster in human form. Everything with the name Toucan, just anything, anyone related to this thing, even if it's just a little bit of that guy, I will destroy it all. Queen. Toucan's royal family also fell into a terrible crisis, including the princess, the 3rd royal concubine, and the 4th royal concubine. During that process, his fire of hatred was hardly extinguished but showed signs of burning more and more. I even killed the families related to them. I massacred anyone who would share blood with those people. Even innocent children were mercilessly killed by him, completely erasing even the smallest trace, proving that they ever existed in this world, however. Until now, when he went back to the past, he told himself that he would not let that tragedy happen again. It was such a cruel future. Elizabeth was now holding her hands tightly, then carefully told him, Jack, please take care of yourself. I will choose my words to tell my father. She smiled and wanted to receive a nod from her younger brother. Okay. He immediately showed a gentle look in his eyes. However, he did not say whether he agreed or not, but simply replied, don't worry, this time no matter what happens. Night fell over the Marquis's mansion. Elizabeth walked quickly up the long stairs of the mansion. The youngest boy had changed, the child who used to only know how to hide from everyone. She remembered the warm hug he gave her. Feeling a little happy in my heart looking through the window, that's a positive change, isn't it? Even so, she still had concerns in her heart, after all, thinking about Jack using black magic. She sighed and walked to the front of the Marquis's room and knocked on the door, as I thought, perhaps under the influence of the Marquis. The sound of permission echoed from inside. Come in. In the study room, books were scattered, Probably very busy. The fire in the fireplace was still flickering. Elizabeth said straight to the point, "Please release Jack from prison." Hearing that, the Marquis immediately put down his cup of tea and asked why. Elizabeth also quickly replied, "Jack doesn't know about black magic." She seemed very certain with her guess. First of all, black magic was only mentioned as a legend, so there was no way an innocent child like Jack could know. Indeed, no matter what Jack is like, to this sister he is just an innocent child, so adorable. She looked at the Marquis, who was leisurely sipping tea, and speculated that a new thought had broken through her mind, perhaps because it was a difficult matter to bring the truth to the public eye. After a while, neither of them said another word. They just stood and one sat looking at each other, feeling like the space in the room was compressed. Elizabeth spoke again to interrupt this atmosphere, who probably knew that Jack was not interested in the position of Marquis. Father, he frowned at Elizabeth, and continued walking. She remained silent and did not speak any more. She clenched her hands as if she understood her father's deep intention for her. This was probably a warning to her child. That's why his movements stopped. He gave an amused smile. "Not bad, you're smart." Elizabeth's life had long been filled with chains, the life of a tool used to enhance the status of the Marquis. Because she was very smart, Elizabeth quickly understood. "Clear your fate." She pursed her lips tightly and looked at her father. This was a warning to her. The Marquis now spoke up to explain this matter to Elizabeth. "You know, the youngest child is not suitable for this family." Elizabeth could only stand silently to the side and listen. "Warns of what will happen to Jack if she does anything stupid or denies her destiny." He continued to brainwash her. When she reached adulthood, she would officially be considered dead. He planned for her to live this life normally in seclusion somewhere so no one would know. Elizabeth heard that and immediately believed it. It seemed like she had a lot of trust in this father. "Really?" The Marquis simply said yes as if he agreed. The dog next to him started growling. He spoke up to remind her, "So, don't forget your mission until then, the same in the future." Elizabeth also lowered her eyes and said a bit sadly, "Yes, please don't worry." But the Marquis's words really made her pale in surprise. But wouldn't it be too strange to think that it was just a coincidence that someone without a magic circle like the youngest could defeat the youngest? "The child has 3 magic bracelets." Elizabeth was startled. "The youngest child doesn't have a magic bracelet." She remembered the scene inside the prison just now, a trick of breaking the lock of the cell. So what about the things she saw before? He spoke again as if he were granting a favor. "Well, anyway, the matter is over, so let it go. As you requested, I will release him." She quickly bowed her head to thank her father. "Yes, thank you." Having said that, she asked permission to leave. "I'll ask permission to leave." The Marquis also sighed. "Okay, rest." The study door gently closed. Inside the room returned to its quiet state. The Marquis still frowned and sipped his tea. Elizabeth closed the door and leaned against the door, feeling a bit tired. Her mood is very unstable now, chaotic thoughts running through her head. She remembered what Jack said in prison, "Should we escape?" But after the conversation with her father, she became even more certain about her destiny. It was impossible. Jack. She was so hurt and disappointed in herself that she knelt down. Tears kept falling down her face. She kept covering her face and sobbing. There was no way to escape her predicted fate. A new day has come, birds flying in the sky. It is truly a comfortable and peaceful scene. After sleeping at night, Jack woke up tired and stretched. He rubbed his slightly dark eyes, not knowing if it was because of what happened last night, but it felt like he had dreamed about his previous life. He leaned back on his hands and knees. "I don't know if it was because he slept in a strange place or not, but I had a bad dream." A call from outside caught his attention. "Third young master." The prison guard opened the door, scolded him and announced, "Can't you hear me?" He was released. He suppressed his anger and looked at the prison guard, talking blankly. He crossed his arms and let out a sigh. "Whatever, as the person who ruled this world, I can't be narrow-minded." You talked casually with the prison guard. "This place is quite cozy." "That's unlucky." When he saw his things being brought to him, he happily came to receive them. "These are my clothes and shoes, thank you for bringing them to me." But when it was time to get the shoes, the prison guard intentionally grabbed them tightly and didn't let him take them. Jack looked at him a little annoyed. "Could you please let go?" He turned black and tried to suppress his anger. "I know I'm looked down on quite a lot, but this is surprising." He couldn't imagine that a lowly guard could do such a thing. A guard was blatantly showing contempt for the 3 young masters of the Marquis family. The guard still didn't realize it. Even though he didn't understand the problem, he still showed a disdainful face and a slightly threatening voice as he said to Jack, "If you don't have shoes, you can walk barefoot. Why are you staring at me uncomfortably?" Jack spoke to him in a harsh voice, annoyed. He suddenly felt like he was being suppressed, a terrifying pressure. "What?" Jack angrily walked up to him and asked, "Do you think I'm your friend?" The guard was scared by your aura and suddenly backed away. "No, just..." His legs were shaking, his mouth was stuttering and he couldn't understand the words. "No, third young master, that's not what I wanted to say." "But you were so angry now," the blue mana started to coat your fist. "To put it properly, you son of a bitch." After saying that, he rushed up and punched him hard. While punching him and questioning him, I asked if he thought I was his friend, followed by pitiful screams coming from the position of the stupid prison guard, "That idiot." A moment later, the sky was still as clear as blue, the peaceful scene contrasting with the family situation of the Marquis family. Jack once again returned to his rose garden. Just as he was about to step in, a loud shout rang out from behind. The young master suddenly turned his back to look. Ron hurriedly walked to Jack's side and bowed respectfully to greet him. He had returned. Before being respectful for 3 seconds, Ron rushed to his side to check his body to make sure, constantly asking, "Were you hurt anywhere?" Jack looked at him speechlessly. "I'm fine, should be less stressed." But then Ron suddenly noticed something on Jack's body. His eyes focused on the large blood stain remaining on Jack's shirt. Immediately Ron's mood dropped, tears welled up in his eyes again. "Young master, just what happened?" "And you had a few blood stains." Jack was helpless and rubbed him, temple and explained, "No, it's not my blood, so don't worry." At this point, he looked around and noticed something strange, so he asked Ron why there were so many people here. At this moment, Ron suddenly remembered and reported the situation to Jock. He looked at the soldiers in front of him and introduced him. "That's right, 10 infantry soldiers and 1 apprentice knight from the Iron Blood Knight Order, has been assigned to us." He crossed his arms and looked at the apprentice knight. He was an apprentice knight from the Iron Blood Knights. Ron followed Jack's gaze to the knight with blonde hair and somewhat outstanding armor and answered, "Yes, young master." He felt a bit sorry for that apprentice knight. That guy's sin was terrible, the hopes and plans he had when he became a knight. At this time, the apprentice knight was still updating the situation in the Rose Garden. "I don't think he has any desire to serve me. I can't do anything but feel sorry for him." I don't know what he heard that made him cry out. "What?" His face turned pale. "Looking at this expression, you somehow knew what it was. He must have known what I did in the prison." He listened for a while, then slowly walked towards you. He stood solemnly in front of him, the third young master. He respectfully bowed his head to Jack and said, "If it's not too much, please tell me what happened in the prison." Looking at his attitude immediately made him confused. Perhaps it was the first time he saw him. "What is this?" He seemed to be much more polite than he thought. The apprentice knight's demeanor was a bit nervous. He still bowed his head and said, "I just received news that you took the fingers and right eye of a guard." Ron stood aside a bit in disbelief. He immediately snapped at the knight. "What are you talking about? There's no way a young master would do something like that." The apprentice knight didn't pay attention to what Ron said. He still wanted to say it himself. "Even so, I have the right to know why you did such a thing." As soon as he finished speaking, Jack's regretful sigh made him a bit confused. "This bastard." He raised his face to look at Jack. "What did you just say?" He rubbed his temples with a slight headache and said to him, "Apprentice knight, is it correct for you to use the word fist in this situation?" He gently opened his eyes, the blue mana focused on his eyes again. Let's see, from the movements of his body, the sensitivity to mana. The incompetent apprentice knight that he used mana to examine from head to toe still didn't know. Jack looked down at his stance again and made a judgment, and the position of his legs. His level was around the 4th summoning round. Apprentice knight is just that after all. After considering for a while he spoke up, "I thought a hunting dog would at least know his position." The apprentice knight's face was black and angry. He didn't care about his position and wanted to advance. "Your words were too harsh." Jack didn't care at all. "What's so harsh about calling a dog a dog?" "Yes." Ron, standing to the side, heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "Young master." Jack didn't want the people under his command to be so abusive, so he angrily stepped forward and said, "Let me make it clear, your job is to stay right here, and watch over me. Didn't you receive orders to do so?" He continued calmly, "Then you can do things like cleaning during your free time." Jack stepped forward and pointed at that sturdy layer of armor and then laughed scornfully. "Don't talk nonsense to me. You want to officially be a knight, right?" Each and every word of Jack seemed to have some invisible power that made that apprentice knight tremble. "You were assigned the task of watching over me, but I keep causing trouble. You should pray. Please, please don't cause more trouble." He was speechless, his face pale, and he bowed his head to apologize. "Yes, I'm sorry." At this point, Jack started to feel satisfied and smiled widely. "That's good, at least this dog knows how to brainstorm." Of the 3 people here, only Jack felt excited, the rest were in a state of extreme tension. When finished, Jack turned around and went inside. "After all, I'm too lazy to talk to you again after you've personally arranged this matter." He also didn't forget to remind him, "Oh yeah, if you want to complain to the Marquis. By the way, you also named this apprentice knight, and since I'm too lazy to call you an apprentice knight, from now on you will be a chip. Remember to come when I call you." Having said that, he patted the bewildered Ron on the shoulder next to him and went inside. "Let's go, Ron." Only then did Ron regain his composure and urgently follow Jack. "Yes." The 2 of them left, leaving the apprentice knight with a whole bunch of chicks in his head. Chip. After walking for a while, his stomach began to protest. Jack turned to Ron and told Ron, "Ron, today I crave meat." He is also willing to meet this request of the young master. "Yes, young master, I will prepare it for you right away." The scene in this familiar house is very comfortable. Delicious dishes with meat as the main ingredient are beautifully presented on the dining table. Jack couldn't help but put on his bloody shirt and sat down to take a bite of the food he had just finished cooking. His face after eating this first piece of meat was full of satisfaction and happiness. He immediately gave Ron a thumbs up and praised your cooking skills. Ron humbly said, "You are too complimented." Ron looked at him with a worried and somewhat unfamiliar face. Of course Jack felt it. He immediately told Ron, "If you want to say something, say it. Stop staring at me." Ron didn't say anything. He turned away. His face looked a bit tired and sighed, "No, nothing." Jack looked at him with gentle, slightly sympathetic eyes. He used his fork to pick up a piece of meat from his plate. He put the piece of meat in front of Ron. "Here." Jack smiled harmlessly and said, "Aren't you hungry, Ron? There's a lot left. Let's eat together." Jack put the piece of meat in front of Ron. "Are you hungry, Ron? There's still a lot left, so should we eat together?" Ron looked shyly at his young master, who suddenly became strange. He let out a breath and tactfully refused. "How can I dare to share a meal with you?" Jack still did not give up. He immediately urged Ron to sit down. "Just sit down, I have something to tell you." Ron couldn't resist his urge to sit down. "Yes, if you say so." After Ron sat down, Jack immediately asked how his sister was doing in recent days. Ron quickly reported back that he met Mistress Elizabeth. Mistress is still normal. Hearing such information, he also smiled deeply. He used a fork to pick up some noodles as he made them while secretly saying, "You're not an idiot, right, Ron? It's like you're blaming him. You're one of the people who should know how much my sister is suffering." Ron was startled and didn't understand what Jack wanted to say. "What's wrong?" Jack brought the noodles to his mouth. Ron was still stuttering to answer. I didn't know what he was saying. He didn't answer but gently put the food into his mouth elegantly. The atmosphere became a bit contradictory. One side was tense to the point of not being able to sit still, the other side was leisurely enjoying the delicious food in front of them. Jack tilted his head and said softly, "I will say again and again that your cooking skills are always good." He began to remember the days when he peeked inside the small kitchen. From what I could remember, the fragrant pots of soup simmering over low heat on the stove were very attractive in the days when we were young. He had often looked through the crack in the door at the man who took care of him, the reason why he could enjoy meals without any worries about the world around him. Inside the kitchen was Ron as a young man, who was always careful to check to see if any ingredients were contaminated. Hearing that, Ron immediately realized that the young master he was taking care of had been observing him for a long time. The young master turned out to know so much. That was not the only thing. He smiled brightly and looked at Ron as if he was rearranging the data to see. First is about Ron's ability. You are a level 9 summoning wizard now, right? Hearing that, Ron was startled, his eyes lowered, not daring to look straight. He also didn't stop to listen to what Ron said, but told him directly, "You may know someone who has always been by my mother's side, but I cannot know what kind of person my biological mother is since she was born. She passed away when I was just born. You look at the plate of meat in front of you and judge based on your emotions, but when you look at my older sister, who everyone often says is like her mother, she must also be a very good person." Jack looked up at Ron and said happily, This is what I really feel." Ron said nothing, his hands clasped each other awkwardly. In addition to that general information, Jack immediately added, "You also help my mother avoid side issues, right?" He put down the fork and picked up the cup of tea. Her escort was also a level 9 summoning witch. Jack smiled brightly at Ron. If this were a novel, I would probably throw that book away and complain about reality. But his mood immediately dropped, the smile on his lips gradually became sad. But, it really happened. On a day of heavy rain and clouds, the sun could not be seen. The pounding sound of horse hooves mixed with the sound of rain. When I ran away from the Marquis's house in my past life, I was not alone. 2 men riding 2 large horses galloped through the white rain, and I left the Marquis's house with me, while being chased by pursuers sent by my father. Jack was almost exhausted at that time. Disappointment in the place called family and the person called father rose in his heart. Jack turned his head to look, his tears mixed with the rainwater. He still clearly remembered the image of his pursuers surrounded by a dark red mana. Those pursuers were probably members of the Iron Blood Knights Order that looked just like Chip that I had seen before. There, the Marquis sent those pursuers to kill his own son. He was impressed by a man wearing a blindfold over his left eye with great mana power. The captain of the 9th Squad at that time was a level 9 swordsman. Looking at the situation like that, he was truly helpless at that time. And then the people who stood up to fight were Ron, who took care of him, and Ron. Ron rushed up to attack the other captain to open a path for him to escape, and sacrificed himself to protect me. At that time, Ron was indeed the only remaining relative by his side. This loss was more painful than anything. He screamed in pain. "Ron!" Back to reality, under the transparent glass panes, Jack was still passionately telling stories. At the same time, Jack recounted his feeling at that time to Ron. "I was afraid of you after learning that you were the level 9 summoning witch who had been my mother's guardian." He leaned back in his chair. "But my mother wasn't really a commoner, was she?" The Marquis didn't know that fact. Ron didn't answer from beginning to end but just sat quietly listening. "She probably didn't even tell you." Jack gently placed the half-drinked cup of tea on the table. "But..." He looked at Ron with gentle eyes. The blood stains on his shirt blending into this scene was truly dazzling. "I will continue to live without knowing those things, because what kind of person you are is everything. Things we need to pay attention to right now." Ron did not resist at this time but directly asked, "Young master, what do you want from me?" Jack made a serious request to Ron. "Besides you and my sister, I don't trust anyone else here, Ron, to protect my sister." As for Ron, Elizabeth is completely capable of protecting herself. Mistress Elizabeth is someone who reached level 6 when she was 18 years old. Even though I don't protect her, no matter what, Mistress is still more capable of protecting her. Jack quickly dismissed Ron's thoughts. No, she was so kind that sacrificing herself was no longer a big deal to her. He clasped his hands together and explained, "Sacrificing herself for her family and clan, that is not the way she should live but that is the way the Marquis should live." He also clarified his upcoming plans to Ron. "I am planning to go to the academy as soon as possible tomorrow, and Moi will not return at least if there is something serious." Jack did not give an order, but sincerely asked the only person he trusted in the mansion, "For only 4 years, please stay with my sister during that time." He also brought up the benefits that Ron could gain after completing his mission, and after that he could live his own life. Hearing that phrase, Ron's face slowly darkened. He muttered it in his mouth, "My own life." He spoke up to show Ron what his own life is like, not a life where you have to follow me all the time but instead find what you want to do, until the time comes. Hey, Ron still wonders why Jack made such a request, but why 4 years? Jack leaned against the back of the chair. "I could protect my sister for 4 years, Ron wondered, from whom? Jack quickly replied, "Of course," but before he could finish speaking, a voice called out from outside the door, "The 3 young lords, please excuse me." Jack looked a little annoyed at the door and cursed, "Damn it, this is an important moment," but then still put aside his anger and spoke up to allow the people outside to come in. The room door gently opened. A pair of sturdy feet quickly stepped inside. "That Chip guy has finished making a report of the incident in the prison. I will make a report of my guard being given first aid and taken for treatment." Jack rubbed his face as if he was waiting for something. That was it. Chip understood and immediately recounted the incident in the prison in detail. "Yes, that's right. The guard accidentally dodged his fingers while he was practicing and dropped his knife." Jack was pleased to hear the perfectly woven story. The dropped knife unfortunately stabbed him in the eye and the 3 young lords, after seeing that, ran to Aiden's house, which was what had happened. He patted his shoulder and praised him. "Well done, since you are the Marquis's dog. Should I give you the remaining bones?" Chip turned pale and looked at him. "I'm fine." Jack looked at him and called out, "Hey Chip." He heard that and immediately bowed his head and introduced his name. "I'm Chompa Dan." He wasn't very interested in knowing the names of his subordinates, so whatever. A smile hung on his lips and he told Chip his request. "I want to forge a sword, so please bring me a real sword and a wooden sword." He heard your request and immediately objected. "Odd jobs are not my job." Jack wasn't angry, he just gently picked up the fork. "You're saying that at least you have the pride of a knight, right?" But to Jack, he's no more than a Marquis's dog. "You, Chip, you don't like me, right? You point the fork at him, I'll give you a chance to defeat me." Ron, who was sitting on the side listening to the story, saw his young master make such a suggestion and immediately stood up in panic. "Young master." Hearing that, Chip was a little suspicious and asked, "Are you serious?" Jack smiled and said, "Of course you saw my arm, right?" He rotated his wrist and said the conditions of the battle. "You think with arms like these that have never held a sword before you can just defeat me even if you want a hand-to-hand fight?" Chip heard what he said and immediately half-doubted it and said his guess. "Are you asking me to become your swordsmanship teacher?" I really couldn't understand how an apprentice knight could say those words. Hearing that, Jack burst out laughing. Your laughter echoed throughout the rose garden. It was the third most interesting thing I have ever heard in my life. "Just bring me a sword." Ron was worried that his young master would challenge a knight to a duel and said, "Will you be okay about that?" He hesitated for a moment and then continued, "It was a four-circle magician." Jack still calmly handled the food on the table. Then Ron asked Jack again with a serious face, "Are you sure you can do it, if you are injured?" Jack quickly interrupted Ron, "Do you want to bet with me?" Ron was stunned when he heard that. "Why bet?" He gave the content of the bet on whether I can beat him. Chip is now crawling under the warehouse looking for Jack, completely unaware of this bet, whether it's the chicken or not. Hearing that, Ron hesitated a bit. He seriously thought about this bet, that, instead of betting on who would win and who would lose, we should bet on how many strokes he would get hit. Jack heard that and laughed with excitement. "That's interesting, so how much do you bet?" Ron looked seriously at Jack, trying to dissuade him one last time. "That knight is on a completely different level than the second boy. Are you sure you will fight him?" Seeing that Ron didn't feel like he had no chance of winning, Jack was a bit speechless. "Really, you have no faith in me at all?" But then he regained his composure and confidently said to Ron, "Then bet, if I get hit by that chicken even once, you win. How about it?" Hearing this, Ron was even more surprised. After one blow, Jack didn't care and continued talking about the mechanism of the bet. "What do you think about the loser having to do what the winner wants?" Ron looked at Jack with a complicated look. He looked at him silently. "If there is something you want from me, all you need to do is give an order." Ron said honestly, "It seems that being a servant is ingrained in his blood. I am a servant in this mansion after all." Jack saw Ron's attitude and enjoyed it while chewing the meat and looking at him. "Me, saying things like that just makes me want to tease you more." He held out the fork in front of Ron. "As I told you, there are only two people in this Marquis's family that I can trust." "You really trust the person in front of you, believe in the memories of the past, my sister and Ron, it's you." Ron turned away and smiled. "It's bad to point at someone with a fork, young master." Jack looked at the fork in his hand and didn't hesitate to expose Ron. "Your face is accusing you that you like this to keep nagging while you're actually very happy." After walking for a moment, he continued, "Ron, it seems you are misunderstanding something." He looked at Ron with sincere eyes. Those eyes no longer looked innocent and pure, but instead shone with a maturity unbecoming of his age. "You see, I don't give orders to people I trust, I will ask them, help, so please help me." "Ron." Ron's eyes suddenly changed. His previously dark gray pupils seemed to light up after hearing Jock say, "Young master." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then agreed with Jock's smiling face. "If he said so, it would be hard for me to refuse." Outside the door, the knocking sounded again. Chip walked next to him and knelt down. He bowed his head and apologized to Jock. "Third young master, please forgive me for my rude actions earlier. If you need a training partner, I will be honored to be that person." Jack rested his chin and looked at him, mumbling at his feet. "So please reconsider what you said earlier." He simply looked at him, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. There were countless people like this guard, who would be rude to him right in front of him. Jack stared intently at his gradually pale face and the drops of sweat rolling down his forehead. But this indirect humiliation compared to directly attacking him were two completely different things. He probably afraid of what might happen next. That stupid action made him feel funny, that's why he kept kneeling and babbling. Jack deliberately didn't understand what he was saying. So do you want to go to a place where no one can see us? Chip heard that and immediately looked up at him. What? You pointed directly at his forehead, right? With your disdainful face and extremely provocative tone, you're worried that you'll lose to me. By the way, he also radiated a bit of pressure. The pressure of his strength combined with the pressure of the ruler made Chip not resist. He turned his face away to avoid Jack's fingers. I'm not afraid. Jack laughed jokingly. Is that so, really? You looked at him with some anticipation about this match even though he knew the outcome. Then, I guess you're confident that you can beat me to a pulp. Even though he didn't say it, that arrogant face really sold him out. Your face sold you out. Wow, it's so obvious. He happily turned around to consult with Ron. Ron, do you know a place where we can practice without fear of being seen? When he wasn't asked, he was a little startled. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment, thinking about such a place. A moment later, Ron led the group to a room with many swords used for practice. The large space made Jack admire. He changed into another outfit for ease of movement. Jack started to warm up and looked around. I didn't know there was a place like this in the basement. He went to a wooden shelf and touched the things on it and asked Ron, is this where you practice, Ron? He shook his head to indicate no. No, this was where your mother, Lady Noah, left for her 2 children. Jack wondered why I didn't know about that, Ron said helplessly. Because he didn't practice, he suddenly remembered and exclaimed, yes. Looking around this room that I just saw for the first time, thinking about that. Everything in this room is extremely new and seems to have been regularly maintained. I have never used this place, but there is not a single speck of dust. Someone must periodically clean this place. The regular cleaner is none other than Ron. He turned around and looked at Ron with grateful eyes. Do you often clean this place, Ron? Thank you very much. Ron was thanked and smiled happily like spring flowers blooming. Turning to Chip, his attitude changed 180 degrees. Hey, that chicken. This change in attitude made Ron laugh. Chip heard him calling and immediately answered, yes. He put his hand out in front of Chip. What are you looking at in a daze? Give me the wooden sword. He hesitantly said, third young master. Jack didn't want to hear anything else from him so he urged, hurry up, let's start with the wooden sword first. He respectfully raised the wooden sword with both hands and brought it in front of him. Yes, sir, here it is. He received the wooden sword from his hand. The feeling of holding the sword began to return. That Chip guy still underestimated his ability and said, third young master, you seem to be proficient in how to hold a sword. Hearing what the other guy said, he suddenly smirked, knowing how he could know that standing in front of him was a genuine monster. If we piled up all the humans and animals I killed in my previous life, it will reach heaven. But he didn't expose or be arrogant, he just said thank you. Oh sure, thank you for the compliment. He didn't give him a chance to be careless but quickly rushed forward, kindly reminded him, and took it seriously even though this was just a wooden sword fight. Chicken. Jack held the sword firmly in his hand. With extremely fast speed, slashed towards him. But with his experience, he quickly blocked his basic slashing attack. After being able to block this attack, he immediately felt proud, his heart blossomed. I could easily stop it. I'm still a newbie, because I was afraid that problems would happen after the match, so I was a bit afraid of him. While he was pleased, the sharp wooden sword pointed down at his vital point to the chicken's surprise, and it was over. The battle quickly ended in an unbelievable way, but only unbelievable for the other chicken and Ron. His eyes were extremely serious, because his body was a bit weak, sweat was still flowing. If it were his previous life, I'm afraid this guy wouldn't have had time to think of the first sentence and his head would have been blown off without any effort, already. When Ron saw the unexpected result, he was worried and surprised and exclaimed, young master. He still maintained the same posture and said to the chicken in front of him, you would be dead if this were a real sword. You smiled and teased him, didn't I tell you to be serious? Chip looked at the sword pointed at his throat and was confused. He couldn't believe the amazing speed of this sick third young master. Since when did he learn to move like this? Third young master, it was his first time holding a sword. Ron standing outside saw such a scene and froze. What did he just see? Just now the young master tried to attack but the knight easily blocked the attack aside. According to Ron's initial guess, the war would have to go in a different direction. The knights had already counterattacked, But with a 14-year-old child like the young master, there was no way he could feel relieved. Okay, as I guess. In Ron's mind, Jack's wooden sword, when blocked by the knight, fell to the ground because it could not block such a strong blow. And the outcome of the match in his speculation was that Jack would lose at that moment. When the sword fell, the battle would end like this. But he never expected that the knight's block had no impact on Jack at all. On the contrary, that parry activated his hidden fighting ability. His fiery eyes flashed at the chicken in front of him. And the series of movements that followed left Ron in awe, moving perfectly, attacking and dodging items gracefully. Looking at this match, Ron really felt lucky because the young master did not use a real sword to fight. I am sure of that, if he had been holding a real sword that day. At the moment when the tip of the sword is pressed against the neck, there will definitely be bloodshed. The apprentice knight will probably die. Ron looked at the confusing situation before him in confusion. What happened to the young master? Forget about the swordsman, the young master had never held a sword before. Right now, Ron can only think of one hypothesis about his young master. Is this what people call a genius? But this hypothesis is not very positive because this level cannot be called genius, no. Jack's fiery eyes made him reject his own hypothesis. Even a genius could not reach this level. Jack turned around very friendly and asked Chip, "Chicken, you are in your mid-20s, right?" The other guy was immersed in defeat when he heard the question and was startled. "What?" After a while, he regained his composure and answered Jack's question, "Well, to be precise, I am 23 years old this year." "You put the wooden sword on your shoulder, when will you start practicing with mana?" Chip also quickly replied, "Since I was 18. The numbers he said were impressive, creating a different view of you towards him. "So you reached level 4 in just 5 years. At this time, very few people have achieved this achievement, reaching level 4 at the age of 23. If we consider the scope of people who started training late, he is also considered talented." Jack concentrated his mana into his left eye. "Let's see." Chip's golden mana rings appeared clearly. Level 7, no, he could even reach level 8, it seemed he was aiming for the position of captain of the Knight Squad of some noble family. The sword he let go of freely fell to the ground. Jack quickly turned around and left, leaving behind Chip, who was bewildered as he watched him leave after answering dozens of questions. Third young master. He walked to the sword rack and pulled out a sharp sword. "Isn't this fun? A talented guy like him was forced to take care of children." Jack showed interest and said to Chip, "Okay, I'm starting to like you." Chip looked at the sword in Jack's hand, half truth, half false, and said, "Third young master, you'll get hurt." Jack looked at him in confusion. "What?" Jack had another laugh. Why would a loser worry about a winner? His face gradually became sinister. He calmly, his voice was a bit cold as he spoke to that chicken, "Chip." Jack walked over and pointed at his tough armor. "Let me give you a warning, the line between confidence and arrogance is very thin. What do you think will happen? Some coincidence? Will coincidence happen again because of luck?" Hearing that, he also began to be on guard, his body immediately entering a fighting state. His face was both angry and humiliated, so at first glance it was quite unsightly. "Jack here is still teasing him, that's why you're just a chick, now come here." He was extremely angry, blue veins bulging on his fierce red face. He quickly rushed forward and slashed a sword at Jack. This was exactly what Jack wanted. He excitedly rushed forward to attack, just being mocked. "He rushed to attack me like this, that's why he's only an apprentice knight." The two swords, one real and one fake, collided with each other, creating a dull sound. But he couldn't hold on for long. Jack once again sent his sword flying. The inanimate wooden sword lay lying on the ground. The sharp tip of the sword was once again pointed at his vital point. Jack was still very happy and full of energy, smiling at Chip. "It seems like he died twice today." Chip was then shocked to realize Jack's skill. How could he do that? Jack quickly lowered the sword and asked him, "What are you doing?" "I just changed the direction of the sword the moment they touched each other." Chip's face clearly showed 2 words of defeat. He hesitantly asked you, "I'm asking how you could do that." Jack also took the opportunity to introduce, "This is what you call a high-level technique, an advanced technique, why don't you want to look at it again?" After listening, he pursed his lips and remained silent without speaking. After a while, he boldly went to the sword rack and pulled out a very sharp sword. "This time I will also use a real sword." Jack did not mind at all and naturally let him use it freely. "Of course you can go anyway." He turned to where Ron was standing watching the match. Ron, hearing his call, immediately responded, "Yes, young master." Jack looked at him with a bright smile and playfully winked. "I won the bet." After listening, Ron couldn't help but sigh, but since he had bet, he had to do it. "Yes, I understand." Jack implicitly repeated his wish. "My wish is what I suggested last time, you can do it, right?" Ron looked at Jack with serious eyes and demeanor. He bowed respectfully to receive orders from his master. "Yes, young master, I will bet my life to do that." At this moment, Chip had just finished choosing the sword and stepped out. He held the sword and confidently said, "Third young master, this time will be different." Jack was still very calm and asked again, "About what?" To add to the excitement, Jack started covering his sword with a layer of mana. "How happy little chicken, you are allowed to use that mana. Your eyes radiate a somewhat crazy pressure, I will use that too." Hearing that, Chip also surrounded himself with a layer of golden mana. "Well, let's start." And then, Jack put all his strength into jumping upwards, slashing the mana-enhanced sword downwards. The other Chip also quickly brought out his sword to block Jack's attack but had difficulty. Jack's sword pressed on Chip's sword more and more heavily. This strength was absolutely not ordinary. And then the result was the same as the previous two times, the sword powerlessly slipped out of Chip's hand. He lost his sword and was immediately attacked by Jack's powerful mana beam. As an apprentice knight, he was now beaten to the ground by a kid. Not letting him stand up, Jack walked over and stepped on his sturdy, heavy armor. "You looked down at him like you were looking at a toy. It's over, right?" He had difficulty opening his eyes and frowned tightly as he looked at Jack. "Are you at level 3? The huge source of power radiating from Jack made him steadfast in his thoughts. How could a level 1 person have such power? Jack didn't look surprised at him. I could understand his confusion when he was defeated by a level 1 person. This is normal. He quickly saw the limitation of his ability. Instead of letting the mana flow evenly throughout his body, to increase his overall physical ability as was normal. You always have another more effective way to use this move. I concentrated all my mana in one location. Jack spoke up and asked him, "Now little girl, are you really going to become an official knight?" He thought Jack despised him and said, "What do you mean, if I'm not a knight, official, so what else can I do?" Inside the room is flickering firelight, the large bookcase is full of precious books. "Why do you ask me?" At the window, the Marquis was standing with his pet dog looking out at the clear blue sky. The dog enjoyed his head pats, a hunting dog, a very loyal hunting dog. Chip was stunned when he heard that, his face was pale. "Why?" Jack looked at him excitedly. "Become a hunting dog that only listens to my orders. You will be able to live a more talented life than when you become an official knight." Chip lies on the ground, his face pale as he looks at the sharp sword pointed at his throat. "Becoming a hunting dog that only obeys my orders, you will be able to live a more interesting life than a full-fledged knight." He panicked for a moment, then arranged his words, looked at the cold eyes looking at him, and asked, "May I ask exactly what I will get from being your hunting dog?" Jack was not very satisfied with this question. He turned away and exhaled. "Really, shouldn't you ask what you need to do, before asking if you can achieve it?" But then he was generous enough to let it go. Ron stood aside and was a bit nervous. Whatever. Jack also did not want him to suffer any loss by being his hunting dog but made an attractive promise. "If you become my hunting dog you will gain strength and you can achieve the new power you want." He was a little scared and raised his head to look at Jack. "So what does a hunting dog need to do?" "Your paws are still on his body, isn't it extremely clear?" With his hands on his hips, his face calmly spoke of the job of a hunting dog at his side, assassinating anyone who gets in his way and protecting him. After hearing this, Chip was stunned. He probably didn't expect a boy to have such a bloody request. Ron stood aside in surprise and covered his mouth to hide his face. He stammered and asked Jack, "Assassination, who should I assassinate?" Jack just now lifted his foot away from him. "You're not being strict, but you're letting him think for himself about who needs to take action. Think for himself and your goals." Elsewhere in the mansion, the stupid Fei Lon woke up with a pale and panicked face. "If you think about it clearly, I'll give you a day." The sharp tip of the sword pointed at Chip, making him purse his lips in hesitation. "I hope you will make the right choice, chicken." He must finally accept orders. "Yes, young master." Outside, white doves are flying under the clear blue sky. Inside, Jock was being enthusiastically massaged by Ron. He was a little worried and asked, "Young master, were you too careless?" Jack took a sip of the red fruit juice and asked Ron about what. "Drops of water drip in the bathtub. I'm asking you if you believe that piece of paper." He put his feet up on the table. looking extremely comfortable. Of course not. Hearing that, Ron was a little confused. What he said just now might have reached the Marquis's ears. Jack smiled and turned his head to look at Ron, his eyes as if to say that this was already in his calculations. Seeing Jack still smiling in this situation made Ron helplessly sigh. This is not the time to laugh, the Marquis is waiting for the opportunity. Ron said his thoughts combined with the recent situation on her side. If she found out he was leaving tomorrow, she didn't know what would happen. The white candles in the room sparkled and swayed gently with the wind. Maybe she will try to kill you, don't you worry. He proudly leaned against the back of the chair to enjoy the comfort that Ron's massage technique brought. Maybe she wanted to but she couldn't, because of what happened a few days ago. My beloved brother is still alive, afraid of water. The situation within the family after this incident also became more tense. The Marquis was probably waiting for the opportunity but she couldn't kill me, because the Marquis was supervising, and they needed me to control her. She killed me in such circumstances, impossible. Hearing Jack's certain words, Ron immediately had some doubts. Are you sure? You just leisurely sat on the bench to enjoy yourself. Do you think the Marquis would let her do that? You talk as if you have planned out all the moves of that crazy woman. Not only that I am not allowed to go anywhere outside the academy, so how will she kill me? Maybe she can only do it like trying to break my limbs. Jack happily picked up a glass of red fruit juice and took a sip. Looking at the glass of crimson water swirling in front of him, no one in this world can kill me, he spoke in contempt, a petty Marquis. Your previous enemies were even more terrible than that. King Harry, the Brain King, and the Dragon King, along with many other powerful beings, were unable to kill me. He kept holding his stomach and laughing so hard, but such a woman. Jack stretches and rotates his arms comfortably. That's interesting, thank you to the person who massaged me. My body aches a bit as I've never exercised before. Ron's face still shines with worry. Nothing, young master. Jack put his shirt back on and turned around to call Ron. He also quickly responded, yes. He knew Ron was worried about him, so he spoke up to reassure him. As long as he didn't choose death, he would be immortal. Hearing that, Ron looked at the young master with some confusion, wondering what he was planning. Jack smiled as brightly as a flower, you could say. Actually, Jack's smile made Ron feel a little uneasy. He also wanted to make Ron feel completely at ease and tell him, if you are curious about what will happen tomorrow, you can secretly follow me. Ron was a little surprised. I won't go with you. Jack's face fell a bit. No, you can't come with me, swear. However, you have another plan for Ron, you must secretly follow me. You winked at him slyly, okay. At this point, he was already being turned around like a pinwheel by Jack. He couldn't think of anything else but could only agree to follow. Yes, sir. The room door gently opened. Jack was about to go out when he turned around and called inside. Oh, right. Ron was cleaning the bathroom and heard the young master call and immediately came back. Do you need anything else? He carefully instructed him. I will make the second magic circle right now. Make sure no one enters my room. If you don't say anything, just say something that will make the listener freeze. Ron muttered in his mouth, the second magic circle. He turned pale and looked at him with an expression of disbelief, which was not an easy thing to do. Looking at Ron's extreme reaction made him confused. He shrugged and said softly, but it's simple for me. His face turned pale, he wanted to stop him but then stopped. What? I see, I will be here, young master. Outside in the hallway, his feet covered in steel were walking down the hallway. Even if the nurse was a genius, there was no way he only had one magic circle with those skills. Chip hugged his sore back, his face filled with anger as he walked through the hallway. He was still bitter about the match just now. That's right, he was a 3-round magician. That's right, he was a 3-round magician. He let out a sigh when he remembered his request. The third young master was definitely a genius, but the offer to be his hunting dog was unreasonable. He started going through what Jock had. It didn't look like he was backed by the Marquis like the second young master, nor did he have any vassals supporting him. After thinking for a while and listing, he came to a conclusion. The third young master had nothing. He remembered your steadfast eyes when you gave him the proposal. A dazzling halo of light radiated from you. If you become a hunting dog that only obeys me, you will have a more interesting life, much better than being an ordinary knight. He covered his face as if to hide from the fact that he was shaken by that suggestion. No, I was shaken by the child's words. On the other side, the servants were still gossiping. Did Lady Elizabeth really do that? I told you, the stupid Chip is starting to make plans. I should tell the Marquis about the talent. the martial arts skills of the third young master and the conversation in the basement. He muttered to himself, "This is an opportunity." The maids passing by him laughed. "Oh my God. This face of his is like a hideous pervert, an opportunity for me to stand out in front of the maid and the Marquis." The maid saw his smile and immediately exclaimed, "The knight that looks like he's having fun." With a face that could not be more despicable than that of a loser, a dog who betrayed his master, he was still dreaming of a good future without knowing that death was approaching. Even though the third young master was a genius, no matter what, the structure can't defeat the Marquis family unless he's a monster. That's common sense, this brat. Inside the room is neatly and delicately decorated with pink as the main color. Elizabeth was sitting seriously on the chair. "Your mother, a lowly commoner, gave you a chance." That scornful voice still rang out. "The talent and qualities of a great magician, are these things important?" Elizabeth, in front of those scoldings, you can only be weak and endure without resistance. Elizabeth, as long as you are still the child of that woman, her face is the only thing that is good for you to understand, or not. Elizabeth just nodded silently, her eyes filled with sadness and patience. The person who was spouting those annoying words was the bitch who barked, the mother of that stupid Fei Ken, also the Marquis of this disgusting Marquis family. She brought the glass of wine home. Elizabeth sighed. "You're so sweet, have a drink, Elizabeth." The glass of red wine was quickly poured out. The dark red color of the wine was dazzling. "Don't be shy." Looking at the glass of wine in the Marquis's hand, Elizabeth gently refused, "No." Her face was pale and she stammered, "How dare I drink in front of you, mother?" She laughed, crossed her legs on the sofa. "Is that so?" She tilted her head back and drank the glass in one gulp. She put down the glass and said in a serious voice, "The eldest son of Duke Malan's family, it seems that he is interested in you. The second son of Duke Lotus seems to be the same." She frowned and crossed her arms, smacking her lips. She was just the middle child. Saying that, she looked over at Elizabeth and warned, "I'm still looking for a fiancé for you, so make sure you know how to behave." Pausing for a moment, she sarcastically said, "Or maybe it's the person in your heart." Elizabeth heard that and quickly waved her hand. "No, there's no one." She calmly sat on the chair. "That's lucky because if you had, they would have disappeared without leaving a trace immediately." Her hideous smile hung on her face when mentioning Jack. Her youngest child seemed to have come up with some interesting tricks. Elizabeth heard the Marquis mention her younger brother and immediately became nervous. "Yes." The words she said were probably due to information passed down from that dog who betrayed his master. He had to try so hard to change himself, he never could have imagined. That dog came to report these things to the useless milk can. That knight was ordered to assist by my son. Elizabeth tightly grasped the hem of her dress, weakly and patiently not resisting. That bitch suddenly burst out laughing like she was crazy. "The thought of her trying to get rid of me with a guy like that makes me feel funny." Elizabeth pondered. She couldn't understand why her immature younger brother was like that, the reason why he had such thoughts. It was because of grandmother and father, but I need to restrain myself, she told herself, otherwise the pressure would be even heavier on Jack's shoulders. She bowed her head and mumbled, "I understand." She has a wrinkled old face and a skirt slit up to her thighs. It's so frilly. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts, but Elizabeth, I'm glad you understand this. After speaking, she stood up with her hands on the chair, saying that I will continue to find a fiancé for you, so continue doing what you should do. However, she did not leave immediately but approached Elizabeth. Moreover, I only said this just in case. She placed her hideous hand on Elizabeth's trembling shoulders. She wrapped her arms around Elizabeth. "If you dare to think of leaving someone, or something like that," Elizabeth would be startled and scared because of her action. The rotten words from her mouth whispered into Elizabeth's ears like brainwashing. "You know what will happen, right?" Her laughter and threats made Eliza stunned, so she could only timidly respond, "Yes, I know, please don't worry." After finishing, she left. Before leaving, she did not forget to sarcastically praise Elizabeth. "What a sweet daughter I am, Elizabeth. It's almost time for dinner, don't be late." There. Looking at the back of her leaving, Elizabeth in a low voice, "Yes, yes, mother." Sunset falls, the sky turns a magnificent orange-red color. Inside the mansion, the servants were busy preparing dinner. The elaborate and delicious dishes are presented on delicate plates placed on the table. The Duke's family quietly ate, completely without the feeling that this was a family meal. Suddenly the dining room door opened. The people in the dining room saw people coming and were surprised and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Jack completely ignored the servant's obstruction and went inside, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. As soon as he entered the door, he sarcastically said, "The country is not doomed. Why is the atmosphere at the dinner table gloomy like this?" Elizabeth saw his appearance and immediately turned pale. She exclaimed in fear, "Jack!" His beloved father also frowned when he saw his presence. Jack did not hesitate and pointed at himself with a cheerful tone. "After all, I am the noble third young master of the Marquis house, so at least there will be a place for me at the dining table, right? I should have a meal with your family at least once." Just recently, a few minutes ago, Jack was still in the process of creating the second magic circle. There are two ways to use mana. The first is to circulate the mana created evenly throughout the body. This transfer of mana can directly affect the physical abilities of the body. The effects of this method of use are also very diverse. It can enhance senses, intelligence, and most importantly, strength. The first way is the usual way. The second way is to bring energy into the existing system, and concretize it. This would normally be used for witchcraft, things like fireballs, ice, arrows, and inferno being prime examples. On your side there are two typical examples, Ron and Chip. Ron is the ninth summoner wizard and Chip is the fourth swordsman. That is why the energy users are divided into witches and swordsmen, and I am a swordsman. The sunlight shines through every glass window. Even though I'm a swordsman, I don't think I can use magic. His eyes slowly opened, a bit of light blue mana still remaining in his eyes. He successfully created the second magic circle. A stream of blue mana surrounded his body, and light flashed on his chest. Ron stood guard on one side of him and also stared at him. Seeing his eyes, Jack immediately asked, "What are you looking at?" Ron was silent for a moment then replied, "It took me 2 months to do that." Jack hugged his legs and lay down on the chair. "Really 2 months?" He bowed his head to show certainty. "It took me so long to reach the second round." He just answered nonchalantly and then looked at Ron. "That's right, it really took several months from the first round to the second round." Seeing the young master staring at him like that, Ron felt confused, but Ron only had 2 months, and the regression exam like his was really difficult to pass. Jack looked at Ron and praised him. "You are very good, just like I thought you were really good, Ron." Ron also said his thoughts before, "I don't think I should believe in someone who can achieve the second round in just a few hours." Jack lay on the chair listening to him. "So what?" Suddenly he remembered something and asked Ron, "What time was it?" He quickly took out a pocket watch from his pocket to see. It was 5:48 p.m. "Young master." Jack's stomach suddenly growled. He propped himself up and sat up. "What? Time passes so quickly." Jack was about to change clothes when he heard Ron report, "It's time for dinner. Do you need to prepare steak as usual?" He shook his head in refusal. "No, no need." He rubbed his chin and thought, "Wait, the main hall will prepare dinner soon, right?" "Without further ado, you immediately go prepare. I've made a decision." Ron sitting on the chair heard Jack's decision and immediately stood up to stop it. Slowly, "Young master, you can't, Mr. Din, are you going there?" Jack gently turned around and signaled Ron to be quiet, at least letting them know we were going to debut tomorrow. And so the first scene appeared. Jack was sitting at the dining table in the main hall. The servants inside are all very worried. Jack reached for a large grilled chicken thigh. "The food here is really delicious." Jack Muth holds a chicken leg on one side and a glass of wine on the other. "It is very enjoyable." The main hall serves very luxurious dishes. Even though he thought so, his words made everyone around him angry. "It was delicious but not as good as what he did for me." The atmosphere at the dinner table was already tense, but now his presence made it much more tense. The Marquis and that useless Faken saw him as if they were seeing an ancient enemy, life. After a while of eating, Jack leaned back in his chair and rubbed his swollen stomach, thanking him for the meal. Suddenly a call made him stop licking his fingers. "Jack." It turned out to be his respected father. He sternly asked, "What did you come here to say?" After hearing his question, his mouth couldn't help but curl into a mischievous smile. He licked the remaining food stains on his fingers and said, "Sure, why did I appear in this place, father?" The Marquis looked at his normally shy third child and was now so bold and frowned. "I thought you were sick but you must have lost your mind." Jack didn't say anything but just looked at him and smiled sarcastically. "Why are you making such a face? You're making the atmosphere awkward." A spark of electricity seemed to pass between the two of them. The rivalry could be felt with the naked eye. Elizabeth stood aside. Palin tried to stop her younger brother. "Jack, Let's go out and talk. If there's something you need, I'll do it." But before she could finish her sentence, the Marquis raised his hand to signal and remained silent. He seriously sat up straight facing you as if wanting to probe. "It's good to let me hear what you're trying to say." As if he had achieved his goal, he grinned crookedly. He looked at the crazy woman in flashy clothes who was trembling with anger in front of him. "I will return to the academy tomorrow. I cannot stay here another moment with this gloomy atmosphere." His eyebrows relaxed, a fatherly comfort that shouldn't have appeared on his face. "If you say so, then fine." He seemed like he couldn't wait for you to leave and said, "Let's leave early tomorrow morning." Jack smiled somewhat reluctantly when he heard what he said, even though I didn't say that to receive it, his permission. There was no reason to stay anymore. Jack stood up, pulled out his chair and wanted to leave. I was very happy that he allowed me to leave so easily. But walking like that was a bit unsatisfying, so he changed direction again. "Okay." His eyes fell on Fakin again, who was trembling from the moment he arrived until now. "Brother, how have you been lately?" He conveniently picked up the expensive bottle of wine on the table. "I heard that you can't drink anything because of your obsession with water. You must be very thirsty." His smile was a bit perverted looking at the red liquid swirling in the glass bottle. Even if he was an older brother who always beat me when he felt bored, he was still my family. The more he listened, the more he trembled, his limbs almost no longer obeying his control, which seems quite a pity, right? Jack laughed as he put down the glass bottle. The wine in the bottle poured directly onto the dining table, a blood-red color that was dazzling, because this was wine, not water. "So do you want to take a sip?" Drops of wine fell on the table like rubies, sparkling in the candlelight. Fakin was already scared, but now he was even more scared. He ducked back, his eyes extremely frightened. That crazy woman saw her son being looked down upon and immediately stood up and shouted, "You rude brat, how dare you cause trouble here?" But every word she said when it reached your ears was like a bitch going crazy and barking like crazy. There must have been a dog barking somewhere. Jack turned around and waved lightly and left. I was saying everything we need to say. The scene in the restaurant right now was so tense. Milken completely collapsed. He just held his head and trembled. Elizabeth watched her younger brother leave. An indescribable emotion arose in her heart. That crazy woman almost couldn't control her words. She scolded Jock, "That vulgar son of a bitch." Her wrinkled face looked so unsightly. "I swear, I won't ignore it." His walking footsteps also stopped because of her words. He looked at her with provocative eyes. "Sure, I will wait for it." After that sentence, an uncontrolled stream of curses rang out from the dining room. "That disrespectful brat, that insolent bastard, I will rip that insolent brat's neck right away." She seemed crazy and cursed Elizabeth. "Elizabeth, what the hell did you teach your younger brother?" The maids in the dining room looked at this scene and immediately became afraid. "I think I've seen the third young master completely wrong. I didn't think he would be able to anger her to such an extent." "Neither did I." Looking at the table covered in red stains from wine spilled on, the maids couldn't help but sigh. "Should we start cleaning up before we get caught in it?" "I think we should clean up." After the stormy meal the night before, dawn began to break. Contrary to the Marquis's words, nothing out of the ordinary happened throughout the night. But he was only impressed by the teachings of his dear sister Elizabeth. She grabbed his hand and continuously hit him. Jack also followed along and asked for forgiveness. "It hurt so much, sister." I said, "I'm sorry." "Well, except for the fact that I was scolded by my sister who followed me out." Sitting in the carriage, he lifted his hand and lifted the curtain to look at the scene outside. The lush green mountains in the distance were eye-catching. His entourage was also different from the standards of other noble children. So how could the departure of the son of the Marquis family be prepared so simply? So simple, but nonetheless it looks quite luxurious. Inside the carriage, he crossed his legs and looked at the interior. It had nothing else but a comfortable place for him to sit. Riding on one side of his carriage was a silver-haired knight. He had green eyes, mysterious silver hair, and healthy dark skin. He was probably a level 6 knight named Ryson who was in charge of this operation. His face had a big scar. The attitude he looked at Jack with was also very disrespectful. The way he looked at himself was full of suspicion. With his decades of combat experience, Jack immediately knew his intentions. He did not fight the snake, but waved his hand and smiled in response to his scrutiny. He must have had some plans, some plan that the Marquis had given him to carry out. Chip also followed this time, his face still as tense as ever. Suddenly outside the car door, a gentle voice rang out. "Jack, are you really okay?" Elizabeth rode a majestic white horse to the carriage. She worriedly asked, "Should I let you go with me?" Jack didn't want his sister to suffer, so he reassured her, saying she was fine, already. Elizabeth was also sharp and recognized this somewhat strange lineup. Mom seemed to be planning something, so she really should go with me. Jack heard what she said and immediately smiled, as if a warm stream of water flowed through his heart. I'm fine, didn't I already tell you? He used an extremely calm and confident face to look at his dear sister. There are many things that are about to change from now on. I'm really fine, so you don't need to worry about me. Jack once again assured his sister, and she knew that there was no way they could kill him. Elizabeth couldn't force herself to hear her younger brother say that. She sighed and her face suddenly turned dark. That's true, but still. The space suddenly became quiet, only the sound of horse hooves and wooden wheels running on the road could be heard, and the mountain scenery nearby also slowly passed by. After walking for a while, Jack immediately reminded Elizabeth, "You should go back. How long do you plan to follow me?" Seeing her younger brother so determined, Elizabeth also had no choice but to hold the reins tightly and turn around reluctantly. Okay, but you still have to be careful. Ron also followed the bed and returned with Elizabeth. He with a worried expression no less than Elizabeth looked at Jack. Are you really going to be okay? The atmosphere in the main building is not very good. Looking at that worried face made Jack suddenly chuckle. He was making the same face as his sister. He smiled at him and repeated his previous promise. I will be fine, remember your promise. Yesterday, right? For a while, Jack used his mouth to say each word to Ron. Afternoon, today. Ron's eyes softened and looked at Jack. Of course, the young master. And then Ron and Elizabeth returned to the mansion, leaving Jack to continue his way to the academy. Rai-san was still nervously staring at Ron and Jack, who were talking on the other side of the door. Ron's eyes curled up in a smile. I still remember, after all, that was his request. Jack felt relieved when he heard that and lowered the curtain. Okay, remember to take care of my second sister, go back and don't leave my second sister alone. This time, Ron decisively turned his horse around and left. Yes, then please remember to take care of your health. Of course, this was all part of his plan. Ron would watch this operation from behind, and then he would know what happened. He had no reason to be nervous, so he put his legs up on the chair and put his head down to sleep. I guess you could call it a gift from me to Ron, the person who worked so hard for me. He yawned loudly. The blue clouds in the sky just floated by. It must have been because the weather was so nice that I fell asleep. There's no reason not to reward yourself with a comfortable sleep in this atmosphere. Okay, I'll take a nap. Outside, the night Rai-san looked in and saw that he was sleeping. His scrutinizing eyes immediately disappeared, replaced by eyes filled with murderous intent. Sunset began to fall. The sky was dyed a magnificent orange-red color. And then the moonlight gradually appeared in the starry sky. Jack slept so soundly that he was drooling in the car. He slowly opened his eyes. Jack slowly opened the door and used his cane to get out of the car. It was already dark. Why didn't anyone wake him up? Outside, the accompanying entourage also began to unload luggage. It seemed they were planning to set up camp here. Jack walked with his cane to Chip's side. Without warning, the two suddenly looked at each other. Chip still had that humble expression, staring at little Jack standing to the side. He also quickly looked back at him with calm eyes. Suddenly he flashed a bright smile towards him. He spoke indifferently, meaningfully asking him, Chip, I guess you decided to do it." He also replied with reluctance, "It has become like that." The sound of rustling footsteps and the collision of iron armor accessories rang out. Jack leisurely caressed the stick in his hand. "Okay, that's your decision, I don't intend to change it." And with an elegant demeanor, he leaned against the side of the car, leisurely watching Chip walk towards the group of Resurrect people standing in front of him with all the weapons in hand. What can we expect from a Chip, other than think like that? Rai was respectful during the day, but now he raised his face and crossed his arms arrogantly. "Since you already understand the situation, I won't have to say too much. Jack has a lot of free time right now. Why don't you enjoy this play a little longer before these extras return to their motherland? No, try talking a little longer, at least I'll listen to you, from start to finish." That guy Rai-san also responded very well and told them their plan. "We will take you to the academy within 4 days. We will always set up camp at night." Jack was still extremely calm, listening to all this as if it were not new information but confirmation, and Rai-san's face suddenly showed a perverted smile. Perhaps dogs also have the same smile. "He just kept telling you the disgusting plan he would carry out on you. Every time we set up camp at night, we would break all your limbs, and use magic potion to heal you when the weather comes. Bright. Jack gently twisted the stick on the ground, still very calmly. Then what? Rai-san quickly announced the name of the person who gave him the order. That's exactly what intelligence is. The Marquis ordered us to do this. You're still leaning against the carriage. What are you doing? That guy suddenly revealed his real plan. You probably didn't expect this. We already knew about you creating a mana circle. He gave a perverted smile. His eyes sparkled with malicious amusement. We will destroy it. On the contrary, normal people would be scared when they heard about this, but he was just a little surprised by that crazy woman's plan. What? Destroying this mana ring is really not easy for the person who was destroyed. Destroying the mana ring in the heart means a death sentence. It is possible to regenerate a broken mana ring, but the chance to regenerate mana by going through that arduous process was a 1 in 1,000 chance. Not only that, but then becoming a cripple for the rest of his life. The soldiers with heavy armor stepped on the pretty little flower petals, from the shock of the mana wreath being destroyed, and they intended to do it to me. Rai-san arrogantly used the sheath of his sword to poke Jock's chest right where the mana ring was. But this dog guy listened to the information a bit carefully, but it's still lacking. I heard everything from Champa. I heard that you are not only talented with mana but also with swords. It's nothing. He constantly attacked Jack. It was true that it might surprise others, but to you, it was nothing special. He slowly pulled out his long sword with a smile that couldn't be more disgusting. You can't change anything with just talent in mana or swords. Stop resisting. You will only cause trouble, just more pain for me. He glanced around. The porters were hiding next to the carts. Wasn't it quite tense over there? Leave them alone. Nothing good would come of meddling in a noble's match. Jack also somewhat understands this atmosphere. After all, he has experienced it before. I know this atmosphere well. It's like I have returned to my hometown. Looking at that sharp sword slowly coming out of its scabbard, he suddenly remembered that he was a demon sword. Things from the past keep coming back. Even though I've been through days of peace these past few days, the scars of the past are deeply engraved in my heart. No, my past experiences will never disappear. He called softly, Ron, are you there? The bushes nearby made a rustling sound as if implicitly affirming him. Looking at the sharp tip of the sword pointing straight at him, Jack remained calm and slowly told the story. You see, I have been on a mountain for 10 years. That guy inexplicably licked his lips like a dog looking at Jack. What? He slowly picked up the stick with both hands, continuing his story. He met my teacher there and she taught me many things, and when I went down the mountain after her death there were many things. Has changed. The Valen family believes in the fallen kingdom, but I don't care. I don't care who dies or lives. Rai-san still pointed his sword at him, a disdainful smile still hanging on his lips. What exactly do you want to say, third young master? His expression remained unchanged as he slowly pulled out the small sword from the stick. But there was one thing I always thought about. Speaking of this, his face suddenly frowned, his voice became somewhat firmer. The sword was completely unsheathed. What happened to my sister? Elizabeth was standing on the balcony looking into the distance. Her position was very smart and talented. I thought that at least she would be lucky to find a husband because she didn't have a family, happy family. Elizabeth looked up at the deep sky with worry in her heart. I'm sure Jack will be okay. Her eyes were sparkling with tears as if they were about to overflow. I hope nothing will happen. Jack is still telling his story. As long as she lives happily with the person she loves, I will forgive everything. Those people probably weren't very interested in your story. They just looked at the sword you pulled out and burst out laughing. Third young master, you're so scared that you've gone crazy. No matter what you intend to do, how can I resist that thin sword? Jack didn't care about these future remains but slowly walked forward. You see, revenge is better than you thought. You released mana as you walked, making them alert, so great that it drove you crazy. A stream of blue mana that was not glimmering like a circle of mana but very powerful was emitted from his body. You are right, Rai-san, I cannot do anything with swordsmanship alone. His eyes gradually turned blue as he looked towards them. Because I had made the Marquis and his wife so agitated, I could bear them breaking my limbs once. You clasped your hands and tightly grasped your thin but powerful sword, destroying my mana ring, but you can do many things with overwhelming talent and power. The mana started to explode. He shouted at them, now I will show you right here. A stream of dark blue mana struck down like a bolt of lightning. Jack jumped up and slashed the sword down at them, as fast as a tornado. Rai-san still doesn't know that danger is approaching but still looks indifferent and looks down on you. Third young master, what can you do with a shabby summoning bracelet like that? Before he could finish his sentence, a feeling of pressure weighed down on him, forcing him to swallow the remaining words into his stomach. At that moment, they all instinctively felt it. Without saying much, he and the traitorous dog Chip immediately raised their defenses. If they didn't kill the child standing in front of them, they would die. Jack was now in a frantic fighting state. He once again created a powerful whirlwind of mana, a hurricane. Blue veins appeared on his face, his blue eyes sparkled with anger and death. Two powerful sword slashes were slashed again, this time completely destroying their formation and tearing you all to pieces. He could understand the choice of Chip Hoi, or Kem, had not regretted his decision until now. Instead of choosing an unremarkable third young master, anyone would have chosen him. Choosing the second young master with countless people supporting him was the best choice, but what the hell is happening right now? A completely different third young master, a third young master as strong as a life-stealing death god was fighting with him with an amused smile hanging on his lips. This overwhelming power shocked him. At the moment it was as if time had stopped. Kem felt it. His thin sword could not withstand the power radiated from him and broke after the final attack. Dead bodies continued to lie on the ground, long streaks of blood staining the green grass. Jack looked at the group of people and then looked up at the sky. Mana was still swirling around him. He softly called out to Ron, who was hiding in the bushes nearby, "Ron, come out here." The rustling sound in the bushes sounded again. Ron, who had been hiding in the grass all this time, heard Jack's voice calling him and immediately looked at him with a worried and surprised face. What did I just witness? Not only that, even all the servants. Ron walked up to Jack. He still didn't say anything after Ron's exclamation. Jack started panting. This is... Ron immediately noticed the young master's abnormality. Jack took a deep breath and explained, "This is one of the first 4 moves of a total of 8 sword moves that I have perfected in the Transcendent Realm." His face gradually turned pale, his breathing became a bit heavy and rapid, although you wouldn't know what that meant. Ron also respected the young master's privacy. He made no move to question or doubt Jack, but only speculated according to his thoughts. "I don't know anything about him, but it looks similar, with the results of using mana rather than moves." Jack put down the sword and turned to walk towards the carriage. "So whatever, if you have medicine, give me a bottle," Ron called out worriedly, "Young master." Right after that, Jack leaned his hand against the carriage, clutching his chest in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ron shouted in panic, "Young master." Jack continuously coughed and choked. Each time blood spurted out, it seemed like the injury was not light at all. But the response to Ron's worry was Jack's concealment. He just seriously told Ron, "It's okay, if you have medicine, give me a bottle." Ron did not hesitate to rummage through his pockets, his eyes never leaving the young master's back. He also quickly found the medicine bottle and opened it and gave it to him. Jack struggled to sit with his back against the carriage and then raised his neck to take a sip of medicine. Finally, he drank the entire bottle of medicine and his body condition improved significantly. Seeing Jack like that, Ron couldn't help but be curious. If I didn't have medicine, he would die. Jack looked at Ron and smiled confidently. "I told you I wouldn't die. You always prepare medicine for such emergency situations." Looking at his red face as if he was about to cry made you emotional, "And I knew that you would use it for me instead of for yourself." "Why do you know?" "Because a similar situation happened before." At that time, Jack and Ron were both close to death, but Ron used his last strength to gently help Jack up and give him medicine, saving his life. He remembered the past and looked at Ron with a smile, thinking about it because we were busy enough with running back, so we didn't have a chance to say this. His sincere eyes looked straight into Ron's sad eyes. "Thank you, Ron." His arm holding the bottle of medicine hung down. The remaining drops of medicine flowed on the red ground like blood. Why do I find it so difficult to say something like that? The me of the past was such an idiot. Ron had now pieced together the events from before until now. He also vaguely understood his young master, knowing the future was precisely his secret. Jack didn't hide this from Ron anymore. Going back in time, yes, going back in time. He put his hands on his knees, wanting to use them as support to stand up. Ron stood to the side and worriedly asked if he was okay now. Jack looked at his hand and then made a little holding motion as if to test his strength. He felt that he was much stronger than before, probably because he was using top-notch medicine. He also replied to reassure Ron, "I guess I'm healthy enough." He stood up straight and took a deep breath. "Let's see." Jack walked in front of Rai's corpse. Conveniently reached for his sword. He took off the cumbersome outer layer of his cloak, tied the long sword to his waist, and this was enough. His eyes looked back at the corpse of Chip, the dog that betrayed its owner. "You spoke quietly, Ron." Ron, who was always watching his back, heard the call and immediately answered, "Yes, young master, you said it was nothing but that Chip was dead. You walked over and used your foot to stomp on his head like a bug. I was planning on training him to be my henchman." Ron also voiced his thoughts when looking at Chip. For an apprentice knight, you could say he made a wise decision. Jack also agreed with Ron's thoughts. That's why he was just a foul Chip from the beginning. I didn't see any hope in him. But then he turned to Ron and asked him, "But Ron, yes." You looked at him with probing eyes. It was a bit strange for someone to not be surprised after knowing your ability to turn back time, to not even be surprised by my ability to turn back time. Is there something that makes you curious? Jack's casual question caused Ron to be engulfed in a series of question marks in his head. Something that made me curious. Ron stared at the ground. In fact, he had worked in the mansion for many years and was also a well-informed person, so he could roughly guess what would happen to the Marquis's palace in the future. I could imagine but think of it being destroyed. He looked at Jack and sighed, and judging from his reaction, the process certainly wasn't pleasant. Jack leaned closer to him and whispered, "I could tell you but it's better not to say it. But if you're really curious, I'll tell you." Jack gave Ron a devious smile. "What do you think? You're curious?" Looking at Jack's expectant eyes, Ron still maintained his stance and hesitantly replied, "No, not really." Jack was a bit disappointed, angrily pointed at Ron. "You're so boring." Ron didn't understand anything but kept apologizing. "I'm sorry." You asked another question as if to pique the curiosity deep in his heart. "So aren't you curious about what happened to Ron in the future?" This time, he was indeed a little interested but not much. He scratched his head and said, "I wonder if he will survive." Ron confidently talked about himself with strong affirmations. "I'm not someone who suddenly died." But Jack's words crushed his confidence. "You're right." Ron suddenly froze. He didn't seem to believe it, so he asked again just to be sure, "What?" Jack looked at Ron with an extremely serious expression. "You died unexpectedly." Ron's bright face immediately disappeared. His mood sank. "I understand." Looking at Ron now, he looked like a puppy who had made a mistake. With his ears and tail hanging down, Jack had to speak up to reassure him, not to be too depressed about something like that. After saying that, he climbed back into the carriage. "Let's rest a bit." Only then did Ron regain his composure and turned around to say yes, yes. Jack went into the car, closed the door, lay straight on the seat, put his hand on his forehead as if thinking about something. Outside, Ron went around to check the corpses. These soldiers died without closing their eyes, because even when they died, their faces were still extremely frightened. Perhaps they never expected this to happen. Ron raised his hand to stroke their eyes as if sending them off to the end of their journey. He also silently assessed the power coming from this attack. A sword move, an attack that killed 25 people. No, I don't know if I can call this a sword move. Looking at the wounds on their bodies made him momentarily surprised. They all died from being stabbed in the heart, but it wasn't like they were stabbed with swords. How did he pull off such an attack? Inside the car, Jack was struggling with pain from both his body and his mind. That torment made him tremble involuntarily. "Young master." Ron looked at Jack's carriage with a deeply meaningful face. After all, he still cares about his young master. "Back in time, what kind of life did you live, young master?" He observed the movements of the carriage, his mind filled with thoughts. "Will this really be okay? I'm so worried." Jack woke up after hearing a urging call from Ron. "Young master, young master." He sat up, holding his throbbing chest. Ron looked at Jack's unfavorable condition and immediately worried. "He has taken medicine but he is really okay." Jack was sweating profusely and lifted the blanket. He didn't hide anything inside. "So it's you, Ron. Am I okay?" "I'm not okay at all. It hurts like hell." Ron knelt on one side of Jack. In his hand he held a worn earth-colored cloth bag. "I understand. Inside that cloth bag are bottles of crimson medicine like the one you just drank. In addition, there are many gold coins. I have searched all the knight's belongings and there are 5 bottles of first-class medicine, 63 gold coins." Seeing such a large amount of money owned by knights with a small salary made him suspicious. Jack laughed and said, "Nonsense, I guess even the hunting dogs also brought suspicious money." Jack reached out and took the cloth bag in Ron's hand. He saw that he was holding the bag but not using the medicine bottles inside, so he wondered, "Don't you plan to drink it?" Jack sighed and said, "Now there is no use in drinking it." He took out 3 bottles of dark red medicine from the cloth bag, similar to Ron's bottle of medicine just now. "It's your payment for the medicine bottle." He nodded and took the 3 potions. "Yes, this is not alchemy, His top potion has turned into 3 high-grade potions. Jack stood up and got out of the carriage. He also followed behind, looking at the scattered corpses. Ron immediately asked Jack's opinion, what he intended to do with these corpses. Jack did not care and simply said, just leave them alone, they will just get eaten by monsters or be found by someone. He was really tired of looking at corpses piled up like this. Ron was a bit worried about the Marquis's people, they would be suspicious if he was the only one not among them. Jack picked up his luggage and suspiciously asked Ron and me. He wondered, by whom? Ron helplessly replied, by whom else, the Marquis. He put the other cloth bag in his luggage trunk, his face clearly showing satisfaction as he looked at Ron, even though he doubted he wouldn't be able to harm him. Ron immediately spoke his mind, if I were him I would summon you immediately. Jack started to get excited about betting again, wanting to bet or not. Learning from last time, Ron resolutely turned around and refused this time, no, I will lose again. Jack squatted down and sighed in frustration, that's right Ron, you're too smart. Jack frowned, propped his chin and squatted down, looking frustrated. Ron knelt directly in front of Jack, making him a little surprised, believing that he had something to believe in. He was extremely satisfied with him. Jack touched his lips and half-jokingly asked, no one else knows that you are here? Ron confidently replied, of course. Jack asked, are you sure? He quickly explained his motive, I had created an illusion, right now I was probably cleaning the annex. Next to the annex the maids saw Ron sweeping the floor and planted a sycamore tree right there. The butler said he was very loyal to his job. After Ron finished speaking, he stood up. Jack stared at him intently. The illusion, the level 9 summoning circle could be considered a copy. Ron was thinking about the present, but Jack had already thought a step further, even imagining the scene where Ron was arrested and escorted before the Marquis, where the Marquis could question him about what happened here, today. Interrogative spears will be pointed at Ron when the Marquis knows what happened. Jack also advised him on how to deal with it. If the situation gets worse, just tell him that I was the one who did it, and in worst case scenario, if the Marquis looks like he's about to kill you, just tell him this. Ron asked curiously, telling him something. Jack's straightforward, serious eyes became determined and a bit bloody, looking straight into Ron's eyes. If you or she died, it would be the beginning of the end of the Marquis family. After his words, the space became strangely quiet. Ron stood still, his face a bit lost. He was making me worried somewhere. Seeing his tense attitude, he immediately laughed. It was just a hypothetical situation, don't make such a serious face. He looked around and pondered, I can only hope. A very small wish but also a big one, a small thing but very difficult to do, is that the Marquis will act like a father to her. You could say I am giving him a chance. Final meeting. Ron hesitated for a moment and then asked him, but did he really have to go to the academy? He calmly said yes. Ron still couldn't stop worrying and continued to ask, what if the Marquis summoned him? You've already thought of all of this, the academy has rules, right? When he heard the explanation, he immediately understood and bowed to say goodbye to the young master. I understand, then I will leave here. His face seemed to be against him, the word don't wanna go was written all over his face. From the look on his face, he definitely wanted to follow me. Jack patted Ron's shoulder and reminded him that it would be fun, but now is not the right time. On the way home, remember to be careful with the monsters. Ron couldn't bear to leave, so will I see him again in 4 years? Jack raised his hand and waved to Ron. This last word was not an order but a request from the bottom of his heart. No matter what, please take care of my sister. After Ron left, Jack sat in the carriage thoughtfully for a while. Ron also left, so let's see. He spread out his fingers to calculate the schedule, considering that he had set up camp 3 times in the mountains from the Marquis's family to the academy. Jack muttered in his mouth about the route. It took 4 days if going on the main road but still took 4 days if going on the mountain road. After thinking for a while, he picked up his luggage and started walking. Looking up at the starry sky, he was immediately sure that there was a village somewhere nearby. Jack walked to the front of the carriage and untied the horse's tangled ropes from the carriage. He stood on the stirrups and wanted to climb onto the horse's back. But no matter how hard I try, I still can't climb up. I have strength, but I'm short and I still can't climb up. I can't get on horseback. After struggling for a while, he was able to sit on the horse's back. Jack was tired and panting. Having a small body was so inconvenient. So he started riding the black horse leisurely forward, crossing small bridges. But under that peaceful scene, More than 20 people died. It's so peaceful that you won't believe that such a thing happened not long ago. He looked up at the full moon with its gentle light in the starry sky. I don't intend to go straight to the academy. The woman tied up in chains, the woman that Jack waited for every second of every minute. I felt sorry for Ron and my sister, but the priority now was my teacher, the one who allowed me to continue living. The person who helped him break the invisible chains surrounding that weak and timid body as well as save his entire failed life, gave me enough strength to take revenge, and turn myself into the biggest idiot in the world, life as a human being. That woman in front of humanity was just a shadow whose face could not be clearly remembered, but in his heart, that woman was a god, even though she had been forgotten, she was the one who stood at the pinnacle of magic, dark, she is a terror to those who remember her. Jack sat on the horse's back, his heart pounding, making him wonder how long it had been since his heart was beating so strongly. After wandering for a while in the forest, as he predicted, there was a small territory inside the forest, a Bela, the domain of Baron Bela, a vassal of the family of Duke Asenbo. He noticed an inn along the road. An inn, should I stay the night here today? There was a group of children laughing and playing happily in front of the inn. The atmosphere was cheerful and comfortable. Looking at it for a while, he suddenly smiled and then concluded, from the children's faces, this must be a great place to live. Jack pushed open the door and stepped inside the inn. Inside was indeed an extremely cozy space. The guests here discuss stories from heaven and earth, events from far and near. The dishes displayed on the table are mainly bread and sausages. There is also a brown dog that is so sociable that it seems like he has known him from his previous life. Who is this? Jack petted the dog for a while and then went to the table, hoping that no one would come to talk to him today. But as soon as he sat down behind him, a strong voice spoke up, "This is the first time I've seen such a young guest come here alone." A girl with healthy skin and milky coffee-colored hair, scars on her face like traces of fighting monsters, and most of all, a beautiful, flawless soul, the form in hand warmly asked if he wanted a meal or a room. Looking at an unbelievably friendly person and dog in front of him made Jack feel shy. A worker? No, she looked more like a mercenary. He gave 3 coins and said his request, "I want a meal and a glass of water, and a room. I left my sword next to my horse so please bring it to my room." She smiled with all her eyes, said in a warm voice, "1 penny is enough, I will bring you an apple pie, a Bella's specialty, and another steak because you are growing up." Her face made him a little scared, not scared because of the danger but scared because he was too enthusiastic, because he was a child. "Would you like to drink milk or beer?" Jack quickly answered to get it over with, "Milk is fine." After ordering, she immediately left, leaving the dog to serve the guests, "So please wait a bit while I play with a knot." Jack rubbed his temples, "Sure." He looked at the 2 remaining coins on the table, excitedly. This seemed like a good place to live. She didn't intend to trick me as someone clearly from out of town. Jack gently stroked the dog's soft fur, probably because the war had not yet broken out here. The dog looked at him and smiled with all his eyes. With the experience of someone who has lived through 2 lifetimes, looking at the dog's innocent smile makes him feel a bit helpless. You don't even know what your future holds, you carefree thing. He let out a breath, looked at the dog and exclaimed, "Well, living carefree and not knowing anything might be better." Suddenly a loud voice caught his attention, "Hey, have you heard that?" The table behind was discussing very enthusiastically, "I heard that this time they intend to completely wipe out the seeds of that evil spirit. I heard that they are planning to let a large number of MANHWA users participate because of the scale of the plan, very big plan." The man on the other side said excitedly, "Why is it such an unnecessary thing that even the Toucan Empire avoids attracting attention? How can we do it with only 20,000 MANHWA users?" When Jack heard their story, he was a little surprised. "Now we have become a joke to the world." Thick steaks are being cooked deliciously on the stove. I mentioned it before, the super elite forces, the Iron Blood Knights Order are currently assigned to the magical beast forest to carry out their mission, conquest. And all of these things were implemented by the rulers, represented by the king. By order of the king of Tetla gathered the private army of each family. These soldiers were assigned a special mission, and it was decided to send them to conquer the forest of magical beasts along with the mercenaries. And that forest of magical beasts is actually a beautiful and majestic forest, a giant forest with a towering mountain range called the Grand Canyon as its base, one of the neutral zones despite its appearance, normal. But inside contains things that are not ordinary, but it is the home of monsters, ogres, goblins, Eve, bird-winged female monsters, and Agumi. These monsters are actually very useful to humans. The blood of monsters can be used as raw material to make medicine, the tendons of ogres can be used as bowstrings, and monsters called parh, made from iron are used as materials to make weapons and armor. There are many other uses. The feathers of the harpy are used to make women's items, and goblins are kept as pets because of their appearance. The dog was enjoying Jack's caresses. The reason they were trying to conquer a neutral area like the forest of magical beasts was probably because of human greed. He put his chin on the table and thought, not only that, this conquest will fail no matter what, how much more will they lose this time? He began to remember the events of his past life in this battle. The Iron Blood Knights had lost 1/3 of their troops, and the private armies of the other nobles had lost the same amount, a terrible defeat. The consequences for this war must be mentioned. Because of this defeat, the king of this country lost the affection of the people and the support of the nobility. Jack thought quietly, perhaps that was also the beginning of internal division within the empire, and about a year later, a civil war broke out, I think. The beer glass was placed heavily on the table at the same time as Jack's thoughts were blurted out, because that king was the source of the problem. That glass of beer that was placed down belonged to the blonde man sitting next to him. He was drunk and started talking nonsense. I swear that if an incompetent person came to power, the man next to him would immediately stand up, cover that man's mouth tightly. Do you want your head blown off? The guests sitting around also began to pay attention to them. The man accompanying them immediately forced a smile to relieve the situation. This guy was extremely drunk. Jack rested his chin and silently assessed the group of people. He was truly fearless. Countless people had been beheaded for insulting the nobility and the king. Suddenly he appeared again in the conversation of the next table, but had he heard about the third young master of the Marquis family? The blonde-haired man was already drunk and asked, "What about him?" The man accompanying him immediately said, "I heard that the third young master of the Valen family believed to have used dark magic." When the others heard that, they immediately started talking. "That brat, I even heard that he had gone to jail." It was really funny. Jack sat on the side helplessly listening to them tell the rumored stories. "The family brat, that Marquis family is sitting next to you guys." The blonde man was also a little confused about this, but how could that brat learn to be so dark? Haven't the dark magicians died a long time ago? The pink-haired girl sitting at the table also used her hand to hide her sarcastic smile. "Isn't that the Marquis family's idiot? He must have come across it somewhere." From behind, the girl from before came carrying a tray of food. What a joy! Jack looked at the huge table of food in front of him and wondered at her words, happily. Jack raised his hand to touch his face. He couldn't believe it, but he suddenly smiled naturally. "I didn't even know I was smiling." The girl suddenly felt at home and sat down in front of Jack. "Would you mind telling me? I'm bored and there aren't many guests here." Looking at the cheerful and sociable but somewhat mysterious girl in front of him, he just smiled and said, "It's nothing. It seems like the third young master of the Marquis family is an idiot." Jack also briefly explained his smile. "I overheard it because it was very funny." The girl was still very sociable when answering him. People are usually like that, they judge things based on rumors that they can't see with their own eyes. Hearing that, he also looked at her for a while and then asked, "What about you?" The girl heard him ask that and immediately didn't understand. "What about me?" Jack also casually explained to her, "About the assessment, that's it." The girl gasped as if she understood, her face still showing a smile, and said, "Of course I evaluate everything after I have seen it with my own eyes, rumors are just rumors." Jack picked up the steak knife, his face showing a hint of amusement, "But there are times when the rumors are true." The girl put one hand on the table, showing a relaxed look, laughing loudly. "Is that so?" Jack also leisurely replied, "That's right." He cut a piece of apple pie that was baked until golden brown and brought it to his mouth. The sweet honey and apple pieces inside the cake really make people flutter. He took a bite, his face immediately returned to that of a child. He silently scored this cake, but of course it could not surpass his multi-talented butler. Not as delicious as the one made, but still quite good. "Delicious." The girl opposite suddenly spoke up, "Even so." She crossed her arms over her chest next to that beautiful soul. "That's just my thought." His chewing motion suddenly stopped and looked towards the girl. She winked mischievously, her tone carrying a lot of meaning. "But since the third young master of the Marquis family is more attractive than the rumors, I don't think it's true, right?" After carrying the food in front of Jack and hearing the news, he saw that he was quite happy, so he started a conversation with him, by talking about rumors about the third young master of the Fox family. "Thanks to that, Jack, I just noticed that A.B. Lott is an objective person, and it was also A.B. Lott who stated the opinion that, because the third young master of the Marquis family is much more attractive. I don't think that is the truth, right? Jack stopped eating, stunned, and looked at the baby with eyes full of surprise. Jack seemed to be frozen by her words, so he stared in one direction. "What's wrong?" Abolo asked. Her hand cut the steak so Jack could eat it more comfortably and comfortably. Perhaps Abolo was used to serving customers, so what Abolo was doing for him, Jack, is also an aspect of her business. The lady leisurely finished her work, but also took a quick look, seeing that this lady was not ordinary. From the scar on her cheek, her healthy and strong body, and more, mercenaries often come here. While Jack was looking at her and making a general assessment of her, Abelot finished cutting the steak and excitedly handed the plate of meat to Jack, who immediately said his conclusion. She was the manager of the detective guild. Adventurer, right? At first, Abolo was a bit surprised because he didn't understand why this boy knew his main profession, and also because he was surprised by the excellent and sharp analysis of a young boy who was so talented. Detailed look, but it was also that thought that made her smile after a moment of surprise. Jack leisurely ate a piece of apple pie. Of course he wasn't just guessing. There are many mercenaries in town. They are people who wander around town looking for work to make a living. They accept to do everything, from fighting for lords' territories, or being assigned to do daily tasks, to even more dangerous jobs, hunting monsters. And such jobs are introduced through the town or the adventurer guilds and territories. And usually places like that were built near accommodation, so she was definitely the manager of the adventurer guild. Jack wiped her mouth and said, "She must have a lot of time." Jack continued, "Managed the branch, and also took care of the inn." He groaned, spreading his arms as if it was just a normal thing, even though it was my main job, but there wasn't much to do these days, and this place wasn't a big territory. Then sighed, he sneezed out and continued to speak, "I also need to make money, don't you think so?" Jack heard that and immediately guessed that it seemed like the inn he was staying at was a place owned by the Adventurer Guild. Jack had a compliment for his boyfriend. She was doing something daring. Hearing those words, Jack's girlfriend burst out laughing. Jack looked at her and thought even more. Jack saw that even though he was famous, he was known as the idiot of the Marquis family, and right now he was no different from the stories that mercenaries told each other when they were drinking. But I had the feeling that she found her identity in a ridiculous place, and here she was just a branch manager of the guild. He looked at him and suddenly remembered something that caused him to reveal his identity. The scene changed a few minutes before he entered town. The horse's hooves stopped in front of the city gate. Jack happily said, "See." Jack said loudly to the horse and also to himself, "I know there is a town nearby." After a long journey, Jack felt tired. His whole body was hungry and extremely tired. But when Jack and his horse approached the city gate, there were two guards in full armor, swords and spears shining. They stopped Jack and began to ask him why he came and who he was with. Replied loudly, he needed a reason for a wealthy person like him to present information like a commoner to enter the city. Jack felt the need to go faster because his body was about to be unable to bear it, so he pulled out from his chest the red crest, a picture of a golden bird flapping its wings, along with a word of prestige. This was enough to solve the problem. "Do you like it?" The guard immediately recognized that it was the Marquis's coat of arms. He appeared panicked because he was seeing a prince of the country, and found it difficult to keep his head. He quickly bowed his head and apologized for not being able to recognize the prince's descendants, as if he were blind and could not see the mountain. Jack leisurely rode his horse into the citadel. The two guards did not forget to say sorry to him and wished him a good time in the citadel. Jack praised him, "Sure, good job." Jack just put a piece of steak in his mouth, added important administrative information that no matter what matter, whether important or not, you should not contact the guards like that without the Lord's permission, and then told him, she probably heard it from the guards guarding the city gate. He finished chewing the piece of beef and then added the last few words, "It was very dangerous." When he heard the end of the sentence he burst out laughing. "Are you worried about me?" Jack smiled back, "Just for now," and then he thought, in his opinion, at least now she's trying to be nice to him even though she's heard rumors about him. And the image of the knights and her brother appeared in his head. At least she was different from her brother and those knights. A calf smiled brightly and said thank you to Jack. Then she held out her hand, implying that she wanted to shake hands with Jack. A.B. Lot actually wanted to introduce herself more. She smiled brightly, said loudly and clearly, "I am the branch manager of the Alave Association of ACB Low Town," and did not forget to say my full name. She let him know, and he was a lot. He held her hand and shook it a few times. It turned out that while talking, he hadn't introduced himself to her yet, The two of them talked like old friends reunited after a long time. No wonder they forgot. That's basic politeness, but I realize that her last name is Abilot. And the name of this territory is also Abilot, meaning she must be related to someone in the local nobility, or is most likely the lord's daughter. Jack asked bluntly, "Are you the first child or second child?" I was delighted with Jack's recognition, scratched his head and said, "You are the third child, your brother is the lord of this land." Jack began to have a little interest in this noble friend. She was attached to the job of a commoner even though she had royal blood. Jack took a sip of milk, complimented him. She was great. Jack asked Abilot about her identity. Don't nobles often marry women around her age? Most of them did. Abilot scratched his head and replied, "She loves doing this job. Besides, no one in her family wants her to be sold." Jack fell into silence, feeling a bit jealous of his family's ideology, feeling that it was a world away from his own family. "What a wonderful family," Jack said. While comparing herself with Abilot's family, Jack realized that she is actually a very happy and optimistic person. She freely jokes around with Arnold, her dog, and whenever on her face, his face still kept that smile. And it seemed that the dog also enjoyed playing with her, clinging tightly to her and not letting go. A calf rubbed the beast's belly and asked, "So what is a young master like you doing alone in a place like this? Where is your escort team?" Jack just put the piece of beef in his mouth and leisurely answered his question, "An idiot doesn't need a bodyguard." Abilot heard that and his mouth opened wide. Anyone who heard it would have thought it was a joke. The girl suddenly spoke emotionally, praising Jack for being interesting and saying that as she thought, he had a personality completely different from the rumors. Jack discussed with his friend that he needed someone. Because the road he was about to take was long and far, it was impossible for him to go alone, so he needed to hire a few escorts. Immediately her entrepreneurial spirit arose, so she immediately asked how much. Alato asks for a reward. The Jack decides to pay 2 gold coins in advance and the rest after reaching the place he wants. He was so happy and praised Jack for being a generous person. The black dog next to him immediately made a happy face when he heard that. It seemed like he knew he was going to have meat to eat more often. After the deal was finished, Jack sat down to calculate. It was true that Jack was a bit generous when he gave 5 gold coins, while the merchant only had 30 zinc coins per person, and the way to calculate or convert in the kingdom is quite simple. 100 cents gets 1 coin, 100 coins gets 1 gold coin. The rules for exchanging money are simple. After eating the meal, wipe your mouth with a towel and leave a thank you note for the lottery owner. At this moment, Abilot was holding the black Jack, happily asking the Jack if the money for food and services was separate and not included in those 5 gold coins, right, and didn't forget to promise that he would have it all ready tomorrow. Jack understood how much he loved money after a few words, so upon hearing that, he immediately reached for his bag, opened it, and pulled out the bag of money. 3 gold coins sparkled in Jack's hand. He said slowly, afraid that if it was too urgent he would forget, "These are 3 gold coins, prepare them for me. If there is a cart and horse then very good." Abilot leaned his head against the bull, looked down and kept saying, "You're such a generous guest." After she finished talking, she immediately handed the key to Jack, telling him not to worry about anything, she would only gather the best and most experienced people. Jack left the table and went back to the room he had just booked. He seemed to have a lot of confidence in his abilities, not to mention that with an interesting person like her, nothing bad would happen in the city. Where is the town? Jack approached the second floor of the inn. There were rooms next to each other, a chandelier hanging in the middle and the space was extremely clean and tidy. Jack opened the door and looked around a bit before going in there to rest. Jack leaned back on the bed, comfortably quiet, his eyes closed and enjoying the feeling. Jack with dull eyes, feeling sleepy and tired all over la. Jack closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but when he thought about it, he had to fart. But it is impossible to resist this fatigue. The dark space covers the surroundings, the moonlight shines down creating an extremely magical scene, the surrounding space is so quiet that even small sobs are enough to echo around, someone is crying. The boy's face appears and disappears in the light and dark picture, the moonlight spreads down on his chest with a cold gray light like metal. The boy is still crying but seems to be trying to hold back so as not to make plaintive sounds. From where the boy looked up, like a frog sitting at the bottom of the well looking up at the night sky, the bright full moon above, contiguous with the mouth of the well, created perfect balance, but inserted into that scene was the chains were tangled and scattered. Someone spoke loudly, "What a poor child." A hand with a chain wrapped around it approached him, leaning out as if wanting to help the boy up, without feeling any malice. The little boy looked at that hand in horror. The voice from before rang out again. Will he continue to live helplessly like that forever? The boy shook his head, tears streaming down his eyes. That person slowly appeared under the moonlight, bright and dazzling because the chains around him reflected the moon. His kind hands and long blue hair looked like a woman. Whether kind or not, must be a crime, but incompetence is a serious crime. Do you want to change? The boy opened his eyes wide and stared at the woman, his ears ringing with those words, making his heart flutter. Her image appeared more clearly, wearing an animal fur robe, wearing a black thigh-slit jacket inside, looking like a wild adventurer and seemingly very strong. She was kneeling on the ground, the chains around her seemed to be sealing her into an earth wall, the earthen chains were large and strong as if they were tying up a ferocious beast. He knelt next to her, hesitantly. I want to change. The woman clasped her hands in his, squeezing tightly. With her other hand she grabbed the hem of his cloak and pulled him closer. She said, very good. Then she took advantage of her position and hugged him, whispering the words, from today, you will call me master. Jack opened his eyes wide and woke up. It was just a dream. Jack suddenly sat up, his whole body was hot, he gasped. The first rays of sunlight of the day appeared, signaling that dawn had awakened in the town of Acb-Loa. The scene gradually brightened with increasing activity among the town's population, people working and chatting. Jack put his hands on his knees behind his head. It seemed like the boy wanted to sleep a little longer, but the sun was shining brightly outside the window and the noise of the residents was getting louder. Jack grimaced and let out a sigh. Hey, it's morning. The door to the room suddenly opened, light shining in, brightening the whole room. From somewhere, A-Lot stuck her head into the room and shouted loudly, telling Jack that everything was ready. It seemed like she thought he was still sleeping, so she deliberately did that to wake Jack up. Jack heard A-Lot's sound and immediately jumped. I was shocked, grumbled, and knocked on the door before entering. The black Jack also casually put his head inside, looking at the Jack with admiring eyes full of love. Then it jumped at the Jack, knocking him down with the weight of the legendary dumb jockey. With a very loving gesture, the Jack slave clapped all over Jack's face, happily as if he hadn't seen her for a long time, while Jack uncomfortably held his head still to prevent him from going deeper, grumbling, what the hell is this, the first thing of the new day? The scene moves to the hallway of the apartment building. Jack is walking down the hall to prepare for his journey. He yawned as he walked, lazily carrying his luggage and walked down. The waiter immediately glanced at him. Then very quickly she became cheerful, radiant like a new sun. You woke up, you must have slept well last night. Jack flashed a smile at her, and he continued, that's why I prepared a high-quality carriage. Then she turned to the tall, muscular mercenaries right there, saying that she had recruited extremely talented people for your escort team. Looking at the two guys on the other side, he remembered that last night they must have been the ones who spoke ill of him, but now they were the ones who would escort him on the upcoming journey. Those guys recognized who he was, confused. Say hello, we will obey, master. A middle-aged man, wearing a dark green cloak, his hair seems to be gray, his arms crossed over his chest. He is the leader of the Fire Ant team, the team in charge of escorting him to Thatch Sun. His name is Jandu. Jack repeated his name. Perhaps he was impressed with that name. Jandu, Jack said, that's the name for anonymous corpses. Jack saw that he used a code name and was surprised, perhaps to prevent any unforeseen events from affecting his real identity. Jack shook Jan's hand, said that his name was interesting and Jan took it. Be honored by that. Jan does estimate the distance and time from town to Thatch Sun and he concludes, it is quite a long journey from here to Thatch Sun, and does not include the small towns where we will stay along the road. In the middle is a deserted area, so we will camp outdoors twice. Hearing those words, it was clear that he was very familiar with the road and terrain. Jandu kept talking, basically talking about the abilities of the other two people in the group. Jack yawned and interrupted, in short, I don't have to do anything, right? Jandu smiled brightly, that's right. Jack did not hesitate and immediately acted like he was the employer. He immediately gave Jan his luggage and ordered, okay, let's go now, I'm tired. And three people shouted, yes sir. The whole group walked out the main door when Jack suddenly turned around, probably forgetting his belongings or wanting to say something to A-Lot. He complimented me, you introduced me to a rather interesting mercenary. A-Lot winked, he's a real veteran, then gestured okay. Obviously, the people he chose for Jack are abnormal people. Under Jack's eyes, hidden things will be revealed according to what he observes. First his Ron. Although he claims to be a level 9 summoner, he is hiding his identity and power. He is definitely not a normal person. Also, in front of this Jack, level 8 mercenary Jandu, he also seems to be hiding his strength and identity behind that name. A.B. Lot said to Jack when he saw Jack's judgmental eyes. She burst out laughing. "Didn't you say you wanted a veteran?" Jack smiled back as if to respond and also as if to say thank you to her. "I think we will meet again." A cheerfully holds his hands together in front of his stomach. "How about that? So next time let's drink beer too." Jack winked. "One word struck my heart. Maybe I'll drink whatever you offer." Then the whole group of people left the inn. Abelat also followed but only stood as far as the door. Then she still maintained that cheerful and cheerful attitude, waved to Jack on the other side of the wall, said her last wishes, "Have a safe journey, dear little guest." As soon as Jack's group left the inn, they headed straight to the edge of the forest where there was a rushing stream in the distance. The carriage's wheels were still spinning steadily, moving forward following Jack's orders and Jandu's guidance. Jack lay on the roof of the carriage, his head resting on his forearm and his eyes closed, enjoying the cool and fresh things caressing him. Jack opened his eyes and looked up at the clear blue sky, white clouds drifting above his head and the sunshine was gentle as if comforting him with a warm and comfortable feeling. Jack whispered in his head, "What a beautiful day." Jack's luck passed through his palm, thin light blue threads circling around from his wrist to his fingers. Jack looked at it passionately, feeling that he was much better than yesterday, maybe perhaps because he had someone accompanying him, he also felt much better. Jan looked at Jack, his eyes carefully observing him meticulously. Jack felt somewhat embarrassed and not really comfortable. He wondered why this guy kept staring at him. Then Jack stood up and pointed at the blonde guard. He called him and asked suddenly, "Hey, that person, you probably know who I am, right?" The guard was bewildered and only responded with a yes, like "I don't understand anything." He replied miserably, "No, I just heard that you were the son of a noble." Jack at this moment relaxed his facial muscles a bit, replied to him, "Oh really?" and sat on his knees listening to the guard talk about what he heard about you. "Yes, the branch manager said she thought you were leaving, travel around the world." Jack continued to talk to the guy about travel. "Oh, but I'm curious about something." That guy heard that, so he seemed ready to answer his question by shouting, "Yes, please feel free to ask me anything." Jack reached into his chest, seemingly planning to take out something. Jack then threw his crest into the blonde guard's hand, telling him to take it. The guard stammered, "Isn't this the crest of a noble family?" Jack added, "From the look on your face it seems you know what it is, but don't know specifically." Jack said, "Over there is a family of Rag Marquis. It's called Val and believes it will soon collapse, right? This is the family name." Jack sat down on his knees and started talking to his guards. He started talking about the family and the news as if it was bad and about to collapse. In the distance over there was the house of the Marquis family. The goddamn title is about to collapse, right? That's the crest of that family. After Jack finished speaking, he paused for a moment with a loud laugh. The guards looked at Jack as if they didn't understand what he was talking about. Jack suddenly turned serious and spoke softly, thinking carefully, "I believe there must be someone in that house called an idiot, right?" Then Jack smiled again. His face was radiant. "You know that, right?" Jack wasn't smiling happily, but he was attacking the psychology of those who followed him. Jack continued to insert another knife into the psychology of the accompanying bodyguard. The idiot had just gone to prison a while ago. From the moment he learned of the family's crest and believed it was in his hand, the blond man suspected thought of something, and then after hearing Jack say it, he felt even more scared. Jack added, "That's funny, it seems like they already know Jack's status and trust him, because it's not difficult to understand when Jack said it almost out loud." Jack continued, "After I was released from prison, it seemed like someone had spread the news that I used black magic or something." The guard was still shaking, like a fear that he himself wanted to end. "I want to leave but I can't, so I have to go together." "What's the matter?" stuttered Jack asked in a friendly tone. He trembled, feeling even more scared than before, stammering an apology to Jack. Jack smiled faintly. "Well, the rumors weren't completely wrong. After all, I really know a little black magic." Jack said that because it was his master who stood at the pinnacle of black magic, so even if he was just a swordsman, he knew more or less about it. However, it's difficult to explain. This time he propped his chin up, pressing his face close to the stammering guard. "Why would I use something like that, when I already have this fist?" Then Jack tried to scare others again. He suddenly pointed at the other guy, "And you," the bodyguard, saw Jack pointing at him and suddenly faltered and couldn't say anything other than yes. Jack looked down at him. Why didn't you do anything when this guy was mocking me? You stopped him when he spoke ill of the king." You said that whole sentence with just a soulless laugh. Then he lowered his voice and spoke slowly, "I'm very sad, you know that." Jack's hand moved closer to him as if he wanted to squeeze his throat. Jack thought, the manager probably just told him, the other mercenaries probably haven't received information about Jack himself. After having had enough of playing around with the guards as well as finding out a little information about Jan's movements, Jack patted the guard's shoulder and said, "Okay, let it go if it's over." Then Jack kept that cheerful expression and continued, "After all, we have to be together in the coming days, right?" The guard smiled bitterly and replied hesitantly with a bit of fear, "Yes, I hope you can help." The whole group walked until it was dark. The forest was still green, but there was no more sunlight. Instead there was starlight sparkling in the distance. Next to the flickering fire, the master and servants gathered together. The group stopped, stuttering to chat, stammering. Once again I realized that the rumors were just rumors. Jack stuttered and asked why he suddenly said such an opinion. He stuttered and remained silent for a long time to think. After a while, absent-mindedly scratching his head, he smiled and said, "It's just that you don't look like other nobles, and even touching water those nobles hate." I continued to stutter, "But you went to wash the dishes, you're really not normal." Jack saw something. He quickly looked over there. What attracted him so much? The dishes presented attracted his attention. The eye-catching, fragrant and diverse dishes made it impossible for him to ignore. He apologized to Jan for not being able to resist, winning the offer. "Compliments to all the dishes here. Jack can't stop eating. All these dishes are so delicious, baked pudding, toad in the hole, etc." It seems like Jack wants to make him a chef. After a while, he finished eating. Jack was full but still seemed to want to eat more because the food was so delicious and seemed irresistible. When Jack's bodyguard saw his satisfied expression, he took it, happy because their food suits the owner's taste. Jack thought about his butler back home and felt a little sorry for him. Jack said to himself like he said to Ron, "Consider this the cost of a good meal, you know I'm a gourmet." Jack sat cross-legged, enjoying a cup of warm tea. Suddenly thinking about the long night, he went up to ask, "Thinking about it, how did you guys assign the night duty?" He hesitantly replied, "We're playing lottery." Saying this, he asked happily if their master wanted to try, but Jack reminded him that he was just a child and needed to sleep a lot to grow quickly. "Such a small child, I need to sleep to grow. If I don't grow taller, will you be responsible?" But it seemed like he ignored that statement, waving his hand and thinking it would be okay. So Jack and his bodyguard sat around a small fire, chatting with each other for the rest of the night. Jack offered to tell each person's story, and he volunteered to be the first to tell his own story. This is also the fastest and most natural way to find the information people need. Even though he volunteered to tell, Jack still couldn't choose the right story. He asked himself and everyone around him, what story should he tell first? Jack started telling his story. He started by asking, "How many dragons are there in this world?" or something like that. "Dragon," stuttering spoke up, "wasn't the founder King Julien Tetlan or someone who destroyed them a few centuries ago?" Everyone's eyes were focused on Jack, waiting for an answer to the problem that Jack himself had raised. In fact, the story could be summarized in some contexts after removing useless sentences. The founding king, Julien Tetlan, along with his 2 assistants, destroyed all the dragons on this western land, and built the Tetlan Empire, the old institution of the current Tetlan Kingdom. Over time, this empire developed into a kingdom called Tetlan Kingdom and became a country under the Tunkan Empire. Jack smiled. Now this is the truth that everyone knows. Having said that, Jack began to spread his hands and list the current dragons he still remembered: 2 king dragons in the Black Sea, a smaller one in the royal palace and the remaining 5 in the ghost forest. Animal. Jack also knew when he heard the Wanderer talking that there were 8 more dragons scattered across the continent, so there were still at least 16 remaining. Hearing this, everyone was frightened and silent, meaning that there are still many dragons flying around out there and danger is still lurking. Jack judged that when he told the story about dragons to the guards, they definitely wouldn't believe him, not only because dragons only existed in legends, but also no one had ever seen them. Jack looked at the guards, smiled and said, "It's a funny story, isn't it?" Jack continued, "Dragons cannot live together with humans, because if they sign a treaty, it could endanger their existence." Jendu thought for a moment and then replied, "Does that mean the founding king didn't completely destroy all dragons?" Jack laughed. It seemed like Jan was starting to react to Jack's story. Jan firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, That coward did not destroy the dragons, he only created an opportunity to have a negotiation with them. Or rather, the one who did everything, was his nameless assistant. Jack laughed, waiting for everyone's reactions to the story he had just told. "So where are those dragons now?" Jandu asked Jack. Jack continued, "The continent we know is not all that there is in the world. To put it more briefly, this is the Western continent, and there is still the Eastern continent on the other side." Jack felt that his story was not heavy enough, so he ignored the background and mission of the little dragon. He talked about the big dragon, the king dragons. Jack said the king dragons had to carry out a mission. The only mission is to protect the border area of the Black Sea. Jan asked again just to be sure, "What is the border line?" Jack said, "I don't know the details. But that is the line dividing the East and West continents that appeared several millennia ago, and the Dragon Lord must inherit the task of protecting that line," Jack confided. "To be honest, I'm also curious." Jack lowered his voice. "What kind of world is the Eastern continent that the Dragon Lord is protecting?" The whole group looked at each other silently for a long time because no one said anything or asked anything. There was only the crackling sound of exploding coal flowers and the flickering fire. He smacked his lips and rolled his eyes as if trying to suppress something coming out of his mouth. He kept puffing and looked very funny. Then all the guards burst out laughing, tears welling up in their eyes. It turned out they were just pretending to listen to Jack's story. Flailing around his arm, saying a few sarcastic words, "Oh my little master, you're truly a good storyteller. You must have wanted to have companions who could talk to you in your life journey, right?" Jack closed his eyes and smiled, telling himself to forgive them. He silently told himself that there was no need to hope that they would believe him. Jandu smiled kindly. It didn't look like he was laughing at Jack. "Take your hands off me, are you drunk?" Jack reminded him of his position. He also saw that he had gone too far, so he quickly apologized, but Jack still thought, "I don't expect them to, can trust myself." Jack stood up and said a few words that sounded angry. "Well, it's okay if you don't believe me." He stammered, thinking his master was angry, so he asked again, "Sir, how are you going to sleep?" But Jack answered lightly, "I still have to shower and change clothes." He reluctantly begged because he seemed afraid of making his owner angry, so he enthusiastically volunteered to escort Jack to the bathroom. But Jack waved his hand and refused. "It's okay, I can bathe myself." The flickering lantern light is placed on a natural stone pedestal. Jack stepped into the lake, probably to see what the lake temperature was like. After feeling okay, he immersed himself in the lake and breathed a sigh of relief. The mercenaries were talking loudly on the other side of the bush. They were talking so loudly that it echoed throughout the forest. Jack thought, those mercenaries did not believe what they were saying. "But why am I still telling so many stories?" Jack blamed himself and regretted the story he just told. He splashed water on his face to wash, thinking about the story he told. Jack sat still like a stone statue, feeling regretful for not being able to control his words. Why couldn't he control his words? He had to hide his strength. It was so boring. But after a while Jack relaxed his mind. He leaned against the cliff, closed his eyes to enjoy the cool water. It was so comfortable. Although he felt like he needed to relax, many things were bothering him. One minute he closed his eyes and relaxed, and the next minute he had to think more. Jack listened to the other side talking to each other innocuous stories. They were as noisy and bustling as the profession they pursued. Jack thinks about Jandu. He suspects Jan is a spy for the Tunkan Kingdom. Jack saw that he was a bit suspicious. Thinking about it for a while, he realized that there were many things related to the owner of the AB Lot restaurant. The two of them were really suspicious. Jack raised his head to look at the moon, and the more he thought about it, the more confused everything became. Jack clicked his tongue and thought, I asked her to introduce some mercenaries who could escort me. Who would have thought she would bring a scoundrel who uses level 8 energy? Apparently Jandu is as strong as level 8, but it seems like the leader of the Blood Knights is also level 8 right now. Jack didn't think that someone as strong as Jan would step into the path of being a mercenary. He thought, rather, that someone like him who would always be welcomed would become the captain of a group of nameless mercenaries. Jack pondered, perhaps Jan had a situation that made him feel disadvantaged. The bright moonlight in the sky seemed to be inviting Jack to look at it for a while longer. Moreover, the scene also wanted to make people heal. At that moment, Jack let out an exclamation, wow. He raised his hand to his heart, pouring energy into it, telling himself, instead of worrying about others, I should do something for myself first. Jack felt himself being restored quite a lot. The effect of the soul's voice helped him go a few more steps further. during the time he stayed at the boarding house and traveled in the car. Wrist shaking Jack, the healing energy source has also been used up. Jack stood up from the water, his mind still couldn't stop thinking. As for Jandu, as long as he was still suspected of being a spy, he couldn't let him go with him. Jack put on his coat and thought that he probably wouldn't have a chance to ask why. The campfire was still burning, it emitted the gentle scent of tree sap and the damp smell of earth. Jan was talking to his soldiers. He glanced at Jack approaching and immediately asked him, "Have you finished your bath yet?" Jack walked closer to Jan, holding his sword in hand. He slowly walked towards Jan, saying incomprehensible words, "Well, it bothered me longer than I thought, so I could only continue to shower and think." Jan didn't understand anything, so he asked again, "What's bothering you?" Jan didn't understand anything, so he asked again, "What's bothering you?" Jack stared at Jan, emphasizing each word, "Are you really asking me?" Jack suddenly pointed his sword at Jan and said loudly, "It was you who bothered me." Jan Tong's close soldiers stood up, but he signaled them to sit still. Both Jan and everyone in the group silently listened to Jack's every word to see what this boy was planning, and also to listen. Seeing the satisfactory explanation, Jack saw them sitting still and continued, "Why is a level 8 energy user like you a mercenary?" Faced with Jack's question, Jan felt a bit uncomfortable. He squinted his eyes to listen. Jack continued to question, "The place we need to go is a very important place." Jack still maintained his upright attitude, emitting a strong voice, "It means a lot to me, so I won't bring with me someone who likes to hide like you." Stupid heard that Jan was level 8 and quickly asked again, "What, is it a level 8, what are you talking about?" But Jan raised his hand to stop him, telling Stupid to calm down. Jan reassured Jack. He said, "Okay, let's pretend I'm really level 8, so what do you want to do with me?" Jack leisurely added, "I told you an interesting story just now it's your turn." Jack smiled meaningfully. I wanted to hear him tell something interesting. At this point Jack probably wanted to find out the truth to see if Jan was a spy or not. Just listen to his story for sure, you'll get some important information. But contrary to Jack's expectations, Jan said tactfully, "What will you do if I refuse?" Jack immediately said, "If you don't satisfy me, you will probably end up dead." Then the Jack becomes serious, or the person is. Spy of the Tonkin Empire. The young blonde man behind him suddenly trembled in fear, not knowing if it was because he feared for his captain's life or not. Jack didn't feel strong enough to force Jan, so he added, "The woman named Jean said so, next time maybe we'll also sip a few beers, but if you're a spy, she'll also become a spy, becoming a suspect again." Jan was immediately startled by the message. Jan couldn't seem to keep calm anymore. He roared angrily, "Why did you suddenly bring trouble to me? You're curious, aren't you?" Jack's voice was delighted, as if he had just led Jan into his trap. "You wanted to ask what his last meal would be like." Jack laughed loudly. "What do you think, aren't things gradually becoming interesting?" Jan hid his anger inside himself, roared in his throat. Looking at this situation, he decided that he and Jean must have some very special connection that made a calm person like him mad. Jack saw that he had pushed him to this extent, but his energy still did not waver. He was probably wary or hesitant. He was truly a lucky person. Jack continued, "I'm not good at controlling my own strength, so you should consider what I say," Jack said while running his hand along the blade as sharp as his tongue at this moment, secretly thinking that he should have planned to swing the sword as soon as the energy in his body fluctuated. Jack repeated again, "There was only death, or life, simple, right?" Jack let go of the blade. "Now I give you a minute, I hope you will choose the right decision." The sound of the stream was still rushing in the distance. Everyone held their breath, silently listening to Jan's answer. Time goes back to the night before, in the Worm's boarding house. In the dim setting of the kitchen, Jean told Jan that he was a very charming child. The two were chatting in the kitchen. Jan stood opposite Jan, leaning over the table while Jan was eating, her face close to Jan. "You know, the youngest abandoned child of the Marquis family, and when I heard that news, the kid was so different from the rumors." Jean looked at Jan with eyes filled with affection, reminding him that from the boy's eyes, he could guess that he hid many secrets. He said, and then placed his hand on Jan's hand. Jan's face was extremely thoughtful. He looked thoughtfully at the space in front of him. Seeing that, Jean immediately added, "He just requested an escort mission, so I want to find someone to look after him." Jean held Jan's hand tightly, holding it high as he clasped her hand in his. "Do you know, that kid can change our lives." Jan returned to reality, but Jean's words still echoed in his head. He was completely different from the rumors. Jan looked at Jack's eyes. Jean's words repeated again. Look at his eyes. You could call him a stupid, despised child of the Marquis family. But now facing Jack's challenge, he completely doesn't know what to say properly and appropriately. Jack kept his devilish smile, his hand holding the sword ready to cut off his head if the doubts in his heart were true. Jack said sarcastically, "What will I do? A government is very short, you know," and that attitude of his made Jan feel insecure. He felt now as if he were a prey standing before the king of the jungle. His intuition was constantly warning him about the Jack, that this was an extremely dangerous child. The whole group of guardians with Jack are having a struggle. Jack is suspecting that Jan is Tuncan's spy and is questioning him by forcing him to tell a story about what he is going through. Looking into Jack's eyes and through his story, Jan had a very strange feeling. Now that I think about it, I feel strange. Jan pondered, squeezing his chin in thought. How did he know he was level 8? Looking at Jack's face, Jan thought about what Jean had suggested to him. But Jan immediately rejected this idea, saying that could never happen. Surely not, Jan thought. In his mind a face appeared with affectionate eyes. I trust her. If she had said it, Jean would have definitely told me. The cold wind blew through the treetops creating a rustling sound. The sky was still lit by moonlight and thousands of twinkling stars. Jack reminded Jan that he only had 40 seconds left for his decision. Jan tried to buy time with Jack. He said vaguely, "If I am really level 8 like you said, then sir, will you kill me?" Hearing those words from Jan, Jack looked at him with sharp eyes instead of answering. Jan looked at his eyes, making him confused. Jan wondered how a child's eyes could be so scary. The more Jan looked at Jack, the more he felt hesitant. Jack still stood silently, pointing his sword at Jan like a bronze statue, making Jan feel that this boy was not joking. The more Jan thought about it, the more wrong he felt. Was the person standing in front of him now really a child? His eyes and gestures did not match his body shape and age. Stumbling still kept repeating his question, wondering if Jan was really at level 8 or not. Jan didn't pay much attention to his companion, he just glanced at it while thinking about it. Let's see if I can avoid the question or answer the truth. He doesn't know what to do at all. In a situation where he could lose his life at any time, one wrong decision could mean goodbye to a lifetime. Faced with a predator that was baring its fangs and claws like a Jack, Jan was a little scared. He broke out in a cold sweat, groping in his memory to see what was the right reason for him to become a soldier. Dozens of excuses he once made flashed before his eyes. Jan closed his eyes, took a deep breath and thought, yes, I am a lucky person, and he decided to trust his intuition. Jack shouted, time was up and raised his sword. Jack put his energy into the sword. His face showed an evil smile. He said that he was so disappointed in Jan, so he had to die. Jan suddenly spoke up, causing Jack to collect his breath. Jan started with a rhetorical question, do you know? Jan opened his hand to explain the current situation. Just like that, Jack also began to listen patiently. He lowered the sword, uttered an exclamation, oh okay, tell me. The scene became quieter, as if to listen to the story of Jan and Jean, not knowing what the person in danger of having his life taken away would tell the whole group. And Jan told the story for everyone to listen to, thinking that the story that Jan was telling seemed to be very long but was actually quite short and extremely simple. It can be concluded that this is the love story of a noble lady and a commoner, a familiar story that we can easily hear anywhere. The story that appears in Jack's mind is that of a regal lady wearing a red evening dress, getting married, while Jan is just an ordinary swordsman admiring his beauty from the side, below. Jan met Gong at the age of 19 and Jan was in high school at that time. They fell in love with just their first glance at each other. And the seed of love in them just germinated. Jack thought about it and felt that this was the right reason for why he was still not married. But Jack still felt that there was something unsatisfactory, because after all, if he was a level 8 swordsman, he would have had a great influence in Tetlan, but someone like him is a mercenary, he looks normal, often. But it was a hassle, Jack silently assessed, but after Jan told his story, he faced his subordinates. They were wondering if he really had such a relationship with Worms. It's obvious that based on her personality and lifestyle, she wouldn't want to become an influential person, because then she could open a big association and freely show off reputation rather than staying in that small town and establishing an anonymous association like that. So Jack finally came to his conclusion. He pointed at Jan and said, so it turns out Jean is the branch manager of an exploration guild in a small territory, and you are a mercenary, and you support me only to show that you are useful. After concluding like that, Jack still had to think more. wondering if he should believe his words because stories like this are easy to make up. Jack opened his divine eye to scan for any energy transfer from Jan. You started asking questions and probing carefully. Remember the story about the dragons I told you? What do you think the Tonkin Empire will do with the little dragons? Jan calmly replied, how could I know, when it's just a fairy tale? Jack smiled, perhaps he had his own answer. Jack continued, you know, Master is the name of those who have 10 circles carved in their hearts, but even masters don't know that there is a higher realm. That was transcendent. Jack put his hand to his mouth and looked like he was thinking, signaling them to keep their mouths shut. The monsters used the power of souls instead of energy. All of Jan's bodyguards gasped in surprise at the information Jack had just revealed. Jack curls his wrist, representing some invisible determination or honor. Jack K. In the last 2 years, Han Company Kon, the Imperial Guard Knight of the Tonkin Empire, has surpassed the realm of Master and was declared the strongest swordsman on the continent. He ended the historical journey of transcendent people, which seem to exist only in forgotten historical stories. But the funny thing here is that bastard never became superhuman despite possessing superhuman strength. What an interesting story that suits you. Jan still kept a calm attitude after hearing that, answering Jack's question, please continue telling it. He transferred his blood and half of his bones into the dragon's body, and because of that absurdity, he became someone who was neither human nor dragon. That's right, Jack said, your expressions said it all. He became a silly foreign creature. When he mentioned this, the blonde guard felt a bit uncomfortable, perhaps the polite words offended him somehow. Jan said calmly, so what does the interesting story you told have to do with the current situation? Jack did not answer immediately but responded by continuing the story he was talking about. Now there is only one dragon left in the Tonkin Imperial Castle. Jack pointed his finger at the sky. Even if it was an immortal creature, experiments could not be completed with only a prototype. That's why they sent capable people to other countries, aiming to the first goal is to collect information. The Jack just adds a second finger, and the second is to confirm the existence of dragons. Jan suddenly grinned. Then he burst out laughing. This fantasy story seems a little more believable now. Jan happily said, if you told this story to the other group of mercenaries, they would have believed it. Jack did not answer, just closed his eyes and shook his head. Jack let out a sigh. He had been observing for a while and didn't see any doubts or hesitations from this guy, so Jack came to a conclusion. From his reaction, can he temporarily accept him? Must be a spy. Jan also examined Jack's attitude. After seeing that the master seemed less tense, he asked, are you less suspicious of me? Jack replied with a slightly annoyed look, yes. Jack walked past Jan and the young blonde guard, said a few words of blessing to Jan and Jean, please have a happy life with the manager quickly. Remember to invite me to the wedding too. For a moment, Jan's sword on his side moved a little. Jack immediately discovered that, without waiting to think, he acted according to his instincts. Jack immediately pulled out the sword he was still holding in his hand and turned around. He pointed the sword straight at Jan's back, intending to rush forward to pierce Jan's body. The two of them stood still as stone, as if to observe each other's actions, looking murderous. The cold tip of the sword pointed right at Jan's neck. Jan was sweating profusely, just a little more and his cervical artery would no longer be intact. Jan's hand was clearly on the hilt of the sword. It seemed like he didn't react as quickly as Jack. The sword was still in its sheath and had not been taken out of the scabbard. Jack said, every sentence and every word was like an order, sharp as a knife and filled with murderous intent. I will save your life because I was the one who doubted you first. Jack said, then grabbed Jan's coat and pulled him back. Jack put his face in Jan's face and said in a low, heavy voice, this is the last time. Jack continued, if you let your bloodlust go one more time, I will tell everyone here, including you, to turn into dust. I couldn't stand the pressure created by Jack. He let out a breath but his chest squeezed it, creating a groan in his throat. A nearby guard, seeing that the situation was no longer the same, immediately begged the two to calm down and put down their swords. Jack let go of Jan, let out a sigh that cooled his head. Jack regretfully thought to himself, after all, he tried to get close to them but now he's hit a dead end. There's nothing he can do about the relationship. My boss is usually like this. Inside the carriage, Jack pressed his pillow and blanket down onto his seat in the soft carriage. With his body size, sleeping in the carriage was completely suitable for him. The fire was still flickering under the cauldron. Someone exclaimed, what does hope mean? Jen replied, I'm not sure, stuttering and continuing, It seems like the above statement is also yours. Not only that, what does it mean that you reached level 8? How can a person easily become a team captain, knight for a noble like you? Jan squeezed his forehead and listened to his teammates' words. No, what's worth mentioning is that when we first met 2 years ago you said you were a level 4, Jan tiredly replied, well. Stumbled silently listening to Jan's answer. Then while waiting for the right answer, I stuttered and thought, well, that's a bit sad. But we've been in the same group for so long. Big brother once saved me. I shouldn't be too hard on him. That. Thinking about it, I stuttered and told Jan, but I'm so relieved. There is a level 8, aren't we now going to become the strongest mercenary team on this continent? Hesitantly asked Jan one more question, making him think more. Do you want to be the king of mercenaries, Captain? Jan started rubbing his forehead and rubbing his neck, his gesture clearly showing his tiredness when facing things like this. I don't want to explain, Jan is stuttering. Does he think the position of king of mercenaries is a joke, and how can level 8 become king of mercenaries? Jan replied absent-mindedly without having to say anything more. Let me think. And as for Jan, he calculated in his head that there were at least 4 mercenaries called masters. The young mercenary instead stuttered and asked Jan, were everything that boy said true? Jan nodded slightly, yes. When he saw that Jan had confided in him, he immediately smiled friendly and reassured the captain. He was a bit surprised, but it's okay, after all, everyone has their own situation. He asked again, but why didn't you react at all? Jan remembered the moment when he just moved his elbow and was almost logged out. The feeling at that moment was indescribable. Jan remained silent as if searching for the right answer, his eyes staring thoughtfully at the ground, his teeth clenched tightly. Jan's hands kept shaking. He was clearly scared, and that feeling was still imprinted in his mind. The feeling of standing between the line of life and death was so scary. Jan hesitated as if he didn't want to answer, not because he didn't want to answer, but because he really didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say it directly because he almost wet the bed. Looking at the river flowing in front of him, Jan silently assessed Jack. It was true as he said, he was an interesting child, but also very dangerous. This entire western continent is completely engulfed in chaos due to the war for the throne of the Tunkan Empire. But in this situation, Jan remembered what Jack had told him, spies, dragons, and he suddenly had a bad feeling about this. And Jan thought to himself, he had to observe more closely. They had been on their way for a few days, and then the stories about the strange things that Jack told them became more and more involved, and gradually the whole group accepted what the master told them as completely true. Still maintaining the attitude of wanting to convey his stories to others, he sat cross-legged, chin in hand, and asked a straightforward question. Do you want to hear another interesting story? Jan tilted his head. What is that? At this time, looking at Jan's eyes and stuttering, it was enough to understand that they were not very happy with Jack's story. Do you guys know much about the Demon King in the forest? I asked them and got the answer. Not much, he's probably around level 9. Level 9? No, Jack chatter, now it's level 10, don't you know? Jan widened his eyes in surprise. What? Then Jack calmly replied, well, when the time is right, everyone will know. After all, what I said just now is all old stuff. Jan asked again, old story? Jack raised his hand and counted with his fingers. Let's see, according to the current timeline, it must have been about 23 years. Jack continued, yes, that guy always likes to show off. Have you heard about him having a relationship with the Monster King? No, we've never heard of things like this, Jan stuttered in unison. Jack was excited, knowing right away, after all, goblins and monsters cannot live together. Jack added, forget about the fact that they can't get along, it's scary that they even find little excuses to fight. Only mercenaries who have to make a living in the magical beast forest know about this, Jack emphasized. They are the 2 strongest races in the forest, also known as the Guardians of the Forest. The only reason why they were given such proud nicknames by humans, the reason was that they were extremely strong. The queen of the monster bird tribe and the king of the goblin tribe had such a relationship with each other. Sounds so unbelievable. Jack's car was traveling through the middle of a certain river. Jack was still driving. In the beginning their relationship wasn't that bad. The 2 races considered each other nothing more than neighbors, no less than in the forest. That indifference continued until he became the Demon King and gained enormous power. Jack continued, but you see, that problem broke out after about 5 years and then ended. Jan asked again. What problem? Jack smiled mischievously. Meanwhile, Jack pretended to hesitate to make the conversation more interesting. but the man and the dusty monster discovered it. Jack argued, humans, monsters or goblins. Besides being different races, in the end they all still have the same desire, the desire to gain power. Yes, power. Jack continued to explain that a part of the monster bird and goblin clan wanted to eliminate their leader from the clan, and together they conspired to use the two of them's love story as an excuse. But the result of that greed was ultimately failure. Whoever is the king is still the king, right? Manhua leaned forward and replied, yes, that's why the relationship between those two races is so bad these days. After resolving the internal crisis, I have to make my own choices. The prosperity of the clan is placed above their feelings. The whole car was silent after hearing that climax. Everyone seemed to have their own thoughts. Jan responded to Jack's heart to tell the story just now by saying, it's very interesting, but Jan seemed to have other thoughts in his heart. Surely Jan didn't know whether this child's story was true or false, but what Jan knows. The relationship between the orcs and goblins in a few decades really wasn't as scary as it is now. Jan was still thinking, and Jack seemed to be interested when he saw Jan starting to think about his story. The two races suddenly became strong together, and to be exact, they were called a strong match, most 10 years ago. The Monster Bird clan knows the secret of the battle aura exclusive to the Goblin clan, and the Goblin clan knows the secret of the wind and fire technique passed down from the Monster Bird clan. Jack explained further that the two races with the largest population in the forest knew each other's techniques. And the person who started this was definitely a coward and vile Allah, raising his finger in affirmation. Because of this, the two races began to confront each other, and now the situation in the magical beast forest is tense like this. Jack finished speaking and silently smiled and looked at Jan. He used his foot to step on Jan's foot and said, if in the future. Jack leaned forward, smiling and joking, if you have the chance to be kidnapped by goblins or monsters, then remember to tell them the story I told you just now. Jan looked at his master bewilderedly. Jack continued, at least they won't kill you right away. Jack smiled meaningfully. I'm not sure how much of this story is true, but should I believe in the authenticity of this story? Jan thought in his head, but his mouth responded to Jack's words just now, okay, I will try if that happens. Jan finished the story with an invitation to eat the dried beef he brought. Gikok is a glutton, so he immediately agreed, grabbing a piece. After that, without hesitation, Jack stuffed a piece of beef bigger than his face into his mouth. He praised it as delicious, and Jan even revealed that it was a dish made by Giang. In the study room, someone shouted loudly, what? Gozan once reported to Mayu about the recovery of the bodies of the guards escorting Jack, who had gathered enough and found them at the foot of the mountain near the territory of ACB Loa. Investigators believed they were possessed by high-level magic, Gozan once reported. He clasped his hands together in thought. Why did these things happen at the same time? All the elites in the Iron Blood Knights were absent. When thinking about whether it was someone's plot, he thought about each person, the king, or the duke. If not them, then who? I thought about it. It seems we have to open a large-scale investigation. After thinking about it, I said you have to find out who is behind this, soon. Gozan Times replied, yes sir, Count. I'm sorry to ask, I think you didn't mention the young master. Is the boy still alive? Gozan once reported that his body was not found among them, so he must have escaped. Might-Chu sighed, then the boy must know something. I will give you full control. If you have any questions, please bring me the answer. Say loudly, yes sir. Gozan quickly walked to the door of the room. Gozan opened the door, planning to step out. I thought the boy was completely useless, but it seems he is more useful now. Gozan turned back to look at the Count. The next day they reached their destination, this place with majestic mountains and luxuriant forests. Jack and the whole escort group stood in front of the entrance to Thatch Sun. Jack took the bag of money and gave it to the representative of the escort group, considering that their contract was now completed and they were about to part ways from here. Jin opened the bag and looked inside to check the amount of money he gave, but it looked more like a trick than he wanted to actually check. What caught Jan's eye was the expected amount of gold, a large bag of money, and it contained an amount of gold that was about to overflow. Jan panicked and told Jack that this was too much, but Jack calmly said that we only need to lose the potion for 10 gold coins. Jack still maintained a cheerful attitude and said to Jan's escort, I'll just give you the rest. Then Jack approached Gil and said, I'm sorry for doubting you, just consider this as payment for entertaining me on the way. Then he looked at Jan with a lingering look in his eyes, or he showed himself like that to show how jape with the current situation. We will part ways from here, go home carefully. However, after saying goodbye, Jan's escort group still stood there, surprised. You guys aren't going? Jan suddenly became serious. I know it's a bit rude to say this, but please excuse me for the last word. Jack looked intently at the guard uncle. What do you want to say? Jan hinted that being a mercenary is not as bad a job as you think. Jack asked again, so what? Jan slowly, although I don't know the details of everything, but just enough to understand. Then Jan said what he understood and felt. The third young master of a noble family did not receive everyone's support at all. Jan himself witnessed the outcome that people in his position there encountered countless times, Jan emphasized. The people in Jan's group silently listened to the two people talk. Jack said, it turned out. Are you calling me to become a mercenary? Jack asked. Jan put his hands on Jack's shoulders and said, like I said. Mercenary is not as bad a job as you think, Jan reassured Jack. If you don't want to engage in dangerous missions, you can still go around the world in handcuffs, and live a comfortable and joyful life. Besides mercenaries, there aren't many jobs like this. Jack added, pointing to the people behind Jan, I'm sure they don't know, but what else do you know? That night, if I wanted to, I could absolutely kill you. Jan suddenly shivered when he heard that. He clearly still remembered that feeling. I guess he knew it perfectly well, even though he didn't use his soul. The instincts of a level 8 will help him feel it too. Jan Bayor took his hand off Jack's shoulder and tried to persuade him. Jan knew that feeling well, and also knew that last night if he wanted to, he wouldn't have been able to return with his life. But Jan felt sorry that Jack didn't join the mercenary guild, because according to Jan Jock, he is the one who understands his own abilities best. Jan scratched his head and smiled gently. I also forgot what happened before. Jan said thoughtfully, in a world where you use a brandished blade to make a living, I kept my strength hidden from my comrades. Jan continued to complete his persuasion. I hate to say it, but it's really all my fault. Jack applauded. I appreciate it, but I'll pretend I've never heard this. Jack waved his finger to signal Jan to come closer to him. Jack leaned close to Jan's ear and said, you look different from the rest, so I'll tell you something. In a few years on the Western continent there will be a huge event. Jack then emphasized, when it happens, just continue to hide your abilities. Jan didn't quite understand what Jack meant, so as soon as he finished listening, Jan asked again, why are you hiding your abilities? Seeing that Jan didn't understand, Jack added, even if I say it now, you won't understand. When the time is right, you will feel it. And Jack roughly described his prediction. Oh, I can't handle big things like this, like that. Jack added, don't trade your life to earn a few more gold coins. Money is important, but nothing is more important than your life. When I heard that, I laughed and Gaji, yes, it's true. Jack patted Jan on the shoulder, saying that it was really nice of him to understand. That could be considered a compliment. Jack touched Jan once, said goodbye and then turned away. Jack headed straight into the forest, hiding behind the lush, green bushes, gradually sinking deep into the leaves and loose tree canopy. But suddenly Jan called back to say something. Jan hesitated. Can you tell me about your teen? Jack replied, you already know who I am, but still want to hear me introduce myself. He smiled and introduced himself briefly. Jack, just remember my name Jack. Jack replied that he did not leave immediately but stayed to ask the mercenary's name. Jan's sweat dropped, not knowing if he was scared or felt respected by his master. Jan replied, crushing the tissue. Jack smiled, okay, crush the tissue. Then he smiled brightly, if fate exists, let's meet again. He pressed his luck into the soles of his feet and jumped over the cliff on the other side of the mountain. He jumped so high that he could see the other side of the valley, and the things below his feet were extremely small. Then he landed on both feet, gravity no longer able to make him feel uncomfortable. Jack began to climb the hill, overcoming the obstacles in front of him. Even if he had the magic and strength of a gladiator, but in the body of a boy, Jack could not escape feeling tired and weary, stinky. He used his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, looked around at the place he was standing and realized he was just walking around and hadn't gone as far as he wanted, had he just gotten here. Jack flew down the cliff, slid down the hillside. He finally landed where he needed to go. He wondered why he was so exhausted so quickly, because his body was still so small. He stood in front of a cave and panted. He didn't have the strength like before. Jack used magic to make his hand glow like a medium-sized flashlight, lighting up about 3 to 4 meters in front of his eyes. He hesitantly walked through the damp cave, strewn here and there with long rotted bones. He opened his hand wider so that the glowing area was larger. The light was brighter than the sunlight. Jack stood in front of an extremely large marble slab, standing tall blocking the entire entrance. Jack silently thought, "I'm sure it's here." Jack put his suitcase on the ground, telling himself that if he crossed this wall, he would meet his master. Jack reached out and touched the wall as if touching a familiar person. He remembered that in his previous life he only found this place by coincidence. Jack pressed his forehead against the cool marble wall, his mind recalling the events that made him wander and find this place, when he wanted to escape from home because it was too stuffy and made him tired. "I was always thinking about things like that in my previous life, thinking about it." He used his teeth to open the cork of the iridescent blue medicine bottle. Then forcefully threw the entire bottle of medicine onto the marble slab. Then, he pulled the sword out of its scabbard. Now there was only one step left, Jack told himself. He transferred his energy into the steel sword. Then he clenched his fist. His hand was cut by the blade, blood flowed and fell to the ground, a small sacrifice. The drops of water in the cave dripped drop by drop onto the cave floor, making noises that sounded like hammers hitting rocks. Jack remembered the scene of him putting the tip of the sword into his own neck, preparing to end his life in the sturdy and dark cave, he thought, before regressing back to the age of 17. "I always ran away and hid like before, trembling in my previous life under the tip of my knife, tears flowing in streams because of humiliation and bitterness. I've already lost my seal, I only have this option left." Jack's hands were shaking at that moment, standing at the boundary between life and death. Then he threw the knife on the ground, as if his will to continue living had overcome his moment of rashness at that time. He cried bitterly, leaning his head against the marble in front of him. Tears dripped continuously onto the stone slab like broken pieces of glass. Then those tears turned into blood, falling on the giant stone slab. The stone slab began to shake, startling Jack and standing up straight. Jack stood still and looked at the moving stone. Then that giant stone slab suddenly moved, surprising the Jack. Then it split in two, creating the feeling of a door. Jack remembered that the fact that a person like him could open a stone cave could truly be considered a miracle. Jack retracted the sword back into the scabbard, ready for a second sword strike if something unexpected happened to the stone slab. After the door was completely opened, Jack boldly stepped inside. His shadow was cast on the side of the cave wall like a circus person, walking in the vast space. Seeing his figure seemed extremely lonely. Jack went down to the escalator, until he saw a small iron cage hanging on the wall. Inside there was a small lantern. Jack lit it up and continued to descend into the depths. At this point, he no longer used magic to control the light. Jack bandaged his right hand as he walked. It seemed like the heat emitted from the lighting magic earlier had burned him. Jack asked himself why he was so worried. Jack reassured himself, "I've been looking forward to this for more than a decade, it will be okay." Jack put his foot down on the last step. He finally arrived. The upper dome of the cave gradually opened wider, higher, and immediately reminded Jack of his past life reactions. Perhaps at this time he was feeling restless. Jack continued to walk forward, breathing heavily and sweat falling profusely, not knowing if it was because he was tired or because he was emotional. Jack lowers the suitcase, lowers the left knee to the ground, forming a bowing position. Right now, in front of him was his master, but he looked like a child and was still chained in the middle of the space in the cave. With emotion, he sent his greetings to his master. "It's been a long time, right, master? And I believe that the person hanging up there is also Jack's master," staring at his brother kneeling down there. Kneeling in front of Milo, Jack thought about life and the definition of immortality. He wondered if there was immortality. Everyone has the desire to live a long life. Because any race, goblins or dragons, humans or fairies, even the leader will die one day. This is inevitable, a void. And the person in front of Jack is no exception. However, his master is a creature from the past. The surprising thing is that she lived at least 400 years, an unimaginable number compared to humans. Even though the soul and body were separated, the magic that connected the two remained. However, that magic has almost reached its limit. Currently, it has been 13 years since Jack and his master met in this reality, meaning Jack needs to do something to help his master quickly recover before the magic expires. Milo said to Jack telepathically, "Do you call me master?" Jack felt emotional. He had to wait so long to hear this voice again. My master spoke again and asked who Jack was, while Jack was still kneeling before him. Jack raised his hand respectfully, thinking he would answer in a dignified manner. Then he dared to ask his master again. He guessed. Milo glared and said in a serious voice, "Do you think that would be fun?" "I won't ask twice," Milo emphasized. "Who are you?" No matter how hard you raise your voice, you won't make him any more serious. No matter how you joke around, Master's temper has improved. Jack smiled. He seemed to still have a lot of emotions left, so he spoke on behalf of his heart. "I missed you so much," he replied curtly. "Me," and Jack confirmed him, the boy mentioned above as her. As soon as she heard such sentiments, she felt a little moved. She said, "A disciple whose face I don't know, very interesting. Do you know who I am?" Jack bowed his head. "Yes, I know you." Thinking Jack, it's impossible not to know. Images of the two of them kept appearing in Jack's head, memories from the time they first met to the time they became longtime disciples. "Unforgettable," he said nervously. "The time we spent together couldn't have been just a dream." Jack clenched his fists with emotion. "They are the only memories that I can never forget." Jack with serious eyes looked up at Milo and said solemnly, as if he were declaring his faith, "The hero who ended the glorious age and opened new doors for the human age." Then he shouted loudly, "And believed in me that I am your disciple." Then Jack added the last sentence, "Coming from the future." Milo, who had been listening silently all this time, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if she could not imagine that she had such a disciple from the future. "You repeat the last thought, from the future." Jack, after seeing Milo gradually listen to what he said, smiled happily. "Yes, but in response to that excitement, Milo asked Jack an obscure question. "I don't like storytellers, do you know why?" Jack spoke as if he knew every thought of yours by heart. "You know, because the stories told were mixed by the narrator's bravado and subjectivity, so it was completely wrong with the truth. Then you immediately showed your stubbornness. You are the boy who has the potential to become a storyteller, answer me." Milo continued, her thoughts echoed in Jack's head. "The child from the future, if in the story the narrator had a person like me, then in a situation like this, what do you think I would do?" Jack heard my question and immediately let out an exclamation, "Oh my God!" Jack scratched his head and replied briefly, "Go away." Someone would probably say something like that. Milo looked at Jack with judgmental eyes, not knowing if she was criticizing him or trying to show that he had real talent. "You really have a knack for doing this, you can turn it into your job." "I'm already there," Jack replied. "Master, I'm starting to feel sad." Milo still kept her cold expression, telling Jack she is not his master. "I am not your master." Hearing those careless words all this time, he still had a smile on his face, thinking to himself, "She hasn't changed at all." Jack thought to himself, "She is still the master in his memory, she has not changed at all." He stood up with his hands on his hands, his voice soft. "Then I guess the explanation was ineffective." Jack unsheathed his sword and rushed straight at Milo hanging in mid-air. The Jack sword rose up, the Jack ripped through the wind and rushed forward, not forgetting to apologize. "Please forgive my rudeness, master." The chains crisscrossed the cliff. It seemed to be Jack's destination in this sword swing. With luck, the sword's aura radiated like fire. I looked at Jack, and as I looked, I saw that this move was somewhat familiar. Seeing the blue fire curling and radiating bright light, she said, "Don't you care?" Jack looked straight at his master and affirmed, "Although this is a bit rude, I willingly accept everything." Jack clenched his hands, thinking his fingers would stick to the hilt of the sword, saying that he would accept all future punishments from Milo. Milo seemed to see Jack's plan. She spoke up to warn you, "You can't wait. If you destroy the chain, this place will be destroyed." "I couldn't wait for you to finish your sentence," Jack interrupted. "You know, if you destroy the chain, this cave will collapse." After saying that, the Jack suddenly rushed up, shouting loudly, "So I had to destroy them." Milo seemed helpless before Jack's actions. She no longer knew what to do but stay silent and see where things would go. It turned out that the person who sealed Milo in this place was Julien Trotlan, who was praised as a hero. He made a promise to Milo that he would return soon. Although that young clown did not keep his promise to Milo. She trusted him and waited in the heart of the stone mountain for years and years. Time passed like that without a single response from Trotlan, but Milo was still waiting for him in this dark and desolate place, alone. He really broke his promise and never came back. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, I finally realized the truth. That she had been abandoned in this place by such a despicable person. Jack threw himself into the air, took a deep breath to gather his strength, then pulled the sword behind his neck to create potential energy for his slash. The shock wave retracted into the sword so strongly that it created rushing winds, whirling noise. I was scared by the pressure of that air. That strength does not come from that small body, but it must come from people who have gone through very difficult training, and yet this boy, how can it be done? After cowering to be able to store a large amount of energy, the Jack glided quickly towards Milo and swung his sword to slash, emitting force at a terrifying speed. Milo couldn't think of anything more. She opened her eyes in surprise and couldn't believe what she had just seen. Jack still had a cool face, thoughtfully thinking about his master's safety and happiness. The chains gradually broke and cracked. It seemed that the Jack had successfully damaged them. Then, unable to withstand the pressure from the Jack's slash, the chains broke completely, freeing Milo from the bondage of decades. The chains made from cactus are said to be the strongest in the world, but now they are just scrap metal under the sword's blade. Because she was suspended in midair, when the chains were cut off, she fell freely, but how could she let her master do anything? She stretched her body up high to catch her. "Take care of me." Because her body seemed to shrink, Milo landed neatly and comfortably in Jack's arms. Jack looked at Milo with eyes full of affection and emotion. He whispered, "I'm sorry for you." Jack continued to say, instead of just opening his eyes and talking, he will prove to people with his actions. When Milo heard that, her emotions suddenly surged. She felt both sad and happy. Milo tried to bite her lip to calm herself from crying. On top of the Jack, there began to be a sound like cracking rocks. The cave began to shake, because the Jack had broken the Milo seal earlier, so this cave could no longer hold for much longer. The broken rocks began to fall. I said in fear. The cave was about to collapse because of the impact of the shock wave. Jack still hadn't moved a single step. Jack began to apply his energy, placing his Milo on his shoulder to prepare for the attack, not forgetting to remind his master to hold on tightly to him. Big rocks began to fall, hitting the Jack's stance and landing. Jack opened his eyes and glared at the target, the shockwave from Jack's energy glowing brightly. Jack held the sword vertically, the tip of the sword pointed at the ground. He began to chant the spell, "The land on which I stand belongs to only one person, there will be nothing else. Are you allowed to trespass or approach?" Jack recited the spell, raising the sword above his head. It turns out that as the move Sun in Fawn Lam Fire Mountain, that is the beginning of the 4 techniques. The word mountain is in Fawn, fire, sun. Jack develops the language technique from the word paint. He stabbed the sword hard into the ground. The shock wave caused the surrounding rocks to fly up, and the ground cracked into a large hole. The aura was so sharp that as soon as the stone flew down and almost hit the head of the Jack, it suddenly disappeared. The Jack unleashed a powerful force. Its breath rushed out, tearing everything around the Jack. The whole huge hill suddenly flashed light. Dust and dirt flew out as if it had been compressed for too long and now had a chance to escape due to the pressure of the force created by the shock of the Jack. But the pressure was too great and the exit point was small. It quickly created an earth-shattering explosion, causing earth-shattering and flashing like a pulsar in the stage of releasing powerful energy. After the rocks and dust melted away, Jack still remained kneeling on one knee, holding Milo tightly in his hand. She asked again, "Who are you?" Jack tightened his eyelids and remained silent to regain his breath. Finally, Jack exhaled and said, smiling, "I told you so." Jack let go of the disintegrating sword and reaffirmed that I am your disciple. Milo asked in surprise, "How can you use so much soul energy at this age?" Jack repeated, now placing Milo on the ground, "Your disciple from the future, has grown up much like this." Then Jack said, "For the next 13 years, let's go around the world together." Milo opened her eyes wide. She was convinced by Jack's words. Milo raised her small hands towards Jack. But this method seemed impossible to Jack, so he thought with a smile, but it was a bit unreliable. Milo suddenly asked, "Are you really from the future?" Jack said, his voice was soft, "It's more like regression than travel." I worriedly concluded, "It seems you weren't lying." Jack smiled brightly, and finally the person believed him. As soon as he said that, Jack staggered and was about to land on his back when he could only utter the words, "It's me," and then fell to the ground. Jack groaned lazily, his face dizzy. Milo sat on Jack's body. She said at this time, suddenly being tied into a relationship with another person was really uncomfortable. Jack heard that and weakly replied, "But if I didn't do that, this wouldn't have been possible." Me worriedly interjected, "How can you call something that started like this a relationship?" Jack being flexible, "I think it depends on the interpretation of the boundaries of the person you want to establish a relationship with. You look so worried, it hurts like this and you're still so loud." Jack laughed loudly, Of course, who do you think your disciple is? Then Jack added while still lying on the ground, "Oh, my name is Jack." Then Jack quickly said that he was afraid I would change my mind, so in this life I would still have to ask someone to take care of me, master. 5 days later, in Asenbo territory. Jack miserably touched his forehead with his hand, his miserable face calling out to you. As for Milo, she glared sideways at Jack, her face filled with discomfort as if someone had stepped on her tail. Jack seems to be communicating with Milo with his mind. How can he be silent for 5 days like that? Jack said loudly, "Are you still thinking?" The response to Jack's question was still my silence. Jack said half joking and half serious, "At this rate your mouth will be covered with cobwebs." Hearing that, Milo started to confess. At first she just thought that Jack was a disciple from the Land family. But after witnessing Jack's release of Milo, she guessed that he didn't seem to be one of them. There was no way you could release that much star power at this age. Milo began to explain, "Vif is basically the power of the soul." Milo suddenly became silent as if waiting for something. Jack waited for a long time and didn't see the master continue speaking, so he asked, "Are you trying to wait for me to continue speaking?" Jack thought in his head, "Well, if I can't answer, I'll probably get punched again like in my previous life." Jack thought while remembering the scene of being punched and knocked out by you in his previous life. Jack quickly responded because he was afraid of being punched like before. It was a power that was only reserved for a select few, and geniuses who had reached the level of mana masters were not necessarily able to use it. Milo replied, "That's correct." She also said that this is just the basics, but the murder karma accumulated in your soul is truly very unusual. Jack let out a sigh, his face breaking out into a secret smile. While I was chuckling, I burst out laughing even louder. I also wanted to tell the listener about the things I had experienced in my previous life, but Master hasn't said anything in the past 5 days. Milo commented, "It seemed like his hand was stained with more blood than hers." Jack just finished buying meat and replied, "So what?" I told Jack, "Have you never thought about it?" Jack asked again, "About what?" Milo told Jack, "Why was the opportunity to go back in time and change your whole life given to you?" Jack thought as he gnawed on the grilled meat skewer, "So that's it." I kept asking about what my master had been thinking about in the past few days. It turned out she was thinking about my regression. Images from his past life reappeared in Jack's head. The most painful battle was also the saddest memory appearing in his mind. Image of Ron lying in a pool of blood, and Jack sobbing next to his body. Returning to reality, Jack slowly walked on the busy urban street, his mind filled with thoughts that Milo had evoked. Jack said, his voice light, "Yes, but honestly I don't know." "Don't make that face, just listen to me." Jack miserably explained that this regression was not due to my wishes, so maybe someone wanted me to return and they already had a plan in mind. Jack knelt down and gave the remaining grilled meat to the yellow dog on the side of the road. "If it's true, then one day they will come looking for you." I'm worried and ask the opposite, "So what if there's no one there?" "Oh, that's all," Jack replied. Milo raised her eyes and looked at Jack silently, saying nothing. Jack looked down at his eyes. His kind face and bright smile seemed to never fade away. "The time spent with someone like this is already the most precious thing to me." Milo commented, "At least you can talk, but what are you planning to do now?" Jack replied, "Of course, I'll go find someone who can support me." The yellow child looked at the Jack with joy because he was being fed. The Jack thought he needed someone. Jack reminisced about himself fighting on the continent. And even when Jack rescued Milo from being sealed in the rock and took her into the forest. Jack vomited, perhaps he had eaten or drank something. While I was sleeping, Jack hugged me and vomited over and over again. He seemed to have been poisoned, or perhaps he had eaten something bad. It turns out he secretly drank 2 bottles of high-quality medicine, but it broke down and took him back to the Western paradise and he had to fight with it for 5 days straight. I think that based on your physical condition right now, you must find someone you trust enough to trust with your life and turn him into a powerful hand. Just thinking about it makes your mind tired. Jack suggests to you, "I'm worried about finding a temporary place to rest while carrying out my plan. Today, can we walk around the city a bit and then rest?" Milo replied coldly, "Yes." At a corner, Jack Dan was enthusiastically talking to Milo when a dark shadow came close to him. Jack just saw the dark shadow, but he didn't have time to react. The black shadow rushed forward, only having time to scream in surprise. "Please make way." That black shadow, or maybe it's a girl, spoke urgently, but there was no time left. The basket of fresh flowers fell on the road. dropping pale yellow flower branches on the sidewalk. In them they looked like pink roses. The girl bumped into a Jack and fell to the ground, rubbing her head. She looked like she came from a low-class background. Even though she was in such pain, she still admitted it was her fault. Jack looked confused at the girl sitting on the ground, gently and slowly told her, "No, it was because I was walking without looking at the road. I'm sorry, are you okay?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jack suddenly stopped. Again, he seemed to see something. "I thought back to what I said earlier. I said I would go find someone who could support me." The girl was busy picking up the fallen flowers, muttering, "Oh my God, but I thought it won't be damaged, it will all fall out." Jack called out to the girl, "Hey." The girl looked up and replied, "Yes, maybe you're hurt somewhere." Jack bent down to be just within her reach, smiled and put the bag of money down in front of her. "Why don't you become my chicken, oh my friend?" The girl was frozen for a long time because she suddenly heard a proposal from a noble like a Jack. "How are you?" the girl replied in surprise. Jack replied, "Yes, if you agree then I will give you this." The girl received the bag of money and immediately opened it to take a look. Inside was filled with sparkling gold coins that she would probably never be able to own in her entire life. Immediately, the girl was so startled that she threw the entire bag of money into the air. The girl respectfully handed back the bag of money with both hands and said loudly, "I thank you very much for your offer," repeating the girl's words in his head as if he already knew her intention. "But I can't accept this much money," the girl answered, close to Jack's thoughts. "This is really a bit much for a child." Jack still kept his face without any sincerity. "So how much do you want?" The girl held the flower basket in her hand and replied, 1 shilling, that's enough." The Jack was pulled out of a copper shilling bag and put into the girl's hand, "So here it is." The girl bent down and respectfully gave Jack the flower basket and said, "Now, the entire flower basket is yours." Jack replied in surprise, "Flower basket?" The girl quickly turned around and left, "Wishing you a good day." Then the girl paused as if she had forgotten something. She turned around towards Jack and bowed to him. Jack signaled, "Okay." Jack looked at the back of the girl who was urgently running, thinking to himself, "Yes, the precious gem I was looking for is in a place like this." I worriedly spoke up, "It's been a long time since I saw a ghost." "That's a vampire." Jack happily said, "That's right, I also didn't think I would meet a vampire in a place like that." Jack was startled when he heard me say something strange. "Huh, vampire?" I asked worriedly. "Didn't you tell her to become your friend because you knew about it?" Jack said, "No, I chose her because she has enough talent to reach the 10th magic circle if she tries hard." "I'm so worried, I can't believe you're looking at me like that and not realizing it. It seems like I have a lot more to teach you." Happy Jack, yes, please continue to teach me many things while living alone. Have a healthy and long life." Milo replied, "Let's see how you are." Jack laughed, "You really haven't changed at all." I thought to myself nervously, how strange, I feel like I've seen that baby's face somewhere before. Milo remembers when she was not yet sealed, in her adult form, walking through the wisteria garden. On the other side, there are 2 women playing, one with curly hair and the other with brown hair tied up neatly with a yellow headband. The blonde woman tilted her head to look at her. Milo knew the face of the flower girl from before. "Oh, I remember, I think I saw a person in that forest, also in a place like this." Milo commented, "It was truly a strange and unexpected event." Then she said to Jack, "After you finish buying the sword, I need to find someone." Jack happily replied, "Okay, I will try to bring someone along." Get there safely. Vampires are known to be a race that is both strong, noble, mysterious, but no less violent. This is also the only race that can be compared equally to dragons, a race considered was the strongest at that time. At a weapons shop, the walls were filled with all kinds of weapons and armor. In the room, Jack Valentin and Master Valentin Milo looked like they were listening to the girl with breasts attacking butt defense enthusiastically introducing weapons. She kept introducing, "There was one more thing about the sword besides, it's very light, so even a novice can use it." But in reality, both teachers and students were impatient to listen to anything the girl had to say and just pretended to stand and look at the weapons hanging all over the wall. At first, he was thinking about something else. Jack and Len kept thinking, about 10 years ago, vampires started war with dragons. The reason the vampire race fought the evil dragons was to escape the forest of demonic beasts. The result was no different. The winner of the war was of course the fierce dragon clan. And in this war, some vampires seized that opportunity, relying on the fight to escape the forest of demonic beasts. So that means that the child that both teachers and students encountered earlier is one of the vampires that escaped. No, to be exact, the descendant of one of the vampires that escaped during that war, right? On the table in the weapons shop, there are two cats sleeping, looking delicious in the background of a boy standing looking at weapons, and a girl constantly advertising her products. Jack Val entrusted his hand and chose a sword. He held it to examine it and thought to himself, anyway, he didn't really care who they were. The voice of the lady selling the sword rang out again. He offered it, a very wise choice. One more detail about this sword, it was made by a blacksmith with experience in reforging metal more than 10,000 times. Listening to that big-breasted lady talking non-stop made Jack feel quite annoyed. He said, "Get me this sword." Seeing the customer close the order, this big-breasted lady was immediately happy. I almost cried and immediately praised him. My dear customer really has an eye for choosing goods. The two went to the table to conduct the transaction. Jack Va secretly gave 1 gold coin to the lady who sold weapons. "Here it is." She immediately smiled and thanked him for stopping by. Then he called his master. Jack and Len confidently said, "I have decided." His master in the form of a doll asked curiously, "What is it?" He continued, "My first subordinate." Both teacher and student walked out of the weapons shop. The master lay on his shoulder and said softly, "I don't know too much about the current era. But do you really want to do that?" He smiled and nodded to prove that he had decided to do so. With his suitcase in hand, he said to his master, "I know exactly what you are considering, but do you know about this?" "Well, it's just my thoughts and even children are not guilty." The scene shows a little girl wearing a scarf buying meat at a stall. The two stood and watched from afar as the little girl was talking to the butcher. The master continued quietly, "Really? Are you sure this isn't a conclusion you came up with to rationalize your own decision?" Master slowly did not continue to speak, looking at Jack and believing. Jacques Valentin laughed out loud. "Ha ha, it's not like that," to reassure his master. At the same time he also thought, he can understand why his master is so concerned about this matter. This is a story that happened in the past about 400 years ago. In the past, the master established a non-aggression pact for all kings of the races, including the dragon race. The treaty stated that all races, except humans, would not interfere with the human world. After that treaty, the races moved to the magical beast forest to live. However, as you said before, this is a story from 400 years ago. Most of the kings who signed the treaty are now buried deep underground. No matter how strong a race is, the flow of time is still something they cannot escape. But if they withdraw from the treaty, they will not be able to escape the forest that has imprisoned them for so many years. This treaty has a stronger race to protect and suppress other races that follow it, is the Dragon Clan. Because the dragon race has individuals that can live for more than 2,000 years and are still protecting the treaty and oppressing them. The dragon race monitors other races very closely, so they cannot find a chance to escape from the forest of magical beasts. Even the dragons themselves are not allowed to leave this forest. His master's decision was indeed the right choice, but the dragons should have been killed. Just like you did, killing everyone one by one. After finding out the truth about his previous life, he sat in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of the dragons whose heads he had chopped off and killed. Returning to the present, the master glanced at the events happening ahead. The butcher is patting the head of the little girl wearing a scarf. Jack unhappily heard the news, bowed his head and called out to master. He held his father's small hands to reassure her. He comfortably told her that she didn't need to feel guilty. His master suddenly said, "How do you know all that?" He replied gently, "I don't know the details, but it's enough to understand how the story happened that year." Back to the girl's place, wearing a scarf, it turned out that she had bought a jar of goblin blood from the butcher, and she happily paid the man. Returning to the teacher and student, Jack and Len calmly said, "No matter what people say, I'm still your disciple." Hearing him say these words unconsciously made his master's heart tremble. His master had no choice but to accept and say, "Okay, you can do whatever you want, I won't stop you. Getting what you want makes you laugh out loud. But let me tell you something, you can't let her drink your blood." Hearing his master say that made him quite confused. Why did his master tell him not to let that girl drink blood? Both teacher and student looked at the girl walking away. He thought to himself that maybe it was because she was just a kid, that's why his master told him not to let her drink his blood. Thinking with his own half-assed knowledge, he thought that children should be raised with good food, and he was at a loss for words. The place where the two teachers and students arrived was a quite peaceful village. Suddenly something made her stop. Next is the image of Jack and Len holding a bag of goodies, laughing in a rather friendly way and asking, "Why don't you become my subordinate? No, my companion." The girl suddenly thought, why is he talking to the doll? The little girl smiled and thought as she walked, he wanted me to be his companion. I saw somewhere that he had a crush on boys from a young age. It's been a long time since someone spoke to her so affectionately. The girl thought her mother at home would soon get better after drinking all this goblin blood. Come to think of it, when she was little, her mother once told her that she should never drink human blood. But the strange thing is that if it was the blood that uncle gave me, it would be fine. She had never drank any other type of blood. As soon as she opened the door and entered the house, she thought at the same time, I wonder if uncle will come to visit her aunt and mother today. Next she shouted, I'm home. Not hearing her mother's response, the little girl continued asking, is mom asleep? As soon as she entered the house, the little girl held a jar of blood in her hand and called out, Mom, are you sleeping? The mother coughed and said, is it you, father? We have a guest. As soon as she got to her mother's room, she heard her mother say there was a guest, making her turn her head to look around and ask, huh, are you here, Mom? Suddenly, a voice next to her startled her. It turned out to be Jack and Len sitting on the windowsill, holding his chin in his hand, smiling and saying, you're finally home, huh? My father was so startled that he fell down the back steps and shouted, what, how did you get in? Jack and Len put their chin in their hands and smiled, excited to see the girl's reaction. Your master suddenly said to the mother lying on the bed, sit up and let me see your face. The haggard mother sat on the bed. His master exclaimed, it's been a long time. Why are you in this situation? Vivi Dan Duroya, ancestor of the noble vampire race. Outside the mother and son's building, the scene is quite peaceful. Outside the house, Dad happily played with the birds that were landing on her arms and shoulders. She said, okay, I'll take a few more. Wait a minute, stand next to him and cross her arms. Looking at her, I thought to myself, she must have been blessed with the blessing of playing with the birds of the sky. His eyes shifted to look up at the window of father's mother's room. He thought to himself, having observed everything with energy, hoping nothing bad would happen. The scene changed to her mother's room. Her mother suddenly spoke to his master, so. Who are you? She asked fearfully, are you a vampire or a vampire hunter? I trusted you, sat on the side of the bed facing out, turned my head slightly and glanced at Roya, suddenly asking her, have you forgotten my face? Her mother suddenly called out a name, and she felt worried. And Lantin Milo said calmly, I am the one who forced all of you to live in the forest of magical beasts. That's right, you can say I am your sworn enemy. Hearing the identity of the puppet doll sitting next to the bed made her extremely scared, that's why. That agitated her mother, causing her to cough and choke. She held her chest and coughed miserably. Father's mother is still clutching her chest and coughing until her heart and lungs are paralyzed, but she can't stop, maybe because she met an old friend today or maybe because her health is too weak. After a while, Roya stopped coughing. Mrs. Roya suddenly asked, have you become a doll? And Milo calmly told me, because of that curse, I can only live in human form one night a month. But you quickly answer my question. Valen believes you. Lo glanced at Roya asking her to answer my question. Why are the ancestors of vampires in this place and not in the forest of magical beasts? And when he heard that Milo seemed to have guessed some of the truth, he glanced at Roya unhappily and said, as I see it, you. It seems like it's been a long time since you drank human blood, leading to that weak state and your body being cracked to the point of breaking. Why do you live like this? Roya was out of breath and tried to speak. He was. Feel sad for me. And I believe that you don't know what you feel in your heart, but you stay silent and don't continue. Roya looks at the peaceful scene outside the window and exclaims, time passes so quickly. In the past, you were so strong and wonderful that I didn't even dare get close. Going back to the past, Valentin Milo always looked like the owner of the world and looked extremely noble. Walking among people was always the center of attention, making others unconsciously turn their heads to look. I'm no longer upset with you for what you did back then. You look really miserable, and I feel sorry for you when you see the condition of Roya and her mother. If it weren't for you, we would have been destroyed by human anger. Roya lay down with her hand across her forehead and spoke for a long time, and now I will answer your question. That year in the demon forest, there were 5 tyrants who were fierce dragons. And there are 2 commanders who are 2 lords. The vampire clan of the past tried their best to escape the forest. Just to run away from them. At that time, Roya's daughter was still so young and beautiful, she decided to run away from this dangerous forest. Growl, growl, the roar of the dragon clan rang out. Roya trembled and knelt down to beg that dragon. "Hurrah, please forgive me, please," that dragon told Roya that he will spare Roya and her mother, who were trembling and begging for him. Because Roya looked so pitiful. And I heard Milo gently ask, "Was that dragon kind enough to spare mother and child?" Roya turned her head to look out the window and softly replied, "Yes. If Roya can survive in this village with only the blood of pigs and cows, he will spare them and their mother." Through the window, one could see the little girl Chalite happily singing with the birds. Roya lamented and said, "In order to save my daughter, I accepted the request that dragon made." Looking at Roya lying crying helplessly on the bed, Ba felt confidently thinking, the ancestor of vampires, with royal blood and strength superior to others. I can only wait for death, in a shabby village like this. Roya asked Valentin Milo, "When are you leaving?" Outside in the yard, Father told Jack and Len that her uncle was coming here soon and he didn't like strangers. He wondered, "Uncle?" He called out to the girl, "Hey Dad, this is important." My dad wondered, "Why?" He asked gently, "Quickly tell me more about that uncle of yours." Jack's question made the little girl startled and scream, "Is it my uncle?" The little girl held the bird in her hands and asked, could it be that he approached her to trick her rich uncle? Hearing the little girl say that made Jack's face black and ask, "Do you really think he is like that?" Jack and Len explained and explained, "I'm bored after waiting so long, tell me quickly." The girl stammered and said, "Well, it's nothing." Dad recalled and told him, "Let's see, he's very rich. You don't know much about him. He gave us this house, he's a very good person, he comes every 3 days to give us food." He kept asking, "Yeah, and then what?" The hungry girl complained, "The food." Looking at it, he also guessed that it was probably the blood of cows and pigs. Jack Valen suddenly said, "Listen carefully, your uncle." Suddenly a voice interrupted the conversation between him and the girl. He said, "Oh my God, are you talking about me?" A man with long white hair, dressed in aristocratic clothes, walking with a staff in his hand. "I don't know how to do it quickly for anyone to see, it's not like he's crippled." He smiled and said, "Do you have a friend like this, Father Lining Day?" He looked at him and said, "It seems like I've never seen you before." Seeing her uncle, the little girl smiled brightly and called out, "Uncle." Hearing the girl call, her uncle was helpless. Jack and Len responded fearlessly, it seemed he was the uncle she was talking about. He smiled and assessed him. Looking at his appearance, he was probably a child from some noble house. He also silently assessed, the man in front of him didn't seem to be a vampire like he thought before. He stood up and suddenly asked, "Why did you come to this small house? At first you thought he was a vampire coming to help the girl and her child, now you realize he is a dragon." Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he glanced at the window. This uncle calmly said, "Apparently. The house is a bit crowded today." Lying in Mrs. Roya's room, I asked her, "Mr. Valen, trust me, can you call my daughter in for me?" The girl's uncle smiled evilly and said, "It seems like we are welcoming a lot of guests today." The girl saw that, so she hid behind Jack and trusted him. She stuck her head out and looked at her uncle, who had a rather strange expression. Jack Valen and that uncle stared at each other. Suddenly, "Your master silently called you, can you hear me?" He replied, "Yes, and there is a lone person standing here." The master said, "Take that kid with you and the guy outside too." The girl's uncle saw him mumbling to himself, quite confusing. He immediately asked him, "What are you mumbling about?" The two approached the door of the house, and he told him that my master was calling. He opened the door and said, "Let's go inside." Next he asked him, "You came here to observe, right?" Inside, Mrs. Roya lay absent-mindedly on the bed, and his master sat quietly on the edge of the bed, the atmosphere sinking into silence. This was the last moment of the toy you threw away. The three climbed the stairs to her mother's room. Seeing her daughter go to her room, her mother called her, "Dad, I have something to tell you." Suddenly, her mother saw someone behind her daughter that made her extremely scared. "You were?" He smiled extremely cruelly as he touched her head and said, "Why are you so surprised? It's like seeing a ghost." He calmly found a place to sit down, happily said, "Hey, I won't do anything, so just say what you want to your daughter." This guy opened his dragon-like eyes and laughed loudly, saying, "I have no intention of interfering in the final time between mother and daughter." The little girl knelt down crying beside the bed and asked worriedly, Mom, what's wrong? Mom, are you hurt anywhere?" Mrs. Roy worshipped her and called the girl's name, "Father, dear." The little girl quickly said, "This is the blood of an elf, quickly drink it, I'm sure you'll get better after drinking it." The girl's mother trembled and tried her best to reach out her hand, which was so chapped that it seemed like it could break at any moment. She gently held the girl's hand to comfort her. Everything was okay. She stopped trying to say the last words to the little girl, "My daughter." She had to go all the way to prepare a gift for her mother. She apologized to her child. She smiled happily from the bottom of her heart, trembling and reaching out her hands to try, touching the most precious thing in my life is this daughter. Mom couldn't do anything for me. The little girl screamed in panic and said, "Mom, what's wrong with you, Mom?" Standing there watching the separation of mother and child, one person, the uncle, looked helplessly at the miserable situation of the mother and child, while the other hateful dragon sat there with his legs crossed, smiling happily as if he was watching such a fun comedy. He thought sadly, to be fair, he and his master had no reason to appear here, because they did not know them before. He and his master just met by chance and he only unilaterally followed her here. That is not enough reason to witness a person's last moments like the situation that is happening now. Suddenly he stepped up and asked, "What did she say her name was?" "Vi Vi. Do you trust me with your daughter, so you decided to try to find a suitable reason?" His request made the girl's mother suddenly startled and blurted out, "What?" Saying this he immediately grabbed her hand full of cracks. He took the opportunity to say, "There isn't much time left, so I will to put it briefly. What kind of person does she want her daughter to become? Do you want the revival of the Bamboo clan or do you want Father Linte to rule this world in the name of pureblood vampires? Or if it's neither, but what she wants is the extinction of the dragons, who treated the vampires like toys and toyed with them to death." Hearing him say crazy things like exterminating his own dragon clan made the dragon sitting and watching laugh out loud. He smiled extremely excitedly, revealing his teeth with the sharp fangs characteristic of his species. Mrs. Roy trembled and tried her best to reach out her hand to him and said, "Please come closer." He replied, "Okay." Jack Valentin leaned close to her to listen to her speak. We realized that Lady Valentin Milo's students were very different. I have no desire to continue to cling. Just being able to live and always smile and be happy is more than enough for me. Finally, can I ask your name? He smiled and said, "Jack, it's Jack and Lentin." Her mother gasped and said, "What a beautiful name, can you really take care of my father?" He told her affirmatively, it was possible, and I would do so. "So don't worry about anything, pure-blooded nobleman," he told her mother solemnly. The scene outside the window before her mother's death, the sunlight shining yellow everywhere, looked extremely peaceful. She said, "Thank you, Jack." Dad whispered, called his daughter's name for the last time. Dad whispered, "I love you," and raised his hand to touch her cheek. This was also her last second in this world. The little girl looked at her mother bewilderedly, softly calling her, "Mother." Her mother's arm broke into pieces. The little girl rushed forward crying and said, "Mom, please open your eyes." But the scene on the bed no longer showed her mother's image. The only thing left were broken pieces flying into the air. "I know what to do if even you leave me, Mother." He reached out his arms to hug his master. Outside, everything in the village continues as usual. On the bed, broken pieces were scattered into the air and turned into bright spots of light. The sound of sobbing echoed extremely clearly in the room. He hugged his master sadly. Amid the girl's miserable cries, suddenly a laugh rang out, catching his attention. The dragon sitting there doubled over laughing. He was talking, "Hey!" As if he was going crazy, he raised his head and hugged his stomach, laughing hysterically non-stop, "Hoo-ah ha ha ha." The laughter was extremely shrill amidst the scene of the exhausted crying girl falling onto her mother's bed, while the teachers and students were also sympathizing with her loss. "Ha ha, my stomach hurts," he jokingly asked him. "Revenge, happiness, will you be responsible for a dying child?" A low-grade avocado turned into a withered tree branch due to lack of nutrition. I couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he angrily jumped up and raised his hand, preparing to punch that ungrateful dragon straight in the face. Bang! There was an explosion. The whole room had a big hole. He was sent flying out. But this guy laughed at him. "Look at that." He easily put his hands on his back and landed on the ground. Landing on the ground very gently, he gracefully walked over like a noble and laughed at him. "My God, I can't believe you would hit someone like that. Are you rude, young master?" He smiled coldly and used his magic. Mana flared up around this guy. At this point, he said angrily, It seems like father-in-law has made friends with a bad guy. I guess I need to teach you a lesson. What's your name? Suddenly he thought of something that puzzled him. It's strange that I couldn't sense any traces of magic, and yet, he pointed his finger at him. That doll is talking, he's wondering about your master's identity. His master suddenly spoke up and said, except for the 2 lords, and the other 5 dragons should be rooted in the deep forest, but you are not that case, because you are only 200 years old, you are an adult dragonborn, at that time Hearing his master analyze and expose his own identity, the angry dragon could not say anything. He got mad, bared his teeth and asked his master, how did you know that? What the hell are you, bitch? The dragon in human form got mad and bared his mouth and asked, how did you know that? What the hell are you bitch? Hearing him curse at his master, he was so angry. What, a bitch? Dragons with their damn personalities. Your master asked me to put me down so I can stand on my own. He held his master in both hands and gently placed her on the ground. Standing on the ground, his master introduced himself. I am Valentin Milo, a magician from the past. He repeated the name he had just heard, Valentin Milo. That guy refused to believe it and said, no way, are you an immortal demon summoner? And Valentin Milo assert myself, yes, it's nothing special, but at that time, I was called by that name. He completely did not believe his master's words, gritted his teeth and said angrily, how dare you tease me with such a blatant lie? As if to prove what he said, he suddenly said 2 names, Baha Suk, Volume 51 Mo. These 2 names made him quite startled. Baha and Guanvo Li Mo are the names of 2 dragon lords. The only people who know their true names are the dragons themselves and those who have seen them with their own eyes. Hearing his master read the 2 names of the dragon lord made this guy think with his hand in his hand, since you know their names, it seems you are not an imposter. Perhaps Valen believes that you are still alive, star. But it doesn't matter, I belong to the supreme and proud fire dragon clan. My name is Valaktut Machiavelli. He proudly introduced himself to the 2 teachers and students. Valaktut continued, unexpectedly we have the opportunity to meet a great historical figure in a place like this, in a remote village. All that is in my plan is to correct the daughter born to me as a toy, he said with an extremely arrogant smile. And I trust you to order him, you get out of here immediately. Vashuktut smiled coldly and said, you just gave me an order, have you forgotten the words of the agreement? We, the great dragons, are tolerant of all races except humans, because we pity them. And you dare to order a race of dragons to go away, Vashuktut said angrily. And I heard you floating in midair and replied, you seem to be mistaken, are dragons tolerant? That's not right. The one who shows tolerance is not the dragon, but me, and trust Milo. Vashuktut, hearing his master's words refute all his previous thoughts, he exclaimed, what? And I trust you to tell the story of the past, when we made a verbal agreement in a forest in the past. Do you know why I separated your species from humans? Because of your dragon's blind belief that there is no superior to you in this world. War between species has broken out, but it seems you fools still haven't fixed your old habits and continue to show it off. Vabangtut did not accept others speaking ill of his noble dragon species. He angrily pointed at his master and said, you have talked nonsense. What does a ghost of the past like you know? Yes. Vashuktut was so angry that fire burned around him. Standing opposite, Jock Valen smiled and mockingly called him, hey lizard. This call made him so angry that he couldn't speak. What lizard? You continued, I was planning to just listen to keep quiet, polite. But how dare a four-legged beast like you imitate human actions while behaving impolitely towards my master? Being cursed and insulted by him like a four-legged animal, no different from a dog, made him mad. You, insolent creature, I will tear you apart. He immediately jumped up and reached out to hook his long arm, lunged towards him, aiming to tear his body into pieces to release this anger. A five-fingered handful of sharp claws rushed forward. He calmly dodged his claws. His hands pressed against the ground. He changed position with one hand on the ground and his foot pointing up to the sky to perform a kick. Bang! One of his legs kicked straight into the dragon's face. That dragon was stuck to the wall by one of your stones. The kick was quite strong and made him spit out his saliva. He fell to one knee and knelt on the ground, panting. At this point, he lifted his chin with the toe of his shoe and said, next time, no, starting from now, you'd better speak respectfully to my master. Being insulted like that, he angrily looked up at him and said, bastard, how dare you do that to a dragon, a vile human like you? Looking down at him from above, Magic is circulating in your right hand, stop your ridiculous nonsense and lower your eyes, before I kill you. His hand grabbed his ankle and was holding him up, an ordinary creature. Do you think you can do whatever you want when you have the monster Valentino backing you? He grabbed your leg and used all his strength to throw you far away and straight into father's house. His master stood and watched him being thrown away by the dragon, destroying someone's entire house like that. In the house, a shaking table loomed closer to the pile of rubble when Jack Valen was thrown into it and damaged it. The girl looked quite frightened as she watched everything happening before her eyes. He stood up from the pile of rocks, used his hand to brush off the dirt on his shirt, lamented and said, "It's dirty, Ron will nag me again." He stood up and looked at the little girl kneeling not far away and said, "Did you see? That uncle of yours is a piece of trash that cannot be recycled." The girl looked bewildered when he said that, then she helplessly cried loudly. Seeing the little girl crying so pitifully made him feel sad. Next he grabbed her hand, held her shoulder and said, "Look closely, that shameless face. He is the one who killed your race, your father, whom you have never met and who treats your mother like an object of amusement for him." The little girl cried and trembled in his arms. She was afraid and couldn't speak. As if I understood, he softly told her, "I know. You said you would be responsible for taking care of you, but I only heard approval from your mother." He pulled out the sword hanging at his waist. "Dad, the most important thing is your answer." Holding your sword and preparing to fight, standing behind him and hearing him say he will take care of him, looking at his back, although he is not tall, he is extremely strong, you will be a strong support for her in the future. Jack Valen believes I will show you. How strong was the person who promised to take care of you? He said that he needed his sword to jump high to fight that dragon. Jack Valen believes he holds his sword and jumps high to fight Va Bang Tut. He slashed a sword at him. Va Shuk Tut nimbly jumped a few steps back to avoid his attack. After escaping, the dragon bared its teeth and stared at him. Jack Valentin also held his sword and looked seriously at his opponent. Next, Va shook her head to gain momentum and jumped up again. He held the sword and ran towards the dragon. The two rushed to fight, one holding a sword, the other raising a sharp claw. The slashes of the sword and the force of the scratch were intermingling. After slashes and scratches, the two passed each other. Va shook Tut and spoke to him, "From a while ago. I thought you were a great mana user, but it turns out you're nothing." Before he could even finish his sentence, this guy's long, fluttering hair was cut off and fell to the ground. His hair was falling all over his feet and had been cut off. At this point, you smiled and pretended to be shy as if you wanted to be good for that dragon. "Your messy hair made me itchy, now it's better." Having had the long hair that had been nourished for so long and used as a tool to disguise itself as a noble, that dragon was so angry that he cursed, "You insolent bastard, I won't hold back anymore." Va Shuk Tut angrily waved a palm. He shouted, "Wind sword," a palm containing the hot magical power of a fire dragon. A palm full of magic flew straight towards his face. He calmly took out his sword and made a rather gentle slash to block this attack. Seeing him easily break his magic made him so scared that he couldn't believe what had just happened. He was sweating and stammering, What? Standing there observing the two people's match, his master also suddenly thought to himself, "Has the boy broken the dragon's magic?" Without waiting too long, he continued to jump high and aimed his sword at Va Shuk Tut. But surprisingly, he didn't cut him, but instead put his hand on the dragon's face, so fast that he was startled and opened his eyes wide, unable to move. Jack and Len grabbed his face with one hand, pushing him to the ground. One shot to his face made that guy fall to the ground with his mouth open and his face black. He stood up and suddenly said to that dragon, "Ah, I finally remember, your performance is so bad. Va Shuk Tut Machiavelli, son of Lucia Machiavelli from the magical forest, right?" Hearing him read out his family's ancestors, he lay there groaning and said, "How do you know my father?" He bowed his head and remembered the past. "Luke, one of the 5 dragons currently in charge of the magical beast forest. You're the one who beheaded him in your previous life." But at that time, he didn't see this guy. Looking at his expression, he must have died somewhere first, or maybe he was scared and hid in the countryside somewhere. Va Shuk Tut still lying there with his face covered in tears, moaning uncontrollably, "That's impossible." Standing next to him, he pretended to laugh and said, "Oh my God, why are you acting exactly like your father?" Hearing you mention your father made him lie there angrily cursing, "You bastard, who are you?" He innocently asked, "Who do you think I am?" I am the first and last disciple of Valentin Milo, the one you despise. Va shook Tut trembling and said, how could you destroy my dragon speech, how could an ordinary guy like you? He thought in surprise, this is a dragon, the strongest creature in this world. You have 5 seconds, then you hold the sword and point it straight at his face. The tip of the sword is only a few centimeters away from his pupils, a very clear threat to this dragon. You threatened him, knelt down on the ground and apologized to my master for being rude. Within those 5 seconds, you understood what I was saying, right? Va shook Tut lying on his back, looking up at him and softly asking again, what if I don't do it? I will turn you into dust, so small that no one will be able to find a trace of you. The image shows of the debris left on the bed from the death of the child's mother, a perfect comparison in the moment. This. Just like what I did with the others. Jacques Valin pointed his sword at him. This guy had to kneel down in front of the teacher and student. He started counting down. 5, 4. The number begins to decrease. 3. He continued counting backwards. 2. Finally, 1. Suddenly this sinister dragon sprouted 2 wings and quickly ran away and flew into the sky with an expression of both fear and resentment. As he took off, he thought to himself, this time I'm in danger. He had to run away now, he had to go back and tell the other dragons about this. He was worried and quickly flapped his wings to fly away. Standing on the ground, looking up at that stupid dragon flying in the sky, he also roared. He didn't think he would really run away. He didn't want to use it, but now the situation had changed. Below he raised his sword and prepared to slash into the sky towards the flying dragon. Strong black magic was shining around him. He shouted, the mind sword is behind consciousness, after consciousness is one of the 4 sword moves out of the 8 that he possesses. The girl standing below looked quite worried. Va shook Tut is still flapping its wings and flying into the air. Suddenly sensing something extremely dangerous next to him made him turn his head to look. Looking at it made him scared to death. Above the sky, at some unknown time, a giant magical tornado appeared. The surrounding sky turned black. It seemed to want to swallow him into it. He shouted in panic, what the hell? Below, he shouted commands, all 4 worlds, heaven, holding his sword pointing towards the spinning tornado in the sky. Va shook in confusion and fear when surrounded by a tornado. He said, what is this? What should we do now? What monster am I facing? He is facing the door of life and death in his life as a dragon. A black and white image appeared, Va shaking and running while panting. He was extremely frightened and confused and looked around. Why couldn't he run away from that boy? Why is it like that? Jacques Valin believes like a huge ghost weighing down and haunting him. No matter how much he runs, he cannot escape those eyes wide open like a god of death. Va Bang Tut continued to run away to escape this evil place. His expression looked extremely scared and desperate. He struggled away from the invisible hand that seemed to cling tightly to him. He fell down tiredly, groaned in panic, huffed, and moved away from me. The image of him opening his eyes wide and reaching out like a devil demanding his life, he screamed in despair, ah ah ah. Scene changed. Jack and Lentin suddenly woke up from a long coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the ceiling first. He noticed why the ceiling looked so strange. He looked around the room for a moment. Curtains cover the windows, looking extremely luxurious. The large door is sculpted quite elaborately. He sat up and turned around, wondering where he was. His body was full of bandages. Suddenly, Ron pushed the door into the room, closed his eyes and sighed, saying that the young master really didn't know when he would wake up. Suddenly Ron looked up at the bed and saw that he had woken up. Sitting on the bed, Jack and Len were also shocked to hear that it was Ron. Ron shouted, young master, look at my hand to see how many fingers there are. Do you recognize me? Go to Ron's bed and cry with joy when he saw him awake. Ron raised his fingers to test, to see if he was awake or not. He calmly replied, yes, I'm fine. He was annoyed and moved away from Ron's act of raising his fingers to count how many fingers he had. I'm not a child anymore, don't do things like that anymore. And Ron, why are you here? What the hell is this place? Ron put his hand to his mouth and thought, well, this is the place. Lying on the bed he suddenly asked, do you know the girl and the doll that came with me? Ron immediately replied, if it was a girl, she would have been bathed, changed into new clothes and taken to rest. She would probably still be sleeping in the next room. I don't know exactly what her situation is, but still. She looked really tired. The image of her that appeared when Ron met her was sitting on the ground crying very pitifully. As for the doll, is that what you're talking about? Ron reached out and pointed at his master, who was placed on a chair over there. Your master sat there looking extremely gloomy and unhappy. As for him, he smiled brightly and greeted her, "Good morning, master." His master was speechless, so he had to say, "Now it's dark." Lying on the bed, he said with a carefree smile, "Aren't you angry with me?" Ron stood next to the bed, feeling strange and thinking, is the doll talking? The master sulked and turned away and said coolly, "Why should I be angry with you? You are allowed to freely use your body as you like." He smiled and coaxed the master. "Come on," he said, "that but he's still worried about me." Seeing something strange, Ron wondered, "Young master, why could that doll talk?" No, besides, it had been sitting there silently for 3 days straight. "Ron," he replied, "yes, I will explain later, but swear to me." He said seriously, "This person is my master, from now on you must be polite to her." Listening to the young master's instructions, Ron was quite confused. But Ron still bowed his head and obeyed. "I know he must have a reason to do so, I swear." He sat up and asked Ron, "Also, what happened? Explain briefly." Ron organized his thoughts and recounted, "Well, this was quite a complicated matter. The bodies of the escorts who had departed with him had been found in the mountains near a leopard. And of course the Marquis was the one who discovered them. The family sent a knight to investigate the matter, and the knight judged that he might have some clues, so he set out to find him. And not only that. They are people who have met him at a leopard. After that, we heard many rumors that he was somewhere near the land of Asenbi. The image of a person with 2 wings on his back flying in the sky is the image of a giant magical tornado." Standing from afar looking at this scene made Ron not sure if this was a human being. The tornado radiates energy and blinding light, making it difficult for everyone on the team, including Ron, to see clearly ahead. And finally, Ron's group found him unconscious on the ground with many injuries on his body. Listening to Ron's basic story, he said, "I understand. Is there anything else?" Ron continued, "We don't know what happened, but because he was in critical condition, we went to the temple for treatment." Ron continued, "I heard that you drank all 3 bottles of high-quality medicine." Listening to Ron, he jokingly asked, "Are they strawberry flavor?" "Oh, yes, that's right," Ron replied. He smiled and said, "How do they know I like strawberry-flavored things?" "Well, besides that, why are you here instead of taking care of my sister?" Ron asked Ron curiously. Ron was shy and didn't know how to answer the young master's question. The Marquis objected to the young lady's strong desire to find you, so he sent the person who understood the young master the best, me, along with the investigation team in her place. Hearing the answer made Jack and Len surprised. "Marquis, did he send you away?" "You left and scolded him. He was more stupid than I thought, my old man." Ron worriedly called him, "Young master." He didn't want to hear Ron complain, so he said, "Okay, I'm happy to see you again. But what do you want?" Before you could finish your sentence, a red-haired person entered your room and interrupted your conversation. He said coldly, "Are you awake, third young master?" The scene in the room continued to happen. The man with the brown hair seriously clasped his hands behind his back and asked him, "Is the third young master awake?" "I am Gozan Times, Vice Captain of the Iron Blood Knights. As you may have heard from your servant, we have a duty in the disaster investigation team." Gozan once stood in front of him, pretending to lecture, "So let me tell you something, don't you realize that this is not the place for you to play in a hut? A commoner's child is your friend, accompanying, is not something the servant's son believes should be done." Without stopping, this deputy continued to look down on him and said, "I know that if you compare you to your second brother, you are indeed a bit inferior, but at least you must have the dignity of a servant's son, take it away." Ron stood next to him and did not agree to object. "The young master is sick, what are you talking about?" But he calmly raised his hand to stop Ron. "Ron, just let him speak." He continued speaking, "Now I will ask you a few questions, please answer to the best of your ability." He bowed his head to contemplate the situation. From what Ron told him, the old man had bought 3 of the highest quality medicines for him. Then he would endure the deputy captain 3 times. He angrily squeezed her hand, trying to control his anger at the other guy's sarcastic words. His eyes opened wide, staring at the deputy captain and coldly saying, "Okay, you ask, I will answer." Gozan was also startled by his sharp eyes and thought to himself, "Before he couldn't even look me in the eye." He pretended to hum, "You were the only one who survived the accident, what happened?" He replied boldly, "Nothing worth mentioning." It seemed like his escorts had received some strange requests. He smiled coldly and said horrifying words, like asking them to break my limbs, then give me medicine. What's wrong with your face? Gonzan was sweating profusely, stammering and asking, What? He mockingly told him that, judging by your expression, it must be the first time you've heard this story. He crossed his arms again, pretending to be noble, and said, Hey, please don't change the subject, just answer my question. He thought angrily, twice, I have also lived 2 human lives. On the outside he calmly said, I know, I will continue to explain. The escorts smiled coldly and pulled out their swords. Please don't resist, this is what they said we would camp at night for the 4 days to the academy, and they would break our arms and legs every time. Once we've set up camp, they'll give us medicine in the morning, which they say they'll do every night until we get there. Don't you think it's barbaric? The deputy captain urged him, just say it. You act like you don't remember. Who is it? That level 6 knight? I can't even remember his name. I guess once in a while. You mean, you're crazy? That's probably it. What's worse is, that guy even wanted to destroy my mana ring. Standing next to him, Ron listened with fear and said, Young master, what are you trying to say? He smiled and thought to himself, it seemed like Ron already knew about that. Outside, he continued to explain to the deputy captain that it was because the level 6 engineer had bad intentions towards him that he killed him. Gozan opened his eyes in shock when he heard him tell the story. Hearing your answer made Gozan stunned. Huh? Are you deaf? He said, then slowly stood up from the bed. He laughed evilly and said, I killed all of them. The room suddenly fell into silence. Gozan put his hand on his chin to think about what he said. Wasn't it due to external factors but from within? Moreover, the culprit was actually this stupid third young master. How could this be possible? Yes. He continued to deny the answer you gave. Isn't that unreasonable? Jack Valen warned and said, I don't know the rest, but I won't let those who disturb my life exist. Are you kidding me now? The deputy captain said angrily to him. You walked closer to him. Do I look like such a boring person? Be careful with your words. I don't know how much Elizabeth considers you a treasure, but if a newborn puppy like you doesn't know your place. Listening to Gozan's threats made Ron extremely worried about the young master. He grabbed his sleeve and begged, Knight Gozan, let's talk for a bit. Seeing Ron touching him made him disgusted and threw Ron away. He cursed, how dare a servant like you touch me, go away. He witnessed the only person who cared about him and his family, Ron, being treated like a lowly, low-class thing. He opened his eyes wide and looked angrily. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and punched that red-haired bastard straight in the face. He was sent flying, stuck against the wall and fell to the ground. As soon as he finished punching him, he angrily said, It's the 3rd time, you bastard, you promised yourself that you would endure this guy 3 times, and this 3rd time you couldn't accept it, so you punched him. The scene in the room appeared clearly. Jack Valen walked forward with a punch and punched the deputy captain flying to the wall. Ron stood next to him, anxiously worried about everything that was happening. Ron said in shock. He had not finished his sentence when he saw him holding his head in his hands with an annoyed expression. Without saying more, Ron lamented and advised him, You're still not feeling well, why do you do that? Suddenly he fell down on the bed. Ron called out in panic, Are you okay? He said reassuringly, I'm just a little dizzy, but hey, Ron, he replied, What's wrong, young master? That guy is around level 7. He lay on the bed and smiled, saying, You're going crazy because you're tired of pretending to be an incompetent servant. Ron smiled, not knowing what to say. He reached out and grabbed Ron's collar. He sat up and grabbed Ron's collar but still bowed his head and said, Don't live like that anymore, don't think that's enough. I thought what you were doing would make your life easier, but now that I think about it, it won't. If you are my person, then at least you should be treated like a human being. He put his head in Ron's arms and said the words from the bottom of his heart. Hearing him say that, Ron was extremely surprised. Ron lowered his head to look at him and gently said, Young master, what you said is completely different from before. He continued, Yeah, you don't like that, huh? Ron laughed and said, No, I like it very much. He also laughed and said, That's okay. Gozan Times, Vice Captain of the Iron Blood Knight Order, and a 3rd-rank knight, you probably don't remember this, but just now he has been looking down on you and me. At this point, Ron took off his jacket. He looked at him and smiled and said, How long will it take for you to cook him to death? 5 minutes is okay. Hearing what he said, Ron smiled. Ron warmed up his hands and feet and smiled and said to his young master, You know my cooking skills well, 1 minute is enough. Surely everyone knows that Ron cooks very well, extremely delicious in fact. You think I'm talking about food, I'm not. Let's try to look at what's going on and guess what, Ron wears gloves and punches and kicks all kinds of things, but he looks very gentle like he's cooking a dish. Ron repeatedly punched Gozan's body, he was like a sack that was continuously punched by Ron. I was beaten to the point where my parents were almost unrecognizable, but this deputy captain still opened his mouth and cursed, "You damn servant." So Ron continued to punch him a few more times. Gozan was repeatedly beaten by Ron, so he fought back and tried to hit Ron, this bastard. Ron dodged the attack and continued to attack Gozan over and over again. One of Ron's palms went straight into his chest, causing him to bleed out. Outside, the 2 guards and the servant looked at the situation taking place in the room and were all frightened and said, "What the hell am I looking at?" Another armored soldier said, "Oh my god, something like that is happening, out." He sat on the bed with one arm resting on his leg and calmly watched the 2 fight. He suddenly thought, where have I seen those movements before? He had seen Ron fight before, but the image took place in his previous life. At that time he was so scared that he held his head and lay there trembling. As for Ron, he stood strong in front of him, protecting him from performing magic. Even if it's level 9. So the basic foundations lie in magic, not martial arts. Ron, a man with only the normal physical strength of a servant, defeated Goza, a level 7 knight, twice. Ron must have had a lot of experience in close combat, with people much stronger than that guy. Well, even though Ron is one of the damned agents of the Tilkan Empire. Well, Ron is still Ron, so I can't kill or beat him, sitting on Jack's bed and thinking about Ron boringly like that. Returning to the unequal battle between Ron and Gozan, he had been beaten by Ron for a while. He angrily snatched the sword from the hand of a guard guarding the door, gave it to me, and then he carried the sword forward. Even at this point, he still couldn't accept that a lowly servant like Ron could beat him to such an extent. Arrogant lowlife, go away. Ron coldly looked at him like a dead person, perhaps this was the real Ron. Ron changed direction and gently approached Gozan. Both hands grabbed Gozan's head, put him on the pillow and pressed his face directly into his knees. He cried out in extreme pain. He watched Ron fight while continuing to think, even though this guy has such great strength, he must have suffered a lot of disrespect over a period of time because of him. The next time Gozan was beaten by Ron, he gasped and wiped his face with his hand. He suddenly called out, "Ron." Ron turned his head and smiled as if bathing in the spring breeze and replied, "Yes, young master." Sitting on the bed he said, "Why did it take so long to cook just one ingredient?" Ron also hesitated, not knowing how to answer, when behind him Gozan crawled and stood up. Behind him, Gozan frantically raised his sword behind his back, intending to slash Ron. Ron smiled widely and replied very gently, "I'm done, young master." At the same time, he raised his hand and punched back. The guy Gozan who was secretly attacking him was punched back until he vomited blood. Gozan was beaten by Ron to the point that he lost his soul. His condition was quite miserable. He told Ron, "It took you 1 minute and 12 seconds, work harder." Being criticized by his family's young master, Ron sulked like a puppy being scolded by his owner. Next he ordered the 2 guards who were still standing there looking, "What are you looking at? Do your guard job." The 2 guards replied in panic and confusion, "We are sorry, third young master." "And now we will." He walked up to Gozan, grabbed his head and said, "Let's talk quietly for a bit." He didn't call out, "Third young master." He grabbed his head and said, "Gozan times, that's a cool guy, you definitely have the ability because you've struggled a lot in your life, but my father probably takes you very seriously, right?" Gozan said unconvincedly, "You dare to order that lowly servant." He didn't finish his sentence. Then he got angry and grabbed his hair with force, causing him to groan in pain. You smiled at him and said, "You finally understand your situation," but looking at his expression, he still seems very angry. "Well, I don't expect any answers, but in case you came to investigate something, it's been resolved now, right? Good for you." He smiled brightly and happily said, "Congratulations, you have found the culprit and motive. Let's see, the Marquis favor, the third-rank knight of the Marquis family, in his mid-30s, in short, he is the model of a deputy, killing him would be a waste." He suddenly said, "Hey!" He continued to hold his head and lean close to him, scaring him and saying, "What? Don't you want to become a level 8 knight?" Hearing you mention level 8 knights also made him confused. What, you continued, don't you want to be a part of the Iron Knight Order? You charmed him with your seductive words, he continued, let's make a small promise. On the other side, he whispered to Gozan again. Standing here, looking at Ron, he thought to himself, the young master is plotting something again. Ron is so happy that he cries, he's grown up, nothing makes me happier. A doll's finger, his master's, poked Ron's leg. Ron immediately bowed his head to look and saw a doll standing at his feet, looking up at him. Then Ron politely knelt down on one knee and said, I don't recognize you as your master, I would like to respectfully introduce you. Don't let Ron continue. His master seemed to know something and immediately told Ron, you have inherited the energy of the Sword Clan. This made Ron startled when someone knew his secret. You have inherited the energy of the Sword Clan, this sentence from your master made Ron freeze. About 19 years, no, you achieved 9 rounds 20 years ago. You must have quite a high position, even in the Sword Clan, you reached the 9 circle stage when you were only about 20 years old, but now you are just a servant. Hearing that the young master's master could tell all the secrets of his identity that he had hidden, Ron didn't know what to say right now. And trust me, continue, you can achieve 10 circles and be an expert in controlling souls. Has it been 20 years? Hearing the young master say that made Ron surprised, not understanding what she meant, so he asked again, why? I asked, has it been 20 years since you used mana? Ron replied to his master's question, exactly 19 years have passed, since the day he entered the Marquis's house, along with Elijah and Jack's mother. Ron has never used mana. Recently because there was no other choice. He used mana to track Jack and hide himself, but it doesn't matter anymore. His master continued, don't you remember the life you gave up? You're telling the truth, it's hard to believe you're not ashamed, even though you're looked down upon by weaker people for being a servant. Are you saying you have no desire to make yourself famous and are satisfied with just serving children? I was wondering where someone as talented as him came from, but this probably answers that question. An existence that the Sword family's warriors risked their lives to protect. Do you know the truth about that child? Ron calmly told her, those were the words the young master told me. He knows a little about my past, but won't pry about it. Ron smiled quite happily and said, I'm sure he knows the details about it, but maybe he doesn't care about it. But one thing that Ron doesn't know is that if his master, Jack, trusts him, he will listen. Seeing this conversation, he will definitely ask, what is Sword Clan? Surprisingly, Jack doesn't know a lot of things. What a misunderstanding. On the other side, Jack Valen continued to hold Gozan's head and said threateningly, you'd better remember this. I hate repeating the same thing twice. Usually I would rip your mouth open, but since you look like you could die from a single touch, I'll let it slide. I will ask again. Hearing this, the Gozan people were so scared that they trembled. Vice Captain Knight, you want that position, right? Gozan panicked and stammered, saying, me. Without waiting for an answer from Gozan, Jack Valen threw him on his back on the floor, then he sat on top of him and continued, hey, I don't expect anything from you either, let's see, any. He put his hand close to his face, hey, it scared him so much that he turned away. I know you're afraid of being beaten miserably, but don't even try to move or gather your mana, is that clear? Next, his hand moved to his chest. Next he gathered mana in his hand and entered his chest, making him groan. His hand pressed firmly against his chest and injected mana into his body. Mana circulates in the blood vessels. Next, it seems to have reached the center of the human being, which is the heart. I happily said, I found it. 7 circles, surrounding and rotating around his heart. He smiled and said, don't think so badly of me. Mana circulated around the sparkling circles flying around the heart. Gozan tried to raise his head and look at his chest, trying to say, what are you doing with my mana? He was scared and wanted to stop, but you held his hand tightly. Lie still, if I wanted to kill you I would have done it already. Do you think so? He was too scared to speak, so he turned his face away. Your mana is wrapped around his mana pellets. The image of the pink crystal being wrapped around by blue mana continued. Even more mana emanated from his body. Mana clings around the glass, suddenly this glass seems to have absorbed enough energy so it explodes with energy. Outside, Jack Valentin sat on his chest, continuously chanting and performing black magic. The mana energy emitted became more and more intense. Bright light circulates throughout the room. Gozan was still lying with his eyes closed, trembling in fear, afraid that he would do something to him. After completing the work, you told him, "You can open your eyes." I stood up from above, and that's it. He put his hand on his chest and felt it, making him curse in fear. What the hell? Around his heart there are 8 circles. He sat on the bed and told him it would last about 3 to 5 months. Gozan once sat and listened to his announcement, making him panic and say, "You just forced me, tell me, who the hell are you? You have no right to ask any questions, Gozan times." Goza once looked at him angrily, his heart seemed to still contain 8 sparkling circles. He smiled coldly at him. "You have no choice, from now on you must do as I say. If you refuse my request, or cannot do it, you will die." Your words scared him to the extreme, then you added, "And not only that, die in the worst way you can imagine. You heard those rumors, right, that I study black magic. Since you beat Fake Han and Len Tin and imprisoned in prison, the Marquis's family spread rumors that Jack and Len believed to have learned black magic. And it's true. That's not a rumor but the truth. You probably know better than anyone else, because you've experienced it." He casually said those shocking words to Gozan once. Now, he pointed his finger at him. He ordered him, "Kneel down." The next time Gozan obeyed him and knelt down. "You should remember carefully what I am about to say, even if it has to be engraved into your bones. First you return to the Marquis's house. Second, you go back and tell the Marquis that the third young master doesn't know anything." Kneeling there and bowing his head, Gozan once obeyed, "Yes." He smiled quite satisfied when he was obedient like that. The third thing is that, within 3 months, the vassals of the Marquis's family are staying at the Marquis's mansion, and several knights on the Marquis's side. You must eliminate at least 40 of them. Hearing the command he gave, Kui broke into a sweat, and according to inertia, he replied yes. Then, as if he understood, he was startled and shouted, "What? You threatened him, remember? What I put around your heart is not just for show." Having to accept the fact that there was no way to resist him, he could only say, "Yes, I will remember those things." He left in a low voice. Next, he stood up on his hands and knees. Suddenly he put his arm around his shoulder and laughed loudly. "Come on, don't be so shy. You seduce like a 3-year-old child, just do what Big Brother says, you will benefit greatly, just like now." Gozan was shocked when you addressed him as Big Brother. "And now you have become around 8 in the blink of an eye. We benefit from both sides, as long as you do what I say. What do you think? I will give you those benefits. You want more, right?" Gozan's face was bruised and he knelt there silently, not saying anything in response to his question. He smiled and patted his back and said, "Ha, you didn't refuse, guy, look at how puzzled you are. Oh yes, one more thing, I can tell, is that you gave Ron the order. And how much you bully him, from the way he turns on you. Now it's your turn. Well, to put it simply, from now on you will be a coolie, become Ron's henchman, do you understand what I mean?" Ron laughed when he saw his master do that. Gozan was so desperate that he didn't want to live anymore, so he had to answer, "Yes." You happily clapped your hands in praise. "Keep it up, I'll ask Ron about your performance." As if he had lost all usefulness, you kicked him out the door. "Now I've run out of things to say, so you should leave." Standing inside the room leaning against the door, he thought with satisfaction, "I already have the number 2 chip. Bad chip number 1 is an idiot, so hopefully bad chip number 2 will do what he says." Suddenly he said to Ron while he was whispering to his master, "Ron, are you done talking?" Placing his master back on the chair, Ron quickly replied, "Okay, we're all done, young master." "I'm hungry, let's go eat," Ron said shyly. Young master, are you going to dress like this?" he asked again confused. "Is there a problem?" Ron sighed helplessly and said, "Phew, please wait a moment, I thought this would happen, so I prepared it in advance." He left and thought to himself, does he even prepare things like this? The room became momentarily silent. "Your luggage is almost a mess, so I prepared this set." He smiled and said, "Thanks, I owe you again, Ron, now let's go eat." His room door opened. The two of them walked out when he saw someone rushing towards him, thinking it was Gozan, so he yelled at him, "What the hell, you haven't come back yet, how dare you bother me when I'm about to go eat?" Suddenly a little blonde girl suddenly rushed into him and hugged him, and that was Father Linte. She sobbed and said, "I was worried that you wouldn't even wake up." He looked a little dazed as he looked at the girl in his arms. Holding her in his arms, he called out, "Ron. I'll go for a walk, you prepare some dishes I like." Ron stood behind and bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Yes, young master, I wish you a pleasant walk." Jack and Len believe in cattle, but now he laments and thinks, "She is too strong for someone who has never drank blood." He said, "Can I let go now?" The girl refuses to shake her head and refuses to let go. Outside the shrine building, people were bustling about. The two went out for a walk. He opened his mouth and said, "First of all, I'm sorry for destroying your house." Standing outside, he leaned on the railing and talked while the girl stood on the other side admiring the scenery. My father gently denied, "No, even if the house were still intact, my mother would no longer be there. It was meaningless to me if I was alone in that empty house." The little girl said those words while smiling and shedding tears. Standing on the balcony of the temple together, looking at the red sunset at this time, he expressed his apology for destroying her house. His father did not agree with that. "Although my house is still there, but if my mother is no longer there, it would be meaningless if I were the only one living alone in that house." The surrounding scenery, everything seemed to stop, mourning the fate of Father Deep Day. Jack suddenly came closer to Chalinte, making her confused, and suddenly pulled her hand closer to his body. He confessed, "I also lost my mother when I was young. So small that I can't even remember anything. Despite lacking mother's affection. But by his side there is always Ron, who takes care of him, and his master, who always teaches him many things." Even though his life was very bad, he still knew a little of the taste of happiness. Jack used magic to lift his wrist in front of his father's surprised eyes. Droplets of blood continuously dripped onto the ground. "Oh my God, his blood!" Father was startled. He pressed the bleeding wound directly into her mouth, causing Chalite to not have time to react. "Dad is coming with me," Jack whispered to her. The girl was surprised and hesitated for a moment. But then he still decided to suck the blood of a delicious Jack. She quickly sucked up the precious drops of blood. Jack thought to himself, "She must be very hungry." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a big wind surrounded the two of them. Since being sucked blood, her long blonde hair has become much shinier. The dense wounds and scratches on her body gradually faded. The girl's face also gradually became more vibrant and rosy. The girl was very surprised because thanks to sucking human blood, her facial expression and body had improved a lot. The reason is that vampires are creatures that often accompany dragons. This is because they have special properties that allow them to recover instantly if they drink the right blood. Tay's father was panicking, not knowing what had just happened. Jack smiled affectionately and asked about her health. "What do you think? Are you feeling better?" My father awkwardly bowed his head shyly and said, "Oh yes, thank you very much." Jack suddenly looked at her with the cold eyes of a leader and asked, "So what do you think, Father? I don't understand the meaning of this question. How do I feel?" Jack continued, "I said before I would show you. How strong is the person who wants to be responsible for her?" The sky at this time seemed to be on fire, the entire sky red in the sunset. Tay's father said that he felt a bit scared by Jack's action, causing him to only smile wryly. Seeing that, she quickly explained awkwardly, but it was also quite exciting. She stopped hesitantly, turning her sparkling eyes towards Jack. She continued shyly, "But you were so cool, Oppa." He smiled wryly when he saw his father calling him Oppa. When he saw his father calling him Oppa, it seemed like he was much older than he looked, so he was called like that. Jack held his head in his hands helplessly and said, "Boss, Charlotte still doesn't understand." Jack looked up and continued, "Don't call me Oppa, call me boss." Hearing this, the little girl smiled happily and was filled with emotion. Her eyes filled with tears. She said, "Okay, master." Meanwhile, the sun gradually went down the mountain, the sky gradually became dark. At this time in the dining room, Ron was surprised by Jack's story. He suddenly said loudly, "What did you kill?" He didn't expect that he had killed a dragon and was still an adult. Jack was still calmly sitting and chewing his food. "You didn't hear wrong." Ron watched with wide open eyes in disbelief, frowning and sighing. Jack thought to himself, Ron must be very surprised that before the dragon turned 10 years old, they created a level 5 mana heart. And reach master level before age 50. In particular, they can also transform into dragon dolls, a technique that compresses their giant dragon form into the size of a normal person with outstanding strength. If the original form of a dragon specializes in using magic, then dragon-human transformation would be a technique to magnify their close combat skills. If that idiot had been a little cautious, he would definitely have been at a huge disadvantage, but unfortunately he was subjective and allowed Jock time to use soul magic. Otherwise, I will be at a huge disadvantage. While eating meat, Jack thought that Ron had to remind him that he should eat vegetables, master, but he stubbornly put it aside. Ron hummed for a long time and said, "There will be things that you don't know, young master." He hesitantly asked, "It will be a long story, do you still want to hear it?" Jack held a glass of wine and refused to listen to the story. He secretly thought that Ron probably wouldn't be like that, but he was an extremely careful person. In his previous life, even when he and Jack escaped from the Marquis's house, Ron never once told him about his previous life. Everyone will have a secret or two of their own, and there are some things you will have to confirm. Jack suddenly called Ron, who was standing there. "Yes, master." He said, "Let me ask you a question." Ron was also ready to answer any of his questions. Jack asked him if it was related to the Pun Empire. "Is it a spy or anything else, for example?" Ron asked him in surprise, not understanding what he just said or what it had to do with it. He was silent for a moment and then answered. Ron looked at Jack with steady eyes and affirmed that he had nothing to do with Tuncan. Hearing that, Jack looked up at Ron. He looked at Ron and breathed a sigh of relief. If that was true, then everything would be okay, he thought to himself. I was a little worried, but luckily. Jack always worries about that problem, but no matter what, he doesn't want to become Ron's burden. And will Ron understand him? Jack was secretly happy to see a smile on Ron's lips, so he probably understood. He thought it seemed like whatever it was time. Let himself create a new mana ring, he thought as he stuck his fork into the meat on the plate. Every time the match ended, Jack fainted, half dead from overuse. He had to increase the stats of his mana ring and strengthen his whole body to minimize the force rebound after using soul force as much as possible. First, he thought he would go to the academy first and then do it. Suddenly Mi sat at the other end of the table and said, "I think you are really my disciple. Because you even know how to use the Black Lotus." Speaking of Black Lotus, it is a dark magic that only Master and Jack know in the whole world. It was obvious that the others didn't know because the Master was the one who created the formula for this type of magic. It was created by Jack's master at her peak. In other words, it was the era of war. Master used this black staff to destroy the enemy. She engraved a promise on the force mana circle created, and if they couldn't fulfill that promise, it will not only affect the mana ring in the body, but also causes the person's entire body to explode. Black Lotus is an evil magic that gives her a bad reputation everywhere. Milo continued to ask, "Then you made a commitment because on that mana circle that was created, what are your intentions?" He suddenly mentioned protecting both Ron and his sister. That was the purpose of what he intended to do. This makes Ron extremely touched. I don't know what it is, but when I see him care about me like that, I'm really touched. Jack did not expect Ron to become very emotional after talking to his master. Suddenly the door suddenly opened. The father looked in and called Jack, his eyes filled with tears. Jack heard it and suddenly turned his head to look at the girl. She suddenly not only told him that when she was alone, the maids kept teasing her, they praised her for being cute and even offered to tie her hair. Hearing that made him laugh. After that, Jack immediately called to the dining table, "Phew, you've come at the right time, sit down." Father immediately obeyed and immediately sat down. Seeing that, Ron immediately took a water bottle and poured her a glass. He stood to the side and asked, "Do you need me to prepare food?" The girl innocently replied that she was full thanks to Jack. Ron didn't understand. He suddenly called Ron back and asked, "I want my father to go to the academy with me." Hearing that, the little girl's eyes lit up. She was surprised and asked, "Is that really possible?" Ron reminded him that he was just a small servant, and Jack smiled wryly and said, "A very capable servant." He was interested in asking Ron what he thought about it. This made him not know what to do, and told himself he wasn't sure. He teasingly asked again, "Really?" Jack suddenly said to let him take care of it himself, making him turn pale and extremely scared. Ron leaned close to Jack's ear and said, "Young master, you shouldn't blackmail people." He sneered, "Do you think I'm just a gangster who does nothing but blackmail others?" Dad suddenly stood up and asked Jack about his preparations to go to school. "You don't deny that, that's right." Dad still didn't seem to believe it. "Really," he said, "children have to go to school," but he didn't expect the little girl to say, "You're a child too." Jack saw that her father's talent was too outstanding for her, while his father still worriedly asked, "But, how can I join the academy? Even though I don't have any mana rings right now, I can still pass level 10 if I know how to teach well. Or maybe like him try take an increase to a level where he can use pure light magic." Jack thought to himself that he would definitely be able to join the academy if Gozan once wrote him a letter of recommendation. But the problem here is the age of the student's father, who joins the academy at the age of 14. Since she is only 11 years old, it is difficult for her to join if she uses the usual method. Jack reassured him not to worry and that Father Linte would definitely join the academy like any other child. A few days later, at the academy, Jack was happy when the day finally came to go to the academy. Ron had prepared luggage for him and he had also given him a few extra things in case he needed it. He thanked Ron for preparing everything for him. Ron bowed his head and reminded him about taking care of his health. "Please email me if you need anything else." Jack called Ron back. "Yes, young master," he answered. He asked, "Can I ask you a favor? I will completely hand over the responsibility to you regarding matters related to the Marquis family." Ron raised his head to look at Jack and asked, "Are you saying you will focus on the academy's affairs?" He pointed at Gozan in the distance and said that he was not as smart as he expected. Jack is telling the truth. You don't appreciate Gozan times. He is a person who can easily be taken advantage of and thrown away. Jack ordered him to do some things, and he wanted Ron to be the one to keep an eye on Gozan. When Ron heard that, he suddenly asked again, "Keep an eye on him?" He was intending to cut off the Marquis's arm slowly and extremely slowly. Ron was surprised to see him mention legs and arms and implicitly understood what Jack meant. "You mean, the high-ranking officials of the Marquis family and the Barbarian family?" Ron asked. Jack did not hesitate to answer, "Yes." Hearing that, Ron seemed extremely worried about the position of Miss Elizabeth. For Jack, Elizabeth is a very kind sister. He doesn't want her to become an evil person like him, but Elizabeth needs some influence to change. And the downfall of the family is the key to making her change. So he asked Ron to stay and take care of his sister. He looked at you silently for a few seconds. Finally, he could not help but agree. Honestly, he was sure that the little master in front of him had changed a lot. Hearing that, Jack smiled happily. He answered, "Of course," then opened the gate and left. On the way, Milo praised him for having a very good subordinate. Jack told her not to call Ron a subordinate but to call Ron a relative, which would be much more appropriate. Not only was he talented but he was also very talkative. Seeing that his master was speechless, he immediately praised him. "Master, you are also a good person." Hearing that, Mi suddenly looked up and looked at him. After that, he revealed a satisfied face but still said, "It's not a compliment, it sounds so fake." After a while of gossiping and selling melons, I finally arrived at the academy. The father happily shouted loudly, "Young master, this is the first time I have been to a place as big as this." Seeing her happy, Jack told her to go leisurely as she pleased. "From now on you will join this place." Dad turned his head to look with a happy smile. "Yes." Suddenly, a servant appeared and asked him if he was the one who had heard from Jokva, making father deep startled. The girl kept jumping up and down, Jack thought. Jack asked the servant what he needed to find him for. She bowed her head and apologized for her actions just now. "And tell the director to wait for you." At this moment, the study room was filled with light. The director talked to him about the popularity he had these days. The blood son of a noble family was found in the middle of a destroyed building. This story has been discussed everywhere. The director is wondering if you are okay. Jack sat cross-legged and thought, it's been quite a while. Looking at the person sitting and talking in front of him, Ram Miao Serben, he is the father of the current and former Duke Serben. At the same time, he is also the director of the academy, Jack thought to himself. This place really hasn't changed much, whether in the present or in the past. He still remembers that something similar happened to him in his previous life. Remember this moment in the past. You also sat in this room and asked the director about what you had to do here, which was to complete the test and take attendance, right? The headmaster told him that as long as his name was listed on the rankings that were reported to the kingdom, he would not be expelled. Jack was sitting weakly trembling, not knowing what to say. His older brother, a man with a bright future, and his father, the Marquis, will definitely try to see him off before he becomes an adult. The director told him to remember this. Until now, the director has witnessed dozens of other children in the same situation as Jack. He bowed his head tremblingly and asked the director if there was a way to help himself survive. He turned to look at him. He patted Jack's head and reminded him, "From now on you have to think about that." And the director also loved him very much. If he wanted, he could have his own dorm room. Jack then silently shed tears. He thought, he had received a lot of favors from the dean. Returning to reality, Jack sat arrogantly and asked the director, "Would you like to bet me something?" The director was extremely surprised to see him say that. Why? He explained that he had owed him a lot in the past, so he would save the director once, but in return he had to fulfill one of his requests. Jack made the director an offer. "I was grateful to you before, so I will save your life once. In exchange, just promise me one thing." The director pondered for a moment and realized that the boy in front of him had changed a lot. "It's only been a month since he first met you, when you were injured and couldn't say much. But now he has changed into such an arrogant teenager." Hearing that, Jack said, "To the director it may have only been a month, but to him it has been 20 years. 20 years is more than enough for a scene to change twice. And perhaps humans are like that too." The director is quite excited about this and wants to hear how exactly you will save my life. Jack believes that if his memory is not wrong, the time for the Tetlaw Kingdom to collapse in the war with the Tonkin Empire is exactly within a month. The Tetlaw Kingdom could resolutely resist for a month, but on the other hand, the Tonkin Empire had more than 30 masters. And besides that, there are a large number of soldiers with half-dragon clan blood and bones implanted in their bodies. Not only that, the number of mana users at level 7 and above was at least 1,000 people. For comparison, in the Kingdom of Tetla there are only 2 masters, they don't even have 100 people who can use mana. Jack thought to himself, with such a big difference. Jack thought to himself that with such a big gap, if he were Tonkan's commander, it wouldn't take 3 days to resolve it. The reason Tetlaw was able to last for up to a month was thanks to this respected director in front of him. The scene of a gloomy sky appeared with smoke constantly flying in the air, buildings were destroyed by the war. There was a woman and her mother hugging each other in fear. The mother hugged her daughter tightly because she thought it was over, tears flowing down her eyes. Suddenly a source of energy came to protect their mother and children and those around them. The insects were protected, all thanks to the army of fighting magicians formed from the soldiers under Director Ram. Meow. The army has about 700 people. He heard that one day they suddenly appeared and started fighting for Tetla. If the director did not overcome this accident, Tetla would not be able to survive 2 months. Jack thinks that was the accident. A betrayal by the precious assistant he trusted, the image of the dean being stabbed from behind and collapsing, surrounded by bloody sputum. Suddenly, Jack suddenly called this name. The director was suddenly startled and surprised and reminded. Jack Va believed that calling a professor by name like that was a very disrespectful act. He still ignored his warning and confirmed that he was a spy of Tonkan. The space in the room suddenly fell into silence. According to Ma Company Ro, he is currently an assistant professor at the Swordsmanship Research Academy, a 6th-level knight and a vassal of Esben. He is walking in the schoolyard and greeting the students. "Hello, afternoon professor." "Yes, good afternoon." Not only that, Lutloa is also the only child following the director. Jack is still calm in the face of the director's cover-ups. He was angry and said that he was slandering a vassal of the ancient Anes Empire. You immediately replied, "Slander, I wonder if you will regret not listening to me later when that guy stabs you in the back in a few years, and at that time you will say, 'Ah, I should have listened, that kid.'" No. Jack also expressed his desire to give the director a few suggestions to show his sincerity. The director frowned angrily and threatened, "Don't say things that you cannot be responsible for. I will pretend we never had this conversation." The director warns Jack that you should leave here. Jack thought to himself, "Damn it, after I made an offer to save him." Jack reached into his pocket and struggled to take out the Marquis's coat of arms, then placed it on the table and reminded the director that he would not say this a second time. He used his scary eyes and sinister smile to warn him that this office was probably dirty. And at the same time he also asked to call Lutrang to come here. A while later, in the principal's office, he appeared in front of the two of you with a very serious posture. "Could you please call me?" Both Jack and the director turned their eyes towards him. Jack suddenly called his name, Lutsheet. Then he said, "Since then you have done very well, now you don't need to send any more information to the Tonkin Empire." Hearing what Jack said made him extremely surprised. And got angry and didn't understand what he was saying. Jack played with his hair while mocking him like he was deaf, and maybe because he was too stupid to simplify things. He glanced down and suddenly realized that he was the infamous spy Jokva. He heard that he had an accident and kept smiling at him. Could it be that he had a psychological injury, not a physical one? He asked back, not knowing how the director loved him so much that he dared to accuse a professor of being a spy. "I'm afraid a severe punishment isn't enough to punish you," Jack replied angrily. "No one needs it." Jack now stood up, clutching the family crest in his hand. Then he went straight to punch him because he thought he was talking too much for the role of a spy. He was punched by Jack, causing his nose to bleed and having to take a few steps back. Jack saw that and smiled happily. Suddenly he turned to the director and asked him to please explain what was going on. Before he could finish his words, Jack rushed forward and kicked him straight in the chest, making him grit his teeth in anger. Slowly stepping back and raising his hand to block the attack, he looked at Jock with hatred in his eyes, then called his name. Jokva heard it. He didn't know his strength and raised his fist straight towards Jock. Jokva believed that "What do you think you are doing to a professor?" He quickly dodged each of his attacks. He flexed his body backwards, avoiding all of his attacks. His face darkened, not expecting Jack to be able to dodge. Suddenly, he saw it. Level 6 mana is protecting his body, but for you, everyone will have a weak point in their body. Jack came forward and punched him in the stomach. He didn't have time to dodge and took the punch, causing him to roll his eyes in pain. And flew straight towards the back cabinet door, making a loud noise. Seeing this scene, the director was surprised and speechless. Jack waved his hand. "The Marquis's coat of arms was broken," he said. "No bones were broken, right?" He looked at him and said, "Now let's hear your confession." Lutsheet was still holding his stomach and breathing heavily in pain. He looked at him with sinister eyes. "Oh God, what a pity. You should confess now so you can see some light at the end of the tunnel." He looked at him trembling. Suddenly he sat there, pale-faced and panting, not understanding what Jock was talking about. Hearing that, Jack couldn't help but smile sarcastically. He placed his hand on his chest to feel it. He saw that the 6 mana circles were complete circles in Lutsheet's body. But destroying something, especially something perfectly created, will leave a deeper impression than destroying something clumsily created. Now you will start asking him questions one by one. If he answered incorrectly, it meant he would destroy each mana ring. Hearing this threat, his face turned pale and was extremely scared. Now starting from the first question, Luke was sweating in fear. "You're a spy for the Tonkin Empire, right?" Jack asked with a friendly smile. Lut's face turned pale. His hands and feet were shaking. He shouted, denying Jack's accusations, "No, I'm not. What are you talking about?" A scream rang out. Jack said, "You answered wrong." Now he only had 5 mana rings left in his body. Having one mana ring broken made Luke Trang extremely painful. Jack firmly affirmed, continuing to ask the previous question again. "You are a spy for Tonkin, right?" He turned his head and looked at Jack with hatred in his eyes. "You think it's not easy for the truth to come out of this guy's mouth? Are you using your right to remain silent? Do you think this is similar to an official trial? Usually when a circle is destroyed, it can be recreated with effort." But he didn't think he would do such a kind act. Just now, Jock poured mana into his heart. Just in case he tried to recreate a new round and there would be a backlash and it would hurt so much that he wouldn't want to die. He smiled happily. He chuckled when he saw that his body couldn't create another circle. But suddenly Jack remembered there was still a way to recreate the lost circle. Jack said, "Let me tell you. If you inject dragon blood into the vein and put dragon bone inside the body, who knows, maybe he will be able to recreate his broken mana circle." Lou was lying flat on the ground but still raised his head and wondered countless things about Jack's knowledge. It seemed like he was right. He was just planning on casting the bait to see if he would take the bait or not. Who would have thought that he also knew about that, and when he heard that, he became even more worried. Jack came closer. "Now," he said. Then performed experiments on him even though Lutsheet was screaming and cursing at you bastard. Jack told him that he had knowledge about dragons. Even experiments, and he wondered why a 6-circle spy like him talked so much. Suddenly screaming that he didn't understand who he was, who the hell were he and how could he know about Tonkin's taxonomic research. When Jack heard that, he suddenly stopped and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then he flashed a mysterious smile. As he spoke, he placed his hand on his chest. "Who knows? How can we know about Tonkin's research?" He suddenly used his power to make him scream in pain. The power destroyed all remaining mana rings in his body. This caused Lutshi to lie motionless, trembling, breathing heavy breaths. He laughed loudly and said sarcastically, surprised, "Right now you only have 0 mana circle." Jack turned to look at the director. "So now, sir, it's time for you to listen to my request." The director silently looked at him and frowned. The weak-looking Lut slowly raised his head and spoke. "The Tunkan Empire will not forgive you. I will crush all your bodies into hundreds of pieces." He turned his hateful eyes towards Jack, gritted his teeth, making his face full of veins. Jack lifted his leg up and kicked him until he couldn't move anymore. Jack turned and apologized to the director, because it took him quite a while to clean up this mess. The director was skeptical. He didn't know where a mysterious child like him came from. Surely Jack is not the child he once knew. Jack rubbed his head and looked embarrassed. "I've changed so much in 1 month, can we put this aside?" Hearing that, the director sighed and promised not to ask for more details. "But the director will certainly ask you about discovering that Lutrang was a spy, and he wants to hear you talk about dragon blood." Jack interrupted and reminded him of their previous negotiation. He wanted him to know about the current situation on the continent. Signs of war are about to break out and are already appearing. The war for inheritance in the Tunkan Empire is being pushed to a climax. On one side are those with moderate views led by the second son, and on the other side are those with hard views led by the current prince. In the end, the winners were the hardliners, and the Tunkan Empire would be ruled by hardliners who unified the continent. He himself did not know the exact details of this incident because he had lived in the mountains with his master for more than 10 years. He turned to tell the director that he still left that guy a way to live. He would hand him over to the director. The fact that he knows about dragons also means that he knows more than you think. Jack advised the director to hear directly from him because the information that Lutrang has is extremely useful for both the director and the king. The headmaster was surprised to see him calling the king so respectfully. He thought to himself, "The king must be the king, right? What else can you call him?" That's because normally he never calls the king with such reverence. "It's not like you can't call him a dickhead," Jack sighed. By the way, he was also curious as to why a magician with 6 circles like him knew so many things. Currently, the use of dragons to test the mixed blood theory has surpassed conventional animal experiments, and human testing is about to begin. Experimental papers fell out scattered. According to what Jack knew in his previous life and the documents he had collected, he was very sure about that. But this news should have been kept absolutely secret, especially in Tunkan. Jack told the director, "You can take him away and handle the consequences yourself. There is only one thing you are allowed to say to me, you know that, right?" The director got right to the point and asked, "What you want?" At first, he only intended to ask for one thing, but because of the director, he felt insulted. "Because of that you will ask him for 2 things, he told you to say it. The first thing is because he has a lot of money. So let's buy you a mansion near the academy and at least have a garden." He interrupted his thoughts and reminded him that all students had to stay in the dormitory. But he also reminded him that the director was the one who taught him to always make exceptions to the rules. The director immediately asked, "What about the second request?" His second request was for the director to accept a girl as a new student. The principal reminded him that this was the second semester and the school only accepted new students in the first semester. Jack was no less competitive when talking about the previous regulations. The director asked Jack if the girl he mentioned was the weak child sitting outside. Jack did not hesitate to confirm that he was that person. He wanted to know what the relationship between the two of them was. Jack burst out laughing and said he was the girl's new long legs father. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. "I understand." Jack pouted, not understanding why he was sighing if it was true. Suddenly, Dad stepped back, deliberately avoiding Jack's hand that was about to pat his head. She bowed her head, her expression sad. This caused Jack to bend down and ask, "Father, what's wrong? You seem very happy, what's going on?" The girl awkwardly shared, "Honestly, I never thought this would happen. I heard that an academy is a place where only the chosen can study." "You know I'm not human," the girl said, trembling in fear. Jack immediately replied briefly, "So what?" Hearing that, Father Linte was extremely surprised. He asked her if she hated being a vampire and wanted to be human. "Makes Dad a little sad." And she shook her head vigorously to deny what Jack had just said. He knew it was a bit strange for him to say this, but she was truly a pitiful child. Members of the Roy family ascended the throne from generation to generation as the royal family of vampires. But look what happened to them. The species gradually became extinct, and her father was also caught up in the massacre. And her mother, the only important person left by her father, was also gone. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Jack reminded the girl to be proud of her identity and not to be discouraged by such trivial things. For example, whether she was a human or a vampire, he called her by her full name, Father Doroyan, that was you. Hearing that, the little girl burst into tears because she was touched. He always kept his word. He stood up as he spoke. My hand reaches for Father's little hand, so I will continue to take care of you. If Daddy wanted to become king, then he would help her too, and if she wanted to rebuild her species, he would help her do that too. Jack promised to solve all her difficulties. So he hoped Father would never think so much again. When my father heard that, he was a little silent. Then she spoke softly, thanking her. The little girl trembled and panicked as she remembered what her mother had said. Jack asked what she had said. Her mother reminded her that nothing in this world is free. Jack froze and looked at the girl in surprise. He immediately laughed and did not deny it. That's right, nothing is free. Dad was worried because he thought he couldn't do anything to help Jack. He immediately comforted her and said he would ask her for something in the very distant future and only needed to be able to fulfill it. The girl smiled happily and promised that she would definitely help Jack. Finally, the girl was happy and he told her she could go look around and visit. Their place would probably take a while to finish. Hearing that, Dad didn't hesitate and responded happily, okay. A few minutes ago in the principal's study, he said Father Linte's admission application would be processed today or tomorrow. And the accommodation will be ready in 2 hours, he continued. But Jack was surprised to hear that. He thought to himself, but what? But managing such a large mansion alone will be very difficult, so he will send a few people to help you manage the place. Jack smiled triumphantly and thanked the director for his thoughtfulness. In his heart, he knew that it was just a reason the director made up. In fact, he wanted to install someone to monitor him. He thought, it wasn't that important, the reason was nonsense. At this moment, his master looked at him with eyes full of pride. He asked, why do you look at me so proud? Me was worried that a child like him could say such things to another child. From his perspective on other creatures, Milo saw that he valued differences more than anything. She thought he was just a psychopath, but now she realized that was wrong. He showed a dissatisfied face, thinking to himself, is it a compliment or a criticism? He sighed, his face changed color and he thought it was a compliment. Milo also said, very good. Suddenly in front of them there was the sound of someone practicing swordplay. This attracted their attention. He continuously slashed down and then swung up again with extremely heavy movements. Jack turned his face away and didn't care. He thought, yes, he worked hard but it wasn't his problem. Suddenly, his master pinched his ear and shouted, oh, what's the matter, master? She told him to stay and watch. He had to comply with her wishes. Okay, I understand. He and his father went to the chair to watch. They both didn't understand what was wrong with him. The other one was still diligently practicing, letting out heavy breaths. Jack looked at his face and guessed he looked about 17 years old. He exclaimed, he was really tall. He started using magic to look through his mana circle. He was surprised and could not believe what he had just seen before his eyes. He gasped, speechless. He was so busy thinking, what the hell, really, that he didn't notice the father sitting next to him, not understanding anything. Jack couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect that a tall guy like him would only be in middle school and he himself could only grow to level 4 at the highest. He exclaimed, it's so different from its appearance. He asked, is the master interested in that guy? Mi worriedly raised her head to look at Jack and asked, are you afraid I will accept him as a disciple? Jack denied and explained that he could only develop as high as level 4, so he was curious about what it was about him that made his master pay such special attention. Are you worried that Jack is someone who has the same eye for talent as you, but you can't recognize his differences? He put his hand on his chin and thought to himself that what his master was talking about was physical strength. Milo raised her head and looked at him speechless. The bright sunlight is shining down. The three of them still did not leave but stayed focused on the person practicing in front of them. The space became silent except for the sound of him swinging his sword as he stood practicing. Suddenly Dad noticed something. The little girl saw that. He must have been practicing his sword for a long time and looked like he might collapse at any moment. Uncle Tay continued, but master, Look at the bruised wound on his neck, he seems to have been seriously injured. Hearing that, Jack still didn't care much. Master asked if he still didn't understand why she was interested in him. Jack was silent for a moment, thinking, and Uncle CH suddenly realized that his magic circle had been broken before. Yes, it is very difficult to recreate a broken magic circle, it can even be said to be almost impossible. Furthermore, it seemed like no one helped him either, so that meant he recreated it himself. I love his persistence. She was about to continue talking but suddenly stopped talking. Seeing that, Jack immediately asked, "And what else?" Me thought about it and thought she shouldn't say this. But Jack thought he himself understood that his master liked him not only because of his persistence. The foundation of a black magician is death, destruction, resentment and hatred. The tenacity to reconstruct the broken magic circle, the dedication to practicing the sword despite having a body full of wounds. And the resentment buried deep beneath that persistence. Suddenly there was a shadow approaching the person practicing. Jack came closer and asked me, while he was panting. He immediately turned around full of wonder. He asked Jack if he could help him. Jack immediately reminded him frankly that he had put a lot of strength into his arms, and this person suddenly asked again, "Why?" He advised him to relax his right hand a bit. The position of his left foot when swinging the sword was not correct. It was better to correct his posture, otherwise he could die with just one swing of the sword. You reminded him of showing that he had broken the magic circle so clearly. His goal was to protect his heart as much as possible, right? But in the end, because it revealed too many loopholes, he advised him to fix it. It was thanks to this reminder that he was surprised and asked who he was. Jack replied, "It's nothing, I'm just walking by." With such a big body, are you going to let yourself be defeated? He turned his head away with embarrassment. Jack leaned on his hands and looked at him, sighing helplessly. He immediately gave him the magic potion. It is also confirmed that this is a high-class miracle drug, and also has a grape flavor. He doesn't understand why you gave him this. Why did Najaf give it to me? Jack laughed loudly and said, "Just because he liked it." He secretly thought it would be good to give him the magic medicine. After taking it from Gozan for a while, he was now rich. Jack suddenly remembered something. Oh right. He asked what his name was because he wanted to know this. He quickly introduced himself as the Knot. Hearing that, he immediately turned around and advised, "The Knot, please practice hard." He suddenly hummed as if he had something to say. Jack had to turn back and ask, "What's going on? Can I ask your name?" He smiled and introduced his name as Jock. Jock Va trusted him. Then he turned around and walked away, saying, "If we have a chance, we will meet again." Master turned to look at this guy who always pretended to be cool with an extremely puzzled expression. The boy's father stood to the side praising his master's coolness. "He was always so sweet, Master." The girl laughed loudly. Jack, with a satisfied face, thanked his father for his compliments. His father on the other hand complained, "You don't listen to me at all." While the cats were busy sunbathing on the stairs, the three of them walked and talked and laughed happily. I couldn't wait to see their backs leaving, holding a bottle of medicine. Suddenly he remembered something about this guy named Jakva. A series of rumors like the Marquis family's retard, scum, trash who can't do anything but breathe to live. That stood there quietly thinking about the rumors that people had about Jock. He thought to himself, how could I not know? Since enrolling, Jock's scores have been on a different level. This made the Knot feel very pressured. During the first semester he got 0 points in all subjects. The Knot scratched his head, wondering if he had heard something wrong. A while later, at the Isben building near the academy, this is a villa for the Duke's distinguished guests. Suddenly a green-haired man appeared and told Jack that if he needed anything, he should let the servants know so they could serve him. He showed a polite, welcoming expression. The name of this servant is an elder and is Dandu. That is also the code name of Dinat Dio of the Mercenary Guild of Land Ants or Fire Ants. Jack chuckled after looking around. He thought it was pretty cool for a place called the Duke's Mansion. A villa for distinguished guests. From the outside, it seems like the director has intervened in the Va family's inheritance battle. It seemed like that was the reason why he looked at him with such malice. He said his feelings weren't important, his job was to do what the principal asked. Jack scratched his head and said he didn't know if his action was impolite. He asked, why? He's hiding his appearance with polymorphism. Jack asked him if the elder knew about this, making him surprised and not knowing what to say. Putting aside that alias, He didn't expect that a small land like this would have so many high-ranking people. As far as he knew, there weren't many level 9s in the kingdom, so he was lucky. Or maybe the guy standing in front of him is a spy. The surrounding space suddenly became silent. He suddenly burst out laughing, breaking the awkward atmosphere. He exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Unexpectedly, a boy like Jack could find out. At this point, he has gradually regained his magic and returned to his own form, and I have also reduced my mana by half. He came to visit you because Jack was the director. He was interested, but even he was surprised because of you. He was the master of the magic tower of the kingdom of Tetla, Bilamai. Past life during the war between Tunkan and Atlan. He stood by the elder and protected him until his death. He didn't understand how he could see through polymorphism. Normally you wouldn't be able to detect it. But thanks to defeating the dragon affected by polymorphism before, he has this ability. Bilamai did not expect that a student like Jack would talk so disrespectfully to the owner of the magic tower and also the head of the magic department like that. He walked closer to him and said, "So you should have introduced yourself first, and then you still want me to respect you when you do something like that? I can't talk rudely for one day, and I didn't ask you to hide your identity." Bilamai agreed to allow him to be rude to her, but only for today because it was his fault. He put his hand on his chin and looked at it and thought that Jock was a very special person. He wanted him to be his disciple so he could teach magic. Hearing this invitation surprised both the sensei and the master. He refused that interesting invitation. "I already have a master." Bilamai also mentioned that Elizabeth is also a very talented person. He once wanted his sister to become a student. But Elizabeth refused. "This time it will be different." But this time will be different. He decided not to give up. Bilamai approached, held Jack's hand and begged him to become his student, but he still refused because he already had a master. He still boldly said that it was okay to have 2 masters, making Jock extremely helpless. Jock looked disgusted and asked, "Does the Wattage Ghost Tower usually accept students like this?" Suddenly Mii was worried about calling Bella, but Jock thought his master was calling him. She continued asking, "The child has reached level 9, what is your name?" He was surprised when he first saw the talking doll. Jack immediately replied that his name was Bilamaya and that he was the owner of Tetla's magic tower, master. "I'm worried that this time he has met the standard because he is about to reach level 10. She asked him about being attacked by others when trying to get to level 10, making Bella extremely surprised. "How did you know?" She saw traces of the 10th magic circle in his body. Mii worriedly asked him if he knew about the traces of the magic circle. It seemed that Bilamai was also suspicious when he learned that the trace of the magic circle was the phenomenon of mana rupture. She advised him not to give up because usually at this age he will not be able to do it anymore, but because you are about to reach it, there is still hope. Just keep moving forward because the magic tower is a place for those who refuse to give up. And he must prove himself suitable for that position. "I'm worried, can I know your name?" She sighed and told him it would be better not to know and just consider her an ancient. Jack told his master to go inside because father was waiting. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Bella to tell the elder that I would visit him on the day of the opening ceremony. He turned around and went inside the villa. Jack breathed a sigh of relief because he was almost dragged into the magic tower. I feel sorry for them, someone who practices like crazy when they have no talent. And a person alive who doesn't know they have talent, she doesn't want to just ignore them. He was angry when he saw that his master did not teach him anything but only cared about the 2 newcomers. Mii worried about what else he would learn from her. While he already knew how to use Shadow Link on Gozan once, meaning he had learned everything from his master, he silently remembered that Dark Link was the last magic his master taught him. He thought, "But I didn't expect Bilamai to come all the way from the magic tower to see me. Do you want to control me? Just do as you please. Just on the road right now." He kept looking back with regretful eyes. Bilamai just thought back to the scene just now with Jock. Suddenly the maid interrupted her thoughts and asked Bilamai, "Tower Master, what are you thinking about?" He answered as if he didn't remember what he meant. The maid continued asking, "Have you heard of the principal?" He raised his head, looked at everything and replied that he had heard it. In the principal's study room, someone asked, "Are you going to accept all of that kid's requests?" He did not deny it, but also said that Jack was really good at negotiating. The director asked him why he didn't like him, but he refused and denied that he had ever said that. Even if he catches a spy, Jack is still very suspicious because a middle school kid can fight a 6th level guy so easily alone. Bilamai thinks he's more dangerous than that guy. The director suddenly thought he was too one-sided. He also brought a child with him. You probably want to study with the new student at the academy, why do you want to bother him? He can bring benefits to the kingdom. So it's okay if they want to slowly get to know him and he'll be here for a long time. The room suddenly became quiet. He thought to himself that the director's words were quite correct. Bilamai decided to listen to the director's words and worriedly reminded him about him being dragged into the power battle of the Marquis family. The director was surprised to think that the battle for the inheritance rights of the Marquis Valence family had already ended. Let me silently think. Bilamai understands the Va family very well and believes that even though she is his daughter, Elizabeth is capable of becoming the master. Then he only thought about using Lam as a political pawn. The Marquis's second son reached high school at the age of 17, which wasn't very good because the academy was full of people like that. Bilamai has never met anyone as stupid and conservative as him in his life. The director stroked his beard and asked Bilamai's thoughts. He said, "You have grown much older, director. Why would a person who gave up his civil service title because he didn't want to fight politics anymore have to get involved in such complicated matters? Giving him his own dormitory room or allowing him to skip classes can be ignored. But providing housing and allowing off-campus study is too much to imagine and everyone will soon be talking about it." The director suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. The director also knows what Bilamai is worried about because they have worked together for 30 years. Maybe it's old people's intuition, but we think good things will come if we maintain a good relationship with that child. Bilamai asked if that was strange. The director smiled and answered yes, it was very strange. Hearing that, the director burst out laughing happily. The director said the house would be ready soon and why didn't Bilamai judge for himself? He held his head helplessly and agreed. He said solemnly, "I know." Out of his thoughts, he seemed to have understood the good thing the director was talking about. Bilamai suddenly chuckled, causing the maid to ask. He forced a smile. Then he said he was naturally thinking about some things. This time inside the villa. The stairs are long. Jack is counting the people here. Besides the servants, there is also a chef and 5 security guards. Jack gave orders and told them to listen carefully to what he said to make their work easier. First, if you like to eat steak, prepare enough for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And especially to use fresh vegetables as side dishes that have not been processed by magic, prepare the best vegetables. He remembered the delicious dishes that Ron had made for him. These dishes were truly nothing like them. Jack reminded the servants that he liked tomato and strawberry juice, so he should prepare them every day. Jack pointed straight at their faces and asked clearly, making them startled. He thought he had to make good use of them. The chef's name is Guy Stroke. Looking at him yawning like an idiot, I had to ignore it. As for these security guards, you will call them the 5 Musketeers. Jack asked if they were assassins and spies raised by the elders. He smiled sarcastically. Ah. It seems like everyone with experience has had their mana hearts broken at least once. In the academy there is a kid who has been able to recreate broken magic circles, please learn from him. The security guards were surprised to know if the principal had said anything to Jack about them. Jack angrily denied it and told them to go do their work. My father-in-law is standing downstairs calling out, "Sir. This place is so big," the girl laughed loudly and excitedly told Jack. Jack stood up there waving goodbye and now he will go tour the house with this girl. Jack Valen recalls that the elder gave this villa to him on August 9th. The academy opened on August 16th. He looked into the distance outside the building, the sunlight was shimmering. Jack and Lentin are comfortably lying cross-legged on the big red bed, looking royal. It's already August 14th. He comfortably closed his eyes and silently said, 5 more days, maybe it will be very interesting. He remembered the fun things he had done in the past few days. He went shopping for clothes with his father, the two of them happily talked. They suited the owner very well. Jack and Len laughed awkwardly. This is so cool. Grilled meat skewers are sparkling with smoke. He and his father happily ate meat and water together, enjoyed street food, and walked around the city. Under the sparkling lights everyone sang and danced happily. Jack and Len and his father happily sat and watched the play together. Jack and Len thought about it and smiled. I'm so happy. Life would be even more peaceful if it weren't for the following 2 things. He looked at the grandfather clock. First, Jack and Len sighed. It's time already, so let's start. Outside the villa. Jack Valen is running on the home field, although I won't forget. He ran while thinking, his sense of battle or his ability to control mana, even if he wanted to, his endurance was really poor. Suddenly there was a call from behind that made Jack and Len wonder, "Owner was waiting for me." It turned out that his father was running behind him and smiling happily. Jack and Len burst out laughing when they saw that. She really wanted to imitate everything she did. He happily joked, "If you don't hurry up I will leave you there," the father said unfairly. "Ah, not fair, master. The sun shines on the trees, making everything sparkle." Jack and Lenton were standing there drinking water when he looked towards his father. He saw her like a puppy in distress. Even though he was out of breath, his father still said, "Thank you, master. Today, are you planning to come watch him practice swordplay?" Jack and Len happily said, Yes, secondly. That's in the practice area to practice swordplay, ha, ha." Jack Valentin stood and looked inside. This was definitely not enough to make him tired. He coldly assessed that from what he had observed in these 5 days, he was a genius in his efforts. Looking at the tot swinging his sword and sweating profusely, even though he doesn't have any talent, if we talk about hard work and effort, he must definitely be number one in the whole school. Jack and Len thought, "You guys wonder why I watch him every day. Don't think nonsense, I'm straight, not curvy." Jack and Len stared at the bruises on his body, those wounds. Jack and Len heard a loud voice and asked, "Why do you have a few more injuries every day?" Hearing that, he stopped practicing, panting and asked, "Why are you so curious about that?" Jack and Len said, "Ah." He gave her a bottle of medicine, and quickly reached out to take it. Jack and Len said, "I was just wondering if you had drunk the magic medicine I gave you or not. I feel confused when I hear that, oh." Then suddenly he fell silent and said nothing. Jack and Len were confused and crossed their arms to look at each other. "What is it?" Rai faltered. "That magic potion." He did not understand. So I decided to say it. Its value must be up to 40 gold coins. Jack and Len believe indifferently. Probably. I'll give it back to you, I'll give it back to you." When Jack heard that, he got angry and thought, "What the hell, I was asking why you didn't drink." He looked at the wounds on Rai-san's body. Those wounds were definitely not light, in some places there were even broken bones. He couldn't even swing his sword, because he couldn't move normally. He bowed his head and said, "If you have nothing more to say, then I'll continue to practice." Looking at the knot's back as he continued to swing his sword, he suddenly thought, perhaps he has lived like this all along. Jack Valentin smiled inexplicably. "I don't understand why a tenacious person like you was defeated by the guy. I was practicing and suddenly stopped when I heard that. And I believe you're so worried that you'll laugh when you hear that. Geez, maybe you like to beat yourself up?" Jack and Lenton happily said, "He's quite cute, right?" And Lenton asked again, "Cute?" She thought, "Isn't that how you are? I just find him pitiful." Looking at the thought's tired, panting appearance, "If you continue to study with me, you will know that he is hatred and desire." Jack Valentin indifferent, "Of course." Valentin Milo continued, "Hatred and desire gave him motivation, but also destroyed him. The sunflowers are withering. It's clear that if this continues, instead of growing, he will regress even more. How can we not pity him?" Hearing that, Jack laughed and thought, "Have you seen enough before deciding to stop and revive him?" He thought, it was a lack of talent, that was undeniable. But suddenly a cry made the tot stop practicing and turn around. "Hey the tot! I'm confused." "Why?" Jack Valentin asked, "why are you constantly swinging your sword like that? Say goodbye, swordsman." The Cant put his hand on his forehead and said with determination, "The greatest on the continent, so that he can become the greatest swordsman on the continent." And Lenton Me worriedly crossed her arms and asked, "Seriously?" Jack and Lenton also asked, "What?" Then a few bursts of laughter rang out, surprising everyone. Then a burst of laughter rang out. Jack and Lenton were holding their stomachs and laughing loudly. "If you find my dream funny, then just keep laughing." Jack Valen heard that and immediately explained, "I'm not, laughing at you, don't misunderstand. In my head, Jack and I thought, I don't know what he is longing for, but now I understand." Jack Valentin stood in front of me and said, "Hey!" The was confused and asked, "Why again?" The blackjack's eyes suddenly sparkled and said, "Do you want to become my chick?" In the middle of the deserted neighborhood, a song rang out. A beautiful little hand holds a vase while singing. It turned out to be her father. The little girl was happily running while holding a white vase. "Hee hee, I'm sure they will appreciate me bringing them water, right?" When my father arrived, he saw Jack and Lenton holding the Thought's arms. It seemed like they were talking about something. Jack and Len's eyes still sparkled and asked, "Do you want to be my little chip?" "I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm confused. Please forgive me, sir," Jack and Len believed patiently. "Why, do you want me to repeat it?" "To be honest, I thought I heard wrong, sir. Did you just call me Chip?" Jack and Lenton smiled and said, "You heard right." He said sincerely again, "So do you want to become my chip?" The Thought scratched his head awkwardly. "I wasn't sure about becoming a chip or something, but it didn't sound too good." Jack Valentin smiled. He was quite quick-witted. He continued, "In that case, how about becoming a parasite instead?" When I heard that, I froze and didn't understand what was going on. He asked confusedly, so? "Freeloader, do you want me to become your servant?" Jack and Lenton put their hands on their hips and smiled happily. "Something like that." "Seriously, I'm a commoner." Jack and Len believe indifferently. "So what?" The quickly lowered his head and said self-deprecatingly, "I have nothing of value and no money." Hearing that, he laughed heartily and said, "So what?" "Let me speak slowly. I have heard about the family and believe it. I have also heard that you are very different." "Let me continue. I guess it's impossible. You probably don't know anything about me." "I'm sorry," a normal student of the academy suddenly said. "So what?" I quickly clenched my hands into fists, my veins trembling. "I am a commoner with no talent. Please find someone more talented to be your servant instead of someone like me." "I won't be able to help you." After hearing the news, Jack laughed and thought, "He's so cute, isn't he? He even worries about me." Jack Valentin continued, "You said you will become the greatest swordsman on the continent. At that time I will have a servant who is the greatest swordsman on the continent. Why do you say you can't help me, Ta?" The Knot said darkly, "If you say so, I guess you already know that my dream is unattainable." Then the two fell into silence. The said thoughtfully, "I know very well that I have no talent in swordsmanship." Jack Valen heard that and said, "Sorry, you are only looking at one side of the coin." He happily took the Trot's hand and said, "You have a greater ability than swordsmanship talent." The Trot asked in surprise, "Sir?" He continued to say, "Countless people possess something special. Like when a farmer is on the farm, possessing a huge talent but no one to teach him. Will only die when living a normal life without ever blooming. I also have a natural talent for facial expressions. I didn't realize it until I met my master. From then on I realized that this world was completely different from the world I knew before. I can see things that others cannot see, feel things that others cannot feel. However, I was still young at that time, did not know how to fully utilize my talents, nor was I dedicated enough or put in my best effort for it. Such effort and hard work is not easy to come by, it is the most valuable thing in a person." Jack Valen believes in the Tot's hand firmly. "You have talent and effort, not everyone can work so hard, to the point of having so many calluses like this." Jack Valen sincerely continued, "Don't lower yourself, from what I see, you possess talent that shines brighter than anyone." Hearing that, I felt weak. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Wow, those damn beggars are making friends with each other." When Jack heard that, Jack turned around and looked at them. It turned out that the guy was the thug Tricky Man and his two friends. Jack and Len thought, no one should pass by this area, because the semester has not started yet. Jack Valentin thought contemptuously, "Actually they remind me of my brothers, which makes me feel disgusted." The scoundrel said arrogantly, "That beggar didn't listen to what I said. I told you not to talk to anyone in the academy." He sneered contemptuously, "How dare a dirty commoner like you dare to disobey me? You haven't been beaten enough, right?" The Thought stood in front of the Jack and whispered, "Please go, this is my job." Jack and Len asked in a harsh voice, "All the wounds on your body is caused by them?" He glared at them. "It was them, right?" Tricky Men pretended to say, "Ha, I understand. I think it's strange that a beggar like him has such a precious bottle of medicine. Turns out you gave it to him." Jack Valen heard that and grimaced. How could he know about the potion? He asked, "No way, did he take the bottle of medicine that I gave you?" He immediately said, "I will return the bottle of medicine to you." Jack Va was angry. He was robbed. "It's so damned, you bastards." Jack Valentin sighed and covered his face and said, "How could you let these insects beat you to a pulp like that?" When I heard that, I was scared and turned around to look at Jack Valentin. After hearing that, they also became angry. "What, insects?" They said worriedly, "Please go now, you will get hurt." Jack and Lentin glared and said, "No, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't let this matter go. He smiled happily and said, "Didn't they steal the potion I gave you, so now it's my job?" He continued, "Oh, while the two guards are hiding up there, I'll give you 5 seconds to come out and explain," but in the distance, there was only a silent wall. Seeing that, Jack and Len was breathing heavily, Tri-He-Men smiled disdainfully and said, "Guard, what right do you have to order them?" Jack and Lantern didn't care to continue. "If you don't come out, I think there will be a way." He said defensively, "I will take everything you have and make them come out. I will play a little, for my potion, and for the person who dreams of becoming the strongest swordsman in this land." The kingdom of T-Lan has 5 real Marquis families. They weren't families that were given precious titles because they had high-level magic circles, but real nobles that own their own mansions. Among those 5 great Marquis, there is a family of men, who strictly controls the western region, and has a son who specializes in causing trouble. It was the young master who was about to graduate as an apprentice, beating tricky men. Initially, he started killing servants at the age of 13. Then at the age of 14 he became an addict, and lived a chaotic life at the age of 15. There are also rumors that he sells drugs, but it doesn't have any effect on Tri's future, because he is the eldest son who will inherit this man's family. However, in this academy he can do whatever he likes. Because this is where the royal family and children of the Duke family study, there are many eyes always watching his actions. So he created a toy to play with. A commoner who doesn't even have a last name, a student with great difficulty is able to study at this academy. The thought was practicing when a voice rang out, "Hey, that guy." The knot looked at him, breathing heavily. "Yes, what's wrong?" And that was the knot. The Tot's training tools are still the same, located in the yard. The sword was pushed to a corner and painful screams rang out, KGHH. The feet continuously kicked on my back. The Tot's body was shaking violently. Tri-He-Men's group saw this and laughed and mocked, "Ha, look at it shaking." He continued to kick on the patient and heard a cracking sound. Det Tricky-Men was confused. "What is that?" The guy next to him added, "It sounded like the sound of broken glass." He took out the bottle of magic medicine that Jack and Lentin gave to his relative. It was broken and all leaked out, the magic medicine. He trembled in pain and begged, "Please return this, that." Tricky-Men raised his voice again, "How dare a beggar like you bring the magic medicine?" He brutally raised the piece of wood in his hand. "This is the punishment for an arrogant person like you. Let me help you taste it and see what it tastes like." The thought could only grit his teeth and endure his blows. Each blow took place and blood red splattered everywhere. He thought, things are happening like that, but every sound of fighting and screaming rang out. Gah. Jack Valentin was punching each bully in the face. The thought confused, What is this?" Tricky-Men was beaten to a pulp but still tried to pick up the piece of wood and raised it high, angrily saying, "Who the hell are you, you son of a bitch?" Jack Valen quickly dodged one of his attacks. He turned around and flew away the piece of wood he was holding in his hand. He screamed, "Ugh, my father carried me and trusted me." Sighing helplessly, the master was like that again. There was nothing surprising. I was so confused. What kind of scene was this? Jack and Lentin were standing radiating murderous aura in front of the group of Tri-He-Men. He was tired of stretching. Phew, he had to increase his physical strength. He was already tired. The man still tried to hold back, his whole body trembling. "Bastard, I am the eldest son of the Marquis family." Jack Valen looked at him with unmoved eyes. He said boredly, "What the hell?" He asked loudly, "The person I beat up to this extent, the soldiers escorting you still haven't appeared." Jack Valentin closed his eyes and exhaled, sigh, "I'm annoyed for you." He angrily glared at Jack Valentin. "What the hell are you talking about, you damn son of a bitch?" He said breathlessly, "I will not forgive you. I will report to the family immediately and—" He hadn't finished speaking yet when the shadow of Jack Valentin approached. "Hey!" He angrily raised his foot. A strong kicking sound rang out. Damn the pathetic man lying at the feet of Jack and Lentin, Kurg. Jack Valen kept his foot still covering his mouth and smiled, "What's wrong? You guys haven't appeared yet, so just one more shot." The guys in black robes finally appeared. "Stop." Those two guys gritted their teeth when they heard Jack and Len say, "If I told you to come out, you wouldn't have witnessed this scene." They threatened, "Do you know who you just attacked?" Jack Valentin sighed, "Ha, I need to know." He turned around and asked the knot, "What name was that again?" The knot whispered, spanking Tri men. The man lay still and trembling, still speaking loudly. How dare you, use that dirty mouth to call my name. Jack Valentin smiled but gave him a kick. You stay quiet. He continued to talk, so please explain why the boy was beaten by these barbarians. You don't give them a choice, you have 3 seconds to hurry up. The other guy heard that and gritted his teeth and said, you. He immediately opened his sharp claws and rushed forward, the bastard. Jack Valentin easily dodged the attack. He also realized, oh, mana, redder than blood and filled with black aura, this was, to perform an attack that would make everything fall apart. They quickly stood up to shield his father, the highest level magic among the 6th level spells. Magic exploded widely. Ha, they were going to blow it up, this training ground blew up and those villains and their master at the same time. Jack Valen believes that the surrounding people are full of energy, it seems that you are really a bunch of thugs. Jack and Len thought, ha, they're trying to destroy the training tower, damn it, the kids and the master at the same time. There's a terrifying aura around you, you guys are taking it too far, things like reversing the flow of mana. He reached out and grabbed my hand tightly, forming a fist, it was so easy that I could do it with just one hand. That guy was immediately countered, huh. Immediately the upper one blew up, argh. Jack and Len happily laughed and said, it's so beautiful, it's exactly what you wanted, isn't it? The remaining guy rushed up angrily, the brat. He used his right hand's claw to attack, but Jack Valentin quickly dodged it and used his right hand again. You hit his stomach painfully, your attack was too predictable. He rolled his eyes in pain, ugh. That guy immediately pulled out a short sword. He madly rushed forward to attack. However, Jack and Len believed it was still easy to knock away the short sword he was holding in his hand. After being hit, the other guy held his wrist in pain, ugh. Jack Valentin now appeared right behind him and smiled, are you so stupid that you can't learn a new move? He squeezed that guy's neck, making him unable to breathe. He gritted his teeth and tried, you. Then he collapsed, shocked and surprised, oh, is that it? The guy who was hit by the explosion earlier was also seriously injured and tried to say, how could a kid like you do such a thing? Jack and Len tossed the other guy aside, thinking, the mana in his body was completely messed up, well, it would take 1 to 2 weeks to recover anyway. He sighed as he looked at the guy struggling to lie on the ground and thought, but I can't believe he tried to use explosives right in the middle of the academy like this, I don't think highly of these gangsters either. He continued to say, cough, how could you, cancel my magic? Jack Valen happily said, I won't tell you. When the other guy heard that, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and trembled. He asked again, why? Why are you guys fighting so hard? I told you to explain, right? The other guy remained silent and didn't answer. Jack and Lenton also said, well, I guess I don't need to know what to do. He continued, because he was a commoner, so you guys thought he couldn't fight back or disobey, but could only obediently listen to you. He crossed his arms and exhaled, well, any reason is fine, just give me back the medicine you just took. That guy protested, are you kidding? Jack and Trust indifferently, do I look like I'm kidding, seriously? That guy refuses, he's about to become an enemy of the bloody family, but you only care about that pile of medicine. Jack and Len are happy, of course, why should I value your family more than my medicine? He smiled happily and said, tell me if it's true or not. He continued to say, let's see, that medicine costs 40 gold, it's been 5 days, how about we add some profit? Jack and Len thought about it, He happily raised his hand and smiled and said, I will only take 5,000 gold coins, the price is reasonable. You walked up to him, however, someone like you couldn't give him money. He walked straight up and kicked his back, sitting and praying that these idiots would have enough money to pay for my medicine. The other guy screamed in pain, Kag. Track trick, he said in fear and tears, eek. Jack Valen squatted in front of him to comfort him, don't show that scared expression, I won't hit you again. He said, hurry up and hand over everything you have, and when he heard that, he gritted his teeth. So Jack and Len believed he had gold coins in his hand, 3 bills worth 2,000 gold coins each, and about 60 gold coins. He looked at them and exclaimed, ha, at this rate I will soon become rich. Jack and Lentin happily laughed and said, aren't you happy? If you didn't have enough money, you would have been buried alive. The man rolled his eyes in anger, you bastard. He continued to ask, who are you? I have never heard your name in this academy. Jack and Len laughed, He rubbed his head while trembling with the feeling of spanking he men, eek, spanking right. He happily introduced himself, even though it's a bit late, but let me introduce myself to you, I'm Jack. When he heard that, he was immediately surprised. Jack and believe it, there's no one here who doesn't know me when talking about famous people. The man trembled in fear. Couldn't he be Milan's younger brother? Look closely, this guy seems to be very close to our second young master, someone I hate so much that I want to kill him. When Jack heard that, he laughed and thought, sure enough, the pot was upside down. He bent down and said, I don't hit children, but brats like you are an exception. He put the shoe in the mouth of the Tri-He-Men, your family name, which was stuck in the middle of your name. If you lose it, what do you have left? The scoundrel tried to struggle, uck. Jack Valentin continued, your mana circle is done using the implantation method, through being infused with energy by a high-level mage, right? Someone like you who can't do anything on his own, and constantly despises and bullies his classmates who are working hard, I understand. Jack Valentin glared at him, his surroundings radiated murderous aura. Consider yourself lucky, after you turn 20 years old, I will throw your broken body into the Academy Lake. Remember, I'm a Jack, I live in a villa outside the Academy, if you want revenge, just come to me. The man trembled, his face turned pale, but you can also forget that returning alive today is already lucky for you. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Sigh, poor kid. He called, let's go, Dad. She happily followed, obeying the master's letter. Jack Valen passed by and told me, and you too. He patted DHA's hand and said, my offer to let you be my freeloader is still valid, if you are interested, come to me. He said sincerely, the new chef suddenly cooked me some delicious dishes, I don't mind letting you eat together. Let's stay silent and say nothing. Thinking about it carefully, it seems like there's a fireworks festival tonight. Magical rays of light shoot straight into the sky, there's nothing to do anyway, so I'll just go see it tonight. In the Ace and Bow territory, 2 to 3 days before the academy reopened, they held a fireworks festival. The people happily frolicked together under the firelight. This festival is a means of blessing, for new students enrolling in the academy, and those returning to face a new semester. Remembering the story of Tri-He-Men, this morning the academy showed its unsightly side, but its reputation is still as great as it is. After all, most of the people in high positions in the kingdom are a former student of this academy. The king, the 2 dukes, the queen, the princess and so on, they all attended the academy. Usually, the fact that someone was a graduate of the academy was a ticket to quick success in life. Jack Valentin slowly used his knife to cut the meat on his plate. The piece of beef is cut into sauce, if there is any problem. When Jack put the piece of meat in his mouth, it would quickly end, he thought, 4 years or 5 years. The meat is cut into bite-sized pieces, according to the original history. After such a long period of time, the name Tetlan will no longer exist on this continent. He was enjoying a meal with his father and son, and he thought, sigh, I hope they all die soon. Suddenly, I believe you're worried, it's really rotten. Jack and Lentin were confused and turned to think, what did I force my mouth to say just now? I was confused, what are you? And Lentin me worriedly didn't look at him and said, no, it's not you. Jack Valentin asked, so you're talking about the academy? And Lentin me worried slowly, that's right, the violence inside the academy. And she said darkly, in a school that has raised the roots of this country, I am very concerned about what the professors are doing, and why something like an investigation team exists. Jack Valen believed that the master was also the one who laid the foundation for the academy and also predicted that things like this would happen. The investigation team suppressed the practitioners to obey orders. The Academy's Code, Article 1, Chapter 1, all students in the academy are equal. And Chapter 1, Article 2, professors in the academy are required to remain politically neutral. That's why these laws were created, but, Jack Valentin said with a sigh, the more time passes, the more the ideology goes astray, and is recreated by the rest of us. And Len believe you worry thinking, but. She said happily, it seems like you still have a lot of things to hide from me. Jack and Len turned around in surprise, what are you doing? And Len believe me Lo said, dragon blood, dragon bone and empire cultivating can. Jack and Len picked up the spoon, oh that's it. He laughed and scratched his head, should I tell anyone, it would be a very long story. I was worried when I heard that so I turned to look at him and laughed helplessly. She said forget it, then held out her small hand. Jack Valen heard that and smiled, "Yes, master." At that moment, fireworks shot up, lighting up the whole sky. Down below everyone is dancing together. Families go out together hand in hand. Jack and Len held a glass of red wine in their hands, looking down. Ah, what a peaceful world. Suddenly his father asked him, "Why are you so good at fighting, master?" Jack and Len happily said, "I just have a lot of experience." Then my father asked again, "So have you killed many people?" Jack Valentin frankly said, "Yes, I have killed many people." His father asked him again if he really came from the future, and Jack replied, "Yes." He continued, "To be exact, I come from the future 20 years later." Come to think of it, I also told Ron about this. A hand touches the table. Ron looked at him with sad eyes. I told him that he died young. He continued, "Want me to be honest with you, this is the first time I met you in my life." Jack also remembers, "I often walk around this city, but in my previous life I never saw you." Jack turned to look at his father. "You understand what I'm saying, right?" The day Vivian Ni died, Valang Tut proudly said that he came to kill his father. That means, in his previous life, his father died when he was not even 10 years old. But, Jack smiled and looked at his father, "Why are you suddenly curious about that? Now tell your master everything." When my father heard that, he felt confused. She raised her fist in confusion and said, "I want to become good at fighting like you." Jack looked at his father. "I knew it. Painful past, desire to change my powerless self." He happily agreed, "So let's start tomorrow." He was surprised. Jack raised his hand and pinched his father's cheek. "Why are you so surprised? You want to be better at fighting, right?" Jack raised his hand to his mouth and smiled. "So we need to start tomorrow. We will have to make a mana center for you." Your father turned to look at you, and decided whether your body was more suitable for martial arts or magic. My father smiled. She happily said, "Okay, then it's all up to you, master." Jack also smiled brightly. Fireworks in the sky are as bright as containing the entire galaxy. It seems like starting tomorrow we will be very busy. Inside the western castle of the He-Man family, please calm down. Furniture was ransacked, scattered around the room. An angry voice rang out, "Shut your mouth, ah." A maid was injured and her head was bleeding. The man grabbed the chair, ah. He threw the chair away, causing it to hit the wall and break in half. No one dared to come close to him at that moment. The man was angry, red-faced, panting, gritting his teeth. Jack and Len, that damn guy. He remembered Jack's murderous eyes, even if only for a very brief moment. His eyes overwhelmed everything. Why would I be afraid of someone like him? I suddenly remembered the embarrassing scene from that morning, and moreover, I had actually made a mistake in front of him. Thinking of this, he clenched his hands into fists, his body trembling. Ah! He swung his sword around the room. "Damn you, brat! The furniture in the room is now a mess. I will do the same to you." He angrily held the sword. His angry face was red. "I will definitely kill you, Jack Valen believe." One evening, the lights in the buildings also turned on. Jack and his father-in-law's mate were walking on the road. There were still 2 days left before school started, so the other students must have already arrived in the city. They also carried a bag of groceries in their hands. They missed Ron so much. The steak that Ron made was the best. He said tiredly, "Ah, why so noisy?" Jack put his hand to his forehead and sighed. "That's right, he's dizzy again." Dad is happily eating the cake in his hand. "The sauce over there, that red sauce is his blood." He tiredly turned to ask his father if it was delicious. The father happily said, Hee, it's delicious." Jack also smiled when he heard that. "So why don't you just think it's delicious?" Then they saw something up ahead. A familiar figure was sitting with his knees bent in front of the gate of the house. Jack Valen asked the thought, "What are you doing here?" The thought heard it and raised his head to look at him. Jack and Len still looked down with a worried look on their face. When I saw him, I opened my eyes wide. Then he continued to lie face down on the pillow. He shyly said, "Just a few days, can you help me?" Jack sat at a large banquet table. He happily extended his hand and said, "Come on, even though it's nothing special, just eat comfortably." The said shyly and looked away at the Jack. "You put the glass of wine to your lips, eat comfortably, after eating, go to rest as I have prepared it." My dad, sitting next to me, also encouraged me to eat too. Forgive me for crying. Look at the plate of food in front of you. He pinched himself tightly or put his hands in his pants and didn't look up. Seeing that, Jack stopped adjusting his sleeves and looked around. Tears were falling. Oog, ah. Jack looked surprised, the crying still rang out, ah. I cried like a baby, coog, ah. Jack tilted his head back and said, suddenly, the chef immediately said, yes. He continued, probably because of the hasty preparation, the food had too many onions, making his eyes sting. His father also turned to pat his back to comfort him. Jin suddenly turned around and laughed, so that's it. He also acted according to the Jack, next time I cook I will pay more attention. The sky outside also began to darken. The next morning, Jack happily greeted, feeling better. They immediately blushed and broke his head. It was embarrassing for him to see me like that. Jack happily said, as long as you're human, there are times when you're sad, don't worry too much. They said in confusion, the reason, can you not ask? Jack patted his shoulder to comfort him, okay, everyone has secrets, I won't put any more pressure on you, but in his heart he thought, to be honest, I'm a bit curious. He thought happily and proudly, phew, it's true that his heart for caring for others is wider than the Black Sea, surely his master would feel very proud of him. And I believe you're sitting to the side and sighing, hey, pretending to act again. Please remind me, it's okay if you don't attend the classes at the academy, you know, take it easy, yes. Jack happily said, just stay here as long as you want, I'm sorry to hear that, but yes, anyway. Jack continued, just stay in the room yesterday, if you want to eat something, just say Jin. He pointed to the garden and said, and those 5 people, just call them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in order, they are monitoring us, feel free to get along with them if you want. The knot stammered, isn't this the Marquis's private house? No. Jack explained that this was originally the Count's guest house, but now he gave it to me as a gift. Hearing that, I turned away, that's it, I understand and thank you. Jack saw that and immediately asked, are you also practicing today? Confused, yes, just resting for a day will make my body stiffen. The bushes are bright and colorful, I diligently practice swinging my sword. Jack watched him practice, the wounds on the Tot's body were all healed before dinner yesterday, what an honest person. Jack smiled, he cried so much yesterday, not because of his actions but because I helped him treat him. While he was thinking, a voice rang out, Master. My dad happily warmed up, hee, good morning, let's quickly start class. Hearing that, Jack smiled. He happily said, great, let's do the mana circle first. My dad also nodded in agreement, yes. At night in the area near the villa, gasps rang out, huff, huff. The exhausted father lay on the ground panting, ah. Jack was on the side cheering her on, ha, good job Dad, you really succeeded, she said tiredly lying on the ground, Master, I'm so tired of it. My father suddenly remembered something and asked, Master, is it true that I have become a magician? Jack smiled at her and said, yes, you are very wonderful. Having said that, he looked at his father seriously, even though he expected this, she is surprisingly talented. Not only is she talented in controlling magic power, she is also proficient in storing mana in her heart, as if she had also learned how to control mana before. The look in her eyes made her feel like a father, hard to understand. Just from the fact that she can summon medium-level magic power for 10 hours, I already feel that it's too good. Jack and Len reached out to help her, let's end it for today. Dad is happy, yes. She staggered away, so tired. After that, my father also fell into a nearby bush, making me laugh. Then her father slept right on that wooden edge, I guess she was very tired. Valen believes me Lo suddenly said, you deliberately didn't remind her. And I trust you to blame me, you're such a petty person. Jack and I laughed, haha that's right. He held his chin in thought, even the master of the magic tower had to beg his father to become his disciple, and it's hard to understand if you hear that, huh? At the Jack's feet was a magic circle, but without my help, she would have lost a whole day. Now then, this is a summoning circle that will absorb mana from the air. It gathered mana in space. And create a shield with mana energy I can control. And then I will push the pure mana that the circle collects towards me. Jack wipes the sweat from his forehead, in theory, it sounds easy, but not everyone can imitate it. Jack looked towards his father who was sleeping soundly, even so, It was only thanks to her hard work that she was able to create a perfect circle. And I believe you said, you give too many things to others, but you don't get anything in return. That's interesting. Jack and Len smiled when they heard that. He turned to look at her, however. He asked, "Are you crying, making me jump?" The quickly wiped his tears with his hand. "I don't. When did you come? Please explain." "Just arrived." Hearing that, I stopped wiping my tears. Jack looked at him thoughtfully. Jack asked the thought, "You have reached your limit." The thought, "Be obedient." "Yes." He continued asking, "So, what, you're thinking of giving up?" The thought lowered his head and didn't dare look at the Jack. Jack Valen believes that, after seeing that child become a magic circle mage in just 10 hours, you feel inferior, right? He continued, "Now you're probably thinking, I hope that kid doesn't have swordsmanship talent, right? Do you think it's that easy to become the best swordsman on the continent? The more you talk, the more tears well up in your eyes." His hand holding the sword also began to tremble, as did mine. Then suddenly he fell down. He hugged his face and cried. I hated that side of myself. Seeing that holding his face and crying. Jack laughed and thought, "Really, he's too wet for that body type." "You asked, so you want to give up?" Jacques Valentin smiled and said, "You're the one who asserted that you would become the strongest swordsman, now you give up just because of a kid." Jack raised his hand above the Hot's head. He patted the Trot's head and said, "You can become the strongest swordsman on the continent." The Trot heard that and raised his head. "Young master." Jack happily smiled and said, "Of course it can't happen overnight, you have to stop being lazy and continue to practice hard." The said weakly, "You really have faith in me?" This is the first person to do so. He remembered his past. "My dream was to become the strongest swordsman on the continent, no one considered it real. They mocked me, saying it was just a pipe dream." Jack heard that and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" He thought, "Now I have 2 children in the house." The thought's hand floated in mid-air. He held Jack's hand, thanking him for trusting me. Jack was surprised then smiled. "He was cuter than I thought," he happily said. "It's okay, just keep trying. This is just my own experience, but my own efforts have never disappointed me, even though the strongest swordsman on the continent is me. But I can't earn it when I see a big kid when I feel like I'm being snubbed. At least someone needs to encourage him." He withdrew his hand and turned around in the other direction. Seeing that, he was confused. "Young master." "Young master," the Jack's eyes are now glaring with murderous intent. "It seems we have guests tonight." Inside the dark forest there was no sound. The said in confusion, the young master didn't pay attention and just looked around. I felt very frustrated, even though I had experienced this feeling thousands of times. Jack Valen angrily glared and said, "It seems, we have an uninvited guest." Hearing that, I was stunned. Why did he suddenly act so strangely? Jack didn't answer and just let it go. "You command, I want you, grab that child over there and come to me right now." Even though I didn't understand what was going on, I immediately stood up. "Huh, okay." Jack scratched his head and said, "I told you to come back for revenge, but I didn't expect you to actually come." He used mana to check, where were the 5 musketeers? He looked for the place where they stood in the morning. Over there was no one. He finally found them. They were unconscious but still breathing. It seemed like they just fainted. I quickly carried her to the place, but I just brought her here. Dad sleepily rubbed his eyes. "Master, let's go have dinner." But she only saw the back of the Jack standing and turning towards her. Tricky Man and his bodyguards have arrived. He smiled arrogantly. "Long time no see," Jack believed. He also smiled contemptuously, scolding him. Jack laughed and gritted his teeth. "Damn you, I told you to stop thinking like that. Do you want me to die? I am Tritrahi Men. One day I will become the great Marquis of the Western Territory, dominating the world with strength, and the power of my family will soon become mine, so why should I let Jack Valen trust someone who makes me afraid to live? I might be in trouble with the Count, but that old man." He remembered that because Jack Valen believed that he was the one who attacked first, there were many witnesses to this incident. Maybe the He-Men family and the Valen family will take the lead in the second family war. He happily looked at the family and heard the news. "And the leader is bent on you, an eccentric. Even if this strong brat comes here and trusts me, I can still trust someone with 9 summoning rings like Bentamon. As announced before, our goal is to capture the information. There is only him alone. Where is he?" They continued, he was staying with a girl named Chaluete, who was admitted to the academy through a special survey along with a hot fourth-year student, in an empty lot near his house, They discussed, is there anything else? Father Lining Tay is creating a mana heart. It seemed like they had been here for more than 9 hours, they had no plans to leave right now, the men chuckled, that was really good news. No matter how special she is, it takes at least 2 days to create a mana heart. I heard that the operator has sent 5 chefs and 1 servant, yes I have located them, according to your orders, we will knock them unconscious immediately. Okay, we should avoid conflict with the Earl if it's not necessary, is there any chance that he can mobilize the knights? There is no chance at all. Everyone is panicking, why is there suddenly a fire, go get water quickly. Before we arrived a fire broke out from the underground prison of the Count's castle, because everyone trying to put out the fire, would not pay attention to the situation of the annex building. We are lucky, well, right now no one will stop us. Special level mission, the goal is to collect information, the mission begins. They shouted in unison, obeying orders. The moonlight also gradually appeared behind the gloomy clouds, that's what happened, we are talking about a special quest that pays 50,000 gold coins. Damn Tricky Men is still arrogant, you better die now, Jack Valen believe. Jack and Lenton still smiled without wavering. Dad told me and let me stand in front of Jack and believe, I will buy time, you run now. Jack said in a trembling voice, thank you very much for being loyal to me, but everything that happens is because of me. I'm sorry I didn't hear you, go quickly, I will do anything to buy time for you to run away. Jack was stunned, the two of them were trying to protect themselves, these idiots. You smiled at them so cutely, where did they learn such things from? Honestly this feels good, don't worry and stand behind me. He stepped forward and said, I don't want to owe children by putting them in danger. Your body is filled with mana, if you want to die painfully, there is no other way. He glared at him, because whatever happens now, I will destroy him. And hearing the news, you were worried and came to pinch Jack's cheek, wait, it made him confused, wait, what is that? She landed in front of Tricky Men, are you planning to fight them alone? Tricky Men was surprised, huh? He said tremblingly, this style writes movements, it can also talk, which is not more important. The moonlight was now completely clear. And Lentin Milo's eyes also turned milky white, she emitted white smoke. Everyone was dazzled by her. They exclaimed, oh how bright, what is happening? My legs are starting to get bigger. It grew long and white quickly, and I believe I have returned to my adult form. Van Lentin Milo opened her eyes, her gaze was cold and unwavering. She has completely regained her adult body. In the past, she was the one who stood at the pinnacle of the continent. A legendary hero leads humanity to the top of the pyramid of survival, leaving everyone confused as to how a doll can turn into a human. 400 years later she returned. Jack happily said, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time, sir. Phew. Before I could finish my sentence, I was hit in the face by a guy named Milo. He fell to the ground and asked, suddenly being beaten like this hurts so much, Master, she asked, do you still remember? She coldly looked at Jack, when you took me out of the cave, you had no intention of taking me seriously. You ignore what I say and what I think. He smiled, she was still as beautiful as before, I really missed my master. And trust me, I said slowly, haven't you said before that you will let me hit you once? Jack stood up and pointed at the person spanking Try, that's right, but hey, that guy, Try was scared, wondering what's going on. Jack frowned and said, take off your jacket quickly. Damn Tricky is a helpless man, what are you talking about? Jack is still determined, just give it here and you don't know if you look at it. Jack threatened, take it off quickly. The man who spanked Tritrick was trembling in fear, ugh. He threw the jacket over to him and happily said, thank you. He immediately put it on and told her that the weather here was very cold. Jack happily said, you know I don't regret taking you out of the cave. She asked again, don't you regret it? Jack continued, even though you did it your own way and ignored your master's thoughts. I still did the right thing. And I was worried and asked, so what if I were in prison and died there? Jack sincerely replied, I know that's not what you want, I'm your disciple, after all. She said that perhaps we have turned a blind eye to the fact that humans are always animals of desire. However, when we created the human world, we thought that perhaps we would be different from other species. Separating humans from other species is completely unnecessary. Jack is happy, yes. But the people of the past also knew that I had made the wrong decision, that I simply believed in people who should not have believed, and because of that, I could not stand by and watch the results that I created. The atmosphere fell into silence again. And I believe you continue to say, yeah, I guess that cave is really a prison to imprison me. I owe you one, my student. When the group heard that, their faces turned green with fear. Jack thought suspiciously, did she just call me a student? She always treats me like I'm a child even though I'm a regressor. Jack and Lenton smiled happily, feeling great. And I believe you raised your hand. There was black energy all around. It was because you were trying to harm my student. You glared at them, so don't resent me, even if what I'm about to do is a bit excessive. Spanked Tricky Man gritted his teeth in anger. Ugh. He ordered the mercenaries to rush forward. What are you doing there? Kill them all quickly. She began to speak. Oh, pure darkness dyed the night sky and covered the earth. Father said goodbye and was extremely surprised. They and even the mercenaries stood still. Jack and Len believe just looked at this scene indifferently. And I believe you are gathering a dark aura. Please respond to my call and land here. An image of a skull appeared right behind her. Right now, somewhere in the Toucan Kingdom. A table where wine is being drunk. A man is sitting comfortably drinking wine. Suddenly, there was a huge black aura coming from outside. When he saw this scene, he didn't want to drink anymore. The other guy asked what happened. Sir, what happened? He tried to stay calm. No, nothing. He thought tensely, I was sure that I was feeling some unusual aura. He looked gloomily at the glass of wine in front of him. Because I've been thinking too much. An island somewhere in the sea, no doubt about it. Thanks to my previous tremors, I believe in you. The soul power I felt before and the movement of soul power this time, it's so clear. And Lanty may worry. Her soul is still in my heart. Even if we tried, we couldn't forget it, she's still alive all this time. I can't believe that a human being can live 400 years, and now she's trying to dominate this part of the world. The skull was summoned by the messenger. Jack and Lenton stood dumbfounded looking at it. In his eyes right now there was only the terrifying image of that skull. A skeleton-shaped statue appeared. It roared loudly. Then a powerful black aura ran through all of them. Damn, tricky men are scared. What is this? He was trembling and wanted to escape but he couldn't. I've never seen anything like this before. What's happening to my leg? What is it? My arms, my legs, they rolled painfully on the ground as my body gradually disappeared. Trick's legs also gradually disappeared. My legs, this is death, my instincts told me. He looked at his disappearing hand. Is this how I will die? He was now afraid and shouted Damn, Tricky gritted his teeth. Ugh. That skull statue was right in front of him. He raised his hand and was about to touch it with full force. He was afraid to negotiate. Okay, if money is what you want I will give it to you. How much is enough for you? 50 gold coins, 100 gold coins, please spare my life, and I believe you don't have the slightest expression to look at him. Desperate spanking, please. Its skeletal hands also touched his face. That tricky man then immediately disappeared. Right now there is no one left. Suddenly a cosmic black hole opened up. The scene then returned to peace. She turned to look at her father and said goodbye. My father and I are scared. The strongest person is my wife and Len. The three of them looked at each other not knowing what to say. Suddenly she took me towards Father Lotte. The little girl closed her eyes in fear. However, I trusted her and just gently placed my hands on them. She judged that her father had inherited precious ancestral blood. The warrior moves forward with his own strength, without being influenced by hatred and hatred. She happily introduced, my name is Valentin Milo, a remnant of the past who accepted an idiot disciple. She told them to continue taking care of my disciple from now on. Everything fell silent again. Suddenly, I felt like I realized something. He immediately objected. Everything the person said was correct except one thing. My master, you are not stupid at all. After speaking, Thatch pursed his lips in contemplation. And I believe you are silent and thinking. Then she sighed in agreement. Perhaps there was a bit of confusion in what I said. You're right, I was surprised to hear that. That's not the master's usual reaction. Jack happily approached. That's right, I'm not really stupid. Immediately, He was pushed out by his wife, he thought helplessly. His master was still as upset as ever. And when I heard Milo suggested, "I need to talk privately with my smart brother, can you give us some privacy?" Hearing that, the other two immediately agreed, "Yes sir." Jack called them back. I'm sorry, if you go to the backyard you'll find some people unconscious on the ground, wake them up and go to bed early, I understand." The two of them left. The father also said, "Carry me on my back, my leg is injured, I'm so confused." "What?" Jack happily said goodbye to them. He said sincerely, "They were loyal and kind kids, weren't they? I was happy to go with them. And I believe you're so quiet and don't say anything." Jack smiled at her and said so. "What do you want to talk about privately with this intelligent disciple?" "Bright moonlight illuminates the dark sky. And when I heard you suddenly spoke up, I thought a lot about this." Jack asked curiously, "What is it about?" She remembered what Jack said last time when confronting Lo Trang. "Didn't you mention it before?" Last time inside the castle when she sat on her father's body while she played around, she didn't pay much attention to this. She remembered those words, the blood and the cactus, very clearly. She half closed one eye and sighed, folding her arms over her chest. And Lentin Milo begins to explain, eternal life and youth, immortality. Humans always yearn for eternal life. The results of research on immortality were quickly shown. The results of research on immortality and the prevention of aging was a method of prolonging life by combining two races together. She looked at Jack and said his conclusion, "It had something to do with blood and cacti, right?" Jack respectfully bowed his head to confirm his master's inference, "Yes, that's right. Humanity's eternal ambitions are to live forever. Humans always want to live forever, but it would be meaningless to just live a long life. They want to live in a youthful and healthy body. Because of immortality, humans can do anything to achieve their goal. Research on immortality has been conducted for a long time. The opinions of researchers are constantly coming up. A certain fake study has proposed a very interesting idea. An idea that is nearly 10 parts of reality. Immortality is not realistic. Perhaps, we should just make humans capable of living thousands of years like dragons." At that time there were many races with long lifespans. Races with long lifespans, like vampires or dragons, had blood, organs and even bones that were completely different from races with long lifespans, short lifespan. As these catalysts begin to mix, the body's rate of aging, cell quality and quantity, and sensitivity to mana determine its ability to receive mana. And then the research began to be filled with the blood and bones of long-lived races. The research began like that. Laboratories are constantly being established, and there are more and more human test subjects, the combination of two races. The machines and extractions became more and more complicated, but they were almost unsuccessful, making the research half successful. They failed miserably in achieving immortality. However, the power of humans is very great. They can take on almost anything. Humans can possess the power of goblins, or the power of spirits. Strong as that is, but everyone has weaknesses, and the only and insurmountable weakness of humanity is longevity. The only problem is, the price to pay for that strength, longevity. Theirs has been reduced to just 5 to 10 years. However, in the Toucan Kingdom now it seems to be performing this brutal experiment again. However, the mixed blood experiment that took place 400 years ago, is now taking place again in the Toucan Empire. Mixed blood children who had just been born were placed in experimental cages. In just 2 years, the Toucan Empire. These children almost grew up in experimental cages, their long white hair immersed in a blood-colored solution. They found a way to extend the lifespan of mixed blood children for up to 30 years. The sky sparkled with stars. And I believe you giving your inference, I think 400 years ago, everyone was dead, but that's probably not the case. Jack also remained silent for a moment and shook his head to show he didn't know. He remembered the time when his master vented his anger at those experimental facilities. My master, when he discovered this experiment was taking place, it was too late. Experimental documents were scattered all over the ground, the pages stained with fresh blood. Bare feet stepped on page after page of documents that those inhumane people considered important and precious. Behind her were mountains of human bones, large and small, enemies and experimental objects, destroying all documents related to research and all experimental products. A thin, trembling hand crawled to one of Va's legs, accompanied by a painful groan. That was a scholar in this series of experiments. He was covered in blood and crawled to her side asking for help. Help me. But for her, these guys were the source of everything. She quickly used an evil fire to burn him, the scholars, witches, and swordsmen, without any ashes left. Jack then told his master that he should have killed the Dragon Lord. And I was so worried that when my student reminded me, I suddenly remembered that important issue. She immediately fell silent, her eyes sadly looking into the distance. It seemed like she was regretting her shortcomings. She thought for a moment and then said, "The Dragon Lord gave his kind to humans, so he could break his oath, right?" Jack silently agreed, "Yes." And Lantin Milo sighed, "The two Dragon Lords must really want to harass the human world." The huge black dragon was hung up by heavy chains. Jack suddenly asked. The dragon became a test subject. "Do you know who it is?" The master shook his head. "I don't know." Jack said his guess. "I think people will know without much explanation. Mixed blood children in the future will." A truly shocking speculation. Like you and me, they will be able to use mind light magic. And when I heard the news, I looked at Jack in silence. She asked Jock, "The dragon was a test subject in Toucan. Was it the child of two Dragon Lords?" Both also realized that the only dragon that could use mind light magic was the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord was captured as an experiment. It was tied up and had its blood continuously taken, so the Dragon Lord's bloodline would naturally possess this natural talent. The Dragon Lord's precious blood drops filled the glass vials. The Toucan Empire's level 10 magician had combined with the children of the two Dragon Lords. The space was quiet for a while. Valentin Milo suddenly spoke up. "I'm asking this as your master," Jack respectfully said. "Please keep talking." She didn't hide it at all but directly asked, "What are you trying to do?" Jack was a little confused and asked her back, "What do you mean?" She didn't hide her thoughts at all. "I am a person of the past. I tried not to interfere in the present world, but I couldn't help but be curious." Because before, Jack once said that he was a person from the future who went back to the past. "I'm sure you're planning to do something, because you know the future. I'm very curious." Jack just answered casually, "I don't know." He started talking about his future plans. "Anyway, the experiment will be completed in 2 years. After reaching level 5 or 6, I plan to go to the Toucan Empire for a vacation." Outside, there the Knot was checking the guys lying on the ground to see if he was still alive. His eyes were a bit mischievous, his tone was cunning and he said, "Of course, I will blow up the research room and kill everyone involved." After a while of tidying up, the Knot carried all the defeated soldiers on his shoulders and walked home. He couldn't help but lament, "Are they too heavy? I heard that you raised your hand, put on your cloak, during the school break, returned to the Toucan Empire, blew up the research room and killed everyone involved." She turned back to ask Jack if it was really necessary to do something like that at that time. To the unexpected question from his master, he couldn't react in time. "Yes." He didn't understand his master's question so he hesitated. He meant. He suddenly realized something and turned around to ask, "That's not true, right?" The master just gently stretched his arms to get used to his adult body. "No, you are definitely my disciple." And when I heard you worried, I crossed my arms over my chest and looked at Jack. "You know very well what I'm thinking." You felt a bit confused when you heard that, but you said you wouldn't have anything to do with the problems of this world. But she calmly looked at him. "This is something I did not handle properly in the past." She asked Jack a little happily, "So, you don't think it's right for me to participate in this?" Jack scratched his head and ears, his face looking a bit tired, as if his master wanted to immediately fly back to the Toucan Empire. "There was no way I could change his mind. It seems that this action of yours will affect many forces. To be more precise, it will negatively affect those who want to unify the continent." The handshakes that started the crimes of those people were also part of his plan, and the reason was, well, because those people helped and supported the mixed blood experiments. The image of my older sister being caught up in the misfortunes of her past life appeared. My older sister no longer remembered it, so I was the only one who didn't forget. But he frowned tightly when thinking about these things. Just thinking about it made him angry. Jack thought for a while and said to Master, please open the subspace again." Master was a bit surprised. "Subspace?" He said his purpose when opening the extra space. "I need a sword, a really good one." And trust me, I'm not surprised by what Jack said. "You even know what I have, right?" She stepped forward, slashed a path into the air to open another subspace. She happily said, "You are definitely my disciple." That space slowly dimmed, a purple-black color shining throughout the sky. In the subspace a powerful purple sword began to appear. The long sword slowly approached Jack, and he quickly reached out to receive it. "This sword is truly exquisite, a fine sword, created by the king of the dwarves. and refined by the mermaids. He gently pulled out the sword. The feeling of holding that sword was still as familiar as ever. Silarian had not seen him for a long time. And trust me, I took out a mask from extra space, something else. She gave it to Jack and said, "You need to disguise yourself, at least your face." Jack took the mask and thought about it. You can feel the power hidden inside the mask. I can feel a spell that can keep this mask on my face, or remove it. I can also feel a flow of mana. Strangely enough, he asked his master, "What is this?" When I heard the news, I immediately shook my head. "I don't remember, I think I bought it at a market a long time ago." After listening, Jack frowned, a little suspicious, but he didn't ask any more. He put the mask on his face and said to his master, "He also has some things that I don't know, he's really cunning." After hearing that, she was stunned. "Huh?" Jack said with a perverted face, "You don't use this to spy on men bathing or something like that, right?" When I heard the news, my anger flared up, my hand balled into a fist and I immediately hit Jack's head. She angrily turned away, reading out the coordinates to which we would teleport. Jack held his head and shouted, "Yes, master." He started reading out the coordinates, 37,541, 126, 986. This kingdom is also a myth. 400 years ago, humanity was said to be at the bottom of the biological pyramid. However, that doesn't mean they don't have their own country. That place is called the Broken Gun Empire. And this is also the place where his master was born. She opened the formation and commented, "A research room located under a historical, creative relic." The magic ball grew larger and larger into a gate. "And I believe you reached out your hand to Jack. This is the teleportation point. Are you ready?" Jack put on his mask but still couldn't hide his bright smile. "I'm always ready, master." The whole area at the teleportation point lit up. The scale was really large. In another place, at the drinking table, some people were discussing with each other, a combination of humans and dragons. "What are you doing?" "What an honor to hear that from you." The somewhat old man humbly asked, "Can I ask why you are behaving like that so early?" The other person suddenly asked him again, "How early?" The old man was startled and asked the person opposite. He suddenly stopped drinking, making me wonder if I did something wrong. The other person gently shook the glass of wine in his hand. "No, just." He seemed to feel a strong, familiar aura. Should I say that I felt as if something, that should not exist in this world, had appeared. But then he dismissed that thought. "It's impossible, I don't need to tell him." He waved his hand to reassure the man. "It's nothing, don't worry." He took a sip of wine and leaned back, getting straight to the point. "When will you start testing humanity?" The man said timidly. "Yes." His face showed confusion and urgency. The theory was perfect, it worked when we tested it on animals. The biggest problem was shortening the lifespan. However, if we try activate cells. He raised his hand to interrupt the man's words. "So." Looking at him with deep green eyes, I asked, "When you will start?" He awkwardly laughed, his hands clasped together. "I didn't know that you were so interested in the experiment." He said sheepishly, "You know, the moderates have become quite strict lately. Because of them it's very difficult to get samples, once I get them." He also quickly understood his purpose. "So you want me to get it for you?" He seemed to achieve his goal and laughed. Yes, a talented person with mana is great." He got up from his chair. "Okay." He waved his hand at the maid next to him. The maid came over and skillfully put on his coat. "I forgot to ask." He asked about the experimental sample they were about to perform. "Humanity was created from the combination of humans and dragons. What do you call them?" He also quickly answered, "We call them mixed blood." He tilted his head and looked back. "Mixed blood, huh?" Mai's blonde hair and blue eyes looked at him sharply and commented on the name. "I like it." The blonde man and two servants walked towards the door. Suddenly he remembered something and stopped. The blonde man turned around and asked, "By the way, Professor, has anyone been here today?" The professor was dumbfounded when he heard that. He rubbed his chin and said, "What? No, I think so." But the blonde man didn't think so. "So what are these streams of mana?" The professor half-heartedly said, "It was definitely the master's magic power, but from below the floor, a huge ball of magic power was rushing up." A huge explosion erupted from that giant ball of magic power. The group of people above were so surprised by the explosion that they only had time to put up a magic shield to protect their lives. The remaining surrounding things, such as tables and chairs, were blown away by the explosion. The protective shield could not withstand the explosion and began to crack. The blond man frowned and struggled to support. Others were not so lucky. Without a protective shield they quickly burned to ashes. The other professor also struggled to cope with the fire and huge shockwave from the explosion. He knelt down and used all his strength to defend. He gasped as he looked at the scene before him, confused as to what the hell was going on. The entire previously luxurious room was almost engulfed in a sea of fire. This fire was still a bit strange, as if controlled by someone else. The other people inside the shield shouted in fear, "An attack, is it over yet?" The blonde-haired man was sweating as he looked at the sea of fire in front of him. "Not yet." The man's green eyes lit up. There was one more time. Just as he said, immediately, an attack with an even greater scale and power than the last time came. His shield could barely withstand this second attack. He tried his best to defend, putting force into his shield, bending his legs to avoid being blown away. "My shield." Although he tried, it was not very significant. In the blink of an eye, his shield was penetrated by the fire, causing it to fall backwards. The shield was directly torn and became useless. He was pushed a long distance, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out of his mouth. He clutched his chest in horror, looking at that terrifying power. What was going on? He looked to his right and was startled. He gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with anger. That professor could not withstand that attack and died directly. He was the person responsible for this research. He really couldn't understand. In just a blink of an eye he was attacked to pieces. An underground base was also in a similar situation. Corpses were everywhere. What the hell was going on? Happened like that. Sick human corpses were scattered everywhere, and some people in the research team even had experimental subjects. Tiny drops of blood flowed like a small stream in the underground base. This was horrible. Jack pointed forward and said to the thing in front of him, "Do you accept it?" In front of them was the Dragon Lord they were looking for. One of its legs had been severed. It was panting seemingly very hard. Jack's eyes lit up and commented on this dragon, this thing. Looking at its condition, he also partly knew its current state, thirsting for blood. Its bloodlust is also recognizable since entering this underground base. In this endlessly deep and bloodthirsty place, those emotions are affecting even the surrounding mana. "And when I heard that you were worried about your husband, you asked Jack, what are you going to do now?" Jack smiled smugly and said, "I will take care of this. And I trusted you, so I turned around and slowly said to him, of course, okay." A stream of purple mana once again erupted in her palm. She said slowly, "Hellfire." Immediately, a terrifying flame was shot out. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You are truly very strong." Whether it was my previous life or this life, she still hasn't stopped and said, "It's not over yet." She once again poured mana into the fire, as if receiving more energy. The fire burned more and more fiercely. Jack looked at this scene with enjoyment. It was so fierce. Looking at this burned basement, he exclaimed, "This place is exactly the third floor of the basement. Everything is being swallowed by the Master's fire." Who would have thought that this was a place of imperial heritage left behind hundreds of years ago? After everything was finished, the Master said as he waved his hands, "I've erased everything around here. It's over." Jack smiled and replied, "Yes, it's okay." He turned back to look at the iron chains imprisoning the dragon. The dragon was pierced by a long iron bar, but that did not cause it to lose consciousness. When it saw the two of them, it continuously growled threateningly. He was a little satisfied with this dragon. Who would praise a bloody dragon for being cute? Maybe he was the only one. It could still growl. It was cuter than I thought. Jack stared at the dragon in front of him, in his previous life. In this cold, dark room that smelled of blood. A weak voice rang out, the please repeated over and over, "Kill me, please." It's also this dragon, but it doesn't growl like now. It seems desperate. When it sees Jack, the dragon just wants you to kill me, kill me. All it does is repeat the phrase "kill it" over and over again. Returning to the present, he slowly pulled out his sword, an amused smile hanging on his lips. "Wow, this is new." He turned around and prepared to take a fighting stance. A light blue mana enveloped his body. "But I must fulfill my duty." Seeing that he wanted to attack, the dragon also roared. Jack jumped up to eye level with it, attacking the dragon in one line despite the dragon screaming. And Lantin Milo stood behind her with her arms crossed over her chest, looking at what Jack did. She was a little confused. The thing that was slashed was not the dragon. The iron chains fell one after another, clanging to the bloody ground. The dragon had nothing to hold on and immediately fell to the ground along with the chains. The dragon looked at him with vague eyes. It still growled at him but was no longer as wary as before. Jack walked over and touched the dragon's rough, blood-stained scales, thinking about it. He stroked the dragon and said, "It's good that you're here." The dragon heard that and was surprised. "Why?" Jack sat and leaned against the dragon and said, "Well, how should I put it, you yourself were 18 years later when I met you." He hugged the dragon's neck. It didn't resist him at all, it was really exhausted. The heavy chains were removed from the poor dragon's body. Jack gently caressed the dragon. The dragon changed from being wary to enjoying his warm caresses. The child begged me to kill him. It turned out that feeling was like this. The space became unusually quiet. After a while, Jack tilted his head to ask the dragon's opinion. "Do you want to live?" This dragon's situation is truly pitiful, abandoned by his parents, becoming a test subject, falling into the hands of others, his flesh being tortured, his blood flowing. He listed these things to the dragon and then he asked him, "Do you know what that situation is called?" Jack smiled, his words were as sharp as a sharp knife cutting into the dragon's emotions, worse than cattle. A dark scenario was drawn by Jack for him. They used his skin to make armor, and extracted his bones and blood for experiments. And of course that scenario really will and has happened if you don't come here sooner. Keep doing that until you succeed. His eyes also became cold. "Of course my thoughts are not important." You said it as if it were obvious. In the end I became crazy. At some point I was no longer conscious. The deeper you look into those eyes, the more you feel pain, a life that forgets hatred, and only wishes to die. The dragon was now sobbing, tears streaming down his thorny face. "Do you want that? Do you want to become a test subject and die like that?" Jack makes promises of a happy future for the dragon, who can live somewhere else. He once again looked into the dragon's blue eyes and asked, "Nameless child, your thoughts are the most important. The heavy chains swaying in the fire, I ask you one last time." He knelt down next to the dragon and sincerely asked if he wanted to live somewhere else or not. The dragon trembled, his voice mumbled as if he had bitten his tongue, "Child." Jack smiled and patiently reminded him, "Speak too softly and I can't hear you clearly. If that's really what you want, you should say it louder." The dragon's tears flowed even more, telling those who abandoned him to hear. The dragon's mouth began to move, wanting. He used all his strength to scream loudly, expressing his determination, wanting to live, wanting to live. Receiving this satisfying answer, Jack also let go of the feelings in his heart. In the past, this child was killed by him, and now there is a high possibility of that happening too. Remembering the physically and mentally exhausted dragon he met in his previous life, I really didn't want to kill it before, but I had to. Because in that case there is no better solution than granting death. For a hopeless person, there is nothing more important than one's own thoughts. However, things are different now. The future will also be even more different. The child right in front of him is not the child in the past. He caressed its face and said softly, "Okay." He was very satisfied with this development. The child who had begged to die now wanted to live. He looked steadily at the dragon. "I will save you." His face smiled as he watched the dragon begin to have faith in life. "I will let you live, come home with me." He raised his head to ask his master's opinion. "Is that okay, master?" "Hey, why are you asking for advice? You've already agreed to save people." The master smiled and let out a breath as if tacitly agreeing with him. He smiled happily when he saw his master's expression of sympathy, his master too, very kind. This gentle and peaceful scene was quickly interrupted by a loud cry, "Who are you?" The blond man carried a sword and an underling went to the basement to check the situation and then encountered the two. The dragon saw him and immediately trembled. It seemed that the man was the one who had mistreated it. He pointed his sword at the two of them, his face contorted, his tone angry and questioning. "I asked one last time. And when I looked at the name in front of me, I couldn't say anything about who you were?" She didn't even bother to look, so she handed this job to her disciple. "Just do as you wish. Jack has already prepared his mind and is ready to fight, no need to say anything. You are a little interested in picking up your sword and starting to exchange martial arts with him, so now, I will do as I please." When he saw that he didn't receive a response, he felt like he was being despised and decided not to answer me. He lifted the sword, his arms still shaking a bit, wary of his strength when confronting the people in front of him, if that was the case. He aggressively rushed to attack you. "I will make you answer." However, this attack is like a mosquito biting stainless steel when confronting the monster Jack. He quickly and gently blocked his sword. He also looked at him with a bit scared eyes. His eyes were extremely determined as he looked at him. He was very serious about this war. He tensed up, The blue veins on his body were clearly visible, and sweat was pouring down his face. He put all his strength into the sword, wanting to defeat him with this power. A sarcastic smile immediately appeared in Jack's heart as he assessed the person in front of him. It turned out that at this moment, that was just what Beck Company was like. He saw the smile on Jack's lips and immediately became extremely angry, laughing, daring to laugh in front of me. The more he heard that, the more excited he became and the brighter he smiled. So what? I'm not allowed to laugh. He quickly pushed away Jack's sword and stepped back. A crimson mana surrounded his body, the arrogant man. He immediately knew at a glance, the 10 mana ring, the highest level blood mana master among the masters. He did not hesitate and began to develop his true strength, and indeed, he was the so-called strongest person on the continent today. Even so, in his eyes, this guy is still nothing, but still, very young. The aura that the fish radiated made him, even the strongest blood mana master, turn pale in fear when he felt it. Immediately he felt that familiarity, that clear sense of danger. Jack did not give him time to tremble in fear, he immediately rushed to take the initiative to attack. A sword he slashed down made him struggle to block it. But being able to block it doesn't mean he can counterattack. His sword looks expensive, but when faced with a slash of this legendary sword, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Immediately after that, Jack continuously attacked him, making him unable to resist and could only back up with difficulty. In the end, the expensive sword broke into many pieces in front of his panic. Valentin Milo stood with her arms folded to one side, looking at this match with no emotion on her face. The follower also had to cover his eyes because of the smoke and dust, the monarch. But his monarch can no longer hear his call. That German guy officially died in battle after less than 15 minutes of being on screen, it's really pathetic. He beat Beck to the wall and fell completely to the ground without being able to resist. You walked dejectedly in front of him, just like that, and you already fainted. I'm a bit disappointed. Yet he was not dead yet, he was indeed the strongest magician, he was only beaten by a boy, but he was not dead. He had difficulty holding the broken sword on the ground and then tried to stand up. He frowned, his face showed an expression of unconcealed fear. Who are you? I have never met you. Jack looked at him like a bug under his feet. He gave a sarcastic smile and walked over, knowing what I was doing. When he saw him coming, he cautiously hugged his chest, his face contorted in a truly unsightly manner. Jack walked up and said cheerfully, "Let me give you a prophecy." He was surprised when he heard that. What? You don't need his approval to say it directly. I know someone. The image of the knot appeared in his mind. The image of him enthusiastically practicing was truly inspiring, a very gentle person with big dreams. He smiled proudly at his chicken. He continued, "But the day that person becomes the strongest swordsman on the continent, you will fail," he said without even paying attention to his face, which was grimacing to the point of almost being deformed. He was so angry that his face turned red and he rushed to attack you with that useless broken sword. You. The intact sword was already unbeatable, but now the broken sword wanted to rush forward. I didn't know if I was too angry or stupid. He didn't pay much attention, he glanced away. Look at the dragon's wound that is constantly bleeding. He completely took this German guy into his eyes, his hateful eyes immediately reflected his image. He just stupidly rushed forward to attack. But then the result is unknown. Burke was defeated, but this time what was lost was not only his sword. A sweet sword slash made his arm follow the sword to his surprise. Boring. Jack showed a provocative attitude. Is that all your level? How boring. Unfortunately there is no other way. A series of punches and kicks were unleashed, leaving him, who had lost an arm, unable to fight back or shield himself. He was again beaten by a kid and stuck to the wall. The falling position was also really unsightly. He was lying on the dirty ground. Jack walked up to him, his tone as if it was nothing, and said to him, "I just want one small thing." He pointed the blood-stained sword at his head, and later, "Please grow up a bit." His words at this time were completely well-founded, the person whom Germans obeyed, the Crown Prince of Toucan. Along with that, this is just the first step in his revenge, and the Emperor, the leader of the conservative faction who is the source of everything, will be destroyed by him a few years later. This is just a game to you now, so you have to enjoy it. If it's too bland, there's nothing left to enjoy. He turned his back and looked at the entourage following Becko. Maybe it should end. I'm so bored. He glanced at the other guy and immediately realized that he was not a follower. The disciple of German Shepherd was named Mugen, right? That guy saw his master beaten to a pulp like that, plus the mysterious person in front of him knew his name. I immediately panicked. How did you know? Of course you have to know. Remember, in my previous life, when I killed Berkman, when Berkman's head was cut down in your memory, someone interrupted, a swordsman rushed in. But the hatred at that time had clouded your mind, you had already treated him like an attachment to the German barbarian. I had chopped off his head so I don't remember it clearly. He also didn't say what his previous life was, Jack simply said as if he had deduced it. Isn't that true? The disciple and the master are one and the same. He began to circulate mana, red chains, flames began to appear. Jack laughed happily. The master's hand was cut off. How could the disciple's hand still be intact? Those red chains quickly rushed towards the disciple of German Shepherd. Each chain wrapped tightly around his hand in his confusion and fear. He looked at those red chains that looked like they were on fire in fear. What was this? He reached out and grabbed the chain tightly, his mouth still hanging in a strange smile. As he grabbed the chains on his hand became more and more tightly wound. He couldn't bear it and screamed in pain and repeatedly begged, "Stop, don't." And then his arm didn't last long. It was directly wrapped tightly by the chains until it broke. He screamed in extreme pain. His mother sat down on the ground, struggling endlessly, hugging his severed arm that was constantly bleeding. His scream echoed throughout this basement, "My hands, my arms." And when I heard that you were standing behind watching the match, I was so bored that I went over and asked, "Is it over?" Jock waved his hand and left the rest to the master. "Yes, you can do it." She looked at the huge, seriously injured dragon next to her and sighed. She had to carry something else. Hearing that, the dragon felt a bit nervous. Her gentle yet powerful voice rang out again, teleporting, and the surrounding area immediately lit up. The three returned to the academy without a scratch and with the spoils of war. Outside in the yard, next to the fountain, the flower petals at night, illuminated by the moonlight, are truly sparkling, and I was worried about asking him. He looked very disappointed. Jack took off his mask and smiled somewhat reluctantly. He calmly said, "Now I'm used to it." He looked over at the seriously injured dragon that was brought back as a trophy. "That's it." Looking at the dragon looking up at him with grateful and curious eyes, "What will your name be?" Hearing that, the dragon immediately introduced himself, "Ta, Seo, Seo and Moot." "The name of that dragon is Seo Bahamut." The dragon looked at Jock silently. "That is my name." He stared at the dragon, his eyes a bit sad when he heard it introduce his name. He raised his hand to caress its tough skin. "Okay, what parent would name their child and then leave?" Jack simply gave a name, Seo. "I will call you Seo, you know that." His gentle eyes looked at this dragon with a tragic fate. "First, let's treat your wound." Seo's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jack as if she wanted to show her gratitude. He bowed his head to Jack as if he wanted to entrust his entire life to him. "Just do what you want." Inside the dark room with no lights on, the moonlight illuminated a corner of the room. Seo drank 2 bottles of healing medicine and then obediently slept on the floor. Jack also kindly covered him with a blanket. And I heard Milo sitting cross-legged on the chair and asked Jack, "So what do we do with the Dragon Lord?" He walked up to his master without saying anything, just humming like he was thinking. He scratched his head and said what he thought was obvious, "Whoever bows must come first. Wouldn't the strong go first to find the weak and lose face?" She saw Jack's movements and immediately smiled, her eyes gently looking at him. "Interesting, you are caring about me." Jack scratched his head and laughed. Probably so, after all, he knew that his master was from 400 years ago. His master's monument still could not be torn down in his heart. His master had accumulated many achievements in the past, a man who had created the history of mankind. But a long time passed, no one remembered the master's name, but that world did not remember his name. This also meant he wanted to vent his anger towards his master. Why did his master come out to deal with such people? He knelt in front of his master, held his master's pearly hands and assured him that when the time came, he would deal with the Dragon Lord. His eyes sparkled with rare reverence. He no longer needed to sacrifice for humanity. "I trusted you and looked at my disciples kneeling at my feet but didn't say anything more. After a while, I heard you stand up." "Okay, let's do that," Jack curiously asked the master. "Where are you going?" She replied with a calm expression, "Hasn't it been dusty all day? Let's go take a shower." Jack was a little confused at this point and laughed. "Yes, please go take a shower to cool off." Inside the bathroom is decorated in a classic style. The pale yellow light of the wall lamp illuminates the whole bathroom. and trust me to hang the coat on the hanger. The sandals are also placed outside. A moment later the bathroom door suddenly opened ajar. Her relaxed demeanor and long hair flowing freely under the moonlight are truly charming. Jack blushed, his captivated eyes raised his thumb to praise him. "Today you are so beautiful, master." Hearing that, she let out a breath and reminded Jack to go take a shower. "You should go take a shower too, you look so dirty." Jack immediately agreed, "Yes." Inside the bathroom, the bathtub was filled with warm water. Jack slowly took off each outer layer of clothing, revealing a body covered in large and small bruises and scars on the body. Looking at himself in the mirror, his eyelids suddenly darkened, his mind filled with thoughts. He drank a bottle of healing medicine just like that. "You also realize my current problem. If this keeps up I will become addicted to it." And I heard that Milo had settled down in bed and buried her head in the warm blanket. Looking at Jack dressed neatly, holding a chair and walking away, she couldn't help but wonder, that wasn't pajamas, where was he going? He placed a chair on one side of the bed and sat on it. He smiled brightly and said to his master, "It's okay." She didn't say anything but just silently looked at the boy in front of her. She suddenly asked if it hurt, then he was startled and touched his face. The smile still hung on her lips as she replied to the master, "It hurt to the point of death." "It still hurts." Hearing that she immediately lowered her eyes and muttered, "Is that so?" He looked at his master and comforted him, saying it's okay now. She looked at him wondering why he was wearing that outfit. It seemed like he had no intention of going to sleep today. He didn't hide anything and directly said, "During the 3 days I was lying down, the master observed me." "This is what you heard, Ron told me about it." Ron told him this story when he woke up 3 days later. His master had observed him when he fainted. At that time her master was still in child form. She sat leaning on the chair opposite his bed, for 3 days. When Ron told it, even he was surprised. At that time it was very delicately made. "I thought it was a doll," that's what Ron said. "And as a reward, this time I want to do the same thing. This time I will observe you." Master has always loved to sleep. After talking for a while and still not seeing his master answer, he called softly, "Master." He smiled and looked at his master with eyes full of love. Her face peacefully fell asleep. The moonlight outside the window illuminated the whole room. The clock ticked by slowly. Jack sat on the chair and looked at his master and pondered, sometimes thinking. Looking at his master's gentle face warmed his heart. What would it have been like if I had met him sooner? He lifted the blanket to cover his master, if he were. He put his hands on the bed as if he wanted to take a closer look at that face. His mind was full of theories. Born 400 years ago and meeting his master, who would look at this appearance and think that this was the strongest spirit magician that ever made the entire continent tremble in fear. He couldn't help but blush and exclaim, "What a beautiful person!" While Jack was watching his master sleep, in another place in the kingdom, a few hours ago, the underground prison in the Duke's castle. That guy lot has now been imprisoned and tied up. He gave a contemptuous smile and said to the person in front of him, "So what, did I do something wrong, Master of the Magic Tower?" Balaam stood outside the iron bars looking at him coldly. "Of course it was wrong, the principal really likes you," he said a bit angry. "You betrayed him, the person who adopted and raised you." That guy still kept smiling and talking like an idiot. "So what?" Balaam sighed and looked at him. "That sincere and innocent look of yours was just an act. You also understand his current problem. I know you won't make any excuses, but how long do you think you can keep quiet?" Balaam gritted her teeth and looked at Lutsheet. "I will ask one last time." He faced this crazy guy calmly. "Tell him everything you know." The other guy gave him a contemptuous smile. "Do you really not know, or do you know but pretend not to know?" Balaam heard him say that and was confused and asked again, "What?" Looking at his indifferent appearance made him quite surprised that he was still so leisurely. "You also heard the story of what Jack did to this guy before he was imprisoned here. I heard that the summoning ring was broken, but what was the reason for him to be so leisurely?" He stopped laughing before starting to ask Balaam, "Think about the things that have happened over the past decades. Do you think it was all a coincidence?" He began to list a series of events. The previous owner of the Magic Tower had become a member of the Cultivation Empire, why the magicians had achieved 10 magic circles. These events are listed clearly, leaving the nation without any hesitation. The event seemed normal, but through his story, he realized what was unusual, and why the magicians were forcibly summoned in the name of conquering the forest of magical beasts. Balaam didn't want to say more to him and threatened him, "If you were tortured, you would eventually have to open your mouth. Hearing that, he immediately laughed so much that he spit out saliva. The laughter still did not stop, as if laughing at the face of someone standing outside the bars. After a while he stopped and looked at the people outside. The torch outside shines brightly, illuminating the inside. Why? He proudly said, why have we not been tortured until now? Even if the Duke of Awesome Bay supported the pro-national side, why has he still left me, a spy of another country, alone until now? He continuously taunted Bilamai, aren't you confident that you can pry my mouth open, to prove your loyalty to the king? Bilamai didn't answer him at all but just pondered, this guy. He assessed his condition from top to bottom, there were absolutely no traces of torture. Looking at his proud face made him think, it was clear that he had been imprisoned here for 5 days, it was a bit strange. He smugly reminded Bella, the owner of the magic tower, to think about it, be very careful with that. The gate of the prison is closed tightly, does this kingdom really have a so-called future? Bilamai in a heavy mood going up each step of the stairs. Until now, he still couldn't help but wonder, what made him so confident? He remembered Lutrang's proud appearance, and Lutrang's attitude. Bilamai walked and thought, tomorrow morning he will be transferred to Vuongton. He had already grasped the solution from the royal city side and could easily guess, there was a high possibility that there would not be an official trial, perhaps it would be handled internally. However, the problem that caught his attention was Lutrang's attitude, but to the extent that Lutrang was not afraid at all, he was extremely comfortable. He racked his brain thinking about every word he said, could it be that he was confident that he could live? His reasoning had not yet been formed, but that same evening something unexpected happened, and 4 hours later, the prison of the Duke of Asambo was on fire. Bilamai, after hearing the news, also rushed to witness. Seeing the scene before him made him gasp in surprise. He helplessly knelt to the ground when he saw the body in front of him. That familiar corpse made his mind freeze, it wasn't a disguise, he was really dead. He looked at him a little regretfully, in the end. At this moment he was very confused, the situation was really out of control, what the hell was going on? A terrible evening with dozens of things happening, the next morning at Jack's residence, no matter how you think about it. The dragon that Jack rescued yesterday has woken up, some kind of dragon, staring right at me. Tae's father looked at the dragon with hostile eyes, the Knot looked at the dragon curiously, Jack looked at everyone for a moment and silently exclaimed, since when did there have so many family members like this? The Tho timidly pointed at the huge black dragon in front of him, sir, is this a dragon? He turned pale when he heard Jack's firm assertion, really, this is the first time I've seen a dragon. In the Knot's knowledge, dragons have almost never appeared, as we know, dragons are dead and almost extinct, but the thing is lying before our eyes. Jack looked at the Knot's confused face and couldn't help but laugh, the truth you know is not the truth, because of that you must be very confused. He breathed a sigh of relief, crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, and he moved his eyes to Father Lite. The girl was very resentful of this dragon. The girl opened her mouth to reveal 2 sharp fangs and growled at the dragon. Jack walked over and patted her head to comfort her, little girl, don't look at her so fiercely. He spoke up to explain to the girl about Seo's background, this story, according to my memory, is a different existence from Balat Tut. Hearing that, the girl immediately calmed down, her eyes filled with pity and she remained silent while Jack patted his head, yes. The little girl's voice whispered to Jack, I'm sorry master, this scene was also captured by Seo. Jack looked towards Seo and gave a warning, startling him, and you too. He reached out and touched his growling mouth, revealing his sharp teeth. He gently soothed it, is someone going to eat you, why are you so tense? A dragon is an aggressive creature with a very long lifespan and a huge source of power, can a normal person cut a dragon god with a sword? The answer is absolutely impossible. These dragons truly threaten the survival of humanity, the dragon was not a meaningless blessed creature. Also because of that power, there are many people who want to possess that power, most likely it is him. Bert cut Seo's body to test. However, German was humiliatingly defeated by you, but that's why I made fun of him like that. Jack patted Seo's head while thinking about this and smiled helplessly, it was natural for Seo to be scared every time he saw him. He lifted the dragon's face so that it was facing his face and gently asked, did I look a little different when I woke up? He blushed and breathed a sigh of relief, his narcissistic mode turned on again, that's right, I'm handsome. Jack let go, Seo slowly bowed her head in front of him, Looking at her actions, he immediately guessed, this is called a submission posture. He remembered Seo's condition in his previous life when he met him. Seo in his previous life had almost lost all consciousness. Looking back at the dragon in front of me and the bloody dragon from my previous life, it was truly a world of difference, but now, compared to 10 years from now, it is definitely better. He placed his hand on its head again. Seo was still a little scared when he touched her. Looking back now, she sees that it wasn't right. The room was no longer as noisy as before. Jack also realized a few things. As far as I know, this kid is at most 8 years old. Looking at the dragon and then thinking about Father Lite and the knot behind him, he couldn't help but exclaim. Thinking back, he was surrounded by pitiful people. At this moment, he suddenly looked at Seo's leg, which had been broken before, and had since healed. Only then did he notice this kid's leg. Remember last night? After returning, Valen believed that Milo had conveniently directed his magic power towards the dragon. Seo didn't understand what was going on and immediately growled in fear at this power. After a few seconds, its broken leg began to regenerate, and the tingling feeling made it groan. And in a split second, that leg quickly returned to its original state without a scratch. Seo looked at his completely restored leg and was surprised, unable to believe it, for a moment. Jack also partly understood its feeling, the feeling of healing the wound in just 1 minute. From behind, Va walked over to look at the 3 children sitting on one side of the dragon. Indeed, as you said, this appearance is too outstanding. A magic circle appeared again towards Seo. The power of the magic circle made Seo feel like his body was changing. What's going on? Could this be? Its front legs began to change. The legs with sturdy scales completely disappeared, replaced by a pair of soft, small white legs. With the help of magic, Seo transformed into a human. He looked at his hands in surprise. Oh my god! Who would have thought that a ferocious black dragon would turn into a lolly girl with pink hair and blue eyes so cute like this? Even the owner was surprised and exclaimed, "This is transformation magic, change shape. And I believe you are very satisfied with your results. Now you don't need to worry about attracting other people's attention." Looking at that little girl with cute pink hair and that small body made Va believe that she felt a little warm inside. Jack crossed his arms and stood to one side, looking at his master. His master looked like a normal person, radiating light. He couldn't help but exclaim, truly being crazy about his master was different. The light made people want to look forever. Valentin Milo also felt his gaze turning back and forth. She reminded Jack, "But didn't you say there was an opening ceremony today?" Jack suddenly remembered. "Oh right." He said not very willingly, "I have to go." Jack turned around and said to the Nod and Chalite who were playing on the side, "These kids also had to go." Hearing that, they both stopped playing. "That's right." He reminded Seo again, "I will be back soon so you should rest." Seo heard that and nodded vigorously. Looking at Seo for a moment, he curiously asked, "But, what do you dragons mainly eat?" Seo was a bit startled when asked suddenly. "Why?" Jack began to speculate. A series of dishes were listed. Don't dragons also have main foods, meat, fish? Probably not vegetarian. Seo was confused and didn't answer. He took out his favorite food and asked, "Do you like steak?" Seo innocently didn't know what he was talking about. What is steak? Jack was speechless when he heard her say that. The situation was really awkward. I also wanted to ask what she ate in the basement, but like this, I couldn't. He didn't ask anymore but went and put his hand on Seo's shoulder. "I'll tell the chef and they will send the food. You try it once and see how it goes." He also took the opportunity to introduce himself to the whole building. Jack smiled gently and said to Seo, he was worried that when he left she would be bored. She would see a beautiful landscape from the rooftop. "If you feel bored, go up there and think about what you want to do later." The group started to go to the Solemn Academy. Looking from above, the warm sunlight shining down created a beautiful scene. The principal stood solemnly on a high podium and spoke. "Long ago, there was a country called Tetla. The students below are wearing bright red uniforms. This academy was founded at the same time and has trained many talented people." The principal emphasized the point that nothing lasts forever in the world. Time passes and everything is eroded and destroyed. Jack, sitting below, was a bit surprised when he heard these words. It seemed different from what I had heard in my previous life. He tried to remember what the principal said on this first day of school in his previous life. In his previous life he said, "You guys are the hope of the kingdom. As a student of the academy you must be proud and devoted." Studying, what happened to him? The principal and so on are enthusiastically speaking, and so is today's generation. You can't show it outwardly, this kingdom is covered in thick darkness. The more the students below listened, the more confused they became by what the principal said. What did he say? The sunlight shined into the large glass doors of the hall. At this moment, Jack seemed to remember something. That's right. The things he and his master did yesterday. Last night, his master blew up the laboratory. The current mage system is a bit unbalanced, but of the 10 magicians in Toucan's summoning circle, 2/3 belong to the conservative faction. That distribution led to wars for status breaking out, so the conservative faction won the battle for the Toucan Empire's throne. After this war for the throne, other wars broke out one after another. After a few years, war broke out. Jack, sitting below, listened to what the principal said and felt a bit of admiration at the principal's source of information. He knew quite a lot. Where did he hear it from? The principal's speech is still going on. Our kingdom was built with the sweat and blood of our ancestors who corrupted noble lives, built for those who knew no fear. His voice was filled with pride, which remained until now, so don't be afraid and move forward. At the end of his speech, he used a heroic tone to call on the students. You are proud students of this academy. The words of the past life have only just begun. Jock suddenly felt a premonition. That's really strange. Outside the academy, the clear blue sky was dotted with white doves flying back and forth. The opening ceremony ended, the other students began to return to the bustling scene. So hungry, young master, the carriage has arrived. Jack walked out of the hall tiredly stretching and yawning. Because it was the first day of school, there were no classes, so maybe that's all for today. If he went home all the time it would be a bit boring, so he wanted to think about what to do next. Maybe go see the principal. The house is comfortable enough to go, thank him. Suddenly he noticed something. In front of him appeared 3 boys with their backs turned to him saying something. In the middle, the backs looked somewhat familiar. Jack walked closer and pretended to sigh. That familiar back was his useless brother. As soon as he heard Jack's voice, he jumped, his face pale and scared. Jack walked over and waved a friendly hello. My brother, my precious brother, when did you come to the academy? Milken swallowed his fear and answered, just arrived yesterday. Jack looked at him with a smiling face that couldn't have been more friendly. But in Fei Lan's eyes, that face was the devil. He used that smiling face to beat him to a pulp. Looking at that face again, the nerves in his body trembled. Control. Jack walked over and happily put his arm around his shoulder and enthusiastically asked him. His face was so happy. Have you been able to drink water lately? You knew he was shaking speechless and didn't want to stop. You patted his shoulder. Since he's here, let's say hello. Jack hugged Fei Can's arm again and whispered, my good brother, isn't that right? Jack approached him, his face turned cold. Don't answer or let me chop off your arms and legs. Milken heard that and immediately turned pale and stammered, no. You quickly threatened him. Well, if you don't answer, then I will make you leave here in peace. After gloating, he let go of his hand and smiled in a friendly manner. Ah, are you wasting my time? He pushed the scared and trembling Fei Can in front of his friends. So go ahead, your friends are waiting. Milken walked to the front of those people. He looked a little annoyed at Jock, who was smiling smugly behind him. Bitter, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly he ran away without going to his friends. His friends saw that and called after him. Hey, where are you going? My father walked up from behind and hesitantly asked Jock if I could ask. She looked at Fei Can, who was running for his life. That guy is your family? Jack looked at that loser and nonchalantly said, not really. Dad was a bit confused, but he said they were siblings. He heard Father Lite say that and did not deny it, but also did not agree. That's right. Looking at Jack's depressed mood, Dad just stood aside and looked at him without asking anything else. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Jack patted Charlotte's head. Why are you thinking so complicatedly? The father was silent for a moment and then asked him, what about me? Jack was surprised by the question and was stunned. Huh? He looked down at the girl's red eyes full of anticipation of an answer looking at Jack. Jack looked at her father for a moment and then continued to pat her head, feeling a little exclamation in her heart. Perhaps her father had already entered puberty. He smiled and answered father as if it were obvious. Whatever, you are of course my family. The little girl also happily heard that and smiled from ear to ear. The roses climbing all over the wall. I'm not saying this just, but it's 100% true. Every corner of the academy is bathed in warm sunlight. My people are my family, the people I will share and take responsibility for. He walked up to Va and believed that Milo and the Hot were waiting. That was his family. And I heard that Milo had changed into another beautiful outfit. and the knot had also put on the academy uniform. He smiled and walked towards them, walked towards the people who were really important to him. That's right, where I belonged was not near that guy. He left behind those who were called his blood relatives, but they were worse than strangers, but in the place where the master was. A question suddenly came out, "What's wrong with you?" It turned out that they were friends of the milking man. After hearing that, he was stunned and asked again, "Huh? What?" The other friend asked again, "This guy, it's strange, is that kid your younger brother?" He heard the question again and raised his voice. Milan's other friend didn't fit either. He constantly taunted Jock, "It's true that every layer of the clouds meets the wind, that retarded person, but wasn't it very strange just now, everyone who looked at him thought you were new, is an incompetent child." Hearing that, he clenched his teeth, so angry that his veins appeared but he couldn't do anything. He kept his head down and walked forward. The guy next to him asked, "What's wrong? You're normally so excited." That stupid guy now doesn't pay attention to his friend's inquiries anymore. He is now immersed in his anger. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I become. Why should I be afraid of him? Remembering your cold face at that time made him feel uncomfortable. That boy, that bastard. He remembered Jack's past and couldn't stop being angry. After all, he was once my damn toy. Thinking for a moment, he turned around and walked away. His two friends were also confused. "Hey, where are you going, Kens?" The other two guys looked at his leaving back in bewilderment. "What's wrong with that guy?" "I don't know, he's quite strange today." On the wall inside the academy, a loud shout was directed towards Jock, who was happily talking to his master. "Hey, you idiot." Jack was talking enthusiastically and felt a bit uncomfortable when he was interrupted. His face was gloomy and he turned back to look at the owner of the voice. Those fiery eyes seemed to want to devour the person who interrupted his story. Phelan, who was still aggressive just now, was now like a dog with his tail between his legs. His body trembled and he suddenly stepped back. In the blink of an eye, Jack rushed towards him. "Brother, why are you so bold? Do you need me to punch you to wake you up?" He turned pale and stammered for half an hour without being able to say a complete sentence. That is. Millington hesitantly turned away to avoid Jock's deadly eyes. "No, nothing." He was shaking so much that he fell down and sat on the ground, losing the ability to walk in his legs. Jack turned around and said sarcastically, "This guy is really boring." Jack returned to continue the unfinished story. Millington looked at Jock's back. He still couldn't stand up and just sat there. He kept wondering about his condition. Clearly his fear of water had been treated. Why was he so nervous? After this incident, Phelan probably needs psychological treatment for a while longer. He has never experienced anything like this before. The bright sunlight still shines into the academy, perhaps to warm his permanently damaged psychology, a psychological trauma that cannot be eliminated. Inside the academy principal's room, filled with sunlight, he was dead. A strong, white hand reached out to take a colorful cake from the plate. I knew that would happen. Jack sat on one side of his master and threw a piece of cake into his mouth. "So what?" The principal looked at him a little nervously. He meant. He took another cake and took a bite to feel its sweetness. "Whether he died or not had nothing to do with me." He listened to the information from the principal for a while and then asked, "Is it over? Do you have anything else to say?" Hearing that, the principal was a bit confused and replied, "No." Hearing that, he also told me the reason why he came here. "Thank you, I am very satisfied with this building given to me." The meals while he lived there tasted great. He also thanked him for this, because his family members liked it very much, and even the chef's cooking was delicious. The principal stroked his long, bushy beard and accepted his thanks. That one. Through this conversation, he also noticed something strange. He did not react when he heard the news of his death. Thinking for a moment, he immediately stood up and wanted to go back. I asked permission to go first. The principal saw that and quickly held him back. "Wait a minute." Jack held the cake in his hand and looked at him as if to ask what was wrong. The principal then spoke seriously to him. I know you are in your first year at the university's swordsmanship academy." Jack still didn't react but just silently enjoyed the delicious cookies on the plate. Suddenly the principal made a suggestion that made his eyes light up. "Haven't you thought about transferring to the Magic Academy?" Just listening to it, you already know who is the leader of this matter. It's really interesting. The Tower Master asked for your help. The principal didn't hide and directly admitted it. "That's right. And I trusted you to sit aside and sip a cup of tea to listen to the conversation." Jack also frankly said, "I won't go to class anyway." The principal also said arrogantly, That will soon be the law, academy will be revised. Truant students have also appeared more and more, including other students like you, using tricks to not attend class. The principal stroked his beard and smiled triumphantly at Jack. Hearing that, Jack felt a bit uncomfortable. From the second year, the academy's rules will change. And he also remembered that this had happened before. It seemed like he had mentioned this before. The principal also kindly reminded him, "If so, then you have no choice but to attend class," Jack pointed out, said nonchalantly, "Is that so?" "But it's not that simple," he said, smiling. "But he gave you a condition: if you transfer to the Magic Academy, I will reduce the number of classes you have to take." It's true that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. His conditions were against his wishes. Jack smiled and looked at him. "Look at him. The principal hit straight on your goal when you came to this academy. What I need is just a diploma, but I don't want to go to class." He also secretly praised himself. "To be honest, if someone like me participating in the class would be of any help to them, they would have to endure someone with a different personality like me." He held out a finger to make his request, 1 day a week. Jack calmly stated his request without giving in. "How about coming to class 1 day a week?" He said he would try to cut it for me. The principal heard that and was a little confused. "Isn't 1 day a week too little?" He winked and wanted to negotiate with you. "How about 3 days a week?" As he spoke, he took the opportunity to introduce his talented master. "There was nothing to learn, so I already had a talented master. What were the lessons at the academy worth learning?" The principal heard that and wondered why you came to the academy. He remembered the house he had spent in Jacques, and looked for a house near the academy. Jack reached out to take another cake. The director. He passed the cake to his master and also told the principal his purpose in entering this academy. "What I want is a diploma, that's all I need." Hearing that, the principal was surprised and asked again, "Graduation, are you also here for the academy's report?" Speaking of which, we need to touch on the concept a bit. The academy's report. In the kingdom of Tetla, the academy not only grants diplomas to graduates. There are also other more useful things such as armor, cloaks, swords and staffs, spears, shields. Those weapons all contain 400-year magic. And these will be given out when students graduate. Since ancient times, graduates will choose a weapon for graduation. Hearing that, the principal honestly said that most of the weapons in the warehouse had been taken and there were no swords worth using anymore. The weapons in the warehouse now can be counted on the fingers of one hand and there is almost no sword left that is good enough. The one the Duke used. "No, not that ordinary sword. I will prepare the sword. Get the best that here is for you." He also suggested another option, which could also be a staff, but Jack was more loyal to the sword. Of course the sword's standards would be higher than what was in the report. "But you had planned this in advance. Of course it wasn't free, right?" Bilamai Korat is someone everyone knows. He is the master of the Magic Tower and is also a loyal person to this empire, a loyal servant who has devoted his loyalty for more than 30 years. All the praise can be given to Bilamai. He sighed thinking about his plan, and also intended to make me his person. He smiled and said to the principal as if chatting, "That day was so cute compared to his real age. I will graduate soon." The principal now showed him another path. If he wanted to graduate as soon as possible, well then. He pondered and then said, "Do you want to skip the class? Then let's talk about that later." He firmly gave you options. "Let's talk about going to class first. 3 days a week and 1 day a week. Then how about 2 days a week?" This is probably the best condition up to now, so you can't refuse. "If so, then I can't refuse, okay." The principal also announced that from today's exam you will be a first-year magic student. The principal asked him why. Jock replied very seriously, "It was natural." He pointed to his fiery eyes and said cheerfully, "Because my eyes are still bright, when looking at Amana." Those eyes shone with a fire. It was not simply a fire anymore, but it was like a reflection of the future and the past. One could guess how much talent that person had. He did not hesitate to say that the mana we have is much higher than what the dean is thinking. Looking at his stick encrusted with green stones, the dean immediately looked interested. "Interesting, is it jade?" He thought for a moment and then replied, "If that was true then." His next words made Jack suddenly freeze. "I will be responsible for training and turning you into my successor." After a moment of silence, as if time had stopped, Jack suddenly held his stomach and laughed so hard. Seeing him like that, the principal's face turned as green as a banana leaf and looked at him bewildered. He laughed for a while before he could hold back his laughter and then apologized. "Sorry I was laughing so hard." Then he said something that made passers-by hear it and curse him as a crazy person who doesn't know how to enjoy his blessings. Your descendant, even if he gave it to me, he wouldn't even bother. It seemed like the meeting had come to an end, so Jack politely withdrew. However, Sister Ben did not allow Jack to do that. The old man uttered a word, but Jack stopped right at the entrance and exit of the office to listen to what the old man had to say. The old man asked slowly, "What happened at the villa yesterday?" Jack glanced at old Opong out of the corner of his eye, carefully observing his actions. In his mind, he remembered the scene of bodies lying piled on top of each other. Jack put his hand on the organ, ready to withdraw at any time. He replied, "Nothing." "It's nothing." Jack smiled faintly. He knew the old man was planning to interrogate him about the previous day. He didn't look back once, but kept the same posture and continued asking, "Really?" Jack thought to himself, he asked too carefully. Then he took the initiative to tell them, "They didn't prepare dinner, so I came to check it out." The old man asked again, "So what happened?" The old man attacked. Jack said, "They all fainted." Jack's mind flashed the image of the tot doing his duty. The famous mansion appeared in Jack's head, as if he remembered past events to rearrange the story appropriately. The old man retorted, "I don't know what happened to them." Jack tried to create a humorous atmosphere to reduce the old man's attention to Jack. "They probably didn't fight, right?" The old man paused for a moment and repeated, "Why fight?" Jack said that children often fight when they grow up. Jack made a noble farewell gesture and followed the announcement, "I'm leaving." He closed the door after exiting. He leaned his back against the door and breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping that old man. Jack looked up. Something caught his eye that caught his attention. A painting of a six-winged angel fighting a demon king. Jack looked closely at that picture because there was a very familiar character. Jack exclaimed, "This is the master." He was staring in one direction. He was contemplating something intently. The old man pondered in his mind, "After decades of fighting in fierce political battlefields, of course I am confident in my eyes. The nobles I have met in the past, the knights, even the king," he pondered. But he had never had this feeling before. In his mind, a ghostly image of you appeared. His speech was so strange. Milo played with the flower petals while speaking. The old lady next to her continued to observe her eyebrows, even if it was just a small gesture. Each one was unusual and obvious. "This woman's status is not ordinary," Sister Ben silently commented. She was worried about continuing, but instead of being a director, I think he is more suitable for the position of general. Milo turned around to look at Sister Beb 31 and said those words to him. Sister Ben did not make any comments at that time. "General," he spoke slowly and nostalgically, "even though it wasn't too long ago, I once rushed to the battlefield." Milo turned around and looked through the window and said, "So did baby leopard Lau Mai. She still has many talents." She didn't say anything more. She looked far away on the other side of the horizon, silent and deposited like gold in the riverbed. Then after that moment of silence, I quietly whispered, "Will you protect it?" Milo turned her head to look back at her baby. Her eyes were shining like stars at night. She would truly protect him. Sister Ben put his fingertips together in thought, whether he was thinking about whether or not he should accept my invitation, or because he was having difficulty fulfilling his promise. Before he could say another word, the door suddenly opened and Jack shouted, "Master, what are you doing without leaving?" The old man was startled, sweating profusely and looked towards the Jack, worriedly saying, "This guy with so many tricks is blocking him." Milo let out an annoyed sigh, said sternly, "Don't make trouble, I'll leave right away," laughing heartily. Alas, the master is slow. Outside on the street, the sun is now high, the glistening roofs reflect the sparkling sunlight, combined with the green color of the alternating tree canopy, making the scene cool and peaceful. Milo seemed to have a strong attraction. As soon as she stepped out onto the street, many eyes were following her. Wherever she went, people followed her, both men and women. Everyone turned their eyes to her. Jack felt so proud to be with her. He commented that the master was indeed very attractive. A lady who owned a bakery approached her and invited her to buy bread. She replied bluntly, "From today I will probably be allergic to wheat." Another girl wanted to drink tea with her. She replied, "I've already had it." The one who was rejected felt disappointed, and the one who was rejected felt extremely annoyed. He smiled shyly. Perhaps the master was used to being noticed. Jack walked parallel to Milo, asked about the old dean. "Sir, the principal also told the master to be his disciple." His expression was not very good. Milo angrily answered briefly, "Yes." Jack repeated the answer that Milo had just uttered, his eyes filled with surprise. I was worried that Jack wouldn't understand what I meant, so she asked a rhetorical question, the editor thought. Do you believe him? Jack was silent and did not answer anymore. The sky of the city gradually became less sunny, white clouds came to cover a part of this beautiful city. Jack laughed out loud, his face raised high. Master, Jack said, I don't trust anyone but myself. Jack added, between me and the Dean is just a relationship that needs each other, don't worry. You looked at Jack, smiled, humph, after all you are not someone who is easily fooled. Stop, here we come. Milo and Jack stopped in front of a row of tall houses. Milo looked up and asked, why did they come here? The stylized two-winged family crest on an orange background is hanging on the wall. Looking at it, it is easy to immediately recognize that it is the sign of the Allah Dread Association. Jack looked up at the Allah Dread Association's crest, smiled and said, what are you coming for? Of course, I'm here to get my money. The building of the Allah Dread Association stands tall on a main road, is 3 stories high and at first glance looks like the fortress of a castle. The Allah Dredging Guild is a place that recruits both hunters and mercenaries. Jack pushed open the door and walked in. He understood one thing clearly. That if you want to recruit a person with a level 9 mana ring, you need a lot of money. Jack seemed to know this. He went into the guild quite confidently. Inside the main hall was a mess of luggage, containers and many people gathered in this place. Jack recalled the image of the guy who assassinated him the night before. The person who used the level 9 mana ring was the one the crazy bastard sent to assassinate him. Jack now wanted to investigate further, so he proactively came to this association to collect information and confirm a few things with an additional motive of getting his money back. The receptionist just saw him and Milo entering, immediately smiled and asked, please come in, what are you doing here? Jack seemed completely invisible to that receptionist girl. She ignored Jack's presence and directly asked Milo who she was. I came to visit the branch manager, Jack spoke up, and in his mind he was thinking about another issue, which was his money in this branch. Jack put his hands on the table and said, you keep saying this, level 9 round, last night, assassination. Jack gave suggestions from keywords to make the person he wanted to know appear. The receptionist was stunned for a moment, stuttering, huh, that's it. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something terrible, she let out a scream, her face turned pale as if she was about to faint. She said as if she was out of breath, could it be a Jack and a spy? The manager nearby ran to cover her mouth but before she could, he could only scream a few words, hey, you idiot. Jack was able to move forward, this time he leaned up, put his face close to the girl at the front desk, smiling like always, asking a question that was very difficult to answer, do you know me? Looking at her with such surprise, the girl was startled as if she saw a dead person coming back to life. Jack opened his mouth wider, he looked extremely scary with an expression that said he was ready to take someone's life at any moment. He said softly, maybe. The receptionist was probably the poorest person, she was both threatened and pressured by the manager with his arm squeezing her shoulder, and her words were full of anger, see you later. Jack continued with his speculation, not directly but through his assassins. Jack thought, if that were the case, things would be different, then he still kept his leaning forward position like that. The receptionist kept stammering as if someone was interrupting him. Jack reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, quickly said to the receptionist, I'll give you 5 minutes, within 5 minutes tell the manager to come here. Jack placed an hourglass on the table, a tiny stream of sand was continuously pouring down into the sand tank at the bottom. Jack looked at both people in the group, his voice clearly emphasizing each word as if he was afraid that they wouldn't hear clearly, otherwise, from today on, the Ho-Ho group would no longer exist on this continent. The watch was still busy pouring sand to the bottom. Jack leaned his back against the reception desk, Milo crossed her arms and stood next to him, and asked, do you really mean it? Jack was surprised and didn't know what she was talking about. Milo reminded Jack of his memory and wiped out the association, this is off the continent. Jack held his chin in his hands, it seems I need to explain to you, there are many associations on this continent. Among them were guilds related to adventurers, those guilds were not normal guilds but brokerage centers. Should we call it an intelligence organization? Jack asked Milo, but she didn't answer Jack's question but talked about another issue. It turns out that the world has changed so much, so what? Actually, I asked Golech to get back the prize money, I came here to get back the entrusted money, Jack said calmly. Stopped for a moment and looked around, then spoke again. But you saw their reaction. Me continued Jack's words. They know you that you're still alive. Jack agreed. That's right. Jack continued explaining. The noble commissioned the brokerage center to assassinate the noble. It seemed like the whole continent was talking about killing someone. Jack continued to explain his story so I could understand his story. I thought they were in contact, saying they were assassins and would deal directly with each other one-on-one. Turns out it was a transaction through a brokerage center. Jack looked down at the ground. I didn't think that was the case. You looked around. Everyone here looked like they were seeing a dead person come back to life, / Jack smiled and exhaled. Clearly his inferences were all reasonable and likely to be correct. Jack added that those who want to kill their children order them to extort money, those who go through brokers. Jack confided, he looked very lonely. To me they were all the same and all my enemies. Milo looked at Jack with extremely shy eyes. She herself didn't know what to say to Jack. In her heart, it seemed that sympathy for Jack was rising. Milo confides, how have you lived in the past? I gradually understand. Scene moved to a small but clean and tidy room. The receptionist probably didn't have much strength left at this point. She was panting and stood at the door, whispering to the branch manager. A grown man was sitting and enjoying delicious grapes when he was suddenly disturbed. He let out a sigh and signaled to the receptionist to say what needed to be said. Alan Silk sat with his feet up on the table, looked sternly at the receptionist and asked angrily, what was going on? The receptionist stammered, speechless, and stood awkwardly facing Alan Silk. Then she blurted out, a person named Jack Valan asked to meet her. As soon as she heard that name, Alan immediately froze. What? How could he live? Alan Silk thought blankly, sweating profusely. Alan immediately looked for a reason to see if he had made a mistake in the listening and speaking process. He asked again, could it be that I had heard wrongly? But the receptionist affirmed that she was not wrong. I didn't hear the name clearly, but I was sure. He told me to tell the branch manager again. The receptionist said, last night, level 9 round, assassination, the receptionist said, trembling. And she started to rush. Within 5 minutes, if the branch leader did not appear, the Allah Dredging Association would be wiped out from the mainland. Alan pondered, I'm 34 years old, from a mercenary to a branch leader of a guild, I've been through everything. The assassination group never failed even once, Alan recalled. The guild master is an expert who has reached the 9th round of mana, and I'm sure he will succeed in this mission. Alan Silk dug his fingers into his thighs, clearly worried. The guild master ordered the Nin to execute them directly, but was the target still alive? Alan saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly stood up, used his hand to wipe away the stain from the grape that was now on his mouth. He said, his face was stiff, showing the seriousness of the problem. I don't know how to think. Anyway, where is he? Where is he? The hourglass has reached its last grains. Alan walked step by step down the stairs towards the main hall of the guild. As soon as he saw the silhouette of Jack and Milo, he spoke, making you wait a long time. As he walked, he nonchalantly held the handrail of the stairs. He said in a bright voice, nice to meet you. He introduced himself by his last name. I am Avero, manager of the Alavet Association's AC's Ensign branch. There was a thoughtful sigh, as if from an angel when receiving a message. Alan wanted to reduce tension by inviting Jack to a cup of tea, but Jack refused by saying it directly, no, straight to the point. Alan widened his eyes in surprise and asked Jack again, the main problem, do you have any special request? Jack crossed his arms. Let's just say, he wanted to probe the branch leader's attitude and psychology, not knowing what kind of person he was and what he wanted. Jack thought, to put it bluntly, the eyes smelled the money going into his pocket. Jack put one foot in front of the other, looked straight into the branch manager's eyes. How could I have misjudged this? Jack thought and said to the branch manager, A10 Lock, last night someone plotted to come assassinate me. Those guys, Jack emphasized, were sent by the Allah Druid Association here, right? A young man appeared to be thinking. He used his right hand to support his chin. His eyes looked down at the ground, but his consciousness seemed to be far away. He looked like he was thinking about something rather than remembering. Then, as if she had thought carefully about her words, Atenlan said bluntly, yes, that's right. I was a bit surprised by his attitude. I saw that he didn't even have the slightest feeling of guilt. Come on, an attitude that seems like there's no need to hide anything. Jack started stalking him and looking for clues from him. Is that in accordance with national law? The mercenary supplier is an association of adventurers, introducing mercenaries that suit their needs, customers, and collect brokerage fees. Jack asked Alan too, is that right? Alan replied, it's a little different, but overall what you said is correct. Alan continued, our Allah Dredging Association is an organization protected by the laws of the kingdom. Therefore, Alan said, if mercenaries need work, and there are people who need to look for mercenaries to solve some problems for them. Alan said, to meet the needs of finding jobs and providing mercenaries for the whole country, an adventurer guild was established. The Alaven Guild is the largest brokerage center in the Trotla Kingdom. The leader of the guild often uses a veil to cover his face, and there are rumors that he is of royal lineage. When someone hears a long story, he immediately interrupts and summarizes it. The people who tried to kill me last night were paid a lot of money. Jack sighed in boredom. Alan replied, that's right, those were the masters of Faux Fantanian. What's surprising is that Auden Loy spoke again. But he didn't even know how much they were paid. Jack raised his neck to the sky. That's what I was going to say. The guy wondered, what? Jack said slowly, word by word, the money they were hired for. Find all that money and bring it to me. The girl's name was startled. What? Jack spoke lowly, clearly as if giving an order. Jack's aura and expression suddenly changed. I don't want to repeat it twice. Everything. Do you understand? Alan was confused by Jack's request. I understood, but it was so vague. Jack repeated with frustration and confusion. Alan immediately explained, it seems like you are directly asking for our guild, because we are not a guild or a regular mercenary group. In a case like this we would have to write a contract. Alan explained to Jack, not a verbal contract, but a contract with the kingdom's seal printed on it. I mean, this is an agreement established through signing a contract, Alenta said, his face calmly listening to the argument of this branch manager. For reference, what you just requested will be the content of Clause 1, and the terms of this contract are the content of Clause 2. The more Jack listened, the angrier he became. His head was on fire and his anger increased rapidly. Without realizing that he was making a mistake, Alan continued talking endlessly about the contract, the terms of which, Alan said, were the principal must provide us with an amount of money, which is divided into a down payment or deposit. Jack roared, that's enough, I don't need to understand. Alan Silk immediately froze, his mouth still open, ready to continue his presentation. Jack said slowly, I didn't come here to ask you. Those who tried to assassinate me, and those who helped them, are to me people who deserve to die, Jack said. Jack put his foot on the edge of the table in front of him. Fee, you are very mistaken. Jack said in a loud voice, the bastards, clearly they had a choice but they chose to follow the request of the greedy bastard. Jack leaned forward, glanced down at Alan's face, making him sweat. His domineering spirit completely overwhelmed him. Jack said that if Alan didn't comply, this gang would be completely killed, clean. Tenlan stammered that his guild was protected by the kingdom. Jack poked his hand right under the guy's chin. Jack said loudly, national law, don't look at me and roar like that. Jack pressed his face close to the branch chief's, oh this graceful face, lifted his face with his hand. GTA doesn't say much anymore, at any cost, please find that money for me. Jack said, emphasizing each word, after a week, if the money has not come back, the entire association will disappear. Jack let loose his head and fell down into the salon, and the other guy gasped because he had a chill. Jack coldly turned around and walked out of the store with Milo. Jack grabbed his hand and twisted the knob, suddenly remembering something, he exclaimed, let me say it again. We will investigate separately later, if there is any difference between the amount entrusted and the amount we receive. Even if it's just a gold coin, heck, you know what I mean. No matter what the fee is, you should think about it and threaten the branch manager. Alan Silk's face was gray, sweat was flowing all over his face, he didn't say a word, he was completely silent when he asked again, do you understand? Alan Silk felt like he was about to fall, he covered his face with his hands, clearly showing helplessness, unconsciously stroked his face with his hands, and walked miserably. Alan Silk tiredly kicked, yes, okay. The room tried to return to its original quietness, but it no longer seemed to have the same atmosphere as before. Milo and Jack walked down the bridge of the Alavet Association together. The branch manager let out a long sigh as if he had vented 1,000 kilograms. Oh branch manager, are you okay? The confused receptionist asked the branch manager. Alan relaxed his body as far as possible on the chair, his mouth constantly mumbling, saying that he was blaming Bant Yen for accepting this mission. Alan thought, a noble would assassinate a noble, the person who commissioned him would be crazy, he screamed in vain. Of course he never wanted to do that. Alan was lost in thought after receiving threats from Jack and Len. Perhaps he did not expect that today he would finally encounter this difficult situation. The money had already been received. What should he do? Can it be returned? He remembered the situation when he received the commission from Dike. He felt that there were things that were difficult to complete, or maybe impossible, and he was hesitant to accept. He thought, only crazy people would make this request to the association. He consulted and met with his superiors to expect to receive an appropriate response. Then I received an order that no matter what, I had to accept the entrustment of the little homeowner. He also seemed to see the ambiguity in this mandate, along with its impossibility, making him feel even more that he should not carry it out, but a branch leader like him can only follow his superior's orders, above only. Are we under threat now, because the youngest son is deprived of the inheritance rights of a Marquis family? Toiliso asked Alan. Alensilk sat hunched over, his hands on his knees, his hands clasped together and his head bowed. He ordered a bowl of soup. Is the Marquis your friend? Alensilk said harshly. A sincere person like you doesn't know what to say or keep quiet. Toiliso scratched his head hesitantly. Alensilk looked at Toiliso out of the corner of his eye. He was only chosen a few months ago. Alan raised his head and thought, at best, he only had the talent to gather information quickly, otherwise, he still didn't understand why Alan chose him. Toiliso bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He still looked very rude. Alensilk generally only told him that to be more careful, since he understood, he shouldn't do anything. He replied, okay. Alensilk scratched his thigh and thought. He took a breath and then exhaled sharply, looking as if doing so would make him more wise. At that time, Mentamon couldn't have been a crow that lost its feathers. The most elite members near Senbo had also gathered, Alen thought. The number must have been more than 30 people, but the assassin was still alive. He scratched his thigh again, calculating something in his head. As for Toiliso, he did not contribute any further comments. He could only stand and scratch his head. Alen calculated mentally, not knowing how much money to pay for the jack would be enough. That assassination team couldn't escape either, so there was no one he could confront to find out how much money to pay them. Could it be that they were arrested? Alan assumed and then denied it. No, if so, he would have known how much the payment was, and then Alan called Toiliso again. Yes, Toiliso replied seriously, trying to show that he was important in this story. Goichechi men, will that idiot attend the admission ceremony today? Alan too asked. Toiliso replied, not saying anything, and Alensilk asked him to explain in more detail. Toiliso reported that there was only one servant left at the inn and the guards did not know his whereabouts since last night. It seemed like a disappearance. Hearing that, Alensilk hugged his head, so that means he was gone, disappeared. Things gradually became more strange for him. Toiliso asked again, what's strange? Alan began to explain to everyone, if a person with 9 magic circles was an assassin, he would not be able to deal with it. Now there are at least 30 assassins with 9 magic circles working together, Toiliso exclaimed, it's terrible. Alan continued, regardless of Toiliso's naivety, they were all professionals and could not run away while on duty, and Ilalechi men was missing and most likely dead. The assassination team of Finan is considered to have been completely destroyed. Alan pondered, so clearly the mission had failed. Toiliso didn't understand whether he had received it or not. All he knew was that he had clear, senseless sentences like a child. Oh, did he really fail? Alensilk shouted angrily, stupid, don't you see that the person who was assassinated is still alive? Seeing that, it was also miserable for Alan. There was no one to talk to him except the ignorant Toiliso. Alan asked that he was unharmed when confronting the gang. So what was the reason? Toiliso, laughing, I don't know, sir. Alensilk thought, no matter who was standing behind protecting Jack and Len, if he became the target of the assassination team, he would certainly be afraid. However, Alensilk felt a bit scared. Jack and Lentin's expression was not like that. I imagine that among the people who have been coming in and out lately, there is no one special, even though there are a few knights besides Batwa Uzk and Len. But then I realized it wasn't right. No, the times didn't match. He clasped his hands together and thought, perhaps Jack's bodyguard was already in the territory. Then he thought of a special person, Duke Yunben. He reasoned, but yesterday there was a fire in the Duke's prison, and the soldiers could not move elsewhere. Then Alensilk pressed his forehead, frowned, it seemed I had missed something. Hassan ordered me to contact the branch head according to the Duke's orders and sent word. Having said that, Alan moved to the door of his room, found out all the information about Jack and Len and brought it to me. Toiliso bowed his head and obeyed. gather all Lajim to search all the places where the drug dealer could hide money. He gave orders and the majority responded and obeyed. Alensilk suddenly stopped. For an hour, Taliso asked him if he had any further instructions. Atenla ordered Taliso to send a letter of suggestion to his superiors with the content, "The mission of Deal Alechi Men failed. It was the last performance of the Fantonin mercenary team. What should be noted is that the jack and the cable are protected by the Duke of AC Slug Sion." And, Alensilk emphasized. In his mind, an image of you appeared. Then he squeezed his forehead and told Taliso to do as he was told. Obviously, Alenti had noticed Milo's appearance but didn't know how to describe it because he had just seen it. That's all. Now comes the appearance of the mysterious woman who gives Alensilk a strange feeling. He wondered who that woman was, appearing next to a dangerous character like Jack and Lenten. He remembered that just now, he had only made eye contact with you for a short time. But it clearly made him feel as scared as a deer before a tiger. He decided he shouldn't investigate the woman next to him, and also shouldn't report back. He stood in front of the receptionist, making her confused. The girl asked him what was wrong. He hesitated a bit but then he spoke coherently and came to see how she wrote the report. Jack and Milo arrived at their house. It seemed like there was something happening before their eyes that made Jack wonder, what's going on? Tae's father growled, holding a wooden sword in his hand, his eyes shining with determination. The note is no less, but the difference is that he is calmer but his breathing is a bit heavier. The two men rushed at each other and fought hand to hand. The father in the pangolins guise jumped up, raised his sword high above his head, preparing to strike down. With his full experience, he was able to predict his father's attack and immediately raised his sword horizontally to block it. The two wooden bars collided with a harsh sound. Jack breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out it wasn't a fight but training. In his mind, he imagined the scene of two chicks fighting wildly. He thought it was similar, but he felt like he wanted to increase the summoning circle. The two sword blades overlapped each other, struggling back and forth. It seemed that Lotta's father's blade was somewhat weaker, so it trembled against the other's strength. And after seeing that his father's resistance had weakened for a moment, he immediately swung the sword down, causing his father to lose his balance. Jack thought, well, it wasn't a fight but still. Jack threw the skewer behind him, thinking about something in his head, and Milo next to him seemed to be considering something. Milo exclaimed, "What a surprise!" Jack immediately turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" I worriedly said, "Do you think letting go can really defeat that kid from last night?" Jack searched his memory. "What happened last night?" "1 hour ago, it turns out you were referring to the body." Milo told Jack that if he looked at it, he would definitely know that his father had never held a sword. Right, Jack confirmed that it was true. Jack added that he looked like he was holding the sword in a very awkward way and didn't even know how to keep his distance in close combat. But clearly, she commented, she was being repelled by her father, and she observed and felt that was really the case. In fact, if you look at the situation, you can think that Father Lotta is at a disadvantage compared to his father. But actually the person who is under pressure is the one who is healthy. Besides, his advantage over his father is in strength. He is superior to her but he cannot win this time. He let out a scream of attack, held the sword behind his back to deliver a powerful blow. But Lotte's father deflected the knot's attack, causing it to lose its power and miss its original target. Jack silently pondered in his heart, his father had not yet mastered how to hold a sword or fight in close combat, but he swung the sword, and had never been taught swordsmanship by anyone, so he could do that. Jack stroked his chin and smiled, seemingly satisfied with her performance. "I'm so excited, Master, let me bet on you," Milo repeated in a surprised voice. "How about a bet?" 9 years, Jack emphasized, "Within 9 years I will defeat everyone." Milo countered with Jack's point of view, "It's only 9 years, within those 9 years even the Germans can become stronger." Jack provoked, "Don't say Master is afraid of betting." Milo crossed her arms, she accepted Jack's bet. "As for the bet, the loser will carry out the winner's request." "You said, I'm curious." I confided, "What will I do to make that child stronger?" Jack put his hands on his hips, smiled triumphantly and said that he had many ways to make the note even stronger. Jack stepped forward, muttering, "That's it." "Now stop," Jack calmly interrupted, "you two go rest." The father in disguise looked at Jack with apologetic eyes and softly said that they weren't fighting. As for the rest, he scratched his head and said nothing. He is famous for his reserved nature, his actions speak louder than words. Jack saw the reaction of the two disciples and couldn't help but laugh. He had no intention of scolding them or anything, but they still knew how to solve their problem. Jack called her father. She seemed a bit scared, her face was as green as a banana leaf. "You are talented with the sword." Being praised by the master, the girl was immediately happy and delighted. Jack added, "I haven't watched it from the beginning, but it must have been 3 times. My dad tilted his head and asked me what Jack was talking about." "You wanted to drop the Tots sword and succeeded twice," Jack said. "In combat, if there is a large strength gap with the enemy, what should you do?" "The answer is very simple. Just do the same with Tralate." Jack thought, if he didn't intervene in this match soon, he would probably be dealt a blow by his father. Jack patted my father's head. "Very good, you are clearly very talented with the sword. In the future I will also have to see how good your magic skills are." Jack took a paper bag and put it in front of his father. "Go up there and eat this," his father repeated. "Why don't you go up there?" The figure of a little girl with metallic hair and a small figure in a white flared dress was standing up high and looking down, telling her father, "Go play with Seo." Jack continued, "I have something to tell you." My dad looked at me and then looked back at me. Then the little girl bowed her head and said hello. You all stayed happily, laughing. "I don't know where I learned this." Appointment to take notes to a separate place. Jack looked at me and said frankly, "You already lost, you know that." I answered, "Yes." "What a pity." Jack clicked his tongue. Her father was talented in swordsmanship, in fact she had a natural ability in close combat. "Different from you," Jack emphasized. "It's easy for her to find ways to threaten the opponent and reverse the situation even though she's being pushed back. My father has done that, successfully twice." "Hold your hands together, you don't know how to counterattack so that's why." Jack said bitter words. "I guarantee that in just one more minute, you would be lying flat on the ground." The note looked at him, his eyes were both sad and regretful. Jack added, "It was due to stubbornness or stubbornness." "Please explain what you don't understand about Jack's question." "That girl is tiny, her strength doesn't have much." "Tried very hard to make the sword in your hand fall, because she had completely grasped your strength and sword style." Jack asked me, "So what will you do?" I hesitated. "That's it. Feel free to swing your sword again." Jack said, "It's not like that, you're just swinging your sword like you practiced while fighting with her." Jack continued, "No way." But instead of being upset, Jack laughed. "It might take many failures to get better." Letting out a loud gasp. I was scared to death, not sure if I would ask him again. Would I die? He stood next to me and laughed. "That's right, don't you want to practice properly?" He awkwardly touched his head and faltered as he answered, "Yes, but I, being a rather shy person, the knot didn't know how to explain properly when Jacques Valentin intentionally teased me like that." He poked the knot's body and teasingly said, "Don't you want to become the best sword master on the continent? If you want to do that, you have to be thick-skinned." The knot blushed and begged him, "I was just scared, that's all, please don't tease me anymore." He seriously patted Tha's shoulder to reassure him. "I told you, there's no need to pay attention to what other people think." "Aren't you afraid of death?" The knot instinctively replied yes. "As long as you try to die, it's okay," Jack said in a very evil tone. "Lift up your hand and hold the wooden sword." He determinedly said, "Yes, I will try." Outside in the beautiful garden, full of rose hips, he told his master, he heard. He begged his master, "Don't go, please help me." His master had transformed into a human figure with a hat on, standing admiring the scenery. He turned his head when he heard what he said. "Huh, what's wrong?" "I want to use illusion, turn it into a fantasy formation." "By transforming magic, you mean creating a fictional training opponent?" Seeing that his master only needed him to say one sentence, he grasped the essence of what he wanted to say. As expected, his master was not ordinary. He quickly replied, "That's right. Real fantasy requires a lot of mana." The three gathered in one place to do it. Jack and Len squatted down to use mana-like black magic in circles on the floor, while his master stood with his arms folded and looked behind. The eye looked curiously. He was drawing stroke by stroke to complete the entire spell. Looking at every trace of mana on the ground, his master was quite surprised and suddenly said, "Could this be combining fantasy and death law? That's interesting." Death law, the black magic of the level 10 magic circle, it creates a fixed space. This is the type of magic that covers that space, changing the amount of mana according to the caster's consciousness with black magic. The opponent can be poisoned in that space and fall into a state of panic. Next is the fantasy of a level 9 magic circle. If you combine magic to create clones and death laws, it will be very interesting. His master was casting magic to complete the magic circle, and he was holding his master's hat behind him, thinking to himself, that was the magic he and his master had created in their previous lives. Using it again made him remember that period of time too. Suddenly he called, "Master, Valen believed you were worried about responding, what's wrong?" He turned around and called out again, "I'm sorry, I didn't understand," and replied, "Yes." Jacques Valentin held his hat and smiled crookedly as he said, "Training will start from level 1 to level 10, the more you level up, the stronger your opponents will be." "Which level do you want to start from?" thought the said sadly, poking his hands and saying, "Well, let's start from level 1. Listening to the Knot's request, he agreed, "Okay, let's start simple, if we adjust like this then." After that, he sat down again to use mana to perform black magic to complete the formation, He thought while casting magic, level 1. Kaka, if you die dozens of times, you will only grasp the feeling. Your master continues to complete the magic, she said, "It's done, come in." The magic circle has been completed with the combination of 2 teachers and students. The thought's face showed concern, so he risked his life to go in. He has stepped 1 foot into the legal circle. The Knot's entire body, upon entering, was surrounded by magical mana and lifted off the ground. So, the master watched the child the Knot enter the magic circle. Looking at him smiling evilly, the master asked him, "Who is that child's imaginary opponent?" The boy said evilly, "That's about it." He walked right up to his master's ear and whispered loudly. After hearing what he said, the teacher was speechless with his joke. "I was really speechless." He smiled heartily and said, 9 years, not 9 years. His master's face turned black as he watched him happily toying with others. As usual, she commented, "What an evil child," he countered, "I'm tired of listening to my master's words." Quickly step into the illusion and magic circle created by the teacher and his student. Here it is, inside this dark space where nothing can be seen clearly. I can't help but look around and see. Suddenly something caught his attention and he turned his head to look. A figure of a muscular man holding a sword came out of the darkness. The image of the Knot's rival man gradually became clearer. The Tot held a wooden sword while his opponent held an extremely sharp long sword. The opponent's appearance appeared clearly in front of the Knot. Looking at his opponent, the Knot felt familiar. He thought to himself, "Who is it? I've seen it somewhere before." Suddenly his opponent opened his eyes, a pair of special and extremely sharp eyes. These eyes remind the Knot of Prince Jacques Valentin. This figure is the one who believed Jack in his previous life, the man who once destroyed an entire empire of Tulcan. The Knot didn't dare to call you sir. His opponent raised his sword and pointed it straight at his face. Seeing that, the Knot also got into position and thought to himself, "Is this really practicing?" His opponent held a sword and rushed forward with an extremely murderous look on his face. Though quickly raised his sword to defend, that person had already attacked. "You have to block it with your sword." It came so fast, he couldn't do anything. His eyes saw the image of the long sword approaching. The world was moving very slowly, he felt it at that moment. I already know. The fact that his neck had been severed was what it felt like. The quickly woke up from the horror of having his head severed in an illusion. He looked at the clear blue sky above without regaining his composure. "I was so scared that my soul sat up, breathing heavily in panic." He groaned and said, my neck," and at the same time touched his own neck to see if it was still there. Suddenly there were footsteps approaching the Knot. It was Jack who heard the news. He came closer and smiled and asked, "What are you doing?" The Knot looked at him in surprise. Seeing the image of a child's version of the person who cut off his head made the Knot cry out in fear and try to move away from Jacques Valentin. He reached out his hand to Thought. "Why are you so surprised? Do you see a ghost?" Tao quickly grabbed his hand to help him stand up, and at the same time asked, "What was that thing I saw in the magic circle just now?" He smiled and said, "What is it?" "It's an illusion." Though was stunned by his nonsense answer, he let out a loud laugh and affirmed again, "I said it was an illusion created by magic." He continued to explain, "Because you have never experienced it, you have never faced death before, right?" The Tot acknowledged and replied, "That's right." He told the Knot that the me in that magic circle was the image of when he was 18 years old. "If you've been through it, you'll know right away. Anyway, let me tell you. You will have to confront me in your past life. The more you endure, the stronger you will become. He continued to instruct the knot. Talent was lacking, he just needed to accumulate it with experience. I designed it to only use swordsmanship without even a little bit of magic, even mana is used in one summoning circle. Let's try to win once. The knot listened to the master's request and he broke out in sweat, but the knot still agreed. I understand what you mean, but what about the previous life? You're thinking in your heart, so you still don't know about the knot's regression. You'll explain it to him later, but on the outside you're laughing and talking about other things. Why don't you have confidence? The thought used his hand to wipe the sweat that was flowing profusely all over his body. I'm determined to tell you, obey, I will win once according to your orders. Although it is said to be an illusion magic circle, the feeling of death is still very real. Normally, if you die dozens of times, you can become crazy. But forgiveness is different. This is not a normal emotion like pity. But you really appreciate him. Even though he was injured or tired, he still practiced swinging his sword every day without getting tired. He had asked before, besides eating and sleeping, he practiced sword swinging every day. The problem is that talent and high effort based on that solid spirit are put in the wrong place. The effort this cold child must make is to die more. He must learn from his dead self from the past. If it were him, he would definitely overcome the odds. This is something he knows for sure. You will do that to train him. It seems that the knot will have to die quite a few more times. What a pity for the boy. At first he was just going to joke with him like he was an amateur, but gradually he changed his mind. He was no longer an amateur, he would turn him into Jack's person and heard this news. On the outside, you only stand on people's shoulders, but you dominate the knot's shoulder and appear dangerous. You advise him, that's too rigid, from now on just call you boss. The knot wants to say something, me. He shyly scratched his head, that's it, instead of calling you boss. Can I call you monarch or not? He was also surprised by this word monarch. He had to accept it, so he patted his shoulder and said, well, if you feel comfortable then go ahead. Seeing him easily agree also made the knot suddenly turn his head to look in the direction he walked. He smiled shyly. The was very touched by his concern. He smiled brightly and said, yes, monarch, I hope you can help me. You went ahead and heard what he said, but without turning around, you waved your hand to show that it was okay. You told him, hurry up. In the magnificent castle, light illuminates the whole castle through the glass doors and windows. The scene changes to a little girl's feet walking up the stairs. As she walks, she thinks to herself if she did something wrong. After the opening ceremony, Father Lin-tae was waiting for the owner. He had been waiting for a while but the owner had not returned. At that time, there was a tall guy practicing. She just stood next to her and looked at him and asked him to guide her in swordplay. And the owner came to see the girl practicing. Although the owner praised it, there was something very strange. The girl continued to walk up the stairs, thinking as she walked, the owner seemed a bit angry. Could it be because she practiced swordplay without asking permission? The master will have to apologize to him later when he comes back. She was confused and lost her thoughts. As soon as she stepped up, she met another girl. They both suddenly looked at each other. The short-haired girl said, "Ah." My father also made a loud noise. Suddenly the girl opposite suddenly knelt down. The little girl knelt down, put her hands on the ground, bowed her head, and shouted out loud, "Sorry, I didn't know you were here." My father looked at me in amazement. He still couldn't say anything many times. The image of Vashek Stut, always smiling and looking noble. He was an uncle, but he was a dragon, watching the little girl and her mother as his entertainment. She hates dragons the most, but the master said so. It's not the same as Vashek Tut. The girl was still in the same position, shaking her head and apologizing to her father. At the same time, she was trembling. The father looked sadly at the little girl kneeling there trembling. She tried to suppress her emotions. The father raised his hand to point at the little girl with her head facing the floor. Suddenly she rushed up and hugged that girl. Even though the owner still hasn't told her what it's been through, she doesn't want to know. In the future, what should she do with this child? In the kitchen, hearing the owner ask something, Ju asked the chef again, "Seo. Ah, is that child?" The chef replied, "Since morning until now she has been on the terrace. By the way, do you want to eat anything?" He nibbled on a piece of egg and replied yes. He thought as he walked, they said. But why are these two children hugging each other here? He was walking in the hallway when he saw this scene. He raised his hand to touch his chin and wondered if the two of them were already close. His master realized that it was more accurate to say that one side felt closer. He looked at the two children and thought. Putting aside the previous situation, why was Seo trembling and Chalate looked like he was about to cry? Jack and Len, standing behind, had no choice but to groan, alerting the two children hugging each other on the floor. When my father saw him, he ran over. My master apologized. But he noticed behind Cha Day. Baby Seo slammed his head on the floor again, making everyone look stunned. Seeing that, her father went over and picked her up. She said to get up. Little Seo refused and said to leave. His master suddenly said, something was wrong. The angry child last night, the image of the dragon being imprisoned and covered in injuries. Today he turned into a completely different child. At this point, Dad was still trying to pull Seo up. He was confused by what his master said. The master explained, because they had to go through a lot in that laboratory. Seeing that something was wrong, he reached out to deal with it. Lamented and said, wow. At the same time, he picked up both babies and carried them in his arms. He wondered and asked the vampire girl, Father, why are you apologizing to me? The girl sadly replied, because I didn't have my master's consent. I trained on my own, so you did it. Get angry. The little girl said loudly, I don't dare to do that again. I'm sorry, my master. Hearing her talk like crazy makes your head hurt. Is it really crazy? So Jack and Len had to tell the girl, if you want to practice, just practice. You don't need my permission. He sighed, why should I be angry? Even if you use a wooden sword to knock on my head, I absolutely won't be angry. Just say that, don't actually do it. He was carried in his arms, but father still tried to reassure him. He wasn't angry. He replied to her, because I felt quite bad for letting the not practice alone. So, he continued to explain to her. I have confirmed your talent in swordsmanship. Later in the evening, let's practice magic together. She is like being injected with chicken blood, holding hands and speaking, obeying orders. He also silently calculated, on this occasion. We probably have to find a way to handle Seo's situation. Her fear hasn't stopped after the trauma she's encountered. He asked Seo, I heard you ate all your steak this morning, was it good? She replied, good. He asked again, do you want to eat more? Seo still trembled and did not answer. He gently said, who ate you? Why are you so shy? Last night he was still growling like that. It hasn't even been a day, but it's really strange. He asked again with concern, where does it hurt? The girl shook her head tremblingly. The light from the window illuminates the entire castle. His master suddenly said, Dark Devil. He didn't understand his master's words. Demon. The master spoke again, changing the ground and sky. He sat Seo on the chair and asked again, destroy the world, she said in a small voice, yes. At this point, his master understood. It turned out that it was the legacy that the third strongest Dragon King left behind 400 years ago. It has power superior to the fourth and fifth strongest Dragon Kings. That third-ranked Dragon King, it opposed its master's wishes. And Valen believes Milo was planning to kill it at that time. After that, no matter what happened, he was killed by me because of that betrayal. It always sees the future every time it uses the power of its soul, and it left behind a testament before dying. In the not-too-distant future, the Dark Devil will change heaven and earth, and will destroy this entire world. Saying this, he was speechless and scratched his face and asked again, so, I am a Dark Devil? He asked the girl again, are you afraid that I will destroy the world? So are you afraid of me? The situation at this moment was quite funny. The person she was afraid of was him. He asked her again, I am a Dark Devil, and you are afraid that I will destroy this world? He thought, it seemed right. Little Seo bowed her head and opened her eyes wide without saying anything. He protested that the prophecy was completely nonsense. Next he sat down next to her, making her startled and asked, what? I said that prophecy was complete nonsense. What the hell was being destroyed? He stared at her. She spoke up. But Seo quickly argued with him, the third-generation Dragon King's prophecy has never been wrong. The girl looked at him with puffy eyes. He smiled and thought, so you are this type of person. Looks like you haven't heard what your parents said. The third-generation Dragon King's prophecy was fake. The girl was stunned when she heard him say it was fake. These jokes are used to deify dragons. Jokvar reached out to touch the baby's head. So don't worry about those trivial things. Is it okay now? He asked Seo with concern. The girl innocently asked him again, is it okay? Then you won't force me to eat meat anymore, right? He laughed and asked again, why do I have to eat you? I don't want dragon meat. She understood, so that's it. He smiled brightly and was about to ask her again, but it's time for lunch, so let's be honest with each other. How do you like that steak? When the little girl heard him ask what she liked, she was hungry and craved it until her mouth watered. Seo shyly said, "It's delicious." He breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to lure her. He proposed, "Then let's have lunch together with steak, but it's a different flavor than the morning one." Dad also smiled and wanted her to eat together. "From tomorrow I will also tell them to cook it in a new way." Listening to you entice me with steak, it made her happily think, cook it in a new way, with a new taste of steak, how delicious it will be. "So let's prepare to eat well," he excitedly told Seo. The baby dragon was completely captivated by him with the new flavor of steak. She looked at him with sparkling eyes and drooling. The girl said again, "But have we called each other by our names? I see you already know each other." He introduced the long-haired girl to Seo as Chalente, the future vampire queen. "And Seo is the 6th-generation Dragon King," she shyly said. "How can I be the Dragon King?" He continued to point to the knot, "And over there, later when we eat, I will introduce the knot to you." He shouted, "Father." The little girl saluted the flag and said, "Present, Master." "You told Judy to prepare lunch," Father Tite replied, "Obey orders." Next, Chalite approached and held Seo's hand. The intention was to pull Seo up and invite her to come with him. My father smiled brightly and said, "Let's go together." Baby Seo was surprised by this suggestion. She was happy when everyone cared about her and began to integrate into normal life. She replied, "Oh my God." The scene passed so peacefully. The two little girls held hands and laughed as they walked back to the kitchen. His master mocked him, telling lies was also bad. The 3rd Dragon King is a special dragon. Instead of using mana like me and you, it only uses mana based on mental ability. Its prophecies were all short prophecies. He remained silent before his master's words. "Tomorrow it will rain, the day after tomorrow there will be war." The prophecies are not wrong. One of those prophecies, the only one that has not yet been fulfilled, is that in the not-too-distant future, the Dark Devil changes heaven and earth and destroys the world. He suddenly asked his master, "Do you think I will destroy the world?" She replied, "As far as I can see, there is no one else who can talk about the destruction of this world other than you." That's true, but that prophecy could be wrong. But if it comes true, then you would have destroyed the world in your previous life. "Haven't I already done that?" he said without agreeing. "Well, just only one country was destroyed. And in the end I died without destroying the world as prophesied." Master asked him, "Are you dead?" He replied, "Yes, there is no reason to live anymore." He smiled softly and said, he just didn't want to live anymore, so that prophecy was completely a false prophecy. If it was true, then the Dark Devil would not be me but someone else. His master heard his explanation and sighed in relief. He called out, "Master," she asked again, "Why, what's wrong? Why say the future or destiny cannot be something that can be changed? It will rain tomorrow, or there will be war somewhere, if you stop it from raining, or stop all disputed areas. Then those prophecies will no longer exist. Therefore, the future is not something that can be decided. So if the master is destined to live only 13 years and die." He smiled as he watched his master turn and leave. "Then you will definitely be extremely angry. Master is waiting for you to come with me." Scene change, the two girls stuck their heads into the kitchen to look at the chef cooking and their mouths watered, while Judette was concentrating on cooking, and the gray-headed guy standing next to him was munching on raw carrots. Time passed quite quickly, since we first got to know each other. "I'm sorry I'm 17 years old now. My father is also 11 years old. SEO is already 10 years old. As for you, although on the outside you are still a 14-year-old child, observing the children like this, it feels like you are raising baby birds in a large cage." The taste of Ju Khan's dishes was better than he thought. You asked him before, it turns out he has nearly 4 years of experience as a chef in the royal palace. I didn't expect there to be such a talent among us. Maybe worry is also a part of it. While eating, he suddenly remembered. "Seo, did you forget to take blood today?" The girl replied, "Oh yes." The father whispered loudly to the master. "She knows she's afraid of blood." Children mature and learn very quickly. "My father has been appointed to become the queen of vampires. My father gave me a fork to stick in a piece of food for Seo. Let's try this dish." Little Seo was startled and replied, "Oh yes, What about Seo? She was given the name Dragon Lord. He sat happily thinking, so this is what it feels like to raise his disciples. Master looked at him sitting next to him, masturbating. Suddenly she said something, "Why don't you practice anymore?" and he almost choked. He was speechless and looked at his master unhappily. "It's enough for me to have 2 summoning rounds." Master doesn't have to worry, he calmly continued to eat. His master was speechless as he looked at his disciple over there, not paying attention to his food. She continued asking, "What about the Vaccination Association and the Explorer Association? Do you think I've forgotten those things?" Sitting over there eating, my dad perked up his ears and listened, shaking his head. She continued, "You only trust people you know, right? Although your biological age is an issue, you have plenty of time, you have the potential to have 3 or even 4 summoning rounds at the same time." "I'm right," he smiled and said, "if you try hard, you can achieve 5 rounds. Biological age plays a very important role." Even though he's afraid to admit it, he's still in that stage of puberty, his muscle proportions are completely different from his previous life. Furthermore, the size of his veins and blood vessels are also different, most notably the capacity of his heart has also changed, which makes the transport of magic in the meridians also different. If I was Teot's age, I could have cast the summoning circle at any time. However, with such a small body, progress will require a lot of time and great concentration. While creating a summoning circle, and there is an attacker, that summoning circle remains a traveling spell. And it has the ability to counterattack that attacker, but it can also encounter an expert and it will be disabled, in addition until the summoning cycle ends. Everything around will return to the way it was, then the job will be completed, don't you worry about having to focus on creating the summoning circle. My master, I won't lie to you. Reincarnated at the age of 14. He discovered that his residence was the Marquis's family's prison. A separate cage, the outside cannot have any impact. Then when he created the second summoning circle, Ron came to protect him. That's the person he absolutely trusts. Now that he had to protect his master, who was incarnated as a doll, there was no time left to leisurely strengthen the summoning circle. He thought to himself, today is the day my master returns to his original form. Once a month, outside he brings the cake and says, "It's time for dessert." He continued to think, he couldn't waste time creating a summoning circle, the key to his strength lay in his mental power. Your master has no choice but to deal with his disciple. She smiled and said, "Your master is the same, why do you have to rely on your student's protection? It's unreasonable." "Even though it's only once a month, I'm still your master," she said, holding her fork and pointing straight at him. The master reassured him and said, "He will protect you, so just do it." "Ah," she poked her fork. He thought to himself, he had already planned this day. He thought boredly, he heard that this afternoon there was a famous theater troupe performing at that theater. You can't be absent, he thought confusedly. The master ordered again, "Every month I will return to my human form." She slammed her hand on the table, "We both really wanted to fulfill our duties as masters. Yet you deny it, sigh, you can't go against your master's words. There is no other way, the play takes place at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Within 5 hours, you will complete all your tasks in these 5 hours. If that's the case, we can all go to the theater to enjoy ourselves this afternoon." Master suddenly understood, "So that's your plan." When everyone heard that, they were happy because they were preparing to go to the theater. Scene change, at the Allah Dredging Guild. Have a conversation with each other about the price. 500,000 gold coins. A man with short hair sat in a chair and said, "The total cost is 500,000 gold coins to leave a noble, are you sure?" The other guy replied, "Yes, the magician himself gave this to me." The short-haired guy laughed hatefully, "Ha." He continued, "So isn't the head of the family a crazy idiot?" Continued, "So isn't the head of the family a crazy idiot?" Continued, "So isn't the head of the family a crazy idiot?" Continued, "So isn't the head of the family a crazy idiot?" Continued, "So isn't the head of the family a crazy idiot?" Continued, "So isn't the head of the family a crazy idiot?" Continued, "So isn't the head of the family." 50,000 gold coins was the amount of money paid to Detrick to have him kill Jokva. It is believed that the Vincott family's annual budget is about 30,000 gold coins. But even if he is the patriarch of the He-Man family, can he borrow such a large amount of money at one time? And you still use that money to punish just one person? Alan was still swimming in thoughts about this mission. This time he used the name of the He-Men family to borrow those 20,000 gold coins, and almost immediately he was able to find 30,000 gold coins left, and thus he had 50,000 gold coins. He couldn't help but wonder where the money came from. Alan Silk asked to Lee-sun, was it from the transportation of banned substances? There were even rumors that Trick He-Men personally started this case, but according to the investigation, it was completely not so. Alan Silk heard that and was surprised. He looked up at Lee-sun and asked, isn't that so? Actually, it is very normal for a family to be involved in banned substances. But what if the merchants were also involved in those things? Normally only nobles who have a lot of free time take up the use of things like banned substances as a hobby, but the He-Men family is different. Lee-sun said that, according to the investigation, He-Men did not do this case alone. There was a whole group behind this case, including the He-Men family. Alan Silk held the paper tightly and looked very interested. So Trick is just a puppet and the He-Men family really seems to be the mastermind behind pulling all the strings. They have transportation routes across the country, so what is the scale of this case? Alan Silk asked. Hearing that, Lee-sun rubbed his head in frustration. You've been reading those documents all this time and haven't seen anything. Unexpectedly, he yawned and lazily admitted, no, I don't see anything, so please answer, how big is it? Lee-sun replied, there is still no exact answer about the scale of this case. Lee-sun wondered if there should be a deeper investigation. But Alan Silk could only silently bite his lips. Transporting banned substances is almost impossible if one is not from the Duke family or the royal family. Thinking of this, Alan Silk immediately stood up. He decided not to investigate further. The important thing now is whether or not the reward money for the murder case can be found. Lee-sun also said that half of the money has been found. He sighed, half, then he can confirm that the assassination attempt had failed and all the Ventamon assassins had been dealt with. Otherwise, they wouldn't let us go so easily while the intelligence agents are still investigating information about us. Ventamon seems like he worked hard to disperse the money paid for the assassinations, but on this side they also found half of that money. It's possible that soon the remaining money will be found. Alan Silk woke up and said he was hungry and wanted to go buy something to eat. Lee-sun saw that and asked to buy it for himself. Alan asked Lee-sun to find that money as soon as possible and absolutely not tell anyone about it. He also doesn't understand why he has to hide this above. But look at Alan's bright eyes. Then he had to keep his mouth shut, not daring to open his mouth to speak again. Seeing this scene, Alan immediately grinned. He smiled lightly, then said in a gentle voice, he wasn't hiding anything, it's just that I'm handling this matter myself so no one else has to suffer any loss or damage. They have their hands full, you know. Luckily Lee-sun is an idiot, so he didn't have any doubts. He even praised him. I see, the branch manager is really great. Alan went to the bakery on the street. When the shop owner saw him, he quickly greeted him warmly. Oh my God, welcome to the branch manager here. Alan said, Ma told me 10 hot breads to take away. There are 10 loaves of hot, crispy bread right here from the oven. Look at the bread being brought out, both golden and steaming hot. He mused that the reason he didn't want to let the people above him know was simply because they weren't trustworthy. At that time, Jacques Valin believed that he was really planning to kill him. If he still wanted his head on his neck, he would force Alan to find this money. Whether or not to notify the above is still a matter of debate and requires further thought. He suddenly realized that he was just a branch manager and did not need to risk his life to be loyal to the association. Suddenly, a lovely yellow cat rubbed against his leg. Alan sat down, stroking the cute cat and thinking, even though he was a branch manager, Alan had never met the upper levels of this association before. I don't know if they are male or female and I don't know how old they are, but one thing is for sure, there is not just one person. But no matter how many people there are, they are just a bunch of people throwing stones and hiding their hands. Alan sighed. It could be said that it's nonsense if you have to be loyal to them, they don't really care. The shop owner saw him stroking the cat and reminded the branch manager not to feed that cat anymore. It had already eaten a total of 2 breakfasts. When Alan Silk heard that, he said, no wonder its belly is full and round, it's too much. Holding the bag of cakes in his hand, he walked and thought. Returning to the matter of bandits, first of all it was strange to be asked to suppress monsters in the forest. Although Alan himself did not feel sorry for the people who were risking their lives fighting in the distant forest. But there is absolutely no need to report it to superiors. Now it was no longer just a simple suppression mission, it had become a war between humans and monsters. Since monsters cannot leave the forest, their true nature remains unchanged. And besides, war always brings instability to society. But right now the kingdom is very peaceful. I brought a bag of bread to everyone and told everyone to share it and then left. The Alavite society is stronger than people think. They can manipulate the situation in the kingdom to their liking without any difficulty. They also had loyal supporters because they were protected by the kingdom's laws, so that was probably natural. With unnecessary repression they were able to easily reduce the large number of mana users. Now the king has more support from the nobles. Alensilk collapsed on the chair tiredly, wondering why the association worked with such people. There have been even stranger cases recently. Still with an unanswered question, he touched the debt trick painting. He said, "Maybe him. Check out He-Man, is it possible that that guy is selling banned substances?" Thinking carefully, everything he planned would have failed without the capital's permission. Alensilk lay quietly on the chair thinking. If so, then it's likely that he paid more than 300,000 gold coins so that bastard debt trick could control the guild like his puppet. He must have at least 1,000,000 gold coins, but most importantly, is the guild aware that such a large amount of money is being transported? Would they give up after just one day of investigation? Everything is still very vague. Analyzing back and forth, Alan found that this matter is definitely just a cover. There are many unknown things in our guild and on the leader's side as well. Previously, he wrote a response when accepting Death Try's contract request. But the reason why the leader had to work in secret, Alan still did not understand. Dirty money for aristocrats, isn't this the amount of money used to spend on the aristocracy? Or it could be used to upgrade the military. Maybe they are preparing for war. Looking at Alan's current appearance, one can clearly see his fatigue. Who exactly did that money belong to, the leader or 20 high-ranking people in the association to invest in? One thing is for sure, it is not money used to control the forest of magical beasts. It was rumored that a large amount of the money used to control the forest of magical beasts came from the Kundan Mantit family. So what the heck is this, and what is the reason? Suddenly he realized something. Lately, Alan has been feeling like someone is secretly manipulating this city, not the whole country. The increase in crime due to drug inflation is also the reason why the use of mercenaries for security purposes has increased. This cannot be natural. Perhaps 2 years ago in the Tonkin Empire there were rumors that they were having experiments on dragons. They say that dragons are extinct, but that's only on paper. And there must be a reason why these rumors are spreading so widely. At that time, Alan also heard about it and immediately investigated, but he received a message from the guild master. Write in the letter to stop investigating rumors about Tonkin. Alan sat in the dark, holding a letter in one hand and holding the carrier pigeon in deep thought. If those are just rumors, is there a need to send a message to him personally advising him not to conduct an investigation into it like that? Just vague thoughts, but he kept having a feeling. You need to think a lot about this, but it is human instinct to crave information. Alensilk couldn't stop because of this. His body became heavy. The story he just deduced with just that information was like this. The leader of the Avarat society is either from the Tonkin Empire themselves, or they may have close ties to someone from the Tonkin Empire. They cooperated with the Adventurer Guild in this matter. They were just the ones who kept the information about everything. Let's think again. If the rumors of experiments on dragons are true, where can they find me living? In the magical beast forest, there is also the possibility of dragons living there. So the main reason for investing in the army is to find the remaining dragons. This is entirely possible. If it was the Tonkin Empire, they would use money with key soldiers to find those dragons. It doesn't matter how much they invest as long as there are results, but even if there are no results, they will still benefit by minimizing the pressure on other countries' armies when they have many connections and many mercenaries. The person currently commanding the controlled army is definitely someone from the Tonkin Empire. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up. He felt that things could be quite serious if Alan's thoughts were right. The Tetlan kingdom would not last much longer, or perhaps the kingdom itself was already a colony of the royal empire. Now they only exists under the guise of being a free kingdom. So the Tun Empire had what they wanted to find in the end. Is war and invasion. And with a weak place like the Tetlan kingdom, what awaits them is nothing but despair. What a headache if this could be true. The unusual moves of the Alavet Association and the current kingdom's problems are certainly preparations for resistance against the Tonkin Empire, but it is difficult. The Tonkin Empire's goal is to unify the entire continent. Alensilk worriedly thought, so how much time do we have left? Only 10 years, 20 years, 30 years left. No, exactly 10 years left. Alen Silk began to worry, this country is really okay, will it be then? Is there still room for him or this group? Of course not, he will become a hunting dog and be killed right after the Tonkin Empire invades this country. Just thinking about it made me nervous and sweat flowed drop by drop like fear falling down. In order not to lose its color, Alan needs to find a new support strong enough to be able to withstand the enemy in this war. No need to say who that person was, with just a few pieces of information, this young man deduced that a few years later, it seemed like he had chosen the right civilization. Jack was sitting in a room practicing magic, he sat in a circle in a court in the middle of a lake. Suddenly the door was pushed open by someone. After that, the three of Milo, Chalo and Seo walked in. Besides Milo, who was used to this, the two girls seemed extremely surprised. Seo saw this scene and wondered what it was. When she saw Jack practicing, she felt insecure because she hated humans so much. His hand was cut off to draw blood. Was stabbed with a magical spear. Although Seo hates them very much. But it was also humans who saved her life. Seo clenched her hands, grabbed the hem of her dress, trying to control her emotions. Drops of sweat poured out, the girl was abandoned by her parents. Not just that. They wrote on her body the knowledge of the race and threw her in a land called Tonkin. She suddenly trembled because she didn't know what strong people would eat, but it probably wouldn't be dragon meat. Would they save her to eat her? She looked towards the person sitting there practicing. However, the person in front of him, Jack Va believed, didn't want anything from her. She immediately remembered the first time she met Jack. The person who fearlessly patted her head comforted her while Seo was still in the form of a scary dragon. It's not like eating dragon meat, however, the person in front of him, Jack Va believed, didn't want anything. There was no way such a gentle person could be evil or have thoughts of destroying the world. Seo implicitly understood that dragon's fairy is wrong. Just by the human body. Within an hour create a third level summoning circle and after another hour the fourth level summoning circle will be completed. And in just 2 hours. The fifth level summoning circle had already been created, and father's voice exclaimed in surprise. Seo also realized at this moment that her father also felt what was going on while she was looking at her owner with admiring eyes, he was so good. Those who saw this scene were thinking when Seo was stopped by a voice calling, Seo. The little girl was startled, yes, seeing Seo was very tense, Mi worriedly reminded her to calm down, it wasn't that stressful. Milo crossed her arms and coldly told her to calm down, Seo also obediently listened. Seo raised her shy eyes to look at Mi worriedly. Mi explained to me, both of you are good so please observe well. That is the form of the most perfect summoning circle. Same type of summoning circle but the power will be different, same in this case. Milo explained, that's not human. But a god or a semi-god. Or just some kind of monster. Unbelievably solid, each circle creates a perfect combination, this form is called mana unity, meaning a body in harmony with mana. If you can control it perfectly, you might be able to reach that infinite realm. Seo, the girl immersed in concentration, was startled. Mi worriedly patted Seo's head to comfort her, thinking that she was worrying unnecessarily. Mi asked worriedly, are you thinking about me and my disciples? Hearing that, Seo didn't hesitate to admit it, just a little. Milo said she could answer questions about herself but not about her disciples. Hearing that, Seo was a bit disappointed because he thought he was still just an outsider. Milo immediately admitted that the truth was that the master himself did not know his fate clearly. Seo remained silent and sad. Milo hugged the girl, the master already knew how the experiment on her was going. Seo also silently listened in his master's heart. So trust in Jack, Milo said. As long as Seo is by Jack's side, no one in this world will be able to touch her. Only hearing this made Seo choked with happiness, her eyes filled with tears. So happy that tears came to her eyes, the little girl smiled happily and replied, yes. The bright sunlight gradually disappeared. Make way for the sunset that has begun to fall. The summoning circle at the age of 14 could be something to be proud of, it was definitely unprecedented. Jack looked at his body, was his body originally like this? Even when Jack created a summoning circle next to Ron or in the prison, he thought it would have happened quite quickly. It's not simply because the sense is small that it produces clean energy, or it's because the energy is mixed. Mixed energy has a higher level than mana, if you can use mixed energy skillfully, there is no way you can't control mana. So anyway, So anyway, isn't this life's Jack probably stronger than his previous life's Jack when he first controlled the mixed energy? Jack sat thinking, his father next to him watching the performance kept admiring. If I can be stronger than my previous self, could Jack really destroy the world? The quite interesting show was about to end. The actors came out to greet the viewers. The audience shouted and applauded enthusiastically. Jack noticed that even Seo and Father Linte was also very excited. Jack looked at Seo and me worriedly and realized that he didn't know when she became so close to her master. Seo sat worriedly on Mi's lap. He never thought that a dragon girl could smile like that. He thought she had forgotten how to smile a long time ago. Jack sighed in confusion. If he had known that everyone would like this opera so much, he would have dragged the knot along. He didn't go because the knot wanted to stay and practice. He let him stay because he didn't want to go, and it wasn't easy to become the strongest swordsman on the continent. Seeing that her disciple was not concentrating, Mi worried that he was not interested in the play. He denied, "No, it was quite interesting." Mi looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Is that true?" Jack said he could still feel the emotions of the current play and also liked the plot twist. Milo replied, "Ho, plot twist, do you mean how the whispering flag turns out to be the ghost of the theater?" Jack thought it was an absolutely amazing story to think that the female lead turned out to be a ghost. Speaking of this, everyone looked at Jack with a few question marks above their heads. The ghost of the theater is not Ko, but that man Eric. Hearing that, Jack stiffened, rubbing his neck with his hand and smiling shyly. Jack had to deflect the question of whether he should go to dinner or not. "Everyone's gradually gone. Milo is used to your style. You always change the subject every time you're cornered. Okay, let's go." Night has fallen, the houses gradually light up through the windows. The show had ended and everyone went to a small restaurant where the atmosphere was very cheerful and bustling. They walked in at the invitation of the shop owner. He immediately asked them how many people were there. Jack ordered food for the 4 of them, not forgetting to order a portion to bring back to the knot. Hot, delicious dishes are also being prepared. Jack was busy watching 2 innocent little girls laughing happily. He also suddenly laughed along with them. Suddenly I heard a voice, "Oh my God, it's been a long time." Jack recognized the figure of someone familiar as the manager of the Alenta branch. He looked up and immediately recognized Jack. The person sitting at the table of 4 was also looking at him. Alent Silk opened his eyes wide in surprise when he saw this person. He recognized Jack and immediately came to say hello. Jack also teased him if he was stalking him. He quickly explained that he only came here to eat and there was no such obvious stalker. Jack started arguing, "You must be very free to come here to eat, aren't you busy finding money to pay me?" A natural silk guy pulled up a chair and sat down like a fly and said he was making half of the money at a pretty fast pace because that was his job. Looking at Jack with puzzled eyes, he realized he seemed to want something from him. He admitted that he did, but this was not the right place to say it. Jack looked at him and smiled. He also agreed with that. Jack realized that no matter where his master went, all eyes were on him. Suddenly a hand came and grabbed Milo's hand. He exclaimed, "Oh beauty, will you agree to give me the honor of having dinner with you?" Even now, the theater's phantom guy is also approaching and flirting with girls. Milo didn't hesitate to refuse his invitation to dinner. "Sorry, I'm busy today." This guy really seems like a joker, but I didn't expect that she already had a plan, hoping we could meet again next time. Wondering if he could know which family the beauty came from. So much so that Alan had to come out and remind him. Don't know what to whisper to each other. He immediately turned around and apologized. The other guy was afraid to run away. After finishing, Alan embarrassedly asked permission to leave. "I won't pay any money for what you just did. I didn't do it to get it back, I just felt itchy." Alan Silk asked for permission to leave. There was still the matter of money owed to Jock. He would come and discuss it later. At this time the master begins to speak, "You can sit down and eat with us." Having said that, Jock had to agree, not to mention he saw that his eyes were begging for his approval. Before he even put his butt on the chair, he was reminded of money. Jack asked if he brought any money. He said he wouldn't pay today. He wouldn't pay money to an older stranger. Alan Silk was silent when he heard Jack speak. Even though it's not very fun, it still has to be this day. The food that filled the table was very attractive. When Father Lotte and Seo saw it, their eyes lit up and their mouths watered. Alan graciously gave the plate of food to the 2 children and said, "Eat everything you want, just take as much as you want if you want more." Jack realized that this guy also knew how to take good care of the children. Before Alan Silk could put the food in his mouth, Jack asked, "Why did you accept that Tetric's request?" Hearing that, he immediately stopped. He admitted that his superiors had given him instructions to do so and could not refuse. Jack smiled a slightly contemptuous smile. "Do you think that saying that is equivalent to just admitting that you are a lowly soldier?" Alan Silk sighed helplessly. To them, he was just a tool that could be used easily. Jack said, "It's really not easy for you to rest." Putting that aside, the next thing, didn't you say you found half of my money, right? So the total amount, how much has been collected? 500,000 gold coins. When Jack heard this, he was startled and spat out the food in his mouth. He thought it was only 50,000 gold coins, but he didn't expect that guy would spend 500,000 gold coins just to assassinate him. Alan confirmed, "Yes, it was exactly 500,000. How could that idiot have the ability to make money? How did he earn 500,000 gold coins?" Jack firmly presses the fork down onto the food on the plate. "Looks like he's running some private businesses." Jack suddenly fell silent, sat with his arms crossed, turned towards Alan Silk and looked at him. Jack suddenly felt like this guy was just testing him because all his answers were too vague. He was just trying to observe the other person's behavior and words. Regarding some of the assets of the Detri family, Alan certainly has something more important to them, but this news cannot be told to Jack for free. Jack started to put his hand on Alan Silk's shoulder again. Then looked with relatively cute and affectionate eyes. "Did I tell you that you have to give me an answer? Just finish your meal first because you will pay half of the bill." His eyes became more and more friendly. Jack affirmed that he would not buy food for any strangers, especially those who were older than him. Even though there are a total of 5 people here, doesn't he only need to pay 1/5 of the bill? But no, there's no spring. Jack said, "All of these dishes are just for himself, since when Alan put his butt down on this table, half of the bills to pay belonged to someone else." Alan laughed in pain. "Is suffering a bit too much?" Jack's hand on Alan Silk's shoulder tightened even more. He asked him, "Why don't you open your mouth to speak? You will pay, right?" Alan still sat still, not daring to say anything. Actually, Jack was just teasing him. "I'll pay all the bills," he thought to himself. "I should stop teasing him. Just accept it and consider it as a gift that you give for Alan's journey to the next life." Jack said that. Then Alan accepted it. "I don't know how to answer. This is the final message. If you find out all that money, it will change into a different type in the present." One person was joking, making the person sitting next to him tremble and break out in a cold sweat. "You found it quite funny," even though before that, Jack was just joking. Night has fallen, the food on the table is gone, it's time. A light source emanated from Milo's body. Master immediately turned back into a cute doll to Alan's surprise. When he saw that, he had to say, "What is that?" The white smoke surrounding Milo gradually dissipated. The image of a doll also appeared before their eyes. It's true that he doesn't understand what's going on this earth. Jack reached out and hugged the doll. Jack said, "Although I really don't care what you tell others, let's try to keep this a secret between us if possible, okay?" It seemed that Alan still hadn't regained his composure. His face turned pale. Milo also looked towards him without understanding what he was thinking. Alan also knew what to do and agreed to Jack's request. It's a secret between Jack and his master. No one can believe this even if he talks about it, so he doesn't care if the world finds out about this. Although it looked like Alan was thinking that his master was using multi-segment magic on himself. When the meal ended, everyone quickly left. Alan said he would leave soon after. Jack also kindly wished him a safe journey. Looking at Alan Silk's back walking away. The handshake was still waving to him. Milo suddenly said she felt like she had never said she liked something even in her previous life. Jack wondered why Milo said that. Watching Alan Silk gradually blend into the crowded group of people. Master didn't know if his instincts were telling him or not. It could also be because I have lived a life constantly involved in life and death but can smell the death radiating from those who are involved in death. That means Alan will die soon. But me worries that Jack will not do that. I worriedly imagine seeing a black arm strangling him, constantly stabbing knives at him. As far as he knew, there were many talented people who died during these troubled times in the Empire. He guessed he might be one of them. There was something bothering him, but he wasn't entirely sure. Jack doesn't really know what kind of person Alan is, the only things he knows are his name and position. He didn't look completely incompetent, but he also didn't show anything that would appeal to him and convince him that he was a capable person. but he found this good. Jack didn't really need to care about all that right now. He hugged his master and the children laughed loudly. Daddy asked, "Oh master, do you also want to see the cat?" "You will only know if after many times of observing him. He has all the values that you can take advantage of or not. Right now, the most important thing is still family," he told the children. The cat said tiredly, "Okay, so let's go back to the inn." Alen Silk's footsteps suddenly stopped moving. Alen Silk stopped in the middle of the street and looked up at the moonlight with a haggard face. The full moon shines brightly in the sky, peeking out from behind the clouds, shining down everywhere. Looks like he has to work another night, Alan thought. I need to eat some fruit to keep myself awake. The light shines through the glass window. The scene outside is strangely peaceful. Birds are playing on tree branches. Jack and Len emerged from the water. He happily said, "Wow, it's so refreshing. And I believe you're talking nonsense on the shore. You look like you're going out. That should be a place to meditate and pray." Jack smiled helplessly and waved his hand and said, "I'm just resting, master. You should try too, and I believe you coldly refused. Please leave. You step out of the water step by step, so what do you think?" Seo was sitting playing in the water and asked again, "About what?" Jack smiled and said, wringing his shirt, "About what you will do from that moment on." She silently thought, "Well, I've decided." Jack sat down next to Seo and tilted his head to ask, "Can I ask what that is?" Seo still bowed his head and said, "I want revenge." Her eyes are filled with resentment, her claws are sharp. "I will take revenge on my parents, who gave me to those people, and on my entire family, who tortured me and cut off my arms." Hearing that, Jack smiled and looked at her, thinking, "Oh wait, you're about to have another challenge." Seo turned to look at him hesitantly, "But it would be difficult for me to do, right?" Jack thought and said, Not really, maybe you should be more urgent." Jack explained, "Otherwise the object you want to take revenge on will die before you have enough time to do it. Seo's face will turn black." "Ah." She worried, "If so, why would I continue to live?" Jack looked at her in surprise. He calmly said, "Until then, he would consider moving on." Seo smiled, "Yes, I thought so too." She suddenly asked, "But where did her father go?" Jack replied, "Oh them." He happily said they had arrived at the academy. Seo was extremely surprised. "Aha." Jack continued, "Seo was sleeping at 7 a.m., you were sleeping at that time, right?" Seo replied, "Yes." Jack said, "We can learn more than just fighting at the academy, that's why we came there." Seo worriedly said, "Do they teach anything different from master?" Jack thought, "I guess she learned how to call master from her father." Jack explains, "The only thing we can teach is fighting. Things like building relationships and how to communicate cannot be learned here. Because everyone in the entire kingdom is gathered in this academy, you will expand your thinking and knowledge by talking to many people. I also want to send you there, but I think you're not ready yet." Seo said in a low voice, "I can't be close to others." Jack asked confusedly, "Why was that?" Seo lowered his head, "Without a specific reason." Jack looked at her and smiled. He threw water on Seo's body. She immediately put her hands on her face and died. She leaned over and was about to fall down. She looked at him and was surprised. "Oh." Seo fell into the water splashing. "Ah," she blushed embarrassedly, "Master, why did you do that?" Jack scratched his head, Sorry, it's because you look too serious." Seo was helpless, "Really?" Jack reached out to pull Seo up. "Don't let anything hold you back, the past is just the past." Seo was surprised. "Is that so?" She asked, "Master, aren't you bound by the past?" In Seo's eyes is now the image of Jock. Does she already know, or is she just asking casually? He replied, "I am me and you are you. You are much younger than me. So live freely, a free life." Jack smiled and said, "When you're ready to enter the academy, just tell me." Seo used a towel to dry her hair and looked at Jack, thinking, "But he's still a kid." Gui opened the door and walked in asking, "Sir, are you here?" He announced, "Sir, you have a guest." Jack was surprised. "Guest, who is it?" He announced that, he was the representative of the Avanlet branch. Jack smiled, he was still alive and well, and heard that she was not satisfied and let out a hum. Right now the sun is shining brightly. Alen Silk sat down dejectedly with his chin on the ground. He said tiredly, "I came to pay you." Jack squatted down and looked at him, "Really fast, it only took you a day to find the other half." Alain Silk put down the envelope. Yes, it's in here. Jack opened the envelope to check. He took out 6 checks. He said, "These are checks from the continent's financial palace. If you give them to them, you will be able to convert them into gold coins immediately." Jack happily counted, 1, 2, 3. Then he discovered something. You said you had 500,000 gold, but here are 5 checks worth 100,000 gold and one for 5,000 gold. He brought up the 5,000 gold bill and asked him, "So where did this bill come from?" He shyly said, "That's half the money I have." He lowered his head. "I want to ask you a question. If you answer everything, I will give you another 5,000 gold." Hearing that, Jack opened his eyes wide in surprise. He happily said, "Well, I won't answer any questions related to my personal life. If it's okay then just ask." Seo and Valentin Milo happily lying on the water enjoying themselves. Jack now spoke up, "So?" He asked frankly, "What is it? What do you want to ask?" Alan hesitated. The mercenary team asked, "Is it because you killed it?" Jack calmly asked again, "Are you asking if I will kill them?" Jack smiled and thought, he was trying to find out whether he or who was behind their deaths. Alain Silk waited tensely for an answer. Jacques Valin confidently admitted that it was me who killed them. "I guarantee that no one can find their bodies, and completely erase them from this world," he thought. The young master was the one who really killed them. Alain Silk continued, "I understand, maybe related to the struggle for throne within the Toucan kingdom." Jack asked again, "Why did you mention the kingdom of Toucan?" Jack happily said, "We don't have any relationship with them." "That sounds interesting, Toucan kingdom huh?" Jack suddenly stood up, surprising Alan. "Yes, this time it's my turn to ask you." Jack radiates powerful mana. Alain Silk trembled and covered his face. "Ugh," he said, "are you planning to test me?" "It's okay." Seo and Valentin Milo were also equally affected. He continued, "You also listened to me and spent all the money." Jack step by step gets closer to Alan. "I like that." His mana surrounds Alain Silk, but the Toucan kingdom. 5,000 gold coins plus an additional 5,000 gold coins is not a small amount of money, it is the amount of money that you have earned in your whole life. Alan backed away in fear. Jack moved closer and closer. "You were in a hurry to get the money overnight, but now you're still talking about the Toucan kingdom." Alain Silk touched the stairs. He was so scared that he couldn't breathe and looked at Jack and trusted him. Alan's eyes filled with his silhouette. He was sweating a lot. Jack and I laughed. "You must be looking for a new owner." He suddenly stepped on his shoulder. "You crossed your arms over your chest. The person behind me will become your new master. Are you looking forward to that?" Jack Valentin laughed. "I know you are used to how to survive in this world, but you are wrong." Alan's face turned red. He was breathing heavily. Jack continued, "Let's be clear, I don't have anyone's back. Someone told me you have a short life. But I'm not the one who killed you." Jack withdrew his foot. To be honest, he had no intention of doing so. "Whatever I said you would do." You looked at him and asked, "You see it too, right?" Alan looked at his hand in confusion. "You already know something you shouldn't know. And those people will find out soon enough." Some mysterious person standing in a corner heard everything. Jack and Len smiled happily and squatted down, but surprisingly, those bastards acted so carefully, but you still discovered them. He reached out and touched Alan Silk's cheek, scaring him. "Very good, very pleasing to me." Jack proposed, "Do you want me to save you?" Alan was confused. "Yes." He continued, "I will become someone you can safely follow." Jack cunningly said, "If you ask me for help, I will agree, even if you die. I will still turn you into a Death Knight and give you a chance to take revenge on them." Alain Silk was surprised. "The Death Knight?" Jack happily nodded. "Well, I'll explain that later." He smiled happily and reached out to touch his face, mainly wondering if you were of any help to me. "Master said I was destined to not be able to live a normal life. I already knew and didn't want to live like that. Chalente, the thought and Seo, I will turn them into important pieces in the future." He wondered, Alan, if it was possible to become someone like them. Alan was now confused and asked, "Who are you really?" Jack and Lentin covered his mouth and smiled. "I'm fine." He stretched his arms. He was a bit embarrassed to say it himself. "Look for yourself." Alain Silk is puzzled. "Look." Jack looked down at Alan and made a loud sound. He happily asked, "By the way, do you like to go fishing?" Alain Silk was surprised. "Do you go fishing?" Jack affirmed that he had to go fishing. Seo and Valentin Milo sighed helplessly. It's not just some random fish in the stream, it's really fun to go fishing, and it's all about fishing at the guild. The door is pushed open. As soon as she saw that person enter, a woman exclaimed, "Oh, it's just in time. The branch manager is looking for you, go find him," Talisan asked confusedly. The branch manager? She thought, the branch manager was working intensely day and night. What's going on? I hope it's not causing trouble. At the guild a la Dredger. Lipstick is walking up the stairs step by step. The branch manager is completely competent, not only the youngest person to become a branch manager, but also an extremely intelligent and talented person. He put on lipstick while walking and thinking, I can't believe he's never worked overtime before, what's going on? I politely knocked on the door, branch manager, please come in. The person inside responded, okay, please come in. Talisan cautiously walked in. Alensilk was sitting on the chair listening. What did you say, Toucan Empire? Seo hugged and trusted her with a worried look on her face. What the hell was going on? Jack was trembling and said, what have I done? His hands were tied. Jack was crying and trembling and said, oh God, please forget what I just said. Talisan was confused. What is the situation? Alensilk looked at him seriously. We are not an ordinary adventurer guild. He continued, we are backed by the Cultivation Empire. Dukedom, royalty, means nothing. Jack's whole body trembled. Arg. Alensilk is cold, so tell me, who is your back? How could you destroy the Pentan Guild? Why were you behind the smuggling of banned drugs? Jack cried and said, the truth is that Duke Asenbo and Duke Milan gave me instructions. He bowed his head, I just followed suit. Alensilk turned to call, applying lipstick, she immediately answered, yes sir. He asked, prepare a letter for me, she asked, for the superiors. Alan replied, yes. Tell them the dukes are plotting something, it's hard to understand what happened to him, she stammered. What does our guild have to do with the dukes? Alensilk angrily slammed his hand on the table. He angrily shouted, you idiot has no time to probe, don't you see that our lives are at stake? Talisan was confused, excuse me, why probe? The directive asked me to process Trotrai's request. He had a serious face, he failed, you understand what that means, don't you? Talisan was confused, how could a rookie like me know? Alensilk said with a solemn face, stop acting. Talisan was confused, the high-ranking nobles. The Toucan Empire did not intentionally kill Truk, who was always considered a puppet. Talisan asked, why do you think he was killed? He was still useful to that aristocracy. However, the Duke's family got caught up in the incident so Trak was killed. Jack was still trying to act trembling in fear. Simply put, the Duke's family and the whole kingdom were preparing to fight against Toucan right now. Now that the situation has happened, I'm scared to sweat when I hear this. Alensilk put his hand on his lipstick hand and apologized for acting a bit too deep in the past. I have received various instructions, I will eliminate you if you intend to betray the Toucan kingdom. You probably also received similar instructions. Would eliminate me if I did the same thing. Lipstick darkened his face and scratched his head, do you understand what I said? Everything then gradually fell silent. Talisan looked down and said, me. She smiled mischievously, just as the branch manager predicted, playing the innocent role as if it were real. Jack struggled and said, can I go now? When I heard this, I turned around, She walked towards Jack. She kicked him hard, Talisan arrogantly said, you want to be sold into slavery, you should shut up and lie there. Jack cried and trembled, yes sir, I'm sorry. And I believe you're worried when you see this scene and you're confused. She laughed arrogantly, Jack believed, this kid is not interesting at all, Suli Lipstick asked, so, then why are you telling me that now? Do you want something from me? Alan sighed, now you say whatever you think, rookie. She walked closer to Alan, new recruit, you're supervising me and don't know who I am, he said, so you tell me. Talisan glared, you must have heard of the secret organization of the Maze family. While those who use mana are classified as swordsmen or magicians, those with the assassin profession, such as Bentamon of the Pentan Guild, use weapons such as daggers. The world of people like that is to be an assassin or a crime scene cleaner. Noble families will possess their own soldiers such as swordsmen or mages, but they will also possess separate crime scene cleanup teams. The Duke's family is also similar, Alan asked with a dark face, one of the accomplices is the Duke. She crossed her arms arrogantly. What did you just say? Weren't you so sure just now? Why aren't you so sure now? Alensilk said, I just suspected it, I didn't think about it but it was as expected. Hearing that, her mouth suddenly stiffened. At this time, Jack's rope was also broken. He happily said wow, it's been a long time since he's been this happy. You adjust your wrist, maybe I should also venture into the acting world, right? He happily tilted his head to look at her, an actress with seemingly as much talent as me. What do you think, that bastard from the haunted house? 1 hour ago, okay, just think about it. The Dredge Guild is not a small guild, if not too big, how could it be that the person managing the treasury of a branch is as big as you? Jack smiled and sat next to Alan. He was assassinated by some scum thugs. I don't think so, he said in fear, but first of all, is the information about my assassination accurate? No. Take it easy, that's not information at all, just a hunch. He added, but he had a hunch that this would happen 99% of the time, and when he heard that, he silently looked at him. You will die. Look at you, no one told you, but you yourself know that the guild is just a puppet of the cultivation empire. And now you're struggling to hold on to the last straw. Even if I knew everything, it wouldn't make any sense. Jack asked, have you ever seen the guild master? Alan was confused, never. Jack thought, so that's why he sees himself as a tool, he said, you are the branch manager but I've never seen the guild leader. Jack smiled, that's all, aren't you happy to know that the Toucan Empire values your talent? Alan is helpless, I don't know anymore. Hey, why didn't they drag me to their side, or at least why didn't they tell me? Jack stopped me, that thought of yours led to today. He continued, the guild does not trust you at all. It is very likely that the characters at the top are trying to come up with a plan to control the guild with their network, and they must have thought of using a branch manager like you as a replacement. He continued to say, no matter how hidden a person's moves are, there will always be a pair of eyes observing every move from the darkness. Jack stood up from the stairs. If they kill you, how can they find a replacement for the branch manager position? He turned around and said, it seems, the person holding that position has already been determined. Jack walked back and forth thinking, but they couldn't use an ordinary guy. That person must be their subordinate and must also be capable, he must be someone who is agile and good at hiding his movements. That person seems to be someone very close to you. Take a close look at the people you've come into contact with recently. Someone has abilities and is very unpredictable, someone is connected to the Allah Dredging Guild. Do you have anyone in mind? He finally found out. Ah, yes. He said, wearing lipstick, a silver-haired man with a body full of scars. He had just joined the guild a month ago. Jack and Len thought, ah, I remember the first time I came to see you. Jacques Valentin remembers the time he was traveling with her and Lentin believes she was about to grow up. A voice caught his attention, I'm sorry, I'll go now. Lipstick walked past Jacques with a hurried look, but I felt he was very strange, the expression on his face was clearly fake, his steps were very quick and decisive. And he's at least level 7, he's quite suspicious. Alensilk said, his information gathering skills are truly amazing. He judged that sometimes he did stupid things and he always had stupid expressions on his face, but somehow he was very unnatural. Alan speculated, I think he was an insider, installed by another guild or some noble. Jack and Len sat down and laughed. So that's how things are. Seo hugged and whispered in her heart, wondering if everything would be okay. She sighed, it's okay, so she remained motionless. Jack comes step by step, I'm so bored, so you make me look forward to it. Talisan frowned, he continued talking, but was he so bored that he had to turn it over immediately? Jack and Lentin laughed sarcastically, and one of those people was a ghost agent. I'm right, there are a lot of people I want to tear apart. Sulisan gritted his teeth, and for a moment, Jack smiled and tilted his head to look at him. Why, just like that, are you already angry? He clenched his fists angrily, his body trembling. How dare you say the devil count like that? He's angry, he's just a bastard. His mana began to gather. Jack and Len still stood there very calmly. This guy is quite happy, he is at level 7, Lipstick gritted his teeth angrily. Jack continued to say, what are you doing standing there? He raised his eyebrows provocatively, if you want to kill me, then hurry up. Sulisan immediately rushed up, bastard. He took out a red knife from his pocket. Quickly stabbed straight into Jacques Valentin's body but he quickly dodged. He spoke up teasingly, how terrible it was. He swung the knife again, but Jack was able to easily dodge. He stepped back a little. Jack's body also started to emit mana. I was really looking forward to what an assassin like you could do. He glared provocatively at the lipstick. So if you're smart, use all your strength to fight. Let me see if you can kill an ant in this case or not. Lee-sun said in fear, who are you to say? Jack slowly said, I'm asking just to be polite, but after answering, do you believe me? When Lee-sun was provoked, he did not hesitate to rush up. At this moment, he was talking nonsense. Jack Valen believed that with just one hand he could gently make him drop the weapon in his hand. Tully Lipstick's hand was also bent behind his back. He cried out in pain, "Cute." Jack gently controlled him. He happily teased the lipstick's pained face. Wow, look at your face, are you scared to death? Lee-sun gritted his teeth and endured the anger. He jumped out and hit Jack straight in the body with a blow that surprised and frightened him. But Jack was unharmed because he had a protective armor. Come here and use all your strength. Jack Valen immediately took the momentum and rushed forward. He flew straight towards the lipstick bowl. He was confused, looking at Jack, and heard that he was slowly approaching. Why did he come here? Jack's hand was right in front of his lipstick. He thought in fear, no, it's too dangerous. I had to dodge the attack, but before I could finish speaking, I was hit in the throat by a blow from Jack Valentin. Blood spurted out from there. He was in pain and vomited blood. Tully Lipstick used all his strength to raise his hand. His arms trembled, wanting to touch Jack's body but failed. He happily said, "Oh my God. I trusted her, so I used my hand to cover Seo's eyes to avoid letting her see the scene that had just happened." Alen Silk looked stupid. He quickly stood up and said urgently, "Wait, why did you kill him? What about the clues?" Jack and Len waved his hand. Finished. Now he thought, he couldn't answer any more questions just now. Jack Valentin suddenly called, Alen 2 immediately, yes. Jack explained, I said you're good, he said as he walked towards Seo. He picked up the phone and lifted it up, wanting to get information, not necessarily from a living person. And Len Tin Milo immediately asked, are you planning to create a death knight? Honestly Jack, you really understand me, that's right. She said, oh, then your actions make sense. The knight took revenge. He cast magic onto Lee-sun's body. The purple magic bed brightens the entire area. The dead Lee-sun slowly opened his eyes, but now he only had his body left, no soul. The Revenge Knight, a magic that brings the dead back to life, one of the signature spells of dark magicians. Those who learn black magic will also learn this spell first. But that doesn't mean this magic is simple. To revive a level 7 mana user into an Avenging Knight, the mage must also be at least level 7. But I am different, I am the one who controls high-level spirits instead of mana. He winced looking at the result in front of him, so disgusting. He turned back and asked Alen Silk, don't you have a neck brace? He was confused, brace. Alen Silk sighed and searched, looking at his neck hanging down made me hate him. I thought maybe he just had some bandages. In the real world, Avenging Knights escape death, and become immortal corpses. But since they were still corpses, as time passed their bodies rotted, so first they had to collect everything they could. Jack asked the question, first of all, tell me everything you know. Lee-sun is obedient, the Demon Duke has cooperated with the guild for a long time. Jack infused magic into his body, continue speaking. The counselor is also a person with a position in the Adventurer Guild. Duke Ma was once a member of the council, he is currently ranked 4th. Jack and Len unexpectedly asked again, about 4th place. I discovered that when I escorted the Ghost Duke, no one but me knew about this. Jack thought, I didn't ask him to say anything else, but he was sure of it, the Ghost Duke seemed to really be 4th class. He continued to think, it's not easy for people to speak when they're controlling themselves. He continued to ask, besides that, do you know anything about the other members? Lee-sun replied, no, I think only the Duke knows. The Demon Duke has promised to leave the position of manager of the branch in Senbo to me. I am the deputy commander of the Black Pressure Association, obeying the Duke's orders. Jack and Len laughed, knowing immediately what he had ordered. Lee-sun said, what we have to do is first. Before he could finish speaking, Alen Silk shouted happily, I saw the bandage. Jack Valen believed in using dark magic onto Lee-sun's body who had just died. He told him, what we need to do here is first, hunt down the threats to the monk or the Demon Duke, and deal with them. The second is to monitor Alan too, the current branch manager. As soon as he shows signs of betrayal, I will immediately assassinate him. The third is to fabricate and spread information about the Toucan Empire. Any real information will be sent to the Demon Duke. Jack and Lenton use dark magic while smiling. Lee Sun's dead heart is now being revived by magic. Jack and Len said with satisfaction, finished a dark cause. Lee Sun also followed suit and tilted his head silently, returning to the quietness of a corpse. Jack and Lenton covered his mouth and laughed. Why did you stop? Let's continue. Lee Sun began to reveal more things. Duke Malan's wife was the secret lover of Matt Tangerine. Jack Valen heard this and was excited to say wow. He continued, the young homeowner of the haunted house, Len is living a fleeting life, enjoying girls, hanging out and having fun. That's his hobby, and Lentin Milo and Seo sighed when she heard that. She said, luckily we sent someone in case something like this happened. It was strange that he was telling me this meaningless information. Lee Sun continued to ramble, the young homeowner had many lovers. The Duke's wife's other hobbies were, but actually very normal, often. The original purpose of black magic is to control the mind or soul of the target, destroying or imprisoning them. Jack Valen believes that looking at the appearance of Lee Lipstick now, Lee Lipstick is completely different from the person who tried to kill him 5 minutes ago. In your hand there is a blue soul, I have controlled his soul and he has completely obeyed me as his master. Jack and Len sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. In short, the Adventurer Guild was being controlled by an organization known as the Council. The Council is supported by the Empire, and none of its members know each other. Jack Valentin put his hand on his chin thinking, because it was known as the Tetland Council, perhaps it was a branch of an organization with many councils all over the world. Thinking about it, he spoke up, it seems the information is not as good as I expected. What do you think? Alan Silk was startled when he heard that. He didn't say anything, just sighed silently. When Jack and Len heard that, he turned towards Alan, confused. Why didn't he say anything? Alan Silk was sweating all over his body at this time, he was scared of something. Jack Valen raised his hand and smiled and said, I've said it before, I want you to see my true nature and then make a decision. You didn't look at him and said, after seeing this much, you still think I'm very trustworthy, right? Or you need to consider more. When he heard that, he tilted his head and looked the other way. He clenched his hand into a fist. Seeing this, Jack and Len smiled. Alan decided to kneel down. He said sincerely, please let me serve you. He said sincerely, give me instructions and I will obey. Jack Valentin sat up there looking down at him, smiling and sighing. You said, but I don't like recruiting people who diligently do what I tell them to do. I'm confused, sorry. Jack Valen said, the moment you realized you were just being used, by the Adventurer Guild. What have you done? Jack's question made Alan confused, so I started looking for a new owner. Jack and Len looked straight at Alan, what I want from you is no different from the Adventurers Guild. He continued, you were always curious about my background, and I avoided mentioning it. Actually, I'm just annoyed, but the important thing is that when a similar situation happens you will do it again. Alan Silk heard what you said and raised his head to look towards Jack and trusted. You are also looking at him now, asking, right? Jack Valen put his hand on Alan Two's head, he looked down and admitted, maybe he was right. Jack Valen believes, I know that not because of the information I have or my own experiences in this life, but because I have experienced it in the future. The truth is that the kingdom of Toucan is approaching, hollow, and so it will collapse within the next 4 years. That's when the royal war will become intense. Soon, the person with a steadfast stance will win, the current crown prince will ascend the throne and a continental war will break out. Right now I don't know exactly what's going on with the orchid. But I know my sister will die tragically, and the kingdom will fall, that's all I know. The truth is that I'm not interested in it at all, and will always be like that. Looking at him kneeling at his feet, Jack and Len thought, but if I accept him, how should I use him? Jack smiled and looked at Alan and asked, how old are you? He was immediately confused, excuse me, I'm 34. Jack and Len heard that and laughed happily, 34, quite young, you still have a lot of time. He continued to ask, do you have a lover or are you married? Although it was difficult to understand, Alan still answered, I have never been married. Jack Valentin continued to ask, what are your long-term plans? He sighed and said, I will live a long time. He smiled and asked, happily, curious, of course, can I ask why you ask that? Jack Valentin crossed his arms and sighed, what's more, I'm interviewing you." Then he continued, "Have you ever heard of regression?" Alan Silk was confused. "If you mean the story that has been passed down through word of mouth for many generations, then I have heard it before." Jack and Len put their hands on Alan Silk's shirt. That would save time. He came closer and said to Alan Silk, "I am a returner." He widened his eyes in surprise and apologized. Jack Valentin slowly continued, "From now on, I will consider you an exception and tell you about the future." Jack and Len wondered, where should we start in the future? He remembered the event that happened in the future. Jack and Len coldly killed everyone else. I killed everyone who used the name Toucan. The dead bodies of the bellows are lying around, killing all the bellows that make me uncomfortable. He still remembers that at that time, the forest was burning and the goblins and monsters ran away in panic, except for the goblins and monsters that lived in that forest. I killed them all. Jack Valen sat on the chair and slowly raised his hand and said, I brought them freedom by killing all the dragons, you know what I mean. But those who initially had freedom, they joined hands with the monk kingdom. Those guys, holding a mace or a sword in their hands, pointed towards the Jack and Lent Inn, regardless of whether they were young or old. They, along with the Toucan, pointed their swords towards us. Jack Valen believes the future glares at them angrily. There are many scars on his face and body. In the end, Jack walked confidently while his heels were covered in blood. It was because of that ridiculous situation that I killed them all. The goblins and goblins were extremely scared, but they did not attack Jack Valen. The reason I spared the lives of the goblins and monsters was because they reached out to me. After hearing this, Alen was quiet. Jack and Len continued to say, there will be many sacrifices in the future. In that obscure future, I was assigned many nicknames: Sword God, Demon Sword, Devil, Monster, many names. Alen Silk was now pale, trembling and stammering, saying, so. Jack Valen saw his expression and smiled with satisfaction, as expected. He covered his face with his hands and shook his head back and forth in embarrassment. It was really embarrassing to tell this to himself. He thought, I don't know the exact population, but I guess the population in this place, the Western continent, has been reduced to less than half because of me. Jack and Lantin thought calmly, although he did not intend to tell him more than what he had already told. He turned around to the back, where Sao was standing hugging and trusting her, thinking, I don't want even a teacher to hate me. Valen believes Milo is extremely worried right now. Her face is red and awkward. Jack Valentin spoke up while Alanta was still kneeling on the ground and listening seriously. Let me tell you alone, if you decide to leave somewhere else right now, I will allow you. He said sincerely, I won't chase and kill you. When he heard that, he raised his head to look at him. What if I spread rumors about him? Alen Silk tensely looked at Jack and heard the news. He was speculating, okay, I told him about my secret. This must have been the first time he encountered this kind of situation. Jack Valentin still gently said, what rumors, what did I do at this time? Then suddenly the conversation fell silent again. Jack Valentin sat cross-legged and arrogantly looked down at Alantu. While he was evaluating him, this guy, was completely different from anyone he had ever met. Jack Valentin's sharp eyes seemed to want to see right through Alan's body. He was not the type of person who could deal with it in a normal way. Alen Silk recalled to Lee Sun, the assassination team of the Duke of Malone's house, and the deputy team leader, who was at level 7 or in other words, a very strong person. He remembered that just a moment ago, with just one attack, he could easily finish the lipstick, but such a strong person was killed by a boy with a small body. It's as easy as turning a hand, to him it's as simple as breaking a branch. Alen Silk also remembers the time Jack Valen used dark magic onto Lee Sun's body, and he also revived him. I know it's the magic he possesses, I've read about it in old documents. Regression, future knowledge. All of this helps Alan sum up. Toucan has been destroyed. But for some reason I didn't think he was lying. Alen looked at Jack and trusted me. My instincts told me that. Alen Silk's hands clenched into fists. He looked face to face at Jack and believed with the speculation that this person would become king. Alen Silk slowly placed his hand on the floor. He sincerely bent down and almost touched the instep of Jack's feet. Alen Silk said sincerely, please give me orders, I will serve you. Jack and Len believed this and moved up a bit to look at him. He smiled cunningly like a little fox. Jack and Lentin happily patted Alantu's back. Come on, there's no need to act like that, get up, you're making me so embarrassed, Alantu yelled, ouch ouch. Jack and Len beamed, okay. Take Alan's hand, "Stand up, let's walk together." After standing up, Alan shyly asked, "From now on, how should I properly address you?" "Please feel free to contact me, as long as you feel comfortable." Alan Silk bowed politely, "Then my young master, and at the same time my master, depending on when we're in public or private, I will change the way I address you." Hearing that, Jack laughed and thought, it would be quite troublesome if everyone heard him calling him master. Jack and Len said helplessly, "The matter of calling master something is left to the future. From now on, just call me young master." He raised his hand and pointed towards Talia Lipstick's corpse, and held his neck straight. "Come help me," Alan immediately shouted, "I understand." He wrapped a bandage around his lipstick neck to hold it in place while his face turned black. It was so disgusting. Jacques Valentin happily asked, "Are you done?" Alan Silk was startled. "Yes, you heard that," then said, "Then let's move to the next location." A window lets sunlight shine into the room. There are countless books and pens on the table. Jack and Len took the papers and read them, and began to reveal all the information he knew. The purpose of trading illegal drugs and conquering monsters is the same as the purpose of hunting dragons. The amount of money earned from trading illegal drugs is estimated at several million gold coins. The gold that Trick used to pay for the assassination was obtained while acting as a scarecrow. Jack and Len sat down to read the news and said, That's it." He sighed and thought, "He's completely trash." The image of a dragon tied tightly with a chain, its neck bleeding endlessly, and 2 years ago in the Cultivation Empire, rumors spread of using dragons as experimental subjects. When Jack heard that, he smiled happily and said, "Is that so?" But in his mind, he thought, "I have already destroyed all those rumors." A voice called out, "Sir." Alan continued, "Can I ask you a question?" Jack and Len are happy. "What's going on?" He asked, "Is the future you know a process or an outcome?" Jack and Len heard that and thought, "Regressor, obviously I know the future, but I spent 10 years with my master in the abyss. At that time, Jack and Len believed I was chained." Jack and Len also sat there absent-mindedly. Then the thin legs began to walk out of the cave, out after those 10 years of emptiness. Around Jack and Len, there were only ruins and human bones scattered everywhere. It was time for the Empire to unify the continent. Jack and Len answered confidently, "So we also used some methods to find out." He continued to speak, "But the things I know, we only learned after the kingdom was destroyed." When Alan heard that, his face darkened and he did not answer. Then Alan Silk spoke up and said, Then you probably need to find out the situation first." He gave Jack Valentin a stack of papers. "Look at this." He reached out to pick it up. "What is it?" Jack and Len rested their chins and looked at the pile of papers in their hands while Alan was speaking. "First, I will explain to you my reasoning." He pointed to the map that Jack Valentin was holding in his hand. "This was the recent parliamentary goods circulation route, this part." Jack and Len smiled thoughtfully. That's right." He pointed to the houses clustered together. "This place." Jack Valentin only received other villages. "This place." He was targeting them one after another. "And whose territory was this place?" Alan Silk replied, "It was from the family of Marquis to his." "Marquis he meant and Duke Malan," Jack and Len exclaimed. "It must have something to do with those 3 guys, right?" Alan looked at him and asked, "Why did he make such a judgment?" Jack and Len stared at the mental map. The amount of medicine they had bought had suddenly increased. There was also no turf war between the nobles, and yet they bought a lot of potions and potions. With intelligence, Jack and Len's confidence was as solid as a nail. It was so clear. He pointed up at the small map. This was evidence proving that they knew there were banned substances circulating on the market. Alan Silk agrees, "I also think so." Jack Valentin continued, "There are currently 2 types of drugs in circulation, marijuana and poppies. Marijuana is a type of tobacco, banned due to its hallucinogenic ingredients, but the possibility of addiction is not high. In the countryside, people still smoke it. The problem is poppies. This type of drug is easy to make and also brings extreme pleasure, but has the side effect of melting the skin, so it is banned. And what can treat this symptom is liquid medicine. The higher the level of the liquid medicine, the better the treatment effect." Jack Valentin speculated, made money with medicine, then speculated to stockpile medicine, and sold medicine to make money. He tilted his head back and sighed helplessly. They probably thought everything in this country was ruined, so even if there was a little chaos, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? Jack Valentin turned to ask Alan Silk, "But this doesn't cost millions of gold to buy," he said confusedly. "That's the minimum number I guessed." Jacques Valentin continued to talk, His, Malan and He-Man, taking these three places as the center and then going out to other territories. He turned to ask, when did this all start? Alain recalled, I was thinking it started 2 years ago. Jack and Len confirmed, 2 years ago. Selling illegal drugs to people, those who buy them to try them out of curiosity are afraid of being punished so they keep their mouths shut. To treat side effects, they will have to buy medicine and liquid with a fortune. Hearing that, Jack smiled. The more he thought about it, the more cruel he felt. Alain continued, just 2 years ago, the price of high-quality potions in this city was only 20 gold, but now it is about 40 gold. Hearing that, Jack put the documents face down on the table. This was enough, the medicine must have started circulating in the kingdom. Alain thoughtfully said, no matter how easy it was to produce, it would be difficult to do without the connivance of the royal capital. Jack and Len said confidently, even you can tell, they must have had enough of each other. You look at lipstick, maybe this industry is about to die. Alain agreed, even if the kingdom tacitly accepted it, it would be difficult for this matter to continue, because the nobles who did not follow the cult kingdom were not idiots. Hearing that, Jack and Len smiled and thought, there are also idiots. He continued, that reminds me, have you found out the whereabouts of the mercenary group that swept through the forest of magical beasts? Alain Silk suddenly replied, oh, I didn't think about that. Hearing that, Jack and Len said there was nothing to investigate. Most of the mercenary groups or hired knights had gone to slaughter in the forest of magical beasts. His eyes became sharp, as if he was speechless, instead of saying that it was related to the cultivating empire. It would be more accurate to say that it is the capital of the conservative newspaper faction. Hearing that, Alain raised his hand to think, what he said was right. Jacques Valentin continued, but there was no trace of such a large amount of money being transferred from Titilan to Toucan, because that idiot still kept the money he received with him. Alain Silk heard that and wondered, do you mean the capital earned from the business is still in the land without them even knowing about it? Jack and Len heard that and immediately turned around. He happily said, yes, you are really smart so you understand my thoughts. When I heard that, I laughed, haha, you're too complimentary. Jacques Valentin put his hand on his chin, if it were you, where would you hide that money? Alain Len immediately thought, He replied that the most likely place was the royal city, because it was related to the king. After he finished speaking, he turned to speak, and let me tell you in advance that I don't know what this is all about. Jack and I thought, Alain continued, I know Duke Malan is ranked 4th, but I can't find the 2 positions next to the king. Jacques Valentin sighed, there's no need to beat around the bush, it's okay to be wrong so just say it freely. Alain Silk blushed and scratched his head, well, if you say so. Alain guessed that the 2nd place was the territory of the Duke of Malone. And thirdly, this is just a possibility. An adorable brown dog saw someone and tilted its head to say hello. That man gently stroked its head. Alain guessed the 3rd place was in the academy. The territory is looking at you, morning. Mary stretched comfortably, responding to the greetings from behind her. She comfortably walked on the street, her mind wandering, thinking, the weather is beautiful, very suitable for working part-time. A voice came from behind, making her pay attention and stop for a moment. There were 2 women talking to each other. Unexpectedly, the wife of the Duke of Malone and the Marquis had that relationship, the brown-haired woman asked and was confirmed by the blonde woman. The orange-haired lady pretended to speak softly, but it seemed like everyone nearby heard it all. It seemed like the Duchess didn't see anything attractive in the Duke. The blonde sister added, acting like she was very familiar with other people's family matters, Duke Maloney's family is a 400-year-old family. The person who said that should be Duke Maloney, the brown-hair lady, giggle, what do you mean? Then they said some incomprehensible words, that's it, rabbit, those 40 seconds, these key words made Mary startled. They were still chatting loudly with each other, worse still, they were rumored that there would be a war between the cuckold and the cuckold. Mary was dissatisfied and shouldn't be discussing noble matters like that, ran away quickly. She hurriedly ran up the stairs. What exactly happened to the city? Mary muttered, Duke Malone, one of the 2 pillars of the Tetla kingdom, who is spreading such rumors. Then Mary exclaimed in admiration, especially during this time. However, activities still take place normally despite some political fluctuations. Mary stood behind her fruit stand, wiping her sweaty forehead and calming her breathing. Everywhere she went today, there were only rumors. There was a group of men and horses wearing green robes walking around the market. Mary saw it and immediately knew it was Duke Malone's people. She guessed that they were investigating that rumor. Someone also discovered them and shouted loudly, "Look, it's Duke Maloney's people." And as soon as they saw the people of the Maloney family, they immediately evoked the story of its origin. The story happened on February 19th. The Duke Maloney was sleeping when the lady came to see the Marquis. His 20 was a distinguished guest at Maloney's house. And the vile Marquis not only despised Duke Maloney but also spoke ill of him. Worse still, the Duchess only laughed when she heard it. Mary sounded confused, she felt her head spin around. A few hours passed after that event, and Mary was called by her mistress. The mistress asked Mary about the rumor. Mary said that she had heard it because it had spread throughout the city. However, Mary said she did not, very interested in this story. The landlady showed Mary the newspaper article she was reading. Mary looked at it but didn't quite understand what she meant. Mary picked up the newspaper and started looking for the information her boss wanted her to see. At first glance, Trotlantham newspaper is the #1 prestigious newspaper in the kingdom. Mary read, the current rumors clearly originated in the territory of Sembo. Although they originated from there, it is difficult to see this incident as the act of the Duke of Sembo alone. If we look back at the strange origin of this rumor, one could immediately tell the truth that this story originated from the Adventurers Guild, not from the Duke of Sembo. Mary opened her mouth in surprise, so this wasn't between Maloney and Sambo, but between Alavest and Maloney. This was extremely shocking news for Mary and she had to say, "What is going on?" Maloney's private house appeared in a cold and gloomy scene. A gray, sinewy hand crumpled a page of the newspaper that Mary was reading to her boss at the market. The crumpled newspaper was thrown to the floor, bare and silent on the floor covered with a luxurious red carpet with gold trim accompanied by a man's curse, "Damn, who the hell is that?" There was a tall black shadow with one hand touching the tea table, the other hand still floating because it had just thrown the newspaper to the ground. It turned out that he was Atia Malon, the man with power in the name of the Orchid Kingdom, with a tall physique that did not match his age. He thought to himself, 40 seconds, I can endure 1 minute. He hissed through gritted teeth as if cursing someone, damn it. He assessed that the information was both detailed and specific. He remembered that painful memory, on March 19th, that is, 5 months ago, his wife and the vile Marquis had an affair. After learning about it, he locked his wife in the house. He deduced that the person who informed him of everything between the lady and the Duke was none other than Talit. He paced back and forth in the room. The Duke hissed that he would never say anything about that damn name, 8D thought. Then the dog clenched his fist, his teeth scraped together, hissing through his teeth. The dog betrayed its owner. Bat-D ordered as if telling himself, "Are you there? Come quickly." The guards are already kneeling on the ground, they replied, "Yes, my lord." He ordered me to force him to speak, as long as he opened his mouth, cut off his limbs and leave quickly. Haven't heard back from the bodyguards yet, the 8D shouted, "Damn it, go quickly." The guards obeyed and then disappeared. Bat-D kept walking back and forth, this time he was furious, panting loudly. He cursed his wife, damn her. Then he turned and hissed, "The damn Marquis." From the story of family honor, he thought of the story of the kingdom. In fact, he really wanted to cause a civil war, but half of the army under Susai Maloney was attacking the forest, Ghost. And his son, one of the kingdom's 2 sword masters, is taking on the role of commander-in-chief of the army. He thought to himself, losing a key card, not having him here really makes me angry. He sat down in the armchair. Moreover, the rumors started from the Adventurer Guild, maybe the Tunkan wanted to get rid of me. He rubbed his forehead to think step by step. First he would take the lottery back to hear the whole story. He sighed in frustration. And it seemed like something made him think of Jack and Len. Something very strange was going on. It is nighttime at Senbo. Jack looked at himself in the mirror, thanking Avero for the clothes he prepared for him. Even if it was to deceive the lottery, it was still uncomfortable, like a captured prisoner. Jack patted Avero's shoulder. "You also have an eye for aesthetics, right?" And he imitated Jack's tone. I was reading a book when I told Jack that he had already spread the rumor but didn't think it would be that big. Jack responded to Avero's concerns. It needed to spread, so of course it did. Avero looked thoughtful. There was still no information, but the assassin of the Malone family might have been sent here. Jack prepared himself and responded with an uncertain answer. Or maybe, Jack smiled mischievously, hoping that useful people would come. If we want money, we must first find money, but we don't need to run everywhere and sweat like that. Jack pointed forward, that is. I will kill everyone who comes here and turn them into deer, then they will have to send more people. Jack sat down on the chair, that's it. Jack saw that it was a very simple plan, but Avero touched his forehead in thought, saying that he couldn't imagine it. Anyway, I didn't know that the Spread magazine would interfere with this, Jack said, then Avero added, it was probably because of that article. Trotland magazine is the most prestigious newspaper in the kingdom. In this kingdom, prestige is the will of the king. And the monarch is a lackey of the conservatives. Avero deduced, so the conservatives would get involved in this war. Jack looked at Avero expressing concern. But what's with your face? Avero replied, there's something a bit strange. Avero analyzed, the conservative faction's move was quite hasty. Duke Maloney was a counselor, so why did the king's newspaper follow him? Jack was quite interested in Avero because he was smart and sharp, so Jack came up with the idea of turning him into his advisor. Avero continued, surely the Duke knew why he had to be so conservative. Jack smiled and thought, it was impossible not to know that. Because my master and I did that, Jack seemed to be aware of everything that was going on. Jack suggested with a twisted question, why do we have to be so conservative and do that? The question was to make Avero feel confused because he could not imagine an issue being posed so arrogantly. Position. Jack explains, as I said, being conservative and wanting to unify the mainland is a very aggressive group of people. On the contrary, the moderate faction has the opposite ideology of conservative development, and importantly, they do not want war on the continent. For the benefit of orchid plasterers, joining hands with the moderate faction will be more beneficial. If that's the case, why did the Mao family and the king cooperate with the conservatives? I don't know, Avero replied. Jack continued, the Tonkin Empire experimented with dragons, it was a heterogeneous combination. The essence of this experiment is, Jack emphasized, immortality. Avero was shocked. He immediately asked Jack, do you mean that the association is an organization established to test immortality? Answer Jack, 70 points. Jack continued, the king or the duke are the people who no longer lack anything in this wave. Avero continued to reason in Jack's favor, which meant they were collaborating with hardliners who wanted to unify the continent. They must have been promised something greater than what they had. Avero checkered the main idea, immortality, dragon experiment. Avero suddenly stopped, as if he realized something. Avero pondered, Seo's image appeared in his mind. Avero always felt strange because he couldn't find any trace of that girl's past or background in any documents. Furthermore, no one in the city had ever seen her. The girl named Seo was next to the young man, Varro said. Is it a dragon? Varro hesitantly bowed solemnly before Jack. Jack smiled brightly because he saw his intelligence. Exactly. He asked further, did you bring it back from Tonkin? Jack confirmed that it was true. Jack added, to tell you more, because it was dark, Seo took me to the villa. And Uro exclaimed, not expecting her to bring him to that place. Could it be? Avero paused for a moment. Did you destroy that laboratory? Varro asked. As if on a drug high, he waved his hands in the air and said loudly, it has been completely burned by me, everything related to research is only ashes. Avero complained, oh my god, the conservatives are all in chaos because of this, and now they're looking for the person who did it. Jack is calculating the next moves of neighboring regions. Certainly the country will cooperate with conservatives, neighboring countries, and the countries next to it as well. If countries are forced to cooperate with the moderate faction after they fail in the dragon experiment, no matter how strong their power is, the conservative faction will definitely lose. There is only one thing that makes conservatives supported, immortality, human greed for eternal life. Jack pondered, the result of this experiment was a semi-finished monster with a short lifespan. This information needs to be shared with collaborators. Pick up a piece of cake and put it in your mouth. Jack thinks objectively, sees that even though the experiment failed, it has useful value for those who pursue and research power. Jack thinks about it, idiot. Jack saw that the reason for being so conservative was because they had a genius crown prince. With only one dragon to experiment with, later, except for the Tonkin Empire, he divided 5 countries and brought them into crisis. But now, where is that dragon? I thought about Seo, that dragon is now eating and playing happily at my house. Jack speculates, then conservatives. Will they honestly tell the guild commissioner that they have lost the dragon? Reality shifts to a burning laboratory. The people there are begging a man in white, asking for his forgiveness. Jack thought, there is no such thing. The people in the room begged pitifully, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, please forgive me. With one stroke of the sword, the Crown Prince took away a person's life. Jack thought, the Crown Prince is a smart person, of course he would hide it. Jack concluded that if it weren't for him and his master, those two words monster would definitely be called that prince. Night began to cover the territory, above the starry sky seemed to contain the entire galaxy. Black silhouettes silently walked through the bushes. Suddenly, a guy in a black shirt walking in front signaled the guys walking behind. Everyone stopped for a moment. That guy stood with one foot on the cliff, looking majestic. Our mission is to capture Li-san. He told the others hiding inside the bushes, he was a traitor, there was no need to hesitate, just don't kill him. The guys hiding in the bushes showed their eyes as bright as car headlights and answered him, yes. After announcing the reason, the group began to break into the territory. Ascend shore, now let's enter Ascend shore. Inside the room flickered light from a candle. Well, let's see. Their moves are being calculated by their opponents, they've probably lost the dragon now, so the conservatives have two options left. The first choice when losing an item is to find a new replacement. The second option is to find old things that can replace the lost item although it doesn't have the expected results, either find another dragon or take advantage of the council people and throw it away. Surname. And the prince's moves were completely exposed before Jock's eyes, and today the Crown Prince revealed his purpose through Tetla magazine. And the natural thing for a lizard is to cut off its tail to benefit itself. Now, he will abandon the council in Tetla. Alan thoughtfully speculated about their next plans. Soon civil war would break out not only in the Tetla kingdom but also in other countries. Alan was a little worried when predicting the consequences of these civil wars. Surely the scale of this problem would be completely different. The conflicts, civil wars, and wars of nations today are like dominoes. If only one domino falls, all the remaining ones fall simultaneously like a butterfly effect. Maybe Euro is also suspicious of this. It's like a domino effect. When a small piece falls in the kingdom of Tetla, pieces in other kingdoms will also fall, one piece after another, and so on, continued like that, a continuous explosion. Of course, constant war will start from here. In other words, if we can't stop the civil war in the Tetla kingdom, then it won't be long before the entire continent will be engulfed in war. Innocent people of course do not know that the disaster is approaching, for now they just have to ignore the actions of Duke Malini. This bustling street scene very quickly, if the plan is not successful, it will turn into a sea of fire with corpses filling the aisles, but almost no one knows the consequences of this incident. If it were normal, it would not be. How can it be predicted? However, for Jack, who has turned back time, calculating the Empire's path can be done easily, but I can, because I already know the future. Now both Jock and the Crown Prince will begin a tough political battle. This is a battle of wits between me and the Crown Prince. And clearly the Crown Prince has started to move his pieces after the series of incidents that just happened. The Crown Prince has made the first move, then I joined this battle and started moving the other pieces. Jack suddenly smiled. The important thing is that I know the Crown Prince well but the Crown Prince doesn't know me. He put his hands on the table and smiled triumphantly. So what do you think will win? Alan stood aside and looked at his smile and immediately felt worried. So what are you going to do? Jack turned around and waved his hand at him. Forget it, you don't have to worry for now, it's all in my prediction. Alan completely believes in what Jack said. If it were you, I would really believe it, the thought that he could do it. Having said that, Alan Silk turned away. By the way. He looked at Li-san, who had been transformed, standing stupidly to the side. Alan Silk reminds you, as far as I know, Death Knights also have limitations. Hearing that, Jack was quite surprised. He stood up from the chair and approached Alan. Oh really, where did you hear that from? Alan said calmly. I quite like reading books. He began to recall the information in the book he read. There was a novel written by an author named Raccoon, according to the Death Knight. That main character is a Dark Witch, a talented Dark Witch who can control about 5 Death Knights. These Death Knights are perfectly controlled with dark magic, and a true Dark Wizard, a necromancer who has reached level 10, can control 10 Death Knights. Alan Silk mused, although that book was written about 400 years ago, it has some quite reliable parts so I tried to read it. What is the purpose of asking? Jack immediately knew from that story that the Dark Witch was his master and laughed loudly. He mumbled the name again. Raccoon, yes, the author's name was definitely a raccoon. When she sat reading a book, she was startled. Jack smiled wickedly at his master, his eyes could not hide the sarcasm. "Master." He leaned close to his master's face and said with a smile, "I feel a bit sad." "And I believe you shyly covered your face." "That book brings back a lot of memories, definitely the same in my previous life." Inside a dark cave, a voice spoke, "Writing a book wouldn't be a bad idea." Valen believes Yulo is bound by iron chains sitting on Jack's back doing push-ups enthusiastically. He breathes heavily and says, "But, while he is training, he says that, Valen believes Yulo sits leisurely stating my purpose on my back, even if I die or disappear, what I leave behind will still exist in this world. You seem very looking forward to the future, so when that time comes, if you look at it a certain way, won't I still be alive?" I thought. She also came up with the name for this book, so we'll use the name Raccoon. But then she stopped talking about this. "That's it, don't talk about this, you stopped practicing." Jack looked at his master with an amused expression and never mentioned the word raccoon again. Alan saw that Jack was ignoring him and immediately said, "Young master, did I say something wrong?" Jack turned around curiously, "What do you mean by saying something wrong?" Jack looked at him with deep meaning and said, "Is there a limit to the number of entities that can be controlled?" "There is a limit, but I am an exception." He smiled and asked Alan, "That's right, do you still have that novel?" He scratched his head, "Yes, even though he used magic to preserve it, its condition is not very good, it's almost more like a 400-year-old book." Jack was amused, looking at his embarrassed master and then at Alen Silk. "That's interesting, remember to send him to my mansion later." "Yes." There was a knock on the door outside. "Manager." Alen Silk cleared his throat and said, "What's going on?" People outside spoke up. 15 unidentified people passed through the south gate of Asen Shore. Jack's eyes immediately lit up. Alen said that he understood. "I understand, you did well, you should leave early." Outside, the magical night sky prepares to start a silent war. The huge gate opened. Those dark shadows began to enter the city. But before they could even get inside, they were warmly welcomed. "Where are you going?" Jack sat on the table, the light from the lamp in his hand covered his face. Jack revealed an excited smile and warmly welcomed him. "I thought it would be too much trouble for you to go all the way up, so I came down here, to meet you." He looked through a bunch, one of them was level 9, another was level 8, the rest were level 7. Jack smiled and assessed, Duke Malon's army was quite useful. Jack gently flicked his hand and called out a person from the darkness, then, "Professor Tali-san, please explain." Out of the darkness came the leader of the Dark Army, Christopher Schuburn. Tali-san's face was gradual, born in the kingdom of Little Meow, and belonged to the descendant of the Schuburn Duke family that was involved in the uprising. The guy in black was startled when he saw Tali-san, his pupils immediately shrank. "You Tali-san, it turns out you really betrayed us."